Chapter 116. Yang Kai's expression changed. He didn't expect such an unforeseen event to occur. Although he had experimented, he knew that he could absorb other types of energy besides the yang attribute and store them in his bones. But now, how did he absorb half of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew? And at such a ferocious speed? After all, this was something that Xia Ningchang needed. What should he do? Turning his head, Yang Kai's expression was a bit awkward. Just as he didn't know how to explain it to her, Xia Ningchang had already come in front of him with a fragrant wind. At this moment, this little senior sister's face was flushed red, her breathing was slightly hurried, and her clear and pure eyes were flustered with shyness. Junior brother, bear with it. Xia Ningchang suddenly spoke, slowly reached out a hand, wrapped it around Yang Kai's neck, and gently pulled his head down. Her hand was a bit cold, but soft as if boneless, like the first snowflake in early winter, bringing a refreshing coolness to Yang Kai. Standing on tiptoe, Xia Ningchang closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling uneasily. Then she lifted her veil, slightly tilted her head, and pressed her ruby-red lips on Yang Kai's mouth. 2 soft lips, and an exciting girl's fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Yang Kai was stunned. At this moment he finally understood why when he asked how to collect the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, Treasurer Meng and Xia Ningchang had been so vague and unwilling to tell him. Originally, Yang Kai wasn't too clear about the reason, but at this moment, he suddenly realized. There were all kinds of strange ways to collect heaven and earth spiritual treasures. Every kind of spiritual treasure required a different method to collect. But the way to collect the 9 yin yuan condensing dew was so beautiful and sweet. As their lips met, Yang Kai's breathing quickened and his throat burned. Even though he had the 9 yin yuan condensing dew in his mouth, he couldn't suppress the boiling of his blood. Xia Ningchang was even more unbearable. After pressing his lips against hers, he remained motionless like a statue. His face was as red as blood, and his heartbeat was as powerful and rapid as a war drum. He was at a loss for what to do and was clearly flustered. Although Yang Kai didn't quite understand the principle and specific method of subduing the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, he knew that he couldn't always maintain this state. Without hesitation, he grabbed Xia Ningchang's willowy waist and pulled her into his embrace. Then he used the tip of his tongue to wrap the 9 yin yuan condensing dew in his mouth. He pried open her pearly white teeth and sent the natural treasure into her mouth. Stimulated by the cold the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, Xia Ningchang finally regained some of her senses. She accepted the 9 yin yuan condensing dew and swallowed it into her stomach. A sweet and fragrant sensation rippled endlessly from the tip of his tongue. The two people's bodies were tightly pressed together. Kai Yang's upper body was bare, so his senses were even more sensitive. How could a young and vigorous youth like him resist this kind of temptation? Almost instinctively, Yang Kai held Xia Ningchang tightly with one hand, and used the other hand to climb up her round and perky buttocks and knead them. Feeling the 2 lumps of fullness in his chest and feeling the other's body heat, Yang Kai's breathing became more and more rapid. After carefully playing with them for a while, his big hand went around to the front and climbed up, wantonly rubbing the 2 lumps of jade peaks that were full of amazing elasticity. A moan came out of Xia Ningchang's mouth. Yang Kai saw her large eyes slowly open a slit. Her eyelashes trembled, but when she realized that he had been staring at her, she quickly closed her eyes in fear. The heavy breathing, the exchange of their bodies, the touch of their tongues, and the mingling of their souls, the young man and woman had almost forgotten everything around them. They hugged each other tightly, as if they couldn't wait to merge into each other's bodies. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt pain on his tongue and couldn't help but scream. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xia Ningchang placed both hands on Yang Kai's chest. Biting her pearly white teeth, she pushed with force and quickly escaped from Yang Kai's embrace. "Why did you bite me?" Yang Kai felt that his tongue had been bitten, and there was a taste of blood in his mouth. Xia Ningchang covered her chest with one hand. Her breasts rose and fell as she gasped for breath, trying to calm her rapid heartbeat. After a long time she said, "I'm sorry. To refine the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, I need your innate pure yang qi and a drop of blood from your tongue." To refine the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, one needed pure yang qi. The purer the yang qi, the better. Yang Kai cultivated the true Yang tactics, so he undoubtedly met the requirements. But to refine it, one needed innate pure Yang Qi and a drop of blood from his tongue. The innate pure Yang Qi was not something that could be obtained through cultivation. Instead, it was a mysterious energy that existed in every man's body from birth. It would disappear after he had intimate relations with a woman. This energy was of no use during normal times. Even if it was lost, it would not have any effect on the body. But it was necessary in certain situations such as the current situation. Previously, when Yang Kai felt the cold energy that surged out of his body and wrapped around the 9 yuan condensing dew, it was innate pure Yang Qi. That was why Treasurer Meng asked Yang Kai if he was a virgin. Only a virgin would have innate pure Yang Qi, and only a virgin's blood from his tongue could be used to refine the 9 yuan condensing dew. Hearing Xia Ningcheng's words, Yang Kai touched his mouth and said seriously, "So that's how it is. Is it enough? If not, I still have more." Wasn't it just a few drops of blood from his tongue? Xia Ningcheng was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She nodded repeatedly. "It's enough. 1 drop is enough." Oh. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Thinking back to the feeling of his tongue, he couldn't help but reminisce about it. It was his first time being so intimate with a woman. "Little senior sister." Yang Kai called out to her hesitantly, a fiery light flashing across his eyes. Xia Ningcheng suddenly panicked. How could she not understand the hidden meaning in Yang Kai's words? She quickly said, "You're injured, so you should heal first. I also need to hurry and refine the 9 yuan condensing dew." Oh. Yang Kai remembered that she once said that if the 9 yuan condensing dew was not refined within 2 hours after obtaining it, it would completely disappear. Write this thing. Yang Kai was just about to tell her that he had accidentally sucked in half of the 9 yuan condensing dew, but before he could finish, his vision turned black and the whole world started spinning. Then he fell to the ground and his consciousness quickly faded. Junior brother. Xia Ningcheng turned pale with fright. She quickly went forward to help him up. After a little examination, her face suddenly turned pale. She found that Yang Kai's pulse was extremely weak, and his vitality was faintly discernible. The yuan qi in his body was extremely bleak and chaotic, as if he was a lamp that had run out of oil. This was no small matter. Xia Ningcheng's heart almost shrank. How could this be? Just now he was fine. Just now he was with her. How could he suddenly fall unconscious without any warning? But this examination allowed Xia Ningcheng to know how serious Yang Kai's injuries were. Needless to say, the wounds on his abdomen and shoulders were already bandaged. But after a fierce battle, the wounds split open again and blood flowed out. The most serious injury was the one on his chest. 5 of his sternum were broken and sunken inwards, almost injuring his heart and lungs. When Fei Chen's palm strike was filled with anger. How could it be so easy to block it? Chapter 117. After a night of fierce fighting, who knew how much blood he had lost? Only now did Xia Ningcheng realize that his junior brother's calmness from beginning to end was due to his strong willpower. With this kind of injury, if it were someone else, they would have died countless times already, but he had gritted his teeth and bitterly endured, fighting side by side with him to kill the last enemy and obtain the 9th yuan condensing dew. After completing all this, his mind relaxed and naturally couldn't hold on any longer. Enduring the grief in his heart, Xia Ningcheng hurriedly took out the remaining pills on Yang Kai's body, then searched Wen Fei Chen's body for a while, forcing himself to calm down, then took out some healing pills and fed them to Yang Kai. But Yang Kai was currently unconscious, so how could he eat the pills? Without any other choice, Xia Ningcheng personally chewed the pills and fed them to him. While he was busy, the 9-in-8 locks formation that sealed off the entire valley suddenly shook and collapsed. It was dawn. The sun rose from the east, and the 9-in-8 locks formation broke by itself. Xia Ningcheng didn't notice the changes in the valley at all, still doing his best to save Yang Kai. A tyrannical and gentle divine sense swept over, causing Xia Ningcheng's body to tremble. She suddenly looked up at the sky, and in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Master! As if seeing a savior, Xia Ningcheng finally found an outlet to vent the emotions she had been suppressing. tears streaming down her face. Meng Wuya's old face was stiff, and he was about to scold Xia Ningchang when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He couldn't help but be shocked. What's going on? Old Man Meng had been waiting outside the 9-in-8 locks formation for most of the night, not daring to break it. He originally thought that subduing the 9th-in yuan condensing due this time wouldn't be a surprise. After all, he had been preparing for Xia Ningchang for so many years. Everything was ready, and as long as Yang Kai cooperated well with the 9th-in yuan condensing due, it would be a piece of cake. It was just that his precious disciple had to make some sacrifices. After staying outside for most of the night, Meng Wuya was also sulking. Which master would be drugged by his own disciple? He was afraid that he was the only one in the world. He wasn't angry that he had been drugged and lost, but that Xia Ningchang had recklessly entered Black Wind Mountain. What if she encountered danger? Therefore, Meng Wuya had originally planned to wait until the array was broken before reprimanding Xia Ningchang. Of course, he couldn't reprimand her too much. Towards this disciple of his, Meng Wuya treated her like a treasure. But the scene in front of him caused him to swallow the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Falling to the ground in shock, he looked at the unconscious Kai Yang and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Meng Wuya didn't hesitate. He immediately bent down and placed 2 fingers on Yang Kai's wrist. He used his divine sense to sweep through his body. He frowned and said in shock, "How is his injury so serious?" In Meng Wuya's opinion, Yang Kai's injury was more than serious. It was as if he had one foot in the grave. He didn't know what had happened, but the internal injury on his chest and the external injuries on his body were secondary. The most important thing was that his yuan qi was in chaos. His meridians and flesh were severely damaged. This kind of injury couldn't be treated without a peerless spirit pill. Not only did it require a spirit pill, but it also required a skilled doctor. Meng Wuya had nothing. "Master, will he die?" Xia Ningchang was grief-stricken. She asked worriedly. Meng Wuya saw his disciple's expression and knew that something bad had happened. He sighed in his heart. He had been on guard, but in the end he hadn't been on guard. Not wanting Xia Ningchang to feel sad, Meng Wuya comforted her. "Don't worry, with me here he won't die." While saying this, he took out a bottle from his bosom and poured out a single pill. This pill was about the size of a longan fruit, and was completely golden in color. It was clearly not an ordinary pill. Seeing Meng Wuya take out this pill, Xia Ningchang's panicked expression calmed down. She knew the effects of this pill. With a trace of strong reluctance, Meng Wuya hesitated for a moment. Then, under Xia Ningchang's gaze, he opened Yang Kai's mouth and was about to throw the pill in. "I'll do it." Xia Ningchang suddenly snatched the pill from Yang Kai's hands and popped it into her mouth a few times. Then she bent down, wrapped the pill with her tongue and sent it into Yang Kai's mouth, which was filled with blood. Hey, this old man is still here." Meng Wuya screamed in his heart and quickly looked away. Seeing his disciple so close to a man without hesitation, Meng Wuya felt very uncomfortable. It was as if the daughter he had painstakingly raised was about to leave him. After the pill entered his stomach, Yang Kai's complexion seemed to improve. However, the effect was not as good as expected. Meng Wuya took the opportunity to look around. His originally turbid eyes suddenly emitted strands of cold light. He saw Wen Feichen's corpse and Long Hui's broken limbs. His doubts disappeared. The reason why Yang Kai was so heavily injured, and why his disciple was in such a sorry state, was as if they had gone through a fierce battle. Now he finally found the reason. A wave of anger surged in Meng Wuya's chest, and a trace of hostility appeared on Old Man Meng's face. He did not immediately ask. Now was not the time to ask. There was still a long way to go, and there would be a chance to clarify what happened last night. Meng Wuya only regretted that he did not immediately break the 9-in-8 locks when he came here last night. If he had broken the formation at that time, his disciple and Yang Kai would not have suffered such a fate. Vexation and regret grew in his heart and gradually turned into anger. Monstrous anger. Taking a deep breath, Meng Wuya suppressed the anger in his heart and gently said, "Disciple, have you absorbed the 9-in yuan condensing dew?" "Yes." Xia Ningchang foolishly looked at the unconscious Yang Kai and unconsciously nodded. "Then first refine it." "Yang Kai, don't worry. With this old man here, he won't die even if he wants to. Meng Wuya comforted. Xia Ningchang hesitated for a moment before nodding and repeatedly exhorting. Master, you must not let anything happen to him. It is all thanks to him that this disciple is still alive. If not for his protection, this disciple would have already. At the end he began to cry again. Don't worry. Meng Wuya squeezed out a smile and slightly nodded. Only then did Xia Ningchang calm down. He wiped the corners of his eyes and took out the bag he always carried with him. While paying attention to Yang Kai's situation, he also began to refine the 9 yuan condensing dew. Half an hour later, the 9 yuan condensing dew was completely refined. However, Xia Ningchang suppressed the effect of the heaven and earth spirit dew in his dantian, and did not absorb it. This was because absorbing it was very time-consuming. Once he finished absorbing it, he would advance to the Yuan Qi stage, which would take a few more days. Yang Kai did not wake up, but Xia Ningchang was not in the mood. Come, let's leave here first. He needs to be nursed back to health in his current state. Meng Wuya bent down, picked up Yang Kai, and then quickly rushed out of Blackwind Mountain with Xia Ningchang. The two of them did not immediately rush to High Heaven Pavilion. After all, this place was not close to High Heaven Pavilion. Instead, they went to the town where Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang stayed last time. In the town, they found an inn and temporarily stayed. Xia Ningchang did not complain about the hardships, serving Yang Kai by his bedside every day, doing his best. Meng Wuya also poured Yuan Qi into Yang Kai every day, trying to heal his injuries. After falling into a coma, Yang Kai found that his consciousness had entered a world of nothingness. In this world, there was nothing but the unyielding golden skeleton that he had obtained from the wordless black book. The golden skeleton sat cross-legged, its whole body shining with a golden light. Yang Kai also sat cross-legged in front of it, motionless. There was no sound, no light. Yang Kai kept looking at the golden skeleton. Although the golden skeleton did not have eyes, Yang Kai felt that it was also looking at him. Time passed, and after an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai and the golden skeleton remained in this silent state. Yang Kai was comprehending the mysteries of the golden skeleton. Last time, when he comprehended the unyielding will, Yang Kai felt that there were some hidden mysteries in the golden skeleton waiting for him to understand. But at that time, he was powerless. This time, after experiencing an entire night of life and death battle, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the distance between him and the golden skeleton had been shortened a lot. If there was still some barrier between him and the golden body before, then this barrier had disappeared now. His unyielding will had conquered the golden skeleton's arrogance, and it felt gratified that it had found a suitable master. Suddenly Yang Kai smiled. The golden skeleton also changed, turning into specks of golden light that merged into his body, just like when he first saw it. However, Yang Kai knew that it was not until this moment that he truly possessed the unyielding golden skeleton. Although it had merged into his body before, it had not truly submitted to him. It had been observing and testing him all this time, and his performance had finally obtained its approval and dispelled its doubts. Only then did it willingly become a part of him. The world of nothingness suddenly collapsed, and Yang Kai's consciousness returned to his body once again. Not in a hurry to open his eyes, Yang Kai slightly checked his current physical condition. The injuries on his body were not serious, but his chest still hurt slightly, and the sword wounds on his abdomen and shoulder were healing very well. In the dantian, there were originally more than 40 drops of yang liquid, but now there were only 7 or 8 drops left. The battle that night had consumed too much yang liquid. Just the amount of yang liquid he used on Brother Kai, and when Fei Chen was no less than 20 drops. Not only that, but he also had to resist the invasion of cold qi and fight for so long. However, although he had lost a lot of yang liquid, it was not as if he had gained nothing. This battle had actually allowed him to jump from the initial element boundary 4th stage to the initial element boundary 7th stage. Directly advancing 3 stages, Yang Kai could not help but be surprised. Thinking carefully, when he was fighting Wen Fei Chun, he had suddenly obtained the strength of the Qi transformation stage while using the unyielding will. It was probably at that time that he had broken through. This time, even Yang Kai himself did not notice the breakthrough. If he had not investigated it now, he would have been kept in the dark. Chapter 118. This wasn't the only benefit. He had unintentionally absorbed half of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew. Originally, Yang Kai didn't understand why, but now he could clearly feel that half of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew was stored in the most hidden part of his golden body. When he broke through to the yuan qi stage, he could use the 9 yin yuan condensing dew to refine his yuan qi and raise his yuan qi to a higher level. This benefit wasn't visible now, but it would become apparent in the future. In addition, he could now clearly understand many of the aspects of his golden body that he didn't understand before. His golden body could absorb energy of any attribute other than the yang attribute, and then store it. When he needed it, it would give back to him. The more energy the golden body absorbed, the stronger his unyielding will would be, and the more help it could give him. However, the energy the golden body gave back was extremely evil, so when he used the unyielding will, his eyes would be filled with a bloodthirsty light and his body would be surrounded by evil energy. However, because his body had the true yang yuan qi, which was the nemesis of evil, he wouldn't lose his mind. The two types of energy restrained each other, but they also complemented each other. This allowed him to increase his battle strength without being affected by the bloodthirsty and crazy energy. Thinking of this, Yang Kai finally understood why the wordless black book gave him the true yang tactics. It was to prevent him from getting lost in the surge of energy and falling into the path of mad demon. Everything was clear now. Yang Kai was just about to open his eyes when he heard a faint sigh in his ear. Immediately, he heard the conversation between Xia Ningchang and Meng Wuya. Disciple, Master has done his best. Meng Wuya's tone was full of guilt, but also a trace of unwillingness and regret. These days, Meng Wuya had been using the yuan qi to treat Yang Kai's injuries. It could be said that he had spent a lot of effort, but Yang Kai's injuries didn't improve at all. In addition, Yang Kai had taken a golden pill before. In Meng Wuya's opinion, Yang Kai should have recovered a lot. Even if he couldn't fully recover, he should at least wake up, right? But now, not only was Yang Kai not awake, but he was also unconscious. He didn't know what kind of mysteries Kai Yang's body possessed. That golden pill didn't have the ability to bring him back from the brink of death. All it did was heal his external wounds a little before losing its effect. Even the yuan qi that he had infused into Yang Kai's body was nowhere to be found. It was as if there was a bottomless pit in Yang Kai's body, and the yuan qi was absorbed as soon as it was infused. How could Meng Wuya know the wonders of the unyielding golden skeleton? The unyielding golden skeleton absorbed all the energy except for the yang attribute. The golden pill and yuan qi had been absorbed by the golden skeleton by 90%, so how could they display their full potential? Master, Xia Ningchang had been crying all these days, and his eyes were red and swollen. Originally, he still had some hope in his heart, but now that he heard Meng Wuya's words, he was so shocked that his face turned pale. Is there no way at all? Xia Ningchang looked at his master expectantly. Meng Wuya's background was extraordinary, and his divine technique was vast. If he said that there was no way, then in this world, there really was no one who could save Yang Kai. His soul seems to have been scattered. Meng Wuya's face was heavy. These days, I can't feel the existence of his soul. Xia Ningchang was stunned, and his face became even paler. But don't worry, he won't die. Meng Wuya quickly comforted him. It's just that he will be in a state of suspended animation. From now on, he won't be able to speak, hear, or feel anything. Unless what? Unless we can find the soul-returning elixir and reform his scattered soul. Meng Wuya sighed. But the soul-returning elixir, this kind of small place doesn't have it. Where is it? Xia Ningchang's voice suddenly calmed down, and there was a kind of determination in his voice. Meng Wuya looked at him, and then pointed his finger up. Xia Ningchang was silent, but his eyes were filled with determination. No matter what, he had to find the soul-returning elixir, and help junior brother reform his scattered soul. What are you talking about? Just as the two were feeling sad, a hoarse and weak voice came from behind them. Meng Wuya instinctively replied, "We're talking about your injuries." Just as he finished speaking, the expression on old man Meng's face drastically changed. Stiffly and mechanically, he slowly turned his head. His pupils contracted as he saw Yang Kai, who was lying on the bed, staring at him with wide eyes. Junior brother. Xia Ningchang couldn't contain her joy and rushed over. Her long eyelashes were trembling, and her eyes were filled with unconcealable joy. She looked at Yang Kai with worry. Looking at her red and swollen eyes, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel touched. He thought that he had been unconscious for a long time, and during that time, he must have worried her a lot. I'm fine, Yang Kai said indifferently. I'm just a bit weak. Master, quickly come and take a look. Xia Ningchang rubbed her eyes while pulling at Meng Wuya. It was as if she was trying to drag her teacher over to Kai Yang's side. Old man Meng almost fell over from the pull. He thought to himself, girls are always extroverted. Girls are always extroverted. If it wasn't for the fact that this old man's bones could still withstand the torment, he would have been torn apart by you. However, Meng Wuya finally came back to his senses. He sat beside the bed with a dignified expression and carefully examined him. After a while, Meng Wuya's eyebrows didn't relax. He kept muttering to himself, impossible, this doesn't make sense. How could this be? With every sentence he said, Xia Ningchang's expression changed. She thought that Yang Kai's injuries had worsened. Master, junior brother. Xia Ningchang bit her lips and asked softly. Her heart was in her throat. Oh, since he's already awake, there shouldn't be any major problems. Meng Wuya's expression was a bit conflicted. He looked at Yang Kai with confusion. No major problems? When Xia Ningchang heard this, she couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. Just now, when she saw her master's expression, it seemed that junior brother's injuries were very serious. How could there suddenly be no major problems? But that's not possible. Meng Wuya was puzzled. Yang Kai, is this the final radiance of the setting sun? Yang Kai bitterly smiled. Treasurer Meng, is there anyone who curses people like you? Meng Wuya's expression became awkward. But before, your soul had already dissipated. How could it come back now? When Yang Kai heard this, his heart trembled. Thinking back to when he was unconscious, he guessed that it had something to do with his consciousness sinking into the golden body. Master, you're a big quack. Xia Ningchang angrily stomped her feet. Meng Wuya was embarrassed to death. He had just said that Yang Kai was in a state of suspended animation, and that he needed to find the soul-returning elixir to reform his soul. He didn't expect that in the next moment he would wake up. Wasn't that the same as slapping himself in the face? Losing face was a small matter, but losing prestige in front of his disciple was a big matter. Meng Wuya felt that his prestige had reached rock bottom. But no matter what, it was a good thing that Yang Kai could wake up. Although Meng Wuya was worried that he would seduce his disciple, he had risked his life to protect her that night. It was only because of him that his disciple survived and obtained the 9 yin yuan condensing dew. He had to remember this kindness in his heart. Meng Wuya sighed. Since ancient times, good people don't live long, but disasters live for 1,000 years. Yang Kai had just finished harming his precious disciple, so how could he die so easily? He had worried for nothing. But what should he do in the future? Meng Wuya's intestines were in knots. He wanted to cut the Gordian knot, but he was afraid that his disciple would be angry with him, so he hesitated. When Yang Kai woke up, Xia Ningchang finally relaxed. These days, she hadn't rested much because she was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't wake up. Now that she had confirmed that Yang Kai was fine, she naturally didn't have to worry. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai was recuperating, Xia Ningchang was attending to him, and old man Meng was sighing at the side. On the 3rd day, Xia Ningchang was finally given a strict order by Meng Wuya. He told her that she must first absorb the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, transform her yuan qi into yuan qi, and advance to the yuan qi stage. After all, although this thing had already been refined, it wasn't a good idea to leave it in the dantian. Xia Ningchang didn't refuse and obediently did as she was told. Normally, she was a very well-behaved girl. Last time, she had no choice but to drug her master, but that was only a small accident. Although the 3 of them were staying in an inn, Meng Wuya's strength was profound, so he wasn't worried that someone would disturb Xia Ningchang, so he let her go into seclusion. Yang Kai's side was basically fine, but the wounds on his body and the bones in his chest would naturally take a few days to heal. Every day, he would meditate and cultivate. Once Xia Ningchang finished advancing, the three of them would set off to return to High Heaven Pavilion. One day, while Yang Kai was cultivating, Meng Wuya came in with a bowl of steaming hot soup in his hand. Yang Kai sniffed and smelled the aroma, quickly opening his eyes. Meng Wuya handed the big bowl to Yang Kai, and with a pained expression, he gritted his teeth and said, "Drink it." Yang Kai didn't hesitate, taking the bowl and drinking it in one gulp. He smacked his lips and burped, excitedly saying, "What is this? The medicinal effect is so strong." He could feel his entire body heating up as he swallowed this bowl of food. Furthermore, it contained a huge amount of energy. A part of it seeped into his flesh and meridians to repair his injuries, while the other part was being absorbed by the golden body at this moment. Meng Wuya's mouth twitched, and he said in grief, "This is the ginseng soup that I brewed with 1,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng and various heavenly treasures. Do you think the medicinal effect is strong? Fuck. This thing is priceless, but you drank it all in one gulp. You should at least taste it." "It tastes good." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Meng Wuya took a deep breath and calmed the rolling blood in his chest. He thought to himself, "If it wasn't for my precious disciple wanting me to use this thing to nourish your body before you went into seclusion, how could I bear to take it out? This thing can save your life at a critical moment, and you can't find a single stock in the entire Dark Han dynasty. What a waste. What a waste. Do you have more?" Yang Kai licked the corner of his mouth, still wanting more. Meng Wuya said in annoyance, "No more. Even if I had more, I wouldn't give it to you. If you eat more, you won't die." Yang Kai smiled. He thought to himself, "I have the support of the golden body. No matter how much energy and heavenly treasures I have, I can store them so I won't die." "Tell me what happened that night." Meng Wuya's face suddenly became serious, and his eyes flashed with the anger and killing intent that he had been hiding for a long time. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. "Didn't little senior sister tell you? She was only concerned about your injuries a few days ago, so I didn't ask," Meng Wuya said in a deep voice. Meng Wuya asked in a deep voice, his eyes burning as he looked at Yang Kai. "Who died in the mountain valley? And who is it that attacked you?" Chapter 119. They were from the Blood Group and the Storm House. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he roughly recounted what had happened that night. Of course, as for how he had single-handedly killed 9 people, he naturally skipped over the important details and dwelled on the trivial. This matter was too mysterious. Even if he told old man Meng, he would not necessarily believe him. Meng Wuya was furious after hearing this. After a long time, Yang Kai finally finished speaking. Meng Wuya nodded slightly. "So the main culprit is you, but the mastermind is Long Hui?" "Yes. This time, it is I who have implicated little senior sister." Yang Kai nodded in acknowledgement. "Although you are the main culprit, it is not your fault. Ning Chang is not injured, you do not need to worry about it." Meng Wuya comforted him, then sneered. "Blood Group Long Zai Tian. This old man will remember this." Seeing the dangerous light in Meng Wuya's eyes, Yang Kai knew that Long Zai Tian was in big trouble. Yang Kai could not understand old man Meng's origin and strength, but he always felt that he was not an ordinary person. If he really went to find trouble with Long Zai Tian, Yang Kai would be happy to see it, but it was not very satisfying. Yang Kai always believed that revenge must be done personally. If Long Zai Tian died at the hands of Meng Wuya, then he would not be able to avenge that day's hatred. However, Yang Kai would not dissuade him. This time, Meng Wuya was really angry. The fire in his heart must be vented. After staying in the inn for 2 days, Xia Ningchang finally came out. As expected, her strength had reached the Yuan Qi stage. Yang Kai asked around and found out that the 9-yin yuan condensing did not need to be completely refined for it to have an effect. In theory, 1 drop of the 9-yin yuan condensing could be used by 3 or 4 people. After all, it was only a primer that transformed the cultivator's yuan qi into yuan qi. However, this item was rather special. If one did not refine it within 2 hours after receiving it, it would disappear without a trace. Thus, even if someone obtained it, it would only be used by 1 person. Knowing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but relax. It seemed that he had accidentally absorbed half of the 9-yin yuan condensing dew, but it didn't affect Xia Ningchang at all. Furthermore, up until now, that half a drop of heaven and earth spirit essence had been stored within his golden avatar, and had not disappeared as she had said. With Yang Kai's injuries fully healed and Xia Ningchang's breakthrough, the three of them naturally wouldn't stay any longer and immediately set off for High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai was carried back by Treasurer Meng. Along the way, he ate a lot of wind and felt dizzy. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai bid farewell to the master and disciple pair and returned to his small wooden house. Although he hadn't returned for nearly 20 days, the small wooden house was still as clean as new. It seemed that during his absence, Li Yin Tian and the others had helped him take care of it. In the following days, Yang Kai once again returned to his previous peaceful life, cultivating every day and stabilizing his current realm. However, when he was idle, the figure of that cute little senior sister would occasionally appear in front of him. After all, this was the first woman Yang Kai had kissed. That sweet and soft feeling was still lingering in his mind. However, after returning, Xia Ningchang had not appeared. It was as if she had forgotten the agreement between the two of them. That night in the mountain crack, before Yang Kai left, he had said that if he could return alive, Xia Ningchang would agree to one of his requests. At that time, Yang Kai had only wanted to find something for himself to remember, and had no deeper meaning. Although he felt a little disappointed, Yang Kai didn't care too much about it. I quietly floated past, waving my sleeves without taking away a cloud. Drifting past that kiss, it was only because he wanted to subdue the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew. Although at that time both of them were a little emotional, it didn't mean anything. They were both young and full of vigor, so in that kind of situation, it was inevitable that they would be emotional. Yang Kai didn't feel inferior because of the difference in strength between them. When it came to strength, as long as he diligently cultivated, he would naturally become stronger. He believed that one day, he would be able to surpass this little senior sister, and surpass any other person of the same age. Because the unyielding golden skeleton had infinite possibilities. Feelings weren't what Yang Kai needed to consider right now. If it was his, it would eventually be his. If it wasn't his, even if he forced it, there wouldn't be any results. If Xia Ningchang was interested in him, then what did it matter if his strength was low? If she really alienated him because of his low strength, Yang Kai had nothing to say. If others didn't like him, could he blame them for having high standards? However, with her delicate and pure personality, she shouldn't be so snobbish. On this point, Yang Kai was right. After Xia Ningchang returned to High Heaven Pavilion, she was really embarrassed to see Yang Kai. Thinking back to that night's passion, she felt a little ashamed. Even if she wore a veil, she still didn't have the face to appear in front of Yang Kai. Moreover, as soon as she returned to High Heaven Pavilion, Meng Wuya made her go into seclusion again. On the surface, it was to consolidate her newly promoted cultivation, but in reality, it was because he was afraid that she and Yang Kai would still be together. Otherwise, with her personality, she would have come to ask Yang Kai how his body was recovering. After cultivating for 2 days, Yang Kai was quite dissatisfied with his results. Absorbing yang qi by the coiling dragon stream was too slow. It was far inferior to directly eating spirit fruits and absorbing yang inflammation stones. The amount of yang liquid in the dantian was very small, so he had to quickly replenish it. Otherwise, if he encountered a battle like that night again, he was afraid that he would fall into an awkward situation where he couldn't cook without rice. Thinking about it, Yang Kai decided to go to Black Wind Trade again. First, he wanted to buy something that could condense yang liquid. Second, he wanted to buy the 3-leaved chaos spirit flower and dead Jedi tree grass. The incense burner hadn't been used for a long time. As for money, Yang Kai had a lot of it. He was no longer the poor ghost he was before. These silvers were all plundered from the people of Blood Group. At that time, it was too dark, so Yang Kai didn't carefully count them. When he came back, he found that this group of people was really rich. Just by plundering a few people, he actually obtained nearly 20,000 taels of silver. With this much money, he could buy 40 pieces of yang inflammation stones. It was enough to make up for the loss of that night, and more than double. A few hours after Yang Kai left for Black Wind Trade, Meng Wuya also left with a murderous aura. His goal was the Blood Group. Although the blood group was one of the three major forces in the vicinity, how could Meng Wuya be afraid of them? His own disciple almost suffered a fatal disaster and almost lost her innocence. This account must be settled. Long Hui's death didn't matter. Didn't he have a grandfather? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. If there was no one protecting him, how could a trivial Long Hui be so arrogant? So in Meng Wuya's view, Long Zitian was even more hateful than Long Hui. He deserved to be killed. High Heaven Pavilion was not far from the blood group. Meng Wuya's speed was extremely fast, so in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he arrived at the blood group's headquarters. At this moment, the blood group's upper echelons were discussing important matters. In the main hall, the leader of the blood group, Hu Man, was sitting upright. This person was like his name, born with a bare waist and a tiger back. His face was fierce and fierce. At first glance, one could see that he was not a good person. In front of Hu Man, the blood group's hall masters, branch leaders and others were sitting upright. These people were reporting to Hu Man about the recent events of the past month, including the income and expenditure of the blood group. Hu Man was very impatient, so he waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about these trivial matters. How is the mining area's seal being broken?" A young man of about 27 years old stood up and respectfully said to Hu Man, "Reporting to the leader, grandfather has made some progress, but the number of experts in the gang is too small. Although the Flowing Time Great Emperor has been around for a long time, it is not easy to break. Grandfather had sent a letter to Longjun a few days ago, asking me to pass on the message. He will do his best to break the seal as soon as possible." This young man was Long Zitian's eldest grandson, Long Hui's elder brother Long Jun. He was already at the second level of Yuanqi realm. Although his aptitude was not as good as the other geniuses, it was not too bad. Because the Long family's position in the blood group was not low. Even though Long Jun was only at the second level of Yuanqi realm, he still held an important position and was one of the blood group's hall masters. Hu Man nodded slightly. "And that's good. Long Jun, if you have free time, go to the mining area and say hello to your grandfather. Tell him you have worked hard." "Yes. I don't know what kind of mysteries are hidden in the seal. It is actually buried several tens of feet underground." One of the blood group's hall masters suddenly wondered. "This is all thanks to our Miss Mayer's insight. If she did not say that there was something strange under the mine, I am afraid we would not have known about it." Yes, although Miss Mayer is young, her eyesight is extraordinary. I really don't know how she saw through it." Hearing a group of people praising Hu Mayer, although it was suspected that they were flattering, Hu Man still felt very comfortable. But when he remembered that Hu Mayer was a girl and would eventually be married off, Hu Man could not help but sigh. "Fuck his grandmother, I, your father, am so wise and powerful. I have countless concubines and work hard every night. How can I only give birth to 2 daughters?" This was a sore point for Hu Man. He had no sons in his family, so he could not continue his career. The group of people were still praising Hu Mayer's unique eyesight. Even Hu Jiao'er was praised to the heavens. Hu Man was only unhappy. Speaking of this matter, it was really strange. The mining area had been discovered a few years ago. The blood group used the mining area to mine Yang inflammation stones and Yin Yuan stones to earn a lot of money. In the past few years, the blood group had developed rapidly. A large part of the reason was because they relied on the mining area. But no one knew that several tens of feet below the mining area, there were many mysterious and profound seals. Close to 2 months ago, Hu Man's youngest daughter, Hu Mayer, suddenly came back and told him about this matter. He laughed it off and did not take it seriously, until Hu Mayer kept pestering him and insisted that Hu Man send people to investigate. He had no choice but to unwillingly send people to dig in that direction. Although Hu Mayer had clearly told Hu Man that this matter must not be known by the Long family. However, Hu Man himself didn't care about this matter. He thought it was just a girl's prank, using this method to attract his attention. In addition, the matter of the mine was originally managed by Long Zitian, so this matter couldn't be hidden. The mining area was originally excavated underground. The location that Hu Mayer mentioned was not very far. After 10 or so blood group disciples painstakingly excavated for 10 days, they discovered that the location was indeed unusual. Chapter 120. That area was actually covered with restrictions. The disciples quickly reported this discovery. After Human received the news, he personally went down to investigate, but he couldn't understand these restrictions and couldn't see through them. In the blood group, Long Zitian was the oldest and had the most experience. Moreover, he already knew about this place, so Human let him take charge of breaking these restrictions and see what was hidden inside. Human had a feeling that there was a great secret hidden within the restriction. If the blood group could obtain this secret, then their strength would definitely leap to another level. Not to mention that they would be able to compete with the 8 great families, but at least they would be able to stand on equal footing with the first-class forces. Human was also somewhat vexed. At that time, Humair had repeatedly warned him that this matter must be kept a secret, but he didn't take it to heart. Now the entire upper echelon of the group knew about it. That day, after returning from the mining area, Human hurriedly went to find Humair. He wanted to inquire about how she knew that there was a secret hidden under the mining area. What he didn't expect was that Humair would actually quarrel with him because of this matter. During the quarrel, Human found out that his daughter had received guidance from an expert. It was that expert who told Humair that there was a secret under the mining area. But because he didn't care, it caused his daughter to fail to live up to that expert's trust. That expert didn't want the Long family to know about this secret. Daughter, what kind of expert is he? Human was in awe of that mysterious expert. To be able to see the secret buried under the ground, this expert's strength was definitely not small. In Human's imagination, this person definitely had a strength that could shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. What kind of expert? At that time, Humair's mind appeared with Yang Kai's appearance. Her face slightly reddened, and she rolled her eyes at her father. I won't tell you. Looking at her appearance, Human was immediately shocked. Could it be that his daughter was interested in this expert? After asking around in a roundabout manner, Human was shocked at that time. This expert was actually a young man. Such a person, how bad could his background be? Daughter, have you fallen in love with him? Human excitedly inquired. In his opinion, his daughter would always be married off, but the most important issue was who she would marry. If she could marry into one of the 8 great families, then that would be the best-case scenario. The blood group would also be able to fly into the sky and become a phoenix. But this young man with good eyesight was definitely not bad. So what if I do? Humair sighed faintly. If you like her, then try to get close to her. My daughter is so beautiful. Could it be that he doesn't like her? Barbarian who urged. That's right, could it be that he already has a wife? It's normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. Humair turned around and glared at him. It's because of you that I've failed to live up to someone's trust. How can I still have the face to see them? Humph. When Human heard this, he could only laugh in embarrassment. How could he know that his daughter was telling the truth? If he knew, he wouldn't have shared this secret with her. It had to be said that Human had completely misunderstood Yang Kai. If he knew that the expert in his heart was only a High Heaven Pavilion trial disciple, he feared that Humair wouldn't have enough time to avoid him. How could he let her get close to him? Retracting his train of thought, Human let out a long sigh, thinking to himself that this matter was really worrying. His daughter had been in seclusion these past few days, and didn't like to run around like before. Her strength had improved a lot, but if she didn't get in touch with that young man, how could she have the opportunity to marry him? The group of hall leaders and helm leaders were still flattering Human, but to Human, it was like chewing wax. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Human's movements suddenly stopped. He immediately raised his head and looked towards the door. His face couldn't help but reveal a dignified expression. In the next moment, all the hall leaders and helm leaders quickly shut their mouths and turned their heads. An invisible pressure, as if the heavens were pressing down on them, made everyone's heart tremble. An expert had arrived at the blood group. Everyone in the main hall felt the aura of the person who had arrived. Immediately after, an old voice sounded in everyone's ears. Where is Long Zitian? This voice was very calm, and no emotions could be heard from it. However, everyone present couldn't help but shiver. They faintly felt that this expert who had suddenly appeared had some ill intentions. Looking for Vice Leader Long? The group of people looked at each other and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Follow me outside to take a look. Hu Man stood up and walked out in large strides. Behind him, the hall leaders and helm leaders followed closely behind. Outside the room, everyone saw an old man standing motionlessly in mid-air. This person's hair and beard were all white, and his face was as calm as water. A pair of sharp eyes swept over, like an eagle overlooking the earth, carrying a disdainful arrogance and unruliness. Being swept by this pair of eyes, everyone involuntarily felt a sense of insignificance. Peak of Immortal Ascension Boundary. Hu Man exclaimed, his rough face slightly twitching. Peak of Immortal Ascension Boundary? Some people were shocked. Is he the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion? Within this 1,000-mile radius, there were a few Immortal Ascension Boundary masters, but when it came to the Peak of Immortal Ascension Boundary, only the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion could appear and disappear like a ghost. This person's age was similar to the rumored sect master of High Heaven Pavilion. No wonder people would mistakenly recognize him. It's not him. Hu Man slowly shook his head. When he was young, he had seen the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion, so he naturally remembered his appearance. He was completely different from this old man in front of him. Moreover, although this person was at the peak of Immortal Ascension Boundary, the pressure he brought to Hu Man was far greater than the Immortal Ascension Boundary. Hu Man himself was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Master, so even if the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion personally came, he wouldn't feel too much pressure. The old man in front of him was different. When Hu Man looked at him, it was like looking at a mountain that could never be climbed, a river that couldn't be crossed. Even if he spent a lifetime of energy, he could only look up at his back. This feeling was very strange, but Hu Man always believed in his intuition. This old man, he couldn't be an enemy. He couldn't be an enemy. Where did this master come from? Hu Man's face was heavy. He stepped forward, cupped his fist and respectfully asked, "May I ask Senior's name?" The person who came was naturally Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Originally, when he returned to High Heaven Pavilion, he wanted to find trouble with Long Zitian, but he was afraid that his disciple would secretly find Yang Kai, so he waited for her for 2 days. After confirming that she was really in retreat, he leisurely came. "You are Long Zitian?" Meng Wuya narrowed his eyes fixed on Hu Man like a hawk. Hu Man's yuan qi involuntarily circulated, as if he was in a life-or-death crisis, but he didn't show it. After all, he was the leader of a gang. His mind was firm. If he was scared by a few words from the opposite party, what kind of scandal would that be? "This one is the leader of Blood Group, Hu Man. I don't know Senior." Before Hu Man could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Meng Wuya, his tone full of impatience. "If you are not Long Zitian, then why are you interrupting?" Hu Man felt a burst of bitterness, but it was not good for him to vent his anger. When he was about to open his mouth to explain 1 or 2 things, Meng Wuya had already flipped out. "Damn Long Zitian, fuck your 18 generations of ancestors, get the hell out of here for this old man." This roar could really be said to be earth-shattering, shaking the earth and shaking the earth. The whole Blood Group, even the people of Stormhouse and High Heaven Pavilion, all heard it clearly. After the roar, the whole place was silent. A group of Immortal Ascension Boundary and Yuan Qi Boundary experts all looked at Meng Wuya stupidly, dumbfounded and flabbergasted. They never thought that such an awe-inspiring expert would actually open his mouth and curse people, and moreover, curse in such a vicious and vulgar way. Where is your demeanor? Where is your identity? Any expert with a little bit of strength and prestige would not do such a thing, right? In the end, what kind of hatred did he have to throw away his own self-cultivation and demeanor? Long Zitian stole his family's chicken and snatched his family's dog, unexpectedly making him so angry. However, Meng Wuya's roar made the people of Blood Group clearly understand that the newcomer was not good. Hu Man said with a calm face, "Senior, can we talk things over?" Although the newcomer's strength was tyrannical, Hu Man did not want to be his enemy, but Long Zitian was still the deputy leader of Blood Group. If Meng Wuya slapped him, Hu Man would have to suffer half of it. "I said you are numb. Tell Long Zitian to get the hell out of here. If he does not come out today, then cut off his head and give it to this old man as a urinal. This old man will slaughter your blood group. Meng Wuya aggressively came to find trouble, but unexpectedly did not see the person in question. His anger could be imagined. Blood group, he really did not put them in his eyes. Hu Man's face showed a murderous look. Even a person of clay had 3 points of anger, not to mention Hu Man, who had a violent temper. If he did not have scruples about Meng Wuya's strength, how could he be so kind? But Meng Wuya did not give him any face. Hu Man was really angry. Hey, Long Zai Tian is a coward, not daring to come out and see this old man? Meng Wuya looked down and said contemptuously. This time, it was a young man who replied with a cold face. Old mister, can you watch your words? What kind of enmity do you have with my grandfather that you dare to insult him like this? The person who spoke was Long Jun. Meng Wuya scolded Long Zaitian. His filthy words were extremely unpleasant to hear. As a member of the Long family, how could Long Jun endure? Relying on the fact that this was the headquarters of Blood Group, there were many experts, he immediately retorted. So what if he was at the peak of Immortal Ascension boundary? Blood Group also has Immortal Ascension boundary experts. If you really dare to fight here, then you will not be able to return. Your grandfather? Meng Wuya narrowed his eyes, staring at Long Jun. The person old man is looking for is my grandfather. Long Jun replied in a deep voice. Good, good, good. Meng Wuya laughed. Dragons give birth to dragons. Phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Mice give birth to babies. That Long Hui is not a good person. You are his elder brother. You are also not a good person. How did he bring up Long Hui's head? Everyone suddenly felt that this old man's mind was not clear. He was rambling. They did not know what he wanted to say. Long Jun angrily said. Old man, don't be so savage. This is Blood Group. It is not your turn to behave atrociously. Chapter 121. This old man is behaving atrociously? Meng Wuya seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He couldn't close his mouth, but immediately his face turned cold and said, This old man is behaving atrociously, so what? While speaking, he casually threw out a slap. Get out of the way. Hu Man's expression changed. Just as he was about to pull Long Jun behind him, Meng Wuya's speed was as fast as lightning. Just as he raised his hand, a crisp paw sound came from Long Jun's face. 2 teeth flew out in response. Long Jun's entire body spun a few times in the air before falling to the ground with a thud. Everyone from the Blood Group was instantly horrified. Hu Man also felt cold. They didn't see clearly how the old man in the sky made his move. From a distance of more than 50 feet, a slap landed on the ground, not giving them any time to react. Was this something that an Immortal Ascension boundary master could do? Even if he was at the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary, it shouldn't make everyone feel so helpless. Hu Man felt that if it was the High Heaven Pavilion's headmaster who made this move, he would have 90% chance of blocking it. Why was there such a big gap between the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary master? Long Jun was also stunned by this slap. After falling to the ground, he staggered to get up. He turned around several times to find the right direction. Looking at Meng Wuya, his face was full of fear and panic. His right cheek was swollen. Although he didn't have any internal injuries, but as the saying goes, don't scold people, don't hit people in the face. He was slapped in the face by Meng Wuya in front of everyone. How could he tell others the humiliation in his heart? This old man is behaving atrociously. What are you going to do about it? Meng Wuya calmly waited for Long Jun to stand firm. Then he threw out another slap. Slap. Just like before, Long Jun was sent flying again. The experts of the Blood Group didn't even have time to react. You dare to behave atrociously in front of this old man. Meng Wuya cursed. Meng Wuya waved his hand, as if he had hit a pile of dung. Hu Man couldn't bear it anymore and angrily said, Senior, you are a master, but you actually hit a junior. Are you not afraid of others laughing at you? Humph. If I really hit him, would he still be alive? This is just a small lesson. Meng Wuya sneered and said, Come here. Opening his hand, Long Jun, who had fallen to the ground and had yet to get up, was sucked away by a huge suction force. He was in midair. Long Jun bared his fangs and brandished his claws. With a terrified expression he shouted, Gang leader, save me. Senior. Hu Man took a step forward and shouted in a stern voice. Meng Wuya didn't care about him at all. He just held Long Jun's neck with one hand. With a gloomy expression, he said, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Today, this old man only came to find Long Zitian. Brat, since you are Long Zitian's grandson, then obediently tell me where he is." After Long Jun was slapped twice, he became even more obedient than a rabbit. He no longer had the youthful vigor he had before. He resisted the pain on both sides of his cheeks and trembled as he said, "Grandfather is not in the faction." "Where is he?" "In the mining area." "Give me directions." "This way." Under the threat of life and death, how could Long Jun dare to hesitate? Meng Wuya asked a question and he answered. Even though his cheeks were swollen, he was still able to speak. Meng Wuya's figure flashed, and he was already 100 feet away. He took Long Jun and went straight to the mining area of the blood group. Gang leader. A group of people anxiously looked at Hu Man. They were waiting for him to make a decision. Follow. Hu Man's heart was filled with anger. He really didn't know how Long Zitian provoked this expert. The other party also didn't. Hu Man's heart was filled with anger. Meng Wuya was unreasonable and used his power to bully others. Long Zitian had eyes but failed to see. He had offended such an expert and brought the fire to the faction. Hu Man had seen the Long family's little tricks in the past few years. However, the Long family had always been the blood group's right-hand man. Hu Man had the intention to remove this malignant tumor, but he didn't dare to do it. Once he did, the blood group would immediately fall apart. Their overall strength would be greatly reduced. If Hu Man didn't have a son, how could there be such a situation in the faction? As long as he had a son, Hu Man would be able to train him and let him fight against the Long family's younger generation. This time, Long Zitian had provoked such an expert. Hu Man saw a glimmer of opportunity. If he could use this opportunity to remove the Long family's influence in the faction, it could be considered a good thing. So no matter what, Hu Man had to go and take a look. Black Wind trade was still bustling with noise and excitement. Yang Kai took out 20,000 taels of silver and walked around the market. First, he spent 10,000 taels to buy some yang inflammation stones. Then, he found an open space and sat down cross-legged. He picked up a sign from the ground and erased the words on it. Then he casually wrote a few words. Buying yang attribute spirit grass and spirit fruit seeds. After placing the sign in front of him, Yang Kai no longer paid attention to it. He directly operated the true Yang secret art, and secretly absorbed the energy from the Yang inflammation stones. Last time, Li Yuntian had helped Yang Kai collect seeds, but he didn't gain anything. From this, it could be seen how rare these seeds were. Yang Kai was just trying his luck. In any case, absorbing the energy from the Yang essence stones would take a lot of time. He could cultivate and buy them. After spending half a day, he finally finished absorbing the energy from the 20 pieces of Yang inflammation stones. One piece of Yang inflammation stone could condense 2 drops of Yang liquid. 20 pieces would be 40 drops. The Dantian was once again full. After checking the situation inside the Dantian, Yang Kai was very satisfied. If he encountered another battle of the same level, he would be able to use his full strength. But after half a day, no one came to sell seeds. Standing up, Yang Kai looked towards the High Heaven Pavilion disciples' wooden house. Suyan should be inside. Yang Kai wanted to go greet her and tell her that he had returned. But after thinking about it, Yang Kai gave up. He didn't have any deep friendship with her. Moreover, she was such a cold and noble person. Yang Kai didn't want to come into contact with her. Looking at other people's cold faces was meaningless. Just as he was about to return home, a person suddenly walked in front of him. Squatting down, she looked at Yang Kai's sign and asked, "You want to buy seeds?" Yang Kai looked down and found that the person in front of him was a young woman. She was about 17 or 18 years old. Her appearance could be considered good. Her face was delicate and pretty. Her eyes were like water, her skin was smooth and tender, and her figure was also good. Especially her pair of large breasts. Yang Kai didn't know what she ate growing up. She squatted down. Yang Kai looked down at her from a higher position. Immediately, he saw a deep and tender snow-white patch on her chest. And she didn't look away. Young Kai nodded. The woman straightened up and said, I have some, but I don't know if you can afford it. Oh. Young Kai suddenly became interested. That depends on what kind of seeds you have. This woman was wearing High Heaven Pavilion clothes, so she should be a High Heaven Pavilion disciple. They were all from the same sect, so Young Kai naturally felt a sense of familiarity. I'll take it out for you to see, the woman said as she untied an exquisite pouch from her waist and handed it to Young Kai. Young Kai took it, opened the pouch and poured out 2 seeds. These 2 seeds indeed contained Yang attribute energy, which was exactly what he needed. Moreover, these 2 seeds seemed to be of a higher grade than the 3 suns fruit seeds he bought last time. If the 3 suns fruit was earth grade low grade, then these seeds should be earth grade middle grade or high grade seeds. I want these 2 seeds. How much do you want? Young Kai was very satisfied with the seeds. The woman smiled and said, 1,000 taels. Young Kai's brows wrinkled. Although he couldn't deny that her smile was very beautiful, adding a touch of radiance to her beautiful face, Young Kai couldn't agree to this price. In fact, if he really wanted to, Young Kai spent 1,000 taels to buy these 2 seeds was not a loss, because he had the Yang liquid to accelerate the growth of these seeds, greatly shortening the growth period. But if someone else spent 1,000 taels to buy this, it would definitely be a loss. This woman was a bit too greedy. This made Kai Yang's newly born feeling of intimacy towards her vanish like smoke in thin air. This senior sister, isn't your price a bit high? Although Young Kai still had 10,000 taels left, he prepared to use it to buy the 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flower and the dead Jedi Tree Grass, so he couldn't spend it casually. Is it high? The woman pursed her lips and smiled. It's not high. These are the seeds of the Earth-grade Spirit Grass, Pure Heart. Once it matures, it will have a lot of uses. In the eyes of a knowledgeable person, it's worth more than 1,000 taels. Young Kai smiled bitterly. You also want to wait for it to mature? How many years do you have to wait? The woman pouted. Since you want to buy the seeds, of course you have to wait patiently for it to mature. Do you want to plant it now and immediately harvest it? How could there be such a good thing in the world? Also, things are precious when they are rare. Seeds are rare, so 1,000 taels is 1,000 taels. I have suffered a lot for them. Young Kai was helpless. After thinking carefully for a moment, he nodded and said, Fine, let's do it like this. He would definitely make a profit if he bought it for 1,000 taels. Moreover, listening to her, it seemed that she had spent a lot of effort to get these 2 seeds. Since she had put in a lot of effort, she should at least get a taste of the sweetness. Moreover, this was a senior sister from the same sect. Moreover, Young Kai really didn't know how to bargain, so he didn't need to waste any more saliva. There was no harm in letting her take advantage of him. He counted out 1,000 taels of silver and handed it to her. The woman took it with a smile and then carefully put it away. She looked at Young Kai and said, Junior brother, you are a good person. I will also give you that purse. It was personally embroidered by senior sister. After that, she happily walked away. Young Kai was stunned. It turned out that this senior sister also knew that he was from the same sect. Since she knew, she still asked for such an exorbitant price. If it was someone else, this business deal would definitely be ruined. Although he was cheated, Young Kai wasn't angry. After all, it was just a business deal. The next time he made a deal with her, he just had to be careful. After waiting for a while, he found that no one else came to sell the seeds. After tidying up, Young Kai prepared to use the remaining money to buy some 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flowers and dead Jedi Tree Grass. He hadn't walked a few steps when the ground suddenly shook. Then it shook again. The shaking continued for several times. The disciples of the 3 sects in Black Wind Trade were instantly thrown into chaos. No one knew what was going on. They only thought that the ground was going to split open. Many people panicked and ran in all directions. Chapter 122. After a while, someone's angry voice came from afar, but because the distance was too far, he couldn't hear it clearly. Hearing the voice, Young Kai's face lit up. He could tell that one of the voices belonged to Meng Wuya, the other belonged to Long Zitian, and many other people were shouting together. Are they fighting? In his heart, Kai Yang understood that this commotion was caused by Meng Wuya seeking revenge. But the range of the impact was too wide. Listening to the direction of the sound, it should be the blood group's mining area where a fierce battle was taking place. That area was dozens of miles away. Even from such a distance, the earth was shaking. Yang Kai could even feel the yuan qi fluctuations coming from the experts. So strong. Not knowing when he would be able to reach such heights, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with anticipation and excitement. Suddenly, along with the sound of several doors opening, the guarding disciples of Black Wind Trade's wooden houses walked out at the same time. High Heaven Pavilion's Su Yan, Blood Group's Hu Jiao Air, Storm House's Fang Ziki. All three of them looked towards the direction of the battle with a dignified expression. Immediately, they simultaneously used their movement skills, turning into 3 afterimages and flew out. A white shadow, a green shadow and a gray shadow. The white shadow was Su Yan in the front, the green shadow was Hu Jiao Air in the middle, and the last one was Fang Ziki. The strength of these 3 guarding disciples could be distinguished at a glance. There's a good show, let's go and take a look. Some people were alarmed, while others were anxious to see the world in chaos. They immediately shouted and chased after the 3 guarding disciples. Naturally, many people followed. For a moment, Black Wind Trade was in chaos. Stalls were quickly packed up, and the people who wanted to buy things were following the flow of people. A battle between Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. This is definitely a battle between Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, a rare scene. If we miss it today, we don't know when we will see it again. Let's go and take a look. A Storm House's disciple looked excited, his saliva splashing everywhere as he called out to his brother. Let's not go. If we are affected, won't we die very miserably? We are only watching from afar, it doesn't matter. Those are all experts, and they can control their moves with ease. How could they harm the innocent? In a few words, another large group of people ran out. Yang Kai's expression changed. He knew what had happened, but he did not expect Old Man Meng to go so far this time. Once this battle was over, it would definitely alarm the 3 surrounding forces. It was estimated that it would attract everyone's attention. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai followed the crowd and ran away. He wanted to know what the final result of this battle would be. Did Treasurer Meng win or lose? Just as the Black Wind Trade was in an uproar, the Blood Group's mining area was already busy fighting. After Meng Wuya carried Long Jun and flew here, he directly went to find Long Zitian. The latter didn't even understand what was going on before he was beaten silly by his killing moves. Long Zitian felt extremely wronged. He didn't recognize Meng Wuya at all, but the opponent's attitude of not giving up until death made him extremely angry. Long Zitian was an old man, and as the deputy leader of the Blood Group, when had he ever suffered such a big loss? At this moment, anger rose from his heart. He used his full strength to fight with Meng Wuya. In less than 10 moves, Long Zitian was directly blasted down from the sky by Meng Wuya. When he was about to take his life, Hu Man and the others were forced to intervene. Although Hu Man was happy to see Long Zitian being suppressed, he was still a senior member of the Blood Group. Meng Wuya was alone. In front of so many people, how could the other members of the Blood Group stand by and watch? Even if Hu Man did not intervene, the other experts would have come to his rescue. Therefore, Hu Man had no choice but to take the lead. What was originally a one-on-one duel instantly turned into a group fight. Meng Wuya was 1 against 1,000, and he was not at a disadvantage even when facing the 10 Immortal Ascension Boundary experts of the Blood Group. He was really awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant. Moreover, during the fight, he was extremely humiliating. His mouth was as vicious as a scorpion woman. Not only did he suppress Long Zitian in terms of strength, but he also humiliated him with words. Long Zitian's old face turned purple. He wanted to curse back, but he could not bring himself to do so. He could only silently attack. From time to time, Meng Wuya would hit him once or twice. He did not know how many mouthfuls of blood he spat out. His expression was extremely distressed. Where was the dignity of the deputy leader of the Blood Group? Once again, Meng Wuya retreated to the air, while the experts of the Blood Group stood on the ground. Both sides temporarily stopped and faced each other. Long Zitian ground his teeth, until they were almost broken. The corner of his mouth was filled with blood. His whole body was trembling with anger, but he did not dare to be too presumptuous. He endured the humiliation and said, "May I ask who you are in the end? How did this long offend you? Why do you want to humiliate me like this?" He was not reconciled. If he had really provoked the opposite party, he would have had a reason to seek revenge. But Long Zhaitian had never seen Meng Wuya before. The opposite party had beaten and scolded him, and he was still confused. How could he accept this? So he must ask clearly. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. If this was a misunderstanding, then even if he died here today, he would still seek justice. Humph! Meng Wuya stood proudly in the air. He coldly snorted and said with disdain, "You did not provoke me, nor did you provoke me." Long Zhaitian's body suddenly trembled. He pointed at Meng Wuya and trembled for a long time. He opened his mouth and said, "You." Just as he said a word, Long Zhaitian spat out another mouthful of blood. His throat made a sound, and his eyes were filled with resentment. "I did not provoke you, nor did I provoke you. Why did you come here to beat me and scold me? This old man is already so old. Half of his body is already buried in the ground. Unexpectedly, I still have to suffer this kind of injustice. Don't you feel very sullen? You want to kill this old man, but you are powerless?" Meng Wuya sneered again and again. He did not give Long Zhaitian any face. Long Zhaitian took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. His movements were very careful. He was afraid that if he used too much force, he would die on the spot. "Fuck your 18 generations of ancestors." Meng Wuya angrily cursed. "You also know how to be sullen, powerless to resist awe. The treatment you're receiving right now is exactly what happened to my precious disciple that night." "Your disciple?" Long Zhaitian reluctantly opened his mouth to ask. Meng Wuya's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said in a deep voice, "Your Long family has guts. You have guts, you have guts. Your Long family dared to touch this old man's disciple. Can you be more clear?" Long Zhaitian slowly asked. He suddenly felt that the other party really did have a grudge against him. He was not deliberately causing trouble. "Clear. Ha!" Meng Wuya's face was cold. He shouted, "There is nothing good. When you're in the netherworld, go ask your grandson Long Hui yourself. Ask him what he's been up to these past few days. What happened to Long Hui?" Long Zhaitian's face changed greatly. "What happened to you?" Meng Wuya sneered. "Grandfather, I have not seen my brother for nearly a month. Last time he took Hall Master went out to do something. Until today he has not returned." Long Jun suddenly opened his mouth. Long Zhaitian's face turned ashen. Combined with Long Jun and the other party's words, Long Zhaitian guessed that Long Hui had met with misfortune. Although the other party did not understand, he also knew his grandson's character. Since this expert was venting his anger for his disciple, then his disciple must be a beautiful woman. Only for a moment. Long Zhaitian already understood the whole story. His heart was filled with pain and anger. The pain was because his grandson died like this. The anger was because he had eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. He even dared to touch the disciple of such an expert. "Long Zhaitian, you raised a good grandson." Meng Wuya's anger overflowed to the heavens. "Today this old man has come to take your life. I will let you know that there are some people you cannot offend." Meng Wuya took a deep breath and slowly raised his hand. As his hand was raised, the whole world seemed to change color. Blood Group's people were horrified. They rushed to Long Zhaitian's side and nervously watched Meng Wuya's movements. Meng Wuya's hand quickly fell and fiercely slapped towards Long Zhaitian's direction. Meng Wuya angrily shouted, "Die!" A huge palm suddenly fell from the sky. The power of heaven and earth, with an irresistible momentum, shook the heavens and earth. With one palm, the wind and clouds changed. At this moment, all the experts of Blood Group also displayed their most powerful killing moves. Together they tried to block Yuan Qi riot, flying sand and stones. Meng Wuya's one palm against 10 experts. He was fearless and domineering. At this moment, Treasurer Meng was more reliable than at any other time. Boom! A loud sound was heard. That huge palm fell on top of the Blood Group's heads, but it was blocked by everyone. No, he didn't block it. He merely delayed the descending power of the giant palm by a little. The 10 immortal ascension boundary experts of Blood Group, almost at that moment, simultaneously squatted on the ground. They madly pushed their yuan qi. Crack, crack, crack. Crack after crack appeared on the ground. This was the mining area of the Blood Group. Underneath the mining area, there were many tunnels. Now that the yuan qi had collided, the underground tunnels had collapsed. With a crashing sound, the ground within a radius of 1,000 feet started to sink. The experts of the Blood Group also took advantage of the falling speed and quickly fled in all directions. The giant palm finally slammed down, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth, leaving behind a handprint on the ground. Long Zetian did not die. With the protection of the experts of the Blood Group, he was able to escape. However, he was vomiting blood and his face was pale. Today's battle had dealt a huge blow to his body and mind. He was old and weak, so even though this blow did not take his life, it still took away half of his strength. The other experts of the Blood Group also had ugly complexions. They had never thought that Meng Wuya's strength would be so profound. Was this still the soul travel realm? How could he be so strong? Moreover, the power of the martial skill he used was so extraordinary. It was most likely a martial skill of the profound rank or higher. Meng Wuya coldly glanced down and snorted. Just as he was about to follow up with another attack, a yuan qi fluctuation that made his heart palpitate suddenly burst forth from below. Even though Meng Wuya was strong, when he felt this wave of yuan qi, his complexion greatly changed. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked down. The next moment, a fiery red light flew out from the ground, swaying gently. It turned out to be a 100-feet-long fire dragon. Following closely behind the fire dragon, another ice-blue figure flew out. It spread its wings and was also 1,000 feet long, but it was a magnificent ice phoenix. Chapter 123. Beast Soul. Meng Wuya's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at the two gigantic figures in front of him. The strength of the monster beast was extraordinary. Even if its body was destroyed, its soul could still exist between heaven and earth, waiting for the right time to be resurrected. The dragon and the phoenix were the kings of the monster beast. Naturally, they had the ability to maintain their soul. Meng Wuya was experienced and knowledgeable. When he first saw the two huge figures, he thought that they were the beast souls of the dragon and the phoenix. But when he looked carefully, he frowned because he didn't feel any trace of a soul from the two figures. They were just dead things. These two huge figures were actually the dragon and phoenix seals formed by the pure energy of heaven and earth. This place is strange. Meng Wuya immediately became alert. He looked down and saw that the ground under his feet was sunken. In the deeper part of the ground, there were some mysterious restrictions, but these restrictions had already been destroyed. It turned out that it was the aftermath of the battle between him and the experts of the Blood Group that had broken the barrier of this place, allowing the dragon phoenix seal to escape. This was an accident. Meng Wuya thoughtfully turned his head and looked at the people of the Blood Group. He found that they were also foolishly standing in the same place, looking up at the sky. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. They didn't know the mystery of this place. Meng Wuya frowned. Yes, this restriction should not have been broken before, so they didn't know what was sealed in it. But they should be breaking it, and at the last moment, otherwise it wouldn't have been completely broken by the aftermath of the battle. While Meng Wuya was pondering, the two huge figures in the sky were already entangled together. Their bodies were up to 100 feet long. One was fiery red, the other was ice blue. When they blended together, the heaven and earth were filled with sparkling brilliance. An unparalleled hot and cold energy rushed out, making everyone feel that they couldn't resist. Retreat! Hu Man angrily shouted, and led the people of the Blood Group to quickly retreat. Meng Wuya also retreated. Although his strength was profound, but in the face of such an energy impact he still couldn't resist. There seemed to be a dragon's roar, deafening. There seemed to be a phoenix's cry, loud and clear. A dragon and a phoenix circled in the sky endlessly. The dragon and the phoenix were auspicious. After a long time, the dragon and the phoenix unexpectedly rushed down, and once again fell to the place where they came from. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Everyone felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was rending. The yuan qi fluctuations were many times more violent than before. The mining area of the blood group was suddenly surrounded by a bright light. After a while, the light gradually dissipated, and the yuan qi fluctuations gradually calmed down. It was as if the world had quieted down at this moment. Meng Wuya stood in the air and quietly looked down. His face suddenly trembled, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He said involuntarily, "Heaven's Cave inheritance?" But the mining area below had been razed to the ground. Only a huge deep pit was left. It was about 10 feet from the ground. There was a layer of light screen blocking the view of the situation inside. On the light screen, mysterious characters and patterns were constantly swimming. They were as happy as fish. How could it be? How could the Heaven's Cave inheritance appear in such a small place? Meng Wuya almost thought that he was dreaming, but what happened in front of him was so real. The Heaven's Cave inheritance was a magical and mysterious space, condensed by a powerful cultivator at the end of his life. In this space, there was a hidden life of the powerful cultivator. If one could enter it, it would be a great fortune. Moreover, the Heaven's Cave inheritance was very likely to contain the powerful cultivator's belongings. For example, pills, secret treasures, and so on. How strong was the cultivator who could condense the Heaven's Cave inheritance? That was beyond the existence of the divine transcendence. Only those who had reached the spirit-severing stage could do it. A cultivator at the immortal ascension boundary was no different from an ant in front of such a powerful cultivator. It could be said that a heavenly abode of inheritance was a treasure trove that could rival an entire nation. If one could obtain the inheritance of the powerful cultivator, as long as they did not die, they would certainly be able to cultivate to the same level as the powerful cultivator. Moreover, when the Heaven's Cave of inheritance was formed, its momentum was extremely great. Presumably, the owner of this place was definitely not a small figure when he was alive. Perhaps even among the group of people at the top, he was in existence like a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. Meng Wuya's mood was somewhat excited. The appearance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance in this place was simply too incredible. He was excited, but the group of people from the blood group were even more excited. The restrictive spell that was buried hundreds of feet deep underground had been unintentionally broken. This was great news. Moreover, Human and the others could tell at a glance that this was the legendary Heaven's Cave inheritance. There were rich treasures inside, and even more so, there were heavenly martial arts. Any one of these was enough to make people go crazy with excitement. But then Human and the others realized the seriousness of the problem. A moment ago, such a big movement had alarmed the other two sects nearby. Even if the blood group wanted to monopolize it, they would not be able to. After all, although this place was the blood group's mining area and the restriction was broken by the blood group, the entrance was so big. If others wanted to go in, how could they block it? If they really did so, they would only anger the other two sections. Stormhouse and High Heaven Pavilion would certainly join forces to eradicate the blood group. Then, they would slowly scheme to obtain the treasures here. Thinking of this, Human waved his hand and said, "Go in first." He was afraid that the other two sects experts would come and snatch the treasures inside. Naturally, he wanted to be the first to enter. Even if they came, he would only give them a small profit. Once the order was given, the 10 immortal ascension boundary masters of the blood group rushed towards the mining area. While rushing, they vigilantly looked at Meng Wuya, fearing that he would try to stop them. After the previous battle, everyone knew that this crazy old man was not to be trifled with. Who would have thought that Meng Wuya just sneered and did not say anything? He just stayed in the same place and watched. Human and the others were overjoyed. If Meng Wuya did not come, they would have to stop him. The 10 immortal ascension boundary experts arrived at the side of the giant pit. Looking at the mysterious light curtain below, they did not hesitate to plunge into it. Meng Wuya sneered. A trace of ridicule hung on his face. Just as Human and the others were about to rush into the Heaven's Cave inheritance, the light curtain in front of them slightly flickered and directly bounced them back. The 10 people were like rubber balls, flying high up in the air. Then, after a few laps, they stopped in midair and looked at each other in dismay. What happened? Human muttered to himself. He did not believe in evil and rushed down again. But when he touched the light curtain, the same thing happened again. He was once again bounced back. Only then did Hu Man realize that something was wrong. He turned his head to look at Meng Wuya. Seeing him standing there calmly, Hu Man realized that this old man didn't stop them before. He must have seen some clues. Hu Man couldn't help but lower his posture. He cupped his hands and asked, "Senior, may I ask if this is the Heaven's Cave inheritance below?" Meng Wuya snorted, rolled his eyes and ignored him. The appearance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance made him lose interest in finding trouble with Long Zai-Tian. In any case, Long Zai-Tian's life was already half gone. Moreover, his own losses were not small. If they continued to fight, it would absolutely be a lose-lose situation. Hu Man could not help but feel somewhat embarrassed. While he was frowning and thinking hard, from afar came the sound of fluttering clothes. The faces of the blood group's experts changed. They were extremely bitter. So fast. A moment later, the 5 elders of High Heaven Pavilion led by Wei Shitong appeared on top of the mine. After a while, the Immortal Ascension Boundary experts of Stormhouse also arrived under the leadership of House Master Xiao Ruohan. When both sides arrived, they were shocked to see the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Their eyes were full of greed and surprise. Hu Man angrily said, "This is the blood group's mine. I am afraid it is not good for you to come here uninvited." Xiao Ruohan looked like a refined scholar. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Chief Hu, you are treating me as an outsider. Your blood group and my Stormhouse have been neighbors for hundreds of years. No matter what, we are old neighbors. Now that such a big matter has occurred here, my Stormhouse naturally has to come and investigate. If your blood group needs any help, my Stormhouse will not refuse. I think High Heaven Pavilion also has the same intention. What do you say, Elder Wei?" The meaning of these words was that they wanted to temporarily form an alliance with High Heaven Pavilion to put pressure on the blood group. How could Hu Man not understand? Hu Man coldly snorted. His complexion was ugly. Wei Shitong nodded. House Master Zhao's words are reasonable. Master Hu, this place should be the legendary Heaven's Cave inheritance. Although there are countless treasures, there are also many hidden dangers. Your blood group is alone. I am afraid it is not appropriate for you to enter alone. Why don't the 3 of us discuss carefully and join forces to explore?" Hu Man angrily said. "Why? This is my blood group's mine. The barrier was also broken by my blood group's experts. You did not contribute at all. What qualifications do you have to enter?" Meng Wuya coldly said. "The barrier was broken by this old man." Hu Man looked embarrassed. He bitterly looked at Meng Wuya, but did not dare to refute. Xiao Ruohan laughed. "Master Hu, please don't be angry. If there is a problem, we can discuss it." While this group of experts were arguing, the disciples of the 3 sects were crazily rushing over. Whether it was in the sect or in the Black Wind Trade City, everyone clearly saw the figure of the dragon and phoenix blending together in the sky. Although they didn't know what happened there, how could they miss such a spectacular scene? Even if they went to see the excitement, it would be good. Therefore, after a short period of panic, the speed of the crowd increased a lot. The whole Black Wind Forest at this moment was boiling. Yang Kai was also among them, rushing forward with the crowd. Although he was also excited, he was also secretly vigilant. The momentum of the dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity was too great. If that was really the sign of a treasure being born, it would definitely cause a storm of blood. Therefore, his mind was very clear. Once he discovered that something was wrong, he would definitely turn around and leave. With his current strength, he was not qualified to participate in too fierce a battle. But until he followed the crowd to the blood group's mine, there was still no danger. There were already close to 10,000 disciples of the 3 sects gathered here. It was bustling with activity like a huge market. Chapter 124. The crowd was extremely noisy, but they were all stopped by the experts of the 3 sections. They formed a large circle around the center of the blood group's mining area. Yang Kai looked inside and saw the 5 elders of High Heaven Pavilion, and a group of people fiercely discussing something. It seemed like they were quarreling, and each of them was red in the face. Among them, there was a burly man who was particularly agitated, spittle flying everywhere. Another scholarly-looking middle-aged man was comforting him. From the side came a discussion. That bear-like man is Hu Man, the helper of the blood group. That scholar is the Lord of Stormhouse, Xiao Ruohan. In the end, what happened here? How come the experts of the three sects all gathered here? Hey, I came early and ran a little closer. I heard the experts say that there is a Heaven's Cave inheritance here. What is the Heaven's Cave inheritance? The latter was obviously ignorant and inexperienced. Yang Kai also didn't know. He quickly perked up his ears and listened carefully. Many people around him also did the same. After speaking, he smiled and began to talk about the various benefits of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The group of people who listened to him became excited. They couldn't wait to immediately kill their way into the Heaven's Cave inheritance and inherit the mantle of the expert here. So that's how it is. Suddenly, Kai Yang thought back to 2 months ago when he had felt a trace of unusualness in this place. At that time, it was only because there was some kind of Yang attribute treasure buried here that he returned the favor by asking Hu Meier to search for it. But he didn't expect that there was a Heaven's Cave inheritance hidden here. At that time, Yang Kai felt that the Yang attribute energy was blocked by something. Now that he thought about it, it should be the restriction here. This was an accident. It could be said that the appearance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance had a lot to do with Yang Kai. He was the one who unwittingly promoted it. Next to him, the insider was still chattering away, but Kai Yang didn't listen anymore. He was thinking about what the experts of the three sects would do after the appearance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. It was absolutely impossible for one side to swallow it all alone. Even if one side wanted to, the other two sides would not give them the chance. The blood group was undoubtedly such a party. Then the only possibility left was for the blood group to compromise, and the three sects to jointly explore the secret. However, the blood group would definitely want to taste the sweetness first. After all, this place was discovered by others, so he had to take some benefits first. While Yang Kai was deep in thought, the masters of the three sects seemed to have reached an agreement. Each of them called out a powerful disciple and asked them to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance to explore the situation. The one from High Heaven Pavilion was Su Yan, the one from Blood Group was Long Jun, and the one from Stormhouse was Feng Ziji. The three of them came to the side of the huge pit and jumped in together. After a long wait, it wasn't until half a day later that Su Yan was the first to return. Her body suddenly appeared at the edge of the giant crater. Then she walked over to the three sect masters and reported her findings. After a while, Long Jun and Feng Ziji also returned. After listening to the three's reports, the three sect masters had an urgent discussion. They nodded to each other and dispersed in 3 different directions. Not long after, the sound of the three sect masters gathering their disciples could be heard. Yang Kai and a group of High Heaven Pavilion disciples walked towards the 5 great elders. The three sect masters formed their own groups and did not interfere with each other. Brother Yang. Just as Yang Kai was waiting for Wei Shitong to speak, Sassafras led Li Yin Tian and the others over from the side. You also came? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Sassafras smiled. Such a big matter, we naturally came to see the excitement. Li Yin Tian asked, Brother, where did you go these past few days? How come you disappeared for 20 days? Yang Kai explained, I went out to do some things. I have to thank you, junior brother, for helping me clean the wooden house. Li Yun Tian and the others were stunned. We only helped you clean the floor, but we didn't clean the wooden house. This group of lazy people don't even fold their blankets when they wake up every day. How could they clean the wooden house? Sassafras laughed. You didn't? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Then why was his wooden house so clean and spotless? Silence. Everyone be silent. Wei Shitong suddenly shouted with a straight face. The nearly 2,000 High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had gathered here immediately quieted down, all of them looking at him expectantly. Everyone knew that the matter the Great Elder was going to talk about would definitely be related to the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Sure enough, Wei Shitong lightly coughed, looked around and said, You should already know what happened here and what kind of opportunity this is. The Heaven's Cave inheritance has been passed down for a long time, but not only have we not seen it, even in the entire Great Han Dynasty, not a single one has appeared in the past 1,000 years. We also don't know what kind of cultivation level the expert who can condense the Heaven's Cave inheritance has. But this is indeed a treasure trove that can rival an entire country. There are pills, secret manuals, treasures, and most importantly, the inheritance of that expert. The disciples were in an uproar, their eyes burning with passion and their breathing becoming rapid. Wei Shitong continued. But at the same time, there are countless hidden restrictions and dangers. The slightest carelessness will result in the destruction of one's soul. This sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, causing many people's excitement to fade. Benefits are not taken for free. Wei Shitong coldly snorted. Once you enter, you must first disregard life and death. Let me ask you, even so, do you still want to go in? The whole place was silent. Wei Shitong's oppressive gaze swept over the disciples, but when it fell on Yang Kai, his pupils couldn't help but shrink, and he immediately swept his gaze over them again. After a while, someone said, "Great Elder, wouldn't it be a pity to miss such a great opportunity? Even if it is extremely dangerous, we still have to risk our lives." Yes. This is something we may not encounter in our entire life. How can we miss it? We want to go in. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples were excited, and many of them were excited. Under the temptation of the Heaven's Cave inheritance, all restrictions and dangers were no longer in their minds. As the saying goes, people die for wealth, and birds die for food. Good. Wei Shitong nodded with satisfaction. My High Heaven Pavilion disciples should be fearless in the face of danger. This old man is very pleased that you all have this awareness. All disciples listen, those above 30 years old, step out. A large group of High Heaven Pavilion disciples walked out, and the number of people immediately decreased by about 40%. Wei Shitong looked at them with some pity and said, "You can't enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance. This place denies entry to those above 30 years old. And it also denies entry to those above the Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator." How can this be? The group of disciples suddenly became depressed. Don't be noisy, this Heaven's Cave inheritance was left by a senior expert, and the restrictions were also set by him. He naturally has his reasons for doing so. Second Elder Su Xianwu timely rebuked. Although he and Great Elder had always been at odds, this matter was related to High Heaven Pavilion's interests and even its future, so he naturally wouldn't undermine him now. Wei Shitong shouted again. Disciples below the initial element boundary, step out. Another group of people walked out. Although you all have the qualifications to enter, you are not allowed to go. Wei Shitong looked at them and said in a deep voice, "There are many dangers inside, and your strength is too low. If you go in, it's tantamount to suicide." This group of people was self-aware, so they naturally didn't dare to complain about such an arrangement. After the two conditions were met, there were only 300 to 400 people left. Wei Shitong looked at the remaining group of people and said, "If there are any of you who don't dare to enter, you can leave now. The sect won't force you to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Everything is voluntary, and you can't blame others whether you live or die." No one left. In the face of the temptation of the Heaven's Cave inheritance, who wouldn't be tempted? Wei Shitong waited for a long time before he smiled and said, "Since you all have chosen to enter, this old man will tell you all the information about this place, so that you can be mentally prepared." First, Su Yan and the other two went in to investigate the situation inside. Although they didn't know much, the information they obtained wasn't enough to cause the disciples of the three sects to panic. Yang Kai listened carefully and found out that although there was only one entrance to the Heaven's Cave inheritance, everyone would appear in a different position after entering. The world energy inside was also very abundant, very suitable for cultivation. Moreover, there were some special exits in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. If the disciples felt that something was wrong, they could leave the Heaven's Cave inheritance through these exits. Because Su Yan and the others had only explored for half a day, they didn't find much information. So Wei Shitong didn't say much. In the end, Wei Shitong said, "Because this place was first discovered by the blood group, they will first send 50 people in. After half a day, the disciples of High Heaven Pavilion and Stormhouse will enter. What I want to tell you is that this time, not only must you be careful of the restrictions and traps inside, You must also be on guard against the disciples of the other two sects. Don't find a treasure, but don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Hearing this, everyone's heart couldn't help but tremble. In their minds, they couldn't help but think of the scene of killing and robbing. Disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, if you meet inside, you must help each other and support each other to overcome the difficulties together. Do you understand? Yes, the disciples replied. First, disperse and find a place to rest. Wait for the blood group to act first. When the time comes, I will gather you again. After Wei Shitong finished speaking, he gently waved his hand. The 300 to 400 disciples quickly dispersed and found a suitable place to meditate and recover. Li Yintian walked over with a sullen face. He looked at Sassafras and Yang Kai with a face full of envy. Young Master Su, Brother Yang, I can't go in. His strength was only at tempered body 9th level, not even at the initial element realm. Sassafras laughed. Who told you not to cultivate diligently? Serves you right. Look at Brother Yang. Every day he diligently and painstakingly trains. Now he is already at the initial element realm. What level is he? The last sentence was directed at Yang Kai. 7th level. Yang Kai pinched his nose. Sassafras and Li Yintian were stunned. They looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. After a long time, they recovered. Their faces showed that they had suffered a great blow. I better hurry up and cultivate. Sassafras hung his head dejectedly. Brother Yang, you should hurry up and recover. I won't disturb you. Li Yintian tactfully left. Yang Kai nodded. He then found a quiet place nearby and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and waited for the moment to arrive. Chapter 125. Yang Kai was secretly rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, he had spent a lot of money to buy a lot of yang inflammation stones. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Now the Dantian had nearly 50 drops of yang liquid, which should be enough. But he didn't know what kind of dangers he would encounter in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. While meditating, Yang Kai felt as if someone was looking at him. He quickly opened his eyes and saw Su Yin a few dozen feet away. He didn't know what she was saying to Sassafras, but the latter nodded slightly with a dignified expression. His eyes flashed, but Yang Kai didn't care. Suddenly, there was a movement from the blood group's side. It was the 50 people who were selected to enter the cave inheritance ahead of time. This was the result of the discussion between the three sections. High Heaven Pavilion and Stormhouse wanted to get a share of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Human and the others couldn't stop them, but they couldn't let these two sects take advantage of them. Therefore, the result of the discussion was that each of the two sects would compensate the blood group with 1 million silvers. In addition, the blood group would send 50 people to enter the cave inheritance first. After half a day, the High Heaven Pavilion and Stormhouse disciples could enter. Both High Heaven Pavilion and Stormhouse also agreed to this condition. Yang Kai looked around and found that these 50 people should be the elites of the blood group. This time, they would enter the cave inheritance first. If there was something good inside, they would undoubtedly be the first to discover it. Hu Mei Air and Hu Jiao Air, who he knew, were also among them. They were surrounded by the disciples of the blood group like stars surrounding the moon. These two sisters were like twins. Each of them was a first-class beauty. Both of them appeared together, side by side. Their lethality was incomparable. They attracted the attention of many male disciples. Everyone was thinking that if they could have one of them, they wouldn't have lived in vain. The 50 people of the blood group arrived in front of the big pit. Under the protection of the experts of the blood group, one by one, they jumped down and disappeared. While the group of blood group continued to enter the inheritance cave, from the direction of High Heaven Pavilion, a beautiful figure suddenly flew over. This person hurriedly flew all the way and directly arrived at the top of the mine. Human and the others angrily shouted, "Who are you?" They thought that someone wanted to fish in troubled waters and enter the inheritance cave together with the blood group. What are you screaming for? Meng Wuya angrily glared at the experts of the blood group. Then he waved his hand and said, "Disciple, come here." Only then did Human and the others know that this person was actually the crazy old man's disciple. Looking over, Human sighed. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. It was a woman. Although her face was covered by a veil, her clear and innocent eyes and her graceful and enchanting figure were clearly not something an ordinary woman could possess. What shocked Hu Man even more was that this young woman actually had the strength of the Yuanqi realm. Elder Long, this is a good thing that Long Hui provoked. Hu Man looked at Long Zitian with deep meaning, very dissatisfied. Long Zitian's eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred as he stared at the pair of master and disciple in the sky, but he felt so powerless. He had already experienced Meng Wuya's profound strength and knew that he had no hope of revenge in this life. Recalling the humiliation he had suffered half a day ago, he suddenly felt sad and spat out a mouthful of blood. The person who came was naturally Xia Ningchang. She was in seclusion in the High Heaven Pavilion. After receiving Meng Wuya's message, she hurriedly rushed over. Before she could figure out the situation, she saw thousands of people staring at her. For a moment, she was scared and quickly moved closer to her master. There is an opportunity below you go, Meng Wuya lightly said while pointing at the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Oh, Xia Ningchang obediently nodded. She glanced at the hologram below, and then turned her head to look around as if she was looking for someone. But at this moment, the sky was already dark and there were so many disciples of the three sects gathered around. She couldn't find the person she was looking for. Until Meng Wuya urged her again. Xia Ningchang bit her lip and rushed into the Heaven's Cave inheritance. She actually entered before many of the blood group disciples. From beginning to end, the people of the blood group just quietly watched. No one dared to stop her. Wei Shitong and the others were stunned. They never knew that the shopkeeper of the contribution hall could be so domineering. Facing the entire blood group alone, he was still calm and composed. He didn't care about the agreement between the three sections. With just a few words, he allowed his disciple to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Hu Man and the others turned a blind eye. What's going on? Xiao Ruohan also didn't understand. He frowned and said in a clear voice, Clan leader Hu, what's going on? Isn't this inconsistent with the agreement? Why can the people of the High Heaven Pavilion enter together with your disciples? Hu Man couldn't wait to find a needle and sew up Xiao Ruohan's mouth. Meng Wuya was so rude and unreasonable that he lost face. He just wanted to pretend that he didn't see it. The less trouble, the better. In any case, it was just one more outsider entering. It didn't matter much. It could be considered as giving Meng Wuya face and resolving the dispute between him and the blood group. But he didn't think that Xiao Ruohan would bring up the pot that didn't boil. Meng Wuya sneered but didn't say anything. Helpless, Hu Man coughed lightly and had no choice but to explain. It's like this. It was all thanks to this senior's ability that the restrictions here were broken. Therefore, his disciple also has the qualifications to enter first. Xiao Ruohan sneered. Why didn't clan leader Hu mention this matter when the three sects were discussing it? Hu Man was speechless. How could he mention it? He didn't know that this crazy old man would do this. He was innocent. Clan leader Hu, are you bullying my storm house? If the disciples of the High Heaven Pavilion can enter first, why can't my storm house disciples? Xiao Ruohan pressed. Fuck your grandmother. Hu Man angrily cursed. He turned his head and looked around. He saw the last disciple of the blood group who was about to enter the hologram. Hu Man quickly shouted. You don't go in. Leave a spot for this senior's disciple. Unfortunately, the last person to enter was Long Zitian's grandson, Long Jun. Long Jun was originally full of excitement and expectation to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance. He dreamt of obtaining the inheritance of this senior and leaping over the dragon gate. But this shout made him stunned. He turned his head and looked at Long Zitian. The latter took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He said, since clan leader said so, Jun, you will wait for half a day. Yes. Long Jun gritted his teeth and reluctantly replied. Clan leader Xiao, you have nothing to say. Hu Man said angrily. This senior's disciple is occupying one of the spots of my blood group. Xiao Ruohan frowned. He didn't understand what was going on. He didn't want to be entangled with Hu Man, so he just snorted and turned his face away. Wei Shitong saw everything and said emotionally. It seems that Hu Man is very afraid of Treasurer Meng. Su Xianwu chuckled. We underestimated this treasurer's ability. Hu Man looked up at Meng Wuya and said with a smile, "Senior, are you satisfied?" Meng Wuya laughed strangely. "Satisfied or not, wait until my precious disciple comes out. This old man will say the ugly words first. If she encounters something bad inside, don't blame this old man for turning hostile." Hu Man's face changed. He could only laugh and nod. "Not really. Fuck, I have to tell my disciples that if they meet that little girl, they have to take good care of her and not let her encounter any danger." Without delay, Hu Man hurriedly passed down the order. Many of the blood group disciples obeyed. Meng Wuya's strength surprised all the disciples of High Heaven Pavilion. They didn't expect that the contribution hall's treasurer, who was usually lecherous, was actually such a tyrannical person. Even the blood group's leader, Hu Man, was as obedient as a rabbit in front of him. Even the great elder, Wei Shitong, didn't have this kind of ability. The atmosphere of the scene was lively for a while before it returned to normal. The disciples of the three factions were seizing the time to recover and wait for the second half of the night to enter the cave inheritance. "I don't know how many disciples will die inside this time, and how many will return with benefits." The second elder, Su Xianwu, suddenly sighed. "But those who can come out with benefits will certainly become the pillars of the three factions in the future." Wei Shitong's eyes flashed with longing. "I hope so." The night was quiet. Wind and frost hung on the treetops. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, the three factions' leaders moved. Along with their shouts, the disciples who were preparing to enter the cave inheritance woke up. Time had come. The group of blood group elites had already entered for half a day. Now the majority of them were going to enter. On the side of High Heaven Pavilion, Xia Hongchen and Su Yan took the lead. Behind them, the disciples who were preparing to enter the cave inheritance lined up and walked towards the light curtain. Yang Kai and Sassafras walked together. It could be seen that Sassafras was very nervous, constantly rubbing his hands. Yang Kai was also nervous, but he was more excited and looking forward to it. "It would be good if we could meet inside," Sassafras whispered. "I hope so," but the great elder also said that after entering the light curtain, it seems that everyone's place is not the same. The probability of meeting is very small. "Brother, what kind of inheritance do you think will be inside?" "How would I know? What dangers will there be inside?" "I don't know. I'm so nervous." Originally, Yang Kai was not so nervous, but after hearing Sassafras's whispers, his mood became tense. In front of them, the leaders of the three factions had each occupied a position and were arranging for their disciples to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The light curtain was very large, so the speed at which the disciples entered was not slow. After a while, it was Yang Kai and Sassafras' turn. The two looked at each other and jumped down. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He wanted to see what kind of changes would happen to his body, but when his body fell into the light curtain, his vision blurred. Immediately, he found himself in midair, about 5 feet from the ground. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai steadily landed. Standing still, he turned his head and looked around. This was a very strange space. There was no sun, no moon, no star field, no white clouds, and no blue sky. It was as if there was nothing above his head. The silence made him panic. But there was light here, so he could see what was inside. Chapter 126. The place where Kai Yang landed seemed to be a rocky mound, surrounded by thick and thin stone pillars that stood between heaven and earth. The stone pillars varied in height, some were tens of feet high, some were only as tall as a person, and the ground was full of gravel and sand. Feeling around slightly, Yang Kai's expression brightened. He found that the world energy here was extremely rich, completely incomparable to the outside world. If he could meditate here, his efficiency would definitely be 3 or 4 times higher than outside. However, this was only the Heaven's Cave inheritance. No one would choose to give up on the unknown treasures and choose to cultivate here. Sassafras wasn't with him. There was no one else around. Presumably everyone had already scattered when they entered. Just as he was concentrating on investigating, a figure suddenly appeared a dozen meters away. This person was just like Yang Kai when he first entered, appearing out of thin air a few meters above the ground and then landing. After standing still, she turned her head to look around and saw Yang Kai not far away. When their eyes met, Yang Kai was surprised. "It's you." Oh, what a coincidence. The person was also somewhat happy and quickly walked over to Yang Kai. This person was a woman. She was the senior sister who sold Yang Kai the seed at Black Wind Trade. They were all from the same sect, so it was fate that they met here. You're the only one? The woman asked. And I also just came in, Yang Kai nodded. So many people entered together, I don't know where they were scattered. Should we wait here a little longer, and see if anyone else has settled down here? Then we can act together? She suggested. That's fine. Yang Kai didn't object. This place was full of dangers, so one more person meant one more strength. Although this would give away the benefits, in this strange place, it was naturally more important to protect their lives first. They would wait and investigate the situation. If it was appropriate, it wouldn't be too late to act alone. After the two finished discussing, they stood in place and waited. Not long after, 3 more people landed nearby. However, only one of these 3 was a High Heaven Pavilion disciple. As for the remaining 2, one was from Blood Group and the other was from Stormhouse. The 5 of them gathered together. In this special place, there wasn't too much of a difference between sects and clans, and they could be considered harmonious with each other. After waiting for a while, no one else appeared. The woman said, "How about this? Let's explore and see if we can find anyone else who is alone. What do you think?" Her tone and demeanor were full of confidence, making her look somewhat flamboyant and beautiful. Everyone nodded. The woman said, "But before that, we need to familiarize ourselves with each other. At the very least, we need to know how strong each of us is. Only then would it be easier for everyone to move around. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lan Chudai, High Heaven Pavilion's disciple, Chi Transformation Stage 7th level. What about you guys?" After that, she looked at the 4 people with her beautiful eyes. The High Heaven Pavilion's disciple quickly said, "Senior sister, I have heard of your name before. Seeing you today, I didn't expect senior sister to be such a beautiful person." This flattery was too obvious. Yang Kai and the other 2 couldn't help but look at him with disdain in their hearts. This brat obviously had a good impression of Lan Chudai. That's why he couldn't wait to interrupt. It was no wonder that Lan Chudai was so beautiful, and her figure was so enchanting. Especially the pair of jade peaks in front of her chest. It was as if they didn't belong to this world. If anyone could have her, just playing with those jade peaks would be enough for them to enjoy themselves every night. Lan Chudai smiled and didn't care. She looked at him and said, "You are." The man puffed out his chest and sucked in his stomach, pretending to be mature and reliable. He said in a sonorous voice, "Junior brother Nyeyong, Great Elder's disciple. Chi Transformation Stage 4th level." After that he smiled and said, "Senior sister, rest assured. If there is any danger along the way, junior brother will go through water and tread on fire to help senior sister get rid of all difficulties." Junior brother is so considerate. Lan Chudai smiled sweetly, her beauty captivating. She immediately turned her gaze to the other person. This man was like an iron tower. He had the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger. He was taller than Yang Kai by a head. He had a rough appearance and seemed simple and honest. Seeing Lan Chudai looking at him, he said, "My name is Zwaran, Blood Group's disciple, Chi Transformation Stage 5th level." After that, he closed his mouth. Obviously, he didn't like to talk too much. Lan Chudai nodded slightly and turned her gaze to the other woman. This woman was very slender and not very tall. She looked very delicate and pretty. From beginning to end, there was a trace of shyness on her face. "My name is Du Yishuang. I am from Stormhouse. You can call me junior sister Du brother and senior sister, all call me that. I am at Chi Transformation Stage 6th level." Several people looked at her with some surprise. Junior sister Du couldn't help but lower her head. No one would have thought that this 14 or 15-year-old girl would have the strength of Chi Transformation Stage 6th level. She was only 1 level lower than Lan Chudai, who was the highest in the group. "Well, this is interesting." Lan Chudai suddenly smiled. "Is it possible that when we enter this place, we are transported according to our strength?" Listening to her, the others also pondered. Among the 4 people here, Lan Chudai was the leader. She was at Chi Transformation Stage 7th level, 6th level, 5th level and 4th level respectively. There was not much difference between them. It was no wonder that she made such an inference. Right, what about you? What is the Qi transforming stage? Lan Chudai looked up at Kai Yang and asked. Although these people's strength was higher than Yang Kai, because they did not have divine sense, unless Yang Kai exposed his Yuan Qi fluctuations, they would not be able to see the depth of Yang Kai's strength. Moreover, because these people were in the Qi transformation stage, Lan Chudai instinctively thought that Yang Kai was also in the Qi transformation stage. Yang Kai pinched his nose and said with some embarrassment, "My name is Yang Kai, a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, initial element stage 7th level." Zuan turned his head and looked at him. His eyes could not help but show some contempt. He bowed his head and spat, "Bad luck. You are Yang Kai?" Lan Chudai looked at him in surprise. Even Nyeyong was very surprised. He looked at Yang Kai from head to toe as if he wanted to carefully examine him several times. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. He knew that after the last incident, his name had become very popular in High Heaven Pavilion, so he didn't try to hide it. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that when Nyeyong heard his name, a trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. On the other hand, Lan Chudi's eyes were full of interest as if she had discovered something new. Yang Kai had already expected that Nyeyong would be hostile to him. Since he was a disciple of the Great Elder, he should be in the same group as Wei Zhuan and Xia Hongqian. Previously, he had offended Wei Zhuan and had to face Xia Hongqian. It would be strange if he did not bear a grudge. However, in Heaven's Cave inheritance, Yang Kai estimated that he would not dare to act rashly, so he did not need to care about him. Retracting her gaze, Lan Chudai clapped her hands and said, "Well, since everyone is familiar with each other, let's go. We don't know where the treasures are hidden here. Let's make things clear first. If we find something good, we will divide it according to how much effort we put in. If we can't divide it, we will exchange it with silver or other items. How about it?" Nyeyong quickly nodded. "Senior sister Lan, you can make the decision." Yang Kai and Zuan did not object. As for Du Yishuang, she did not refute. Lan Chudai was a woman of her own mind. In just a few words, she had established her position as the leader of this small group of 5. When Yang Kai made the deal with her, he only knew that she was a person who did not want to make a loss. But now, it seems that this woman was also an ambitious person. She would not be willing to submit to others. Then let's go. I will lead the way. Every 2 hours, we will change to another person to lead the way. Lan Chudai took the lead and led the way. The others hurriedly followed. Nyeyong stood side by side with Lan Chudai. While walking, he did his best to curry favor with her. All kinds of praises came out of his mouth and were thrown at Lan Chudai as if they were free. Lan Chudai always had a smile on her face. Occasionally, she would reply with a few words. She appeared to be very gentle, which made Nyeyong even more excited. Zuan followed behind them. Listening to the corny words, he could not help but roll his eyes. Yang Kai was in the last position. After a few steps, Du Yishuang slowed down and pulled him to her side. She whispered to Yang Kai, "Don't mind it. If you practice well, you will definitely reach the Qi transforming stage." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her. "I don't mind." "Oh." Du Yishuang's face turned red. She thought that Yang Kai was silent because of Zuan's disdain. She wanted to comfort him, but she thought that it was unrequited love. "Haha, you look younger than me. How did you become so strong?" Yang Kai had a good impression of Du Yishuang. Although she was a disciple of Stormhouse, she was gentle and kind. He did not know her, but she actually came to comfort him. "I am 19 years old. How can I be younger than you?" Du Yishuang softly explained. Yang Kai really hadn't noticed, causing him to feel quite embarrassed. In this small group of 5, 2 were in front and 2 were laughing softly while the other 2 were at the back. Zuan was sandwiched in the middle. As they walked, Yang Kai suddenly felt a reaction from the origin of Yang on his chest. He could not help but look in front of him. He could feel that there were some Yang attribute things more than 100 feet away. The 5 of them were heading in that direction. There was no need for him to remind them. After a while, Lan Chudai, who was leading the way, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Nyeyong also quickly looked in front of them. Yang inflammation stone? In stone? There was a large pile of stones in front of them. These were not ordinary stones, but yang inflammation stone and in stone. These stones were similar to the stones sold by the blood group in the Black Wind trade. Even the size was similar. Each stone was worth 500 taels. There were more than 1,000 stones in this pile. In total, they were worth 500,000 taels. The 5 of them were not very rich in their respective sections. Who had seen 500,000 taels of wealth? Chapter 127. For a time, the 5 people's breathing became somewhat rapid. Lan Chudai said, "Let's check the surroundings to see if there is any danger." Lan Chudai was calm. She knew that this place was not an ordinary place. With such a large amount of wealth placed here, it might be a trap. The 5 people quickly dispersed and checked the surroundings. After a while, they gathered together again, but did not find anything. Lan Chudai was still not at ease. She vigilantly sent out a few palms to hit the pile of yang inflammation stones and yin primordial stones. She did not find anything unusual. She nodded and said, "There is no danger." The 5 people looked at each other and quickly stepped forward to pick up the pile of yang inflammation stones and yin primordial stones. The others picked up both types of stones. However, Yang Kai was different. He only picked up the yang inflammation stones. Picking up the stones, Lan Chudai suddenly laughed at herself. She straightened her back and looked at the stone in her hand with some reluctance. She sighed and threw it away. "Senior sister Lan, what's wrong?" Nieyong asked with some doubts. "Don't pick them up," Lan Chudai faintly said. "If we carry a large bag of stones, not only will it consume our strength, but it will also become a burden if we encounter danger." Hearing this, the others finally came to their senses. They had been too excited to see so much wealth just now and had forgotten about this. Lan Chudai looked at everyone and continued. "Moreover, we found a pile of stones just as we arrived here. If my guess is correct, these stones are the lowest value in this place. In other words, these are just small profits. The real treasure is still waiting for us." Senior sister Lan is right. Nieyong agreed. Zuan also nodded slightly. Du Yishuang looked at the stones in her hands and reluctantly threw them away. Only Yang Kai was still picking up the stones as if he did not hear Lan Chudai's words. Lan Chudai could not help but frown. "Oh, it is not too late to throw them away when we encounter danger," Yang Kai explained while picking up the stones. "Up to you." Lan Chudai did not stop him and said lightly, "But we will not delay because of you. Once you have picked up enough, catch up. Don't be too greedy." "All right, you guys go first." Yang Kai nodded. Lan Chudai no longer hesitated. She stepped over the pile of stones and walked forward. Zuan looked at Yang Kai with contempt. Nieyong was even more direct. He spat. "You're just a pauper who has never seen the world. Sooner or later, you'll still get lost. It's a waste of time and effort." "I'll wait for you," Du Yishuang said. "No need, you go first," Yang Kai said as he took off his shirt. It seemed that he was going to pick up everything. Seeing his insistence, Du Yishuang didn't insist. She nodded and caught up with the others. After confirming that there was no one around, Yang Kai was no longer so reserved, and the true Yang secret art began to circulate wildly. While rapidly absorbing the energy from the Yang inflammation stone, he stuffed it into a bag made of clothes. Not long after, there were 20 more drops of Yang liquid in the dantian, and his bag was also full. This should be enough. Although there were still a lot of bright Yang stones here, Yang Kai didn't want to collect all of them. After all, he couldn't be too greedy. Lan Chudai's words weren't wrong. This pile of bright Yang stones was probably the least valuable thing here. Naturally, he couldn't waste too much time on them. After an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai finally caught up with the 4 people. During this time, Yang Kai had absorbed the energy from several Yang inflammation stones. After meeting up with them, except for Du Yishuang, the other 3 looked at Yang Kai with a somewhat unpleasant expression. In terms of strength, Yang Kai was the weakest in the group. He was not even at the Qi transforming stage. It was no wonder that others looked down on him. If it weren't for the fact that he was from the same sect, Lan Chudai and Nieyong would not have brought Yang Kai along. "This pile of stones seems to be very big. We still haven't walked out of it," Lan Chudai frowned. Let's check it out again. If we still can't get out, then we will find a place to rest. Okay. Everyone had listened to Lan Chudai's instructions. Naturally, at this moment, they would not refute. 2 hours have passed. Who will lead the way now? Lan Chudai's pair of beautiful eyes swept over the 4 people. In the end, they didn't know what dangers there were, but no matter what, the person in the front was undoubtedly in the worst situation. That was why she had suggested a different person to lead the way every 2 hours. Nyeyong said, "There are disciples from all 3 sects here. High Heaven Pavilion has already sent a person. Next, Blood Group or Storm House will lead the way." Saying this, he glanced at Zuan and Du Yishuang. Zuan frowned, but before he could speak, Du Yishuang jumped out and whispered, "Let me do it." Yang Kai sighed slightly. Although the 5 of them had temporarily formed a small team, Du Yishuang was the only one who didn't scheme. The other 4, including Yang Kai, had their own plans. This team was not united at all. If they encountered too much danger, they would immediately fall apart. After walking for about an hour, a large open space suddenly appeared in front of them. From the moment they entered until now, they had been surrounded by many stone pillars. Now that they finally saw a place that was a little different, they were naturally very excited. Under the leadership of Du Yishuang, the 5 people quickly approached the stone pillars. Not long after, they arrived at the location of the open space. This place was still a stone pillar, but for some reason, it was different from the other places. In this open space, there were many lifelike stone sculptures. All of them were stone sculptures of human shapes. These stone sculptures were about the height of a real person. Some of them were bare-handed, while others were holding weapons. The weapons were also various and strange. After a rough count, there were no less than 100 of these stone sculptures, all of them of different shapes. The 5 of them didn't dare to rush in. Lan Chudai and Nyeyong probed the area and found that there was no danger. Then Du Yishuang led them into the group of stone sculptures. For no reason, Yang Kai felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. This feeling was very sudden, but it was so real. Yang Kai's heart could not help but beat faster. He turned his head to look at the other people. Their expressions were normal. Everyone was amazed by the lifelike stone sculptures. Looking around, Yang Kai suddenly saw a dark red color behind a stone sculpture. A faint smell of blood floated in the air. Next to the dark red color, there was a piece of cloth. It should be a person's clothes. Danger! It was too late to explain. Kai Yang hurriedly roared. At the same time, the hundreds of stone sculptures in the surrounding area began to move. The other 4 people were scared out of their wits. Lan Chudai, Nyeyong, and Zuan reacted quickly and turned back without looking back. On the contrary, Du Yishuang, who was leading the way, was stunned. This stunned her and made her miss a good opportunity to retreat. The 2 stone sculptures beside her raised their fists and fiercely smashed towards her. The attack power of these stone sculptures was very strong. Their fists were as big as a clay pot. If she was hit by one of them, it would be very uncomfortable. Du Yishuang sensed that something was wrong. Her yuanqi suddenly became violent. The originally quiet and kind girl gave birth to a kind of crazy aura. This was the sign of the qi transformation stage. At this stage, the yuan qi in the body was very unstable. Normally, it would not be seen. However, once a fight broke out, the yuan qi would become violent. Especially when angry, the violent yuan qi could easily affect a person's temperament. If it was not controlled well, one would lose oneself in this crazy power. However, although Du Yishuang's yuan qi was violent, her eyes were calm. It was obvious that she was very good at controlling her strength. She turned around and slammed her small palm towards the stone sculpture on the left. At the same time, she quickly retreated to avoid the attack of the other stone sculpture. However, she lost the best opportunity. The second stone sculpture's attack was very fast and was about to fall on her slender shoulder. While she was panicking, a few pieces of fiery red yang inflammation stones flew towards her like meteors. With a huge force, they hit the second stone sculpture's fist. Even though they were unable to stop the second stone statue's attack, they were able to deflect its fist slightly. The fist brushed past Du Yishuang's clothes and hit the air, saving her from serious injury. Go. Yang Kai's voice came from behind. Immediately, Du Yishuang felt her body become light. It was as if someone had grabbed her collar and pulled her back. At the same time, a hand stretched out from behind her and blocked the first stone sculpture's attack. With a muffled sound, Yang Kai and Du Yishuang were both sent flying. They fell to the ground and quickly ran away without looking back. Behind them, a rumbling sound could be heard. It was as if thousands of horses were galloping. The 5 people quickly turned their heads and looked back. They could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. More than 100 stone sculptures were chasing after them. Each of them was as fast as the wind. The heavy stone sculptures stepped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. "Don't look back. Quickly run around the stone pillars," Lan Chudai shouted. The few of them understood tacitly and hurriedly shuttled back and forth between the stone pillars like butterflies. After a while, they got rid of most of the stone sculptures. After a while, many more were left behind. Only the 2 stone sculptures that had attacked Du Yishuang were still chasing after Yang Kai and Du Yishuang like locusts. They did not seem to have any intention of stopping. "Yang Kai, you bastard. Don't lead them to me," Nieyong shouted as he rushed forward. Yang Kai's face sank. He ignored Nieyong. Lan Chudai lightly jumped on top of a stone pillar. She turned her head and saw that there were no stone sculptures chasing after them. She stared at the 2 stone sculptures behind Yang Kai and Du Yishuang. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Her expression was somewhat hesitant. However, after a moment, she made up her mind and shouted to the people below, "Don't run. There are only 2 of them. We will break them." The group was circling around a place. When they heard Lan Chudi's words, they were shocked. Just now, Yang Kai and Du Yishuang were able to resist their attacks. It shows that their strength is not very high. Lan Chudi's tone was filled with confidence. She commanded proudly, "Zuan, you hold one of them. The other 4 of us will attack the other one." Zuan frowned but did not say anything. He quickly turned around. Accompanied by a roar, his huge fist surged with yuan qi. He smashed it towards one of the stone sculptures. This stone sculpture was chasing after Yang Kai and Du Yishuang. It was caught off guard by Zuan's punch. Stone fragments flew everywhere, and the sculpture staggered. Chapter 128. His strength was really not high. Zuan's expression suddenly calmed down as he single-handedly blocked one of the stone sculptures in its place. Yang Kai and Du Yishuang led the other stone sculpture and ran 100 feet away. They looked at each other and hurriedly stopped to face the stone sculpture. Du Yishuang did not know what kind of martial art she used, but her palms were shining with golden light. She hit the stone sculpture, causing it to stagger. Apparently, the stone sculpture did not feel pain. Even though it was in a difficult situation, it still fiercely fought back. Du Yishuang quickly jumped away, and Yang Kai took the opportunity to attack. His palms whistled as he once again gave the stone sculpture some minor injuries. At this time, Lan Chudai and Nieyong also arrived. The former did not say a word and joined the battle. Nieyong glared at Yang Kai as if blaming him for leading the stone sculpture to chase after him. One had to admit that Lan Chudai had some observation skills. She was able to judge the strength of the stone sculpture just by looking at Yang Kai and Du Yishuang's attacks. The stone sculpture's attack was very powerful. After all, its body was made of stone. Its punch had the strength of a few thousand kilograms. However, it could not withstand a beating. Moreover, its reaction was very slow. Although it had some speed, it could not pose a threat to anyone present. Under the siege, the stone sculpture's body cracked and became tattered. Seeing that victory was in sight, the 4 people's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Not long after, this stone sculpture was actually beaten into pieces of rubble. None of the 4 people were injured. However, the consumption of yuan qi was quite large. Lan Chudai quickly stepped forward and looked for the stone sculpture. However, she could not find anything. She could not help but frown and murmured, "Strange." In her opinion, there must be a mystery behind why these lifeless stone sculptures could move. However, she could not find anything, which made her somewhat disappointed. "Let's go to Zuan's place." Lan Chudai did not delay. She led the others back to the original path. On the other side, Zuan was circling around the stone sculpture. At the beginning, Zuan fought with it a few times. He found that he was not its opponent in terms of strength. His fists were broken, and he learned to be obedient. Lan Chudai only asked him to restrain the enemy, not kill them. Just as Xuan was feeling restless, Lan Chudai and the others appeared. Without making a sound, they all charged towards the stone statue. With his previous experience, it was much easier for him to deal with the stone sculptures. Not to mention, he had Xuan as his combat strength. In less than 10 minutes, the stone sculpture was once again smashed into pieces. The 5 of them were gasping for breath. Although this battle wasn't life-threatening, it had consumed a lot of their energy. Yang Kai, what do you mean? Nieyong glared at Yang Kai. Don't think that I won't dare to make a move on you just because we are from the same sect. What? Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Why did you lead those 2 stone sculptures to chase after me? Is that so? Kai Yang's eyes flashed, a trace of impatience appearing on his calm face. Just now he only cared about running away. Why would he care about others? Don't be noisy. Lan Chudai put on the airs of a senior sister and glared at the 2 of them. She then walked towards the rubble to investigate. Remember this. If you use such underhanded means again, don't blame me for being impolite. Nieyong's expression was cold. Hey! Lan Chudai suddenly cried out in surprise. She then reached out and fiddled with the rubble. She picked up a small stone man the size of a baby's fist. Her surprised voice attracted everyone's attention, and they quickly turned their heads to look at her hand. The small stone man was not big, but they did not know what material it was carved from. It was crystal clear and looked as beautiful as a piece of jade. Inside the small stone man, there were red lines that intersected and shuttled back and forth. At a rough count, there were more than 30 red lines. This is... Xuan was amazed. He stared at the small stone man without blinking. Yang Kai and Du Yishuang also came over. The 5 of them formed a circle. Everyone's eyes were full of doubts. What kind of jade is this small stone man? Nieyong asked excitedly. It doesn't look like it. Lan Chudai shook her head. Although she did not know the material of the stone man, she did not feel any energy from the small stone man. However, there were some mysterious red lines that seemed to be circulating in a circular manner. What do you think? Lan Chudai looked at the others. Can we use this thing to control the stone sculptures? Xuan suddenly thought of a possibility. Everyone's eyes lit up, but Lan Chudai immediately denied it. It shouldn't be. Of the 2 stone sculptures just now, one of them did not have a small stone man. Even if it is as you said, the stone sculpture just now has already been destroyed. How can we control it? Yang Kai's expression changed. He suddenly said, Don't you think that the red lines inside are similar to something? Like what? Don't interrupt if you don't know anything. You are just an initial element realm cultivator. Yet you dare to criticize us? Nieyong retorted. He did not like Yang Kai. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer. Although his temperament wasn't bad, he couldn't remain indifferent after being repeatedly provoked. Lan Chudai noticed the subtle atmosphere between the 2 and quickly mediated. Don't make trouble. Yang Kai, what do you think it looks like? Yang Kai's eyes flickered. Don't you think that these red lines are similar to the meridians in our body? Do I need you to say that? I have already seen it. Nieyong sneered. Lan Chudai looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. You mean, the way these red lines operate should be a kind of martial arts practice method? Yang Kai said with certainty. What a joke. Nieyong was about to say something when Du Yishuang suddenly stepped forward. Her calm face became cold as she coldly rebuked him. Shut up. Nieyong was startled and looked at Du Yishuang with some fear. He did not put Yang Kai in his eyes, but Du Yishuang's strength was higher than his by 2 levels. If they really fought, he would not necessarily be her opponent. Xuan also looked at him with disdain. You are very annoying. This was the truth. He did not want to help Yang Kai vent his anger. Nieyong's face turned red in an instant. He did not expect that among these people, there would be 2 of them. 2 of them were willing to help Yang Kai, but they didn't have the guts to do so, so they could only coldly snort. He looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of hatred. Lan Chudai ignored this and took a deep breath. She held the small stone figure in her hand and said, If you do not have any objections, I want to investigate this matter. I want to investigate this thing. If what Yang Kai said is true, then we need to make other plans. Everyone naturally knew what she meant and nodded in agreement. Lan Chudai smiled and said, "Then I will have to trouble the protectors." She closed her eyes and poured the yuan qi into the small stone figure in her hand. After a while, Lan Chudai opened her eyes in surprise. She looked at Yang Kai and said, "You are right. There is a martial technique hidden in this small stone figure." The four people's expressions changed. I did not carefully investigate it. I don't know what martial technique it is, but it is definitely not a low-level martial technique. It is at least an earth-level martial technique. There were more than 30 red lines in the small stone figure. This meant that the martial technique required the support of more than 30 meridians. Lan Chudai said that it was an earth-level martial technique. This was a conservative estimate. It was very likely that it was an earth-level martial technique. This time, not only did the other three people's breathing become rapid, Yang Kai was also excited. Speaking of which, after that night's battle in the Ninein Mountain Valley, Kai Yang realized one of his shortcomings. He lacked martial techniques. He did not have a set of offensive martial techniques. All of his attacks relied on his own yang liquid. This was his biggest shortcoming. Unyielding Will was a very good martial technique. However, it was not an offensive martial technique. It was only an auxiliary martial technique. If he was in the Ninein Valley at that time, if he had an earth-level martial technique, the battle would not have been so difficult. However, Yang Kai did not have many contribution points. His status in the sect was also low. It was impossible for him to buy a decent martial technique. For example, a set of Earth-tier low-grade martial skills would require at least 400 to 500 contribution points to exchange for it. Moreover, there were not many types of martial skills available. But now there was a martial technique here. Since there was a small stone figure in the stone statue, there was naturally a possibility of 2, 3, or even more. There were hundreds of stone statues there. The temptation of an earth-level martial technique was too great for the people present. For a time, Lan Chudai was secretly glad that she made the right choice. If she did not make the determination to destroy the two stone statues, it would be impossible to obtain the small stone figure. Naturally, there was no way to know the wealth hidden in the stone statue. What do you all think? Lan Chudai looked at the excited crowd and a beautiful smile appeared on her face. Although she was asking, she already knew the answer. Let's do it. Zuan was more vulgar and only said one word. Since there is a martial technique hidden in the stone statue, we naturally cannot let it go. Nie Yang's eyes lit up. He felt as if he was dancing with joy. This place is worthy of being called the land of inheritance. We have only just entered and we have already found such a good thing. Yang Kai and Du Yishuang also nodded. Well, since everyone agrees, we will put in some effort here. Lan Chudai smiled sweetly. I will keep this small stone figure. When we have enough, we will distribute it. Rest assured, I will not privately investigate the hidden martial technique. Senior Sister Lan, I believe in you. Nie Yong quickly expressed his loyalty. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the others. Senior Sister Lan is a famous person in the High Heaven Pavilion. This Nie can guarantee that she will not lie to you. Zuan and Du Yishuang naturally did not have any objections. What's more, other than this method, there was no better way to deal with it. After all, there was only one small stone figure. After deciding to do a big job here, the next thing to do was to discuss how to proceed. Everyone had already experienced the strength of the stone statue. This kind of thing's combat strength was higher than anyone present. Its advantages were obvious. It was fast and strong. They must not be hit by it. Its disadvantages were even more obvious. It did not know how to think. If they ran around the stone pillar, they would shake it off. Chapter 129. Based on their previous experience, they quickly came up with a plan to counter this weakness. One person would lure out the stone sculptures while the rest would find an opportunity to leave behind one or two stone sculptures. Then, they would attack with all their might and destroy the stone sculptures as quickly as possible. A new problem arose. Who would be responsible for luring the snake out of its hole? This was a very realistic problem because the person responsible for luring out the stone sculptures would undoubtedly be taking a great risk. With hundreds of stone sculptures chasing after them, if they were not careful, they would lose their life here. Everyone knew that this task was difficult. They looked at each other without saying a word. After a moment, Nieyong looked at Yang Kai and said, "If you want to attack the stone sculptures, you must leave behind the stronger ones. So it doesn't matter if the person who lures out the stone sculptures is weak. As long as you choose a good route, even if your speed is slow, you can still avoid the stone sculptures. I saw that junior brother's speed is good. Why don't you be responsible for restraining them?" Yang Kai grinned at him and said, "Okay." Kai Yang. Dui Shuang gently tugged at Kai Yang's clothes. Just a moment ago, she had been chased by the two stone sculptures. That scene was still vivid in her mind. Now that she saw Kai Yang voluntarily taking on this task, she couldn't help but feel that it wasn't worth it for him. "It's okay." Yang Kai smiled faintly. Lan Chudai looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked seriously, "Are you sure you can be safe under the pursuit of those stone sculptures? If you are not sure, then don't take the risk. We can take turns to restrain them. Dangerous things can't be done alone." "I'm not 100% sure, but 80%. Yang Kai's answer was more reserved. Although the scene just now was dangerous, that was not Yang Kai's maximum speed. That night in the Nining Mountain Valley, Yang Kai found some ways to use the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body. Although it was not a true martial skill, it could greatly increase his speed. Compared to fighting the stone sculptures, he preferred to restrain them. After the battle just now, he realized that with his current strength, it would be very difficult for him to deal any effective damage to the stone statue. Using the unyielding will would naturally increase his strength greatly. However, this was a trump card that could not be revealed easily. "Since you insist, then let's try again. If it really doesn't work out, then we can change the person." Lan Chudai made the final decision. After the discussion, the five of them retraced their steps. Halfway through the journey, Lan Chudai found a good place to fight. He told everyone to pay attention to this place. "Yang Kai, thank you for just now." Dui Shuang suddenly thanked Yang Kai softly. She was referring to Yang Kai's help at the critical moment. "It's nothing, don't worry about it." Yang Kai chuckled. "But I still have to thank you." Walking to the place where the stone sculptures were gathered, everyone looked up and found that the stone sculptures had indeed returned to their original positions. Yang Kai quietly looked at the place where there were bloodstains and found two corpses lying there. He did not know which faction's disciples had mistakenly entered and did not come out. It was a pity. "Are you ready?" Lan Chudai asked nervously. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Lan Chudai said, "If you are chased by them, run here. Then Nye Yong and I will leave the last stone sculpture. Sister Du, you and Zuan will look for an opportunity to attack. If there is an opportunity, leave the second stone sculpture. If there is no opportunity, do not force it. Everything should be done to ensure our safety. After you leave the stone sculptures, immediately rush to the place where I just said and fight there. In addition, Yang Kai, you must not get close to the battlefield. Only after you have gotten rid of all of them can you return." Lan Chudai gave a few words to each of them. Their thoughts were clear and their tasks were simple. Everyone nodded. "Then let's move. Yang Kai, be careful." Lan Chudai looked at Yang Kai encouragingly. Yang Kai threw the bag containing the Yang inflammation stone on the ground and strode towards the group of stone sculptures. A group of people looked at him nervously. Under the temptation of martial arts, Nye Yong was now worried about Yang Kai. If Yang Kai failed and died, then according to what he said just now, the next person to be responsible for restraining the stone sculptures would be himself. This was because among the remaining four people, his strength was the lowest. "Don't be so useless," Nye Yong whispered softly. Just like before, Yang Kai came to the front of the group of stone sculptures. At this moment, the stone sculptures were still standing in the same place, but Yang Kai knew that he had not stepped into the range of their vigilance. He carefully took a few steps forward, almost reaching out his hand to touch the stone sculptures. Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt, as he found that this distance was enough. These stone sculptures slowly began to move, and with a series of cracking sounds, They began to move faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, they had become extremely fast. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai turned around and ran. When he passed by the position where the other people were lying in ambush, he gave them a hand signal and disappeared. Asterisk rumble rumble rumble. Asterisk inside the rocky mound. More than 100 stone statues chased after Yang Kai. Just as the group of stone sculptures was about to fly past them, the 4 people who were lying in ambush rushed out. Lan Chudai and Nieyong were in one group, while Zuan and Du Yishuang were in the other group. They joined forces to stop the last 2 stone sculptures and retreated, leading them to the predetermined battlefield. At this point, the plan could be considered to have succeeded. Any 2 of them would be able to eat a stone sculpture. The only thing that was uncertain was whether Yang Kai, who was responsible for restraining the stone sculptures, could escape unscathed. What they did not know was that Yang Kai was the most relaxed. He only needed to run around the stone pillars and easily get rid of the stone sculptures. Although he did not get rid of many stone sculptures at once, after a few times, the number of stone sculptures chasing after him decreased. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yang Kai was left with only 3 stone sculptures. Rolling his eyes, Yang Kai did not try to get rid of them. Instead, he slowed down his pace and led them to the predetermined battlefield. After such a long time, the battle over there should be over. Yang Kai's prediction was correct. Lan Chudai and the others' battle was indeed over. The 4 of them were meditating and resting. They were waiting for his return. While they were waiting, the ground suddenly trembled again, and the rumbling sound from not far away quickly approached them. The 4 of them quickly opened their eyes. Nieyong's expression changed greatly as he cursed. This useless trash actually led those stone sculptures here. Should we retreat first? In his opinion, Yang Kai should not be able to get rid of the stone sculptures. That was why they were lured here. Lan Chudai pondered for a moment and shook her head. Yang Kai should not be such a person. Listening to the sound, there are not many stone sculptures behind him. At most, there are 2 or 3 of them. 3. Zuan's eyes flashed with a burning light as he replied with certainty. My hearing is better than the average person. He did it on purpose. Lan Chudai smiled slightly. Get ready to take over. While speaking, Yang Kai's figure had already appeared. From a distance, he made a few hand signals to everyone, and then rushed past them like a gust of wind. After a moment, the 3 stone sculptures that were chasing after him appeared. Just like before, Lan Chudai and Nieyong were in a group, while Zuan and Du Yishuang were in a group. After they finished their battle, Yang Kai returned with the last stone sculpture. The 5 of them tore it into pieces in a few moments. Well done. Lan Chudai smiled at Yang Kai. In her original plan, at most they could only leave behind 2 stone sculptures. She did not expect Yang Kai to be so good at controlling and bringing back 3 more. This was completely within the scope of what they could solve. Let's see if there are any spoils. Yang Kai did not care. They quickly rummaged through the rubble. The first 2 stone sculptures that were broken were already searched by the 4 of them, but they did not find anything. It was inevitable that they were disappointed. This time their luck was good. Among the last 3 stone sculptures that Yang Kai brought back, Du Yishuang found a small stone man. This small stone man looked similar to the previous one. The number of red lines in the stone man was similar, but the distribution of the red lines was very different. It should be a different kind of martial skill. Du Yishuang handed it over to Lan Chudai. Not bad. Lan Chudai nodded slightly. It seems that this thing does not exist in every stone sculpture. The first time we broke 2 stone sculptures, we only got 1. This time there are 5 stone sculptures. There is no pattern, so we can only rely on luck. Nieyong said. There are nearly 100 stone sculptures. If we can break all of them, I think we can get at least 20 small stone men. 20 small stone men, that is 20 sets of martial skills. Everyone present can get 4 sets of martial skills. Everyone's eyes burned with passion. Let's recover first. When we recover, we will come again. Lan Chudi's face was full of excitement. Several people nodded. Then each of them found a stone pillar and jumped on it. They took out the medicinal pills that they carried with them and sat down to recover. These people were already in the chi transformation stage, so naturally, they would carry some medicinal pills. Compared to them, Yang Kai was much more shabby. However, Yang Kai did not need medicinal pills. The battle just now had consumed a lot of energy, but it was not a problem for him. Nie Yong had been trying to please Lan Chudai. Even when he was meditating, he wanted to sit with her. This time, Lan Chudai did not listen to him. She coldly reprimanded him and shook him off. Yang Kai secretly sneered. Lan Chudai was a woman with self-confidence, strength, and ambition. She was not someone who could be tamed by someone like Nie Yong. If he wanted to get Lan Chudai, he had to be more confident and powerful than her. Of course, he had to have strength and influence that surpassed her. Only then would she fall in love with him. To put it bluntly, this woman was more realistic. Although she had always been amiable, Yang Kai could see the hidden arrogance and self-admiration in her eyes. Her beauty would only be enjoyed by powerful men. Nie Yong was nothing in her eyes. The four people were recovering, and naturally, Yang Kai was not an exception. He went to the place where he had thrown his bag, which was full of yang inflammation stones, and then found a secluded place to concentrate on absorbing the energy of the yang inflammation stones. After half a day, the number of yang inflammation stones in his bag had decreased by half. Yang Kai estimated that the four people had almost recovered, so he went to the designated battlefield. Chapter 130. The four of them had already recovered, and were waiting for Yang Kai. Nie Yong was impatient as he kept muttering under his breath. When Yang Kai arrived, Lan Chudai took a deep breath. Her plump breasts swelled exaggeratedly, and the clothes that were tightly wrapped around her body seemed to be about to burst open. Her beautiful eyes looked around and asked, "Are you all ready?" "We have long been ready," Nie Yong said excitedly. "Then let's do it again." She turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, "Do you want someone else to restrain those stone statues? This is a dangerous task after all." "No, I have already tried it once. I have already experienced it." Yang Kai shook his head. He really did not want to fight with these stone statues. They had no flesh and blood, and his hands and feet hurt. "That's fine. This time it's up to you." Lan Chudai smiled slightly. Whenever she smiled at him, Yang Kai always felt a little strange. It was as if she was giving him a smile before carrying out a dangerous task. If it was Nie Yong, he would have been greatly encouraged. However, when it was Yang Kai, he always felt that it was not interesting. Without saying a word, Yang Kai quickly rushed to the place where the stone statues were gathered. This time, the stone statues chased after him. However, Lan Chudai's luck was not so good. When they were intercepting the stone statues, they accidentally blocked one of them. This caused them to be flustered and almost caused casualties. Yang Kai finally managed to lure back two stone statues. After ravaging them, they both turned into rubble. This time his luck was off the charts. He was able to obtain two small stone statues at once. As a result, the number of small stone statues had increased to 4. This small team only had 5 people. As long as there was one more stone statue, each person would be able to obtain one. Yang Kai was full of expectations. What he lacked the most was martial skills. Of course, he wanted to obtain a small stone statue first. Then he could increase his combat strength. For the next few days, the 5 of them stayed at the rocky mound, constantly luring out the stone statues to kill. After every battle, they would rest for half a day, then repeat the cycle. He didn't know if it was luck or something else, but ever since they obtained the 4 small stone men that day, the small team had already broken 30 stone sculptures. Unexpectedly, they didn't obtain anything else. This was very different from the expected result, which made everyone a little disappointed. Furthermore, as he lured them out again and again, Yang Kai discovered that these stone sculptures were becoming more and more difficult to deal with. It was not that they had become stronger, but it was very difficult to separate them. Once, when Lan Chudai and the others were intercepting them from behind, they attracted the pursuit of more than a dozen stone statues, causing them to have no choice but to flee. That time, they had to run for more than 2 hours before they finally got rid of all the stone sculptures. The operation became more and more dangerous, but the 5th little stone man did not appear. After another arduous battle, there was still no harvest. After resting for half a day, The 5 of them gathered together to discuss. Why don't we just leave it at that? I feel that something bad will happen if we continue, Nye said worriedly. Xuan said in a muffled voice. There are only 4 sets of martial skills, but there are 5 of us. How do we divide them? There was a moment of silence. No one would take the initiative to give up their share of the benefits. In the past few days, everyone had put in a lot of effort, hoping to get an earth-level martial skill. Nye thought of Yang Kai again. He chuckled and said, Senior Sister Lan said before that we should divide the rewards according to how much effort we put in. Junior brother Yang's strength is the lowest, so he put in the least effort. We don't need the martial skill, right? Yang Kai looked at him with a sneer. Nye continued, Of course, junior brother Yang put in a lot of effort, so it's not right for him to not get anything. How about we compensate him with some silver? Xuan frowned and showed a thoughtful expression. This proposal obviously tempted him. Dui Shuang firmly said, No, how can we compensate for an earth-level martial skill with some silver? Yang Kai still sneered. Although he was looking at Nye, he was looking at Lan Chudai from the corner of his eyes. He wanted to know what this woman would say in this situation. Her attitude would determine Yang Kai's next move. Lan Chudai remained silent all this time. Yang Kai's sneer deepened. The awkward silence lasted for a long time before Lan Chudai said, Let's do it this way. Let's see if we can get the last small stone man. If we can't, then one of us will not be able to get the earth-level martial skill. However, I, Lan Chudai, promise that the one who can't get the small stone man will not suffer a loss. When we return to the sect, I will find a way to compensate you. Her words seemed to be directed at the 4 of them, but in fact, Yang Kai knew that she was mainly talking to him. Among the people present, Yang Kai's strength was the lowest. He could provide the least amount of help to the team. If Lan Chudai wanted to offend someone, she would only choose to offend Yang Kai. I am afraid that this is our last chance. You must work hard. Lan Chudai stood up and turned to look at Yang Kai. She gently smiled. Junior brother Yang, I will have to trouble you again. Yang Kai looked at her deeply and nodded. He then stood up and walked towards the stone sculptures. Lan Chudai was aware of his cold attitude. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of apology, but it quickly disappeared. Yang Kai had done this many times in the past few days. Naturally, he was familiar with it. However, this time he had another plan. As usual, Yang Kai arrived in front of the stone sculptures and approached them step by step. After all of them had moved, Yang Kai began to run back in an orderly manner, while observing the movements of the last few stone sculptures. When the stone sculptures at the back were crowded together, Yang Kai was satisfied and ran away. As usual, he rushed past the ambush of the other 4. Dozens of stone sculptures rumbled after him. Lan Chudai and the others saw the opportunity to intercept him. However, this time, the stone sculptures at the back were blocked together. There were 4 of them. Lan Chudai's face changed. She quickly shouted, Nye, take 2 of them away. Why me? Nye panicked. Dui Shuang coldly laughed. Didn't you always say that controlling the stone sculptures is the easiest thing to do? Yang Kai can lead dozens of stone sculptures away. You can't even control 2 of them? Who said I can't? Nye was enraged. He immediately launched a series of attacks, trapping the 2 stone statues. Once they were completely distracted, he hurriedly fled into the distance. There were only 2 stone sculptures left. However, there were 3 people in the field. As long as they spent some time, they would be able to easily defeat them. While the 4 of them were fighting hard, Yang Kai was also leading the several dozen stone statues behind him as they dashed through the rubble. Unlike before, this time, Yang Kai deliberately controlled the distance and did not shake them off. After running for about 50 miles, Yang Kai jumped on top of a stone pillar and looked back at the stone sculptures behind him. Half of the plan was successful. Yang Kai's heart was relieved. However, he did not know if his guess was correct. The reason why Yang Kai wanted Lan Chudai to stop the 4 stone sculptures was not because he wanted to use someone else's knife to kill. He did not have such a vicious mind. With their ability, they could definitely deal with the 4 stone sculptures. It was just that it would take a lot of time. Yang Kai wanted them to waste more time, so that his next plan would not be discovered. Whether or not they could obtain the small stone man this time, young Kai would not place his hopes on others. Lan Chudai was too realistic. He could not expect her to be fair. If this time they still did not obtain anything, young Kai was sure that he would not be able to obtain the 4 small stone men. Therefore, if he wanted something good, he could only rely on himself. For the past few days, young Kai had been thinking about a problem. Why did these stone sculptures run back after being lured away? Finally, he came to an answer. They were probably guarding something. This thing should be more valuable than the small stone man's martial skill. This was only a guess, but it was worth the risk. Now that all the stone sculptures were lured here, he had a distance of 50 miles that he could use. Taking a deep breath, young Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi madly revolved. 2 flames appeared under his feet. His body was like an arrow, quickly returning to the original path. This time, his speed was twice as fast as before. This was also the method of using true Yang Yuan Qi that young Kai had discovered. It was not a martial skill, but a skill. The advantage was that it could increase one's speed to the limit. The disadvantage was that it consumed a lot of energy. The true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians continuously poured into the soles of his feet. It was like a flood that had broken through a dam. In just half a cup of tea's time, the Yuan Qi in his meridians dried up. A drop of Yang liquid exploded in the dantian, and the dried-up meridians were once again filled. After consuming 4 drops of Yang liquid, young Kai finally returned to the place where the stone sculptures were gathered. This was a flat area, but young Kai had not carefully investigated the specific terrain. Every time he lured the stone sculptures, he simply did not have the time to do so. Now that this area was empty, young Kai looked around and hurriedly searched the area. If his guess was correct, there must be something here. After searching for a moment, young Kai really found something. In the center of this flat area, there was a huge pit. In the pit stood a somewhat different stone sculpture. Whether it was in terms of size or shape, this stone sculpture was much more domineering than the other stone sculptures. That's it. Young Kai did not hesitate to jump down, and then quietly approached it. With his many experiences, young Kai knew that once he got within 1 foot of these stone sculptures, they would move. Young Kai had already prepared to run at any time. This was not a place to fight. If he stayed here for a while, the dozens of stone sculptures would return. If he was surrounded by them, he would definitely die. But what surprised young Kai was that when he got within 1 foot of the stone sculpture, it did not move at all. Instead, young Kai, who was about to run away, was rooted in place. What's going on? After testing it several times, the stone sculpture still did not move. Young Kai's courage grew. No matter why it did not move, this was a good opportunity to attack. His true Yang Yuan Qi crazily circulated. Young Kai did not hesitate, and fiercely punched the stone sculpture, wanting to use the fastest speed to break it. Chapter 131. It did not move at all, unlike the other stone sculptures that would attack. However, young Kai was keenly aware that every time he attacked this stone sculpture, it would absorb a portion of the true Yang Yuan Qi that he emitted. As time passed, the stone sculpture began to emit a faint layer of red light, and its body began to emit the same Yang Yuan Qi as young Kai. Kacha! The stone sculpture's large hand seemed to move slowly. Young Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly understood. It was indeed absorbing the Yuan Qi from his attacks, and using it as a source of energy to move its body. However, the amount of Yuan Qi it absorbed was too little, and was not enough to support its movements. After understanding this, young Kai did not stop, and instead attacked even more viciously. Let's see if you move first, or if I break you first. With stubbornness in his heart, young Kai continued to punch wildly. His fist was badly mangled. The hardness of this stone sculpture was much stronger than the others. Kacha. The stone sculpture absorbed more and more Yuan Qi, and its movements became more and more violent. A large palm was already raised high, and looking down at young Kai, it looked like it was about to hit him. However, the chest area of the stone sculpture that was attacked by young Kai was also badly damaged, and was full of cracks. With a swoosh, the stone sculpture's palm slapped down at an incredible speed. Fortunately, young Kai was prepared, and quickly dodged. The ground trembled, and there was a palm print on the ground. Dust flew everywhere. and Yang Kai's clothes and hair danced in the wind. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Yang Kai's fists burst into flames, as if he was holding two burning flames in his hands. Whether it was the speed or strength of his punches, they were all increased by a lot. Crash, along with the ferocious punch. A large hole was finally punched in the stone sculpture's chest, and rubble scattered all over the ground. At first glance, Yang Kai saw a small, glittering and translucent stone man inside. He hurriedly took it out and put it into his bosom. Then, he leaped out of the deep pit before the statue's second attack arrived. He turned his head and looked around. In the distance, the dozens of stone sculptures that had been lured away earlier were about to return. Yang Kai's face darkened. He didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly increased his speed to the limit and left in a hurry. After making a big circle outside, Yang Kai returned to where the four of them were. As soon as she appeared, Duishuang happily said to Yang Kai, "We finally got another small stone man. Now we have 5 people, 1 for each of us." "Hee, looks like my luck is pretty good." Yang Kai chuckled and faintly glanced at Lan Chudai. The latter was also looking at him with a smile. Seeing that his fists were full of blood, she couldn't help but quickly step forward and hold his hand. Frowning, she asked, "How did you get injured like this?" She appeared to be very concerned. There was even a trace of concern between her eyebrows. It was like a senior sister to a junior brother. Yang Kai pulled back his hand and lightly said, "There were a few stone sculptures that were too close. I had no choice but to move my hands and feet with them." Lan Chudi's beautiful face flashed a trace of astonishment. Immediately, she gently smiled and said, "It's good that you are safe. Let's divide the stone men first. Everyone can cultivate and increase their combat strength," Zuan suggested. "Okay." Lan Chudai nodded, and then took out the 5 small stone men that she had collected in the past few days. The number of red lines in the 5 small stone men was basically the same. Although the level of the martial skill that required the use of meridians was high, this was not absolute. There were also some special martial skills that were not low in grade, but only required the use of a few meridians. Therefore, the 5 of them didn't know which of the martial skills hidden in the small stone men was good or bad. At this time, they could only rely on luck and luck. After so many days of hard work, although the harvest was very different from what they had expected, their eyes were still burning with desire. This small stone man contained an earth-grade martial skill. Who will go first? Nie Yong was eager to try. He wanted to choose first, but he was afraid that he would choose a bad one. He was hesitant. "I suggest that junior brother go first. After all, he has been working hard these past few days to restrain the stone sculptures. Moreover, he was injured just now. He should be the first to choose." Lan Chudai smiled and looked at Yang Kai. She was generous to give everyone 1 small stone man. Moreover, even if they chose first, they would not necessarily get the best one. These words were cheap, but they could win people's hearts. Yang Kai didn't know what she was thinking. He nodded and said, "Senior sister, since you said so, it would be impolite for me to refuse." After that, he casually grabbed a small stone man Lan Chudai, and the others also chose 1 small stone man. "Now that the items have been distributed, let's find a place to familiarize ourselves with our martial skill. After 1 day, we will gather here again." Lan Chudai instructed. In this strange place, 1 more martial skill meant 1 more battle power. Although it took a lot of time to cultivate a martial skill, it was still acceptable to everyone compared to the 1 day's worth of time they had to put in. Everyone nodded and turned to leave. "Yang Kai, let me help you bandage your wounds." Dui Shuang saw that Yang Kai's hands were covered in blood and couldn't bear it. "Then I will trouble you." Yang Kai did not refuse. Lan Chudai, who was about to leave, heard this sentence and couldn't help but stop. Her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled, but she didn't stop. Her figure flashed and disappeared. When only Yang Kai and Dui Shuang were left, Dui Shuang bandaged Yang Kai's wounds and said, "Wait a moment and see what martial skill you have. If it is not good, I will exchange it with you. I have already practiced an earth-level martial skill, so I don't really need it." "No need." Yang Kai smiled. "Since it is an earth-level martial skill, there is nothing bad about it. Do as you wish." Dui Shuang didn't force him. She stood up and said, I will go and familiarize myself with my martial skill. See you tomorrow. Staring at her back, Yang Kai slowly said, if there is a chance, leave by yourself. Dui Shuang didn't turn her head and replied, I know. This small team was not reliable. Although they could temporarily unite together, it was also because they were not familiar with this place. Lan Chudai didn't have the qualifications to be a leader. She couldn't balance a bowl of water. She only cared about her own gains and losses. Such a person only cared about herself. In times of danger, she would not consider the safety of others. If they followed her, sooner or later, they would be in trouble. After confirming that no one was around, Yang Kai also left. He found a secluded place and took out the two small stone men. Looking at them, Yang Kai's heart couldn't help but tremble. One of the small stone men was from Lan Chudai. There was nothing special about it. It was similar to the small stone men. However, the small stone men that he obtained from the stone sculptures were very different. The small stone men's meridians were not red. Instead, they were golden. Not only that, but the number of golden lines were much more. What level of martial skill is this? According to Lan Chudai's analysis, the small stone men's martial skill was at least earth-level middle-level martial skill. It was very likely that it was earth-level high-level martial skill. But the small stone men's martial skill was obviously much higher. Could it be a heaven-level martial skill? Thinking of this, Kai Yang's breathing became a lot faster. This risky decision was indeed worth it. Just by obtaining these two martial skills, it was already worth it. And this was only the beginning. Which one should he learn first? Looking at the two small stone men in his hand, Yang Kai was somewhat hesitant. The small stone men's martial skill was undoubtedly higher. After learning it, it would be more helpful to him. However, he didn't have much time. He was afraid that a day's worth of effort would not be enough to learn it. After carefully considering it for a moment, Yang Kai put the small stone men back into his arms, and held the small stone men that he obtained from Lan Chudai in the palm of his hand. In this situation, the right choice was to learn a martial skill that could increase his combat power as soon as possible. The small stone men's martial skill was certainly inferior. However, the time required to practice it was undoubtedly not too long. The difficulty was also lower. Circulating the yuan qi, he poured it into the small stone men in the palm of his hand. He felt the distribution and circulation of the red lines in the small stone men. At the same time, he compared it to the meridians in his body. In less than an hour, Yang Kai had already memorized the circulation method of the yuan qi. Slowly opening his eyes, he looked down. The red lines in the small stone men in his hand had disappeared. Even the small stone men itself had become fragmented. It had completed its mission. Yang Kai gently squeezed, and the small stone men turned into fine powder. This thing could only be used by one person to comprehend the mystery of the martial skill. After it was used up, it would be damaged. This should be related to the yuan qi that was poured into it. There was nothing to feel pity about. Yang Kai stood up, and recalled what he had comprehended from the small stone men. The yuan qi in his body began to circulate through his meridians. It was his first time using this martial skill, so it was inevitable that Yang Kai was not successful. However, he was not discouraged. He once again activated the yuan qi and circulated it according to the circulation method of the red lines in the small stone men. At the same time, he used his heart to feel the changes in his body. As the yuan qi in his body circulated and flowed through those specific meridians, Yang Kai could feel a force gradually condensing on the tip of his fist. This force was very weak at first. However, with the circulation of the yuan qi and the support of the meridians, this force rapidly grew. It made people feel an urge to attack. Yang Kai resisted the urge to attack, because the yuan qi in his body had not circulated through all the meridians required. After waiting for a while, the 36 meridians in his body were linked together by the yuan qi. Along with a resonance, the yuan qi in the 36 meridians surged and gathered at the tip of his fist, causing the strength that was not weak to become even more powerful. It was as if it wanted to break free from Yang Kai's restraints and rush out by itself. Yang Kai clenched his fist so tightly that it began to tremble slightly. He no longer suppressed it and ferociously punched out. Along with this punch, All the force and yuan qi that had converged on his fist were released at the same time. In the space where the tip of his fist pointed, the heaven and earth energy instantly became chaotic. Soon after, with a rumbling sound, the space seemed to explode. Layers and layers of visible fire rings swayed. Young Kai's eyes flashed. His eyes were shining brightly. Was this the lethality of the martial skill? It was indeed powerful. Chapter 132. Strictly speaking, this was the first offensive martial skill that Yang Kai had learned. Before this, all his attacks relied on the Dantian's yang liquid and his body's reflexes. However, that was not enough to bring out his full potential. With martial skills, however, things were different. Martial skills were the foundation of a cultivator's battle. Only martial skills could bring out the full potential of yuan qi. Just now, it was only an experiment. Although it was successful, it was not the full potential of this martial skill. In battle, martial skills were released in an instant. How could they be like Yang Kai, who slowly condensed them and felt them? However, after all, he had just learned it. He could not practice it to perfection. This required time and experience. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai clenched his fist. Thinking about the scene of the punch, his heart surged. The small stone man only contained the cultivation method of this martial skill. It did not tell Yang Kai the name of the martial skill, so he had to give it a name. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai decided to call it Burning Sunburst. The yuan qi in the 36 meridians suddenly exploded. This was a sudden killing move that could easily cause people to suffer a great loss. Yang Kai's yuan qi could only support this move 3 times. After 3 moves, his primordial qi would be completely depleted. If it was someone else, they would not dare to use this move casually. However, Yang Kai had a lot of yang liquid in his dantian. Naturally, he did not have to worry about this problem. This also meant that Yang Kai could quickly master the Burning Sunburst. His efficiency in cultivating martial skills was many times faster than others. The Burning Sunburst should be an earth-level upper-level martial skill. His luck was not bad. He had obtained a fist martial skill. If he had obtained a sword martial skill or even a staff martial skill, Yang Kai would have been very depressed. He did not have a weapon. So what if he obtained it? After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai prepared to use this day to learn the Burning Sunburst as soon as possible to increase his fighting strength. One day later, the 5 of them gathered together again after mastering the Burning Sunburst. Except for Nieyong, who was somewhat dejected, the other 4 were quite satisfied with their martial skills. Yang Kai himself did not need to say anything. Although he had worked hard for several days, he had finally obtained an earth-level upper-level martial skill, Burning Sunburst. In addition, he had also obtained a small stone man. The others did not say what martial skills they had obtained, but from their expressions, they seemed to have gained a lot. Nieyong was the only one who was cursing in dissatisfaction. According to him, the martial skill he had obtained was a whip martial skill, which was very depressing. Du Yishuang, who was standing beside Kai Yang, smiled and whispered, "Evil people have their retribution. Serves you right." Yang Kai nodded. Lan Chudai comforted Nieyong with a few words, making him feel less depressed. "See, Tiao. You won't cry until you see the coffin." Nieyong saw that Yang Kai had wasted a lot of effort. His heart felt much better. Yang Kai ignored him. He did not know that the yang inflammation stones had been turned into energy and stored in his dantian. There was no sun, moon, or stars. There was no way to calculate the passage of time. Yang Kai estimated that they had walked for more than 2 days before they finally walked out of the rocky mound. Along the way, they had also encountered several corpses of the disciples of the 3 sections. They did not know what kind of danger they had encountered in the rocky mound. Anyway, Yang Kai and the others were safe and sound. After walking out of the rocky mound, the 5 of them could not help but exhale. Since they had entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance, they had been in an environment where they could not see anything but rocks. It was inevitable that they would feel depressed. Outside the rocky mound, there was a dense forest. The dense forest connected into one, verdant and lush, full of greenery. Although there were many dangers in the forest, they could not return to the rocky mound since they had already come here. What's more, if there were dangers, there would be opportunities. Not to mention other things, in such a large forest, there would be a lot of spiritual herbs and miraculous herbs. They did not hesitate. They were secretly vigilant of their surroundings and plunged into the forest. After walking for a while, Xuan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He lowered his head and groped on the ground. The others stopped and looked at him. After a while, Xuan straightened up and said with certainty, "Someone passed by here 2 days ago, and there were many of them." Hearing this, Nieyong's face lit up. He said, "It should be the other disciples of the 3 sections." Xuan frowned slightly. "It's hard to say. No one knows if there are outsiders in the Heaven's Cave inheritance." Hearing his words, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The Heaven's Cave inheritance had been sealed for at least 1,000 years. If there were people in here, who would they be? Xuan also felt that this was unlikely. He quickly added, "I was just saying, but it should be the disciples of the 3 sections. Then let's chase after them." Nieyong suggested, "If the person in front is Brother Jia or Senior Sister Su, that would be great." Lan Chudai frowned slightly, but she nodded in agreement. Although she was the temporary leader of the 5 people, their strength was not high. If they encountered too much danger, she was afraid that they would all die. Instead of risking their lives to explore here, it was better to find the brother and senior sister of Sky Tower Pavilion. With their protection, the probability of safety would be increased. Then let's go find them. The group followed the traces left a few days ago. After half a day, they suddenly saw a small lake in front of them. There were many footprints left by the lake. It seemed that the disciples of the 3 sects had briefly rested here. Since the disciples of the 3 sects had rested here, it meant that there was no danger here. It just so happened that the group was tired from sleeping in the open. After a brief discussion, they decided to rest here for a while before setting off again. The 5 of them scattered around and meditated. Not long after, Lan Chudai suddenly came to Du Yishuang's side and whispered a few words. Du Yishuang slowly shook her head. Her expression was hesitant, but she immediately nodded. Her face was somewhat red. Then, Lan Chudai walked over to Yang Kai and gently patted him on the shoulder. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at her. Lan Chudai secretly glanced at Nieyong and Xuan not far away and waved to Yang Kai. "Come with me." She frowned. Yang Kai did not know what she wanted to do, but he still followed her. After walking a distance, Yang Kai saw Du Yishuang waiting for him. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai did not know why they were gathered together. These 2 women did not seem to be on good terms. Lan Chudai smiled shyly. "Sister Du and I want to take a bath here." Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became strange. He looked at the 2 women in front of him. Du Yishuang could not help but blush. Lan Chudai was also somewhat shy. She stamped her feet and said, "What are you thinking? I just want you to help me guard this place and not let others come close." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "Senior Sister Lan, you found the wrong person. You should look for Nieyong. Brother Nie will definitely agree." Lan Chudai knew that Yang Kai was somewhat dissatisfied with her actions these days. She was somewhat annoyed. "If I trust him, why would I look for you?" "Senior sister, you trust me?" Yang Kai smiled. "Maybe I will peek." Lan Chudai smiled. "If you dare, I won't mind." "I don't mind. Anyway, little sister Du will teach you a lesson." Yang Kai dryly coughed. Since she had said so, he could not refuse. What's more, Du Yishuang was also going to go down. It would be better for him to protect her. "Okay, you 2 make it quick." Yang Kai nodded. Seeing that he agreed, Lan Chudai smiled. "That's more like it. You stay here. Sister Du and I will go to the other side." Finished speaking, she took Du Yishuang's arm and walked towards the other side. After walking a few steps, she turned back and said, "You must not peek." "NNNN." Yang Kai replied as he glanced at the lake. The light here was not very good. About a dozen feet away from the lake, there was a huge rock standing in the water. It was a natural barrier. As long as the 2 women hid behind the rock, even if Yang Kai wanted to peek, he would not be able to do so. The reason why Lan Chudai called for him was just to be prepared for the worst. Since they had already found a place, Yang Kai did not care too much and sat down facing the lake. Not long after, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Yang Kai, who was meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes to take a look. Sure enough, there were many women's clothes placed on top of a large rock. Due to the distance, he couldn't see clearly. Lan Chudai and Du Yishuang had hidden their bodies behind the rock. Unless one's eyesight could see through the rock, it would be useless to see anything. Yang Kai did not like Lan Chudai very much, but he did not hate her. The two of them had no enmity. Moreover, they were from the same sect. Except for a few days ago when he was a little dissatisfied with her attitude, there was nothing else. I should find a chance to leave this team and act alone, so as not to be blamed. But I don't know where Su Mu is now. While he was contemplating, he suddenly heard light footsteps behind him. Yang Kai looked back and saw Nie Yong quietly walking towards him. Nie Yong's eyes were fixed on the stone on the other side of the lake. There was a fanatical look in his eyes, and his breathing was somewhat heavy. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, Nie Yong only responded with a contemptuous smile. He quickly came to his side and threatened. You did not see anything. Sit here obediently and do not move. If you dare to say anything, I will make you suffer. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Nie Yong thought that Yang Kai was afraid and could not help but snort. He walked past Yang Kai and quickly walked forward. The sound of two women laughing and splashing water could be heard from the lake. This sound was like the sound of magic entering his ears. It made Nie Yong's blood boil. When he thought of Lan Chudai's full and smooth body hiding behind the stone, he could not help himself. A few more steps, and the beauty behind the stone would be imprinted in his eyes. Yang Kai sneered. He calmly put his hand in a circle and put it in front of his mouth. Dantian shouted. Brother Nie, why are you running over there? Chapter 133. This was originally a quiet place. Apart from the sound of two women laughing and splashing water in the distance, there was no other sound. Yang Kai's shout, even though it was not loud, was quite sudden. As soon as his voice fell, there was a violent splash of water. It should be the sound of the two women suddenly plunging into the water. Nie Yong also seemed to be greatly frightened. He jumped back a few steps like a rabbit. He turned around and glared at Yang Kai. He immediately used his movement skill and quickly retreated. Before he left, his eyes were full of resentment. Obviously, he did not expect that Yang Kai would dare to offend him. Coward! Yang Kai laughed disdainfully. If he was Nie Yong, since his whereabouts were already exposed, he might as well take a few steps forward. Maybe he would really see something beautiful, and not have wasted his trip. Not long after, Lan Chudai's hair was dripping wet as she walked back. Du Yishuang puffed up her cheeks. Her eyes flashed with a cold light. On the contrary, Lan Chudai looked at Yang Kai indifferently and said softly, Thank you. You're welcome. Yang Kai responded indifferently. The three stood up, and were about to return when they suddenly felt a strong fluctuation of yuan qi from afar. They turned their heads and saw a dazzling light flashing in the distant sky. They could vaguely hear the sound of fighting and killing. Immediately, an angry roar of a beast drilled into their ears. The three's face suddenly changed. This roar was obviously made by the monster beast. How could there be a monster beast in this place? At this moment, there should be many people fighting with the monster beast. Swish, swish, swish. Nie Yong and Zwan, who had just escaped, also came back. Their faces were dignified as they looked in the direction of the sound. Du Yishuang looked at Nie Yong with hatred. There was undisguised disgust in her eyes. Lan Chudai did not mention a word about what had just happened. She only asked, Zwan, what did you hear? Zwan's hearing was better. Although the others could hear some of the sounds, it was certainly not as clear as him. Over 100. Zwan replied in a deep voice. There are hundreds of people gathered over there, and they are attacking a monster beast. Judging from the commotion caused by the monster beast, I'm afraid it's around level 6. Everyone's expression changed. 6th order. That was equivalent to the immortal ascension boundary. Those who entered the cave of inheritance were, at most, yuan qi experts. How could they fight against a Heaven's Gate expert? Could it be that these hundreds of people were idiots? Why would they actively seek death? This monster beast's roar is very weak. Zwan frowned slightly. It sounds like he just woke up not long ago. It should be related to the seal here. The few of them suddenly understood. The seal here had only been broken a few days ago, and the monster beast here must have been sealed for many years. Although he did not know why these monster beasts were still alive, he was certain that they could not perform at their original level. No wonder those hundreds of people dared to attack it. The monster beast is injured. Zuan raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, an angry and unwilling roar came from the other side. At the same time, the original noise suddenly quieted down, and the hundreds of people did not move. What's the situation? Lan Chudai asked anxiously. I don't know. Zuan slowly shook his head. Should we go and take a look? Lan Chudai's beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled as she carefully considered. After a long while, she turned to look at the other four. What do you think? I personally think that we should go and take a look. Since there are hundreds of people gathered there, not all of them are at Yuan-Chi or separation and reunion boundary. There should also be people at the Qi transformation boundary. If they can stay there, then we can too. However, there should be danger. It is up to you whether you want to go or not. Of course we want to go. Nieyong was the first to nod. After such an embarrassing incident, he was embarrassed to stay in this group of 5. Naturally, he wanted to find his other brothers. I'll go too, Zuan said in a muffled voice. Lan Chudai looked at Yang Kai and Du Yishuang, and the two nodded slightly. Then let's go. The few of them quickly used their movement skills and rushed towards the source of the movement. After more than an hour, the 5 of them finally saw the other disciples of the 3 sections. In the distance, there were 2 groups of people confronting each other. Each group had about 50 people, and there was not much difference between them. However, the light in the forest was too dim, so the 5 of them did not know which sect the 2 groups belonged to. After a while, a familiar voice sounded from afar. Feng Ziki, your storm house only has this much ability. You want to steal from me? You are too inexperienced. When he heard the voice, Nieyong's face was filled with joy. Brother Xia. Lan Chudai also showed a trace of a smile, but Yang Kai's face sank. One of the groups was from High Heaven Pavilion, but the one leading them was Xia Hongchen. This was not the kind of person he wanted to see. Du Yishuang had the same expression as Yang Kai. Du Yishuang was a disciple of Stormhouse, and Feng Ziki was the strongest disciple of Stormhouse's younger generation. The few of them looked at each other, and Du Yishuang quietly moved away from Lan Chudai and the others. Although the 5 of them had joined forces to explore the enemy, now that there was a large group of people from their respective sects, they had to draw closer to their respective sections. As a result, they had become enemies with each other. In the face of Xia Hongchen's ridicule, Feng Ziki said indifferently, Xia Hongchen, I just don't want to fight with you. You have just broken through to Yuan-Chi stage, so you are not my opponent. Don't humiliate yourself. What did you say? Xia Hongchen's voice was cold. On the other side, many of the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples were clamoring, each of them shouting for Xia Hongchen to teach Feng Ziki a lesson. Humph. Other than Su Yan, no one from High Heaven Pavilion can enter my eyes. Feng Ziki chuckled. His attitude was very arrogant. You want to fight with me? If you want, I will accompany you. But if you lose in front of so many people, I am afraid it will not look good on you. These words touched Xia Hongchen's heart. Although he and Feng Ziji were both true element boundary first stage cultivators, one had just broken through, while the other had broken through a long time ago. If they really fought, they might not necessarily win. Just as Xia Hongchen was stuck between a rock and a hard place, Nieyong came out of the jungle and shouted, Senior brother Xia. Hearing the shout, Xia Hongchen quickly turned his head and looked over. His expression relaxed as he smiled and said, Junior brother Nie. I finally found you. Nieyong was very excited. His speed suddenly increased as he left the group of 5 and rushed towards the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples. However, the other 4 people stopped in their tracks. Du Xiaomei and Zuan were not from High Heaven Pavilion, so naturally they would not go. Yang Kai and Xia Hongchen had a grudge, so of course they would not go. As for Lan Chudai, she knew that Yang Kai and Xia Hongchen had a grudge against each other. She could not help but look at Yang Kai with some hesitation. Yang Kai, I will go to Brother Feng's side. Thank you for these past few days. Du Yishuang said softly. And go. Young Kai nodded with a smile. Xuan, what are you going to do? Are you going with me or with Sister Lan? Du Yishuang did not forget to ask Xuan before she left. After all, there was no one from blood group here, making him feel homeless and alone. Xuan said in a muffled voice, I will go with you. Although Stormhouse's disciples were not necessarily good people, Xuan knew that Du Yishuang was a kind girl. Instead of following Lan Chudai, it would be better to follow Du Yishuang. At least she would not play any tricks. Du Yishuang nodded and walked with Xuan towards Stormhouse's group. Let's also go, Lan Chudai said. Yang Kai did not answer. His eyes swept over the group of people from High Heaven Pavilion. After a moment he said, You go, I will not go. He did not see Sassafras, Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang. This group of people was led by Xia Hongqin. If he went there, he would only be humiliated. Junior brother, bear with it for a while. There are many dangers here. You will not be able to cope with them alone. Lan Chudai knew his concerns and could not help but softly persuade him. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. His expression was firm. On the High Heaven Pavilion's side, Nie Yong's arrival made many of the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples laugh happily. Apparently, they were all familiar with each other. Then Nie Yong came in front of Xia Hongqin and whispered something to him. While speaking, he turned his head towards Yang Kai and Lan Chudai. His face was filled with cold hatred. Separated by about 20 meters, Xia Hongqin stared at Kai Yang with a look of disdain and pride. On the other side, Fang Ziki did not know the situation and urged, Xia Hongqin, since you don't want to fight with me, let us join forces to kill the monster beast first. As for the treasure guarded by the monster beast, it will not be too late to talk about it later. Xia Hongqin turned his head to look at him and smiled. Let's talk about this later. This Xia needs to deal with a family matter first. Then he gently looked at Lan Chudai and smiled. Junior sister Lan, you must have worked hard. Since you have found us, come here. Everyone is here. It is very safe. Lan Chudai gently nodded and then pulled Yang Kai's clothes. Yang Kai did not move. Xia Hongqin smiled and said in a clear voice, Junior brother Yang, if you want, you can come here. After all, we are all from the same sect. This place is very dangerous. Your strength is low. As a brother, I should protect you. Nie Yong angrily said, Brother Xia, this kind of person is not worthy of being your junior brother. Did you forget what he did in the sect last time? You have no respect for your brother. Why do you have to take care of him? Xia Hongqin's face was cold. How could he forget what happened last time? In front of so many law enforcement disciples, Su Yan's hand was held in the palm of his hand. Every time he thought about it, Xia Hongqin felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Xia Hongqin let out a long sigh, still wearing a smile on his face. But that smile was quite forced as he pretended to be indifferent. So what? Junior brother is still young and ignorant. As a senior brother, I should be tolerant. Don't tell me that you have not made mistakes? While speaking, Xia Hongqin's face was slightly twitching. He looked at Yang Kai coldly. However, his words touched the hearts of many High Heaven Pavilion disciples. They were immediately filled with righteous indignation. Compared to Yang Kai's despicable and shameless actions, Xia Hongqin's actions were much more righteous and noble. Chapter 134. Well, the protagonist of this book is a person who will not give up, so I will not give up either. Yang Kai, quickly come over and kowtow to Brother Xia and admit your mistake. A roar came from the other side. Yang Kai, Brother Xia is not willing to argue with you, but that does not mean that we will forgive you. If you do not apologize today, we will be your enemy from now on. We will not look at you as a junior brother anymore. That's right. This junior brother of yours is really shameless. His strength is inferior, but he actually wants to eat swan meat like a toad. He doesn't know his own strength. He doesn't even take a mirror to look at himself and see what kind of virtue he has. Not only did those senior brothers clamor, even one of the senior sisters joined in the crusade against Kai Yang, her voice sharp, like a shrew cursing on the streets. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he let these words blow past his ears. Lan Chudai pulled Yang Kai and whispered, Junior brother, don't be stubborn. A man should know when to yield and when not to. Isn't it just an apology? It's not a big deal. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Lan Chudai indifferently. This indifferent look made Lan Chudi's heart jump. She frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Don't tell me that you don't know the real intention of Xia Hongchen. Don't tell me that you don't know what kind of treatment I will receive when I go there." Yang Kai's voice was slightly cold. Lan Chudai was annoyed. "How would I know about your matters? Although you and I are senior sisters, we have been together for a long time. We have been through difficulties together for the past few days. But there is no friendship between us. You don't have to feel guilty about leaving me here. You go by yourself. I don't need you to care about my matters." Lan Chudi's face turned white as she said angrily, "How can you be so ungrateful?" Stomping her feet, Lan Chudai no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. Instead, she walked towards Xia Hongchen. After walking a few steps, she stopped and turned back. "I don't owe you anything. Don't be so aloof." After saying that, he didn't stay any longer. On High Heaven Pavilion's side, Yang Kai's words never stopped. A cold smile appeared on Xia Hongchen's face as he stared at Yang Kai with a complacent expression. It was as if he was standing on top of the clouds, overlooking all living beings. In this situation, no matter what choice Yang Kai made, he would be happy to see it. "You want to join this team to protect yourself? Sure. Come here obediently and apologize, kneel down and kowtow. Unwilling to do so? That works too. You should explore this dangerous Heaven's Cave inheritance by yourself. Let's see how long you can live." Xia Hongchen didn't know what to expect from Yang Kai. While they were waiting, Yang Kai's cold voice came from the other side. "A bunch of ignorant people who only know how to climb up the social ladder. This Yang won't keep you company." Lan Chudai, who was walking towards Xia Hongchen, heard this sentence and could not help but stop. She always felt that Yang Kai's words were directed at her, and she couldn't help but feel humiliated and uncomfortable. But immediately, Lan Chudai felt bitter. How did he manage to climb up the social ladder, and climb up the social ladder? This is a dangerous place. Naturally, it is safer to follow those with higher strength. Do you want to follow a junior brother who is only at the initial element boundary 7th stage? You don't know how to appreciate kindness, yet you blame others. If you have the ability, you should also increase your strength. Naturally, there will be people around you. At that time, even the senior sister will side with you. It's not like I didn't persuade you. I didn't really abandon you. This is the path you chose. How can you blame me?" Thinking so, Lan Chudi's heart became more and more aggrieved, but the guilt she felt towards Yang Kai also lessened a lot. In the jungle, Yang Kai's figure gradually infiltrated the darkness. But that sentence was like sprinkling a handful of salt in boiling water. Nie Yong was anxious to see the world in chaos. "Yang Kai, you are presumptuous. You dare to speak to the senior sister and brother like this, and you still want to leave? Stay here." As he spoke, he threw a punch in the direction of Yang Kai's departure. With a bang, there was a burst of fire in the darkness, and Yang Kai's cold face flashed. Yang Kai's cold voice rang out. "Xia Hongchen, you know very well what you've done. Junior brother will settle this debt with you sooner or later." Hearing this sentence, Xia Hongchen's face sank. He naturally knew what Yang Kai was talking about. It was nothing more than the last time he sent someone to inform Long Hui. At that time, Xia Hongchen thought that Long Hui would be able to kill Yang Kai, but he didn't expect that Long Hui would fail. A few days ago, when Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Pavilion, Xia Hongchen was on tenterhooks for several days. He wasn't afraid of Yang Kai, but he was afraid of Meng Wuya. After all, the three of them had returned to High Heaven Pavilion together. However, Meng Wuya didn't come to find trouble with him. Xia Hongchen thought that it was because he was careful and didn't give himself away. Today, when he heard Yang Kai's words, he knew that the matter had been exposed. Murderous intent surged. Xia Hongchen quickly gave Nie Yong a meaningful glance. Nie Yong was overjoyed. He had wanted to peek at Lan Chudai and Du Yishuang, but was exposed by Yang Kai. In his heart, he hated Yang Kai to the bone. Now that he got Xia Hongchen's acquiescence, he angrily shouted, "Rebel! Yang Kai, you dare to speak to brother Xia? Watch how I teach you a lesson." At the same time, he raised his arm and shouted, "Which brother? Come with me to help Xia brother vent his anger." Several figures followed Nie Yong and rushed out. Lan Chudai stretched out her hand, wanting to say something, but swallowed her words. She helplessly watched as those people chased Yang Kai into the forest. On the other hand, Du Yishuang from Storm House wanted to help Yang Kai, but was stopped by Fang Ziki. "Brother Fang, he saved me a few days ago," Du Yishuang anxiously said. "Don't meddle in other people's business." "But," Fang Ziki coldly looked at her and said to his 2 junior sisters, "Watch her. Don't let her go." "Yes." The 2 junior sisters quickly grabbed Du Yishuang's left and right arms. Fang Ziki looked at the direction where Yang Kai disappeared with great interest. Then he looked at Xia Hongqian. He whispered, "Internal strife in this place. Sky Tower Pavilion is nothing more than this." Du Yishuang struggled to get rid of her 2 senior sisters. Zuan couldn't bear it and whispered, "Don't worry. Although he is only at the 7th level of the initial element boundary, he has been giving me a very dangerous feeling these days. Maybe he won't be the one to suffer this time." "Are you sure?" Du Yishuang gave up struggling. Du Yishuang asked softly. "I don't know. It's just my intuition," Zuan faintly replied. That was why he didn't provoke Yang Kai in the past few days. In the forest, Yang Kai was running with many people behind him. Nie Yang's voice came from behind. "Yang Kai, since you are from the same sect, I will let you suffer less if you surrender. Otherwise, you will suffer less." "Friendship?" Yang Kai sneered. "I don't have any friendship with you." Fine, fine, fine. You said it yourself." Nie Yong was enraged as he shouted, "Senior brothers, this brat obtained a high-grade Earth-level martial skill a few days ago. Capture him, and force him to tell us the cultivation method of the skill. We will all benefit from it." "What? A high Earth-level martial skill?" someone exclaimed with a greedy look in his eyes. Although they had gained a lot in the past few days, there were too many people gathered in one place. So they didn't get much benefit from it. Now that they heard that Yang Kai got a high Earth-level martial skill, who wouldn't be envious? With benefits at the forefront of their minds, the speed of the several people chasing after him suddenly increased significantly, closing the distance between them and Yang Kai in an instant. "Yang Kai, do you still want to resist?" one of them shouted as he swung his sword. The sword moved like a cloud and lightning, heading straight for Yang Kai's back. Sensing danger, Yang Kai hurriedly dodged. Before he could steady himself, another attack came. He rolled on the ground and avoided the second attack. When he stood up again, Yang Kai's expression was cold. He was surrounded by the people chasing after him. Apart from Nie Yong, there were 4 people. Although they were all in the Qi transforming stage, they were all stronger than Nie Yong. The 5 of them formed a circle with Yang Kai in the middle. They all looked at him with cold smiles. Nie Yong was especially happy. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Junior brother Yang, you ruined my plans. Did you ever think that you would end up like this? Peeping on a woman bathing is considered a good thing?" Yang Kai snorted. Nie Yong's face reddened. This kind of thing was indeed shameful. Even the 4 people who chased after him looked at him with deep meaning, making him even more embarrassed. The person on the left withdrew his gaze and coughed lightly. "Yang Kai, you are our junior brother. We won't take your life. Obediently tell us the cultivation method of that martial skill. We will take you back to brother, and put in a few good words for you. Maybe brother Jia will forgive you for this offense. Junior brother appreciates your good intentions." Yang Kai felt the pressure from the 5 people. His unyielding willpower and arrogance boiled in his chest. His expression was calm. "But if you want to steal from me, then take it with your own abilities." The person on the right shouted angrily. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't think that we won't do anything to you just because you are from the same sect. If you offend brother Jia, only death awaits you. Even if we kill you here, no one will stand up for you." Among the 5 people, Nie Yong had a grudge against Yang Kai. After hearing these words, he couldn't help but feel a surge of murderous intent. He waved his hand and said, "Don't waste time talking nonsense with him. Even if we cripple him, we can still force the cultivation method of that martial skill out of him." Last time, when they divided the small stone men, Nie Yong only got one martial skill that was useless to him. Naturally, he was jealous of Yang Kai's gains. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai got, He was sure that it was more useful than his. As soon as he finished speaking, Nieyong was the first to rush forward. A cold wind blew from his palm, carrying with it a dangerous aura as he attacked Yang Kai. He had made up his mind to keep Kai Yang here, so he had used his strongest martial skill right from the start. When the other four saw Nieyong make his move, they were conceited and just watched. After all, Yang Kai's strength was too low. Nieyong alone was enough to deal with him. Not only that, but one of them even commented on Nieyong's moves. Junior brother Nie's cool wind palm can be considered to have reached perfection. It seems that he has put a lot of effort into it. The other three nodded slightly, obviously agreeing with his words. Cool wind palm was a low earth level martial skill of Sky Tower. It required 500 contribution points to exchange for. When the palm struck, a cool wind blew, killing the enemy invisibly. In order to obtain this martial skill, Nieyong had spent a lot of time and effort. Using this move to deal with an initial element cultivator was as easy as crushing a conch with 10 fingers. There was no suspense. Everyone could almost imagine the scene of Yang Kai being defeated and injured. Facing such a palm, Yang Kai only met it with a punch. Chapter 135. As the palms and fists collided, a gentle force rushed into Yang Kai's body and flowed along his meridians. Yang Kai's yuan qi circulation slowed down. It was as if the meridians in his arms had been weakened by the cool breeze palm. Nieyong sneered. Yang Kai, this brother will cripple one of your arms today as a small lesson for you. Yang Kai's face suddenly flashed with a trace of murderous intent. The yuan qi in his body surged fiercely, resisting the invasion of the cool breeze palm. Nieyong's plan was foiled in an instant. You still want to resist? Nieyong clenched his teeth. He felt ashamed that he couldn't defeat Yang Kai in one move. He sent another palm over and ridiculed. Although your yuan qi is strong, it's too weak. Let's see how you block it. Another cool breeze palm came, but this time, there was an undercurrent in the breeze. Obviously, there was a follow-up change. Yang Kai no longer hid his strength. The 36 meridians in his body surged. A day of hard work was finally showing its results. Scorching sun explosion. I told you your strength is too weak. Nieyong sneered. Before he could finish his words, the gentle palm suddenly turned into a gust of wind and swept toward Yang Kai. It seemed that he was determined to cripple Yang Kai's arm. Yang Kai's scorching sun explosion erupted at the same time. With a loud bang, a ball of fire suddenly appeared. The burst of light lit up the surrounding area, making it as bright as day. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. What? Nieyong was shocked. His cool breeze palm concealed a powerful change, but he didn't expect that Yang Kai's seemingly ordinary punch would do the same. The two's methods were shockingly similar. The wind from their palms and fists burst out. They were evenly matched. With two muffled groans, Nieyong staggered back until he was blocked by a large tree. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured. Yang Kai didn't have a good time either. His strength was 6 or 7 levels lower than Nieyong's. It was rare that he could rely on the power of his martial arts to exchange a blow. Nieyong was injured. How could he be safe? However, he didn't show any signs of weakness. After Nieyong was pushed back, the bones in his body made clanking sounds. A warm current flowed through his body. Yuan Qi became irritable. He threw out 4 punches at the speed of wind and thunder, hitting the 4 people around him. 4 balls of fire burst out at the same time, ferociously rolling up the air waves and killing power, which shocked everyone. The 4 of them were stronger than Nieyong, and Kai Yang was in a rush to attack, so he couldn't hurt them. But by the time they blocked his attacks, they had already lost Yang Kai's. Yang Kai's voice came from afar. Nieyong, see you next time. I'll take your life. His voice drifted, making it impossible to tell which direction Kai Yang had fled in. Junior brother Nie. One of them hurriedly looked in Nieyong's direction. He saw blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes flashed with unwillingness and fear. His expression was not good. Are you okay? I'm fine. Nieyong struggled to stand up. Yang Kai is injured. Quickly chase after him. We can't let him escape. Chase after him. Someone hesitated. They didn't have any grudges with Yang Kai. They were only here to cheer for Nieyong, and put on a show for Xie Hongqian. Now that he had escaped, what was the point of chasing after him? Who knew what dangers lurked within these towering mountains and precipitous ridges? What if they encountered one or two powerful monster beasts? Wouldn't they all be dead? Nie Yong sensed the change in attitude of the four people. He hurriedly said, "Brothers, did you see the power of his martial arts? That's what he obtained a few days ago. Relying on this martial arts, he injured me. Aren't you guys tempted?" Hearing him say this, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples' expressions brightened. After a moment of hesitation, one of them said, "Then we will chase after him. But let's make it clear first. We only want that martial arts. If you have any grievances with Yang Kai, settle it yourself. Don't involve us. If you want to kill him or cripple him, you have to bear the consequences." Of course. Nie Yong's expression was ferocious as he cursed. "You dare to threaten me? Who do you think you are? You even want to take my life. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, let's see who will take whose life." Finished speaking, he took the lead to chase. The other four people looked at each other. They all felt that Yang Kai would not be able to escape this calamity. This time, if Nie Yong really caught up to him, he would definitely lose his life. Nie Yong was ready to kill. Near the small lake where Lan Chudai and Du Yishuang were bathing, Yang Kai finally couldn't hold his breath and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had just escaped a moment ago, the danger he had experienced during that brief exchange was something no one but Yang Kai could understand. These people were all at the Qi transforming stage. The weakest among them, Nie Yong, was at the Qi transforming stage 4th level. The strongest one was at the Qi transforming stage 7th or 8th level. The enemies he encountered in the Nining Mountain Valley could not be compared to them. It could be said that any one of them was on par with Wen Feichen when his cultivation was sealed. If not for the Burning Sun's explosion, Yang Kai would not have been able to escape from their encirclement. 5 punches, 5 exchanges with 5 different people. 5 different kinds of hidden energies had rushed into his body. Not to mention the injuries he suffered. The 5 kinds of hidden energies were flowing through his meridians, causing his Yuan Qi to be unable to circulate smoothly. If he did not find a safe place to dissolve these hidden energies, he was afraid that it would leave behind hidden dangers. The pursuers behind him were getting closer and closer. Yang Kai bent down and covered the blood he spat out. Then he plunged into the lake. Yang Kai didn't know if he would encounter any danger in the jungle, but in his current state, if he were to encounter any kind of danger, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to fight back. Therefore, he could only return the way he came. Only the path he had taken was the safest. This lake was also the best place to hide. If Nie Yong and the others did not dare to come down to investigate, Yang Kai would be happy to see them. If they dared to come down to investigate, they would have to face Yang Kai's counterattack. Holding his breath, Yang Kai dove into the lake, hiding his body in the darkness. The lake was very large, but Yang Kai did not expect it to be so deep. After diving for more than 10 feet, he still did not reach the bottom. On the contrary, the lake water was getting colder and colder. Not daring to swim any further, Yang Kai floated in the water, listening to the movements above. Sure enough, after a while, Nie Yong and the others arrived. Although Yang Kai tried his best to hide his tracks, these people had their own intuition. Moreover, Nie Yong, who had been with Yang Kai for several days, was leading the team. A few people's voices came from the lakeside. Then someone jumped into the water. Yang Kai's face darkened. He did not expect these people to be so decisive. Perhaps he had underestimated Nie Yong's hatred for him. He had no choice. Yang Kai could only continue to dive. The surrounding lake water was cold. Fortunately, Yang Kai practiced the True Yang tactics. Warm True Yang Yuan Qi flowed through his body. The cold did not hinder him. The person who jumped into the lake swam around the lake. After searching for a long time, he found nothing. He did not dare to go too deep, so he climbed back up. After searching for a while, Nie Yong and the others finally left the area. Yang Kai was dizzy from holding his breath underwater. Although he had reached the 7th level of the initial element state, and could breathe much longer than ordinary people, there was still a limit. Now he was almost at his limit. If those people did not leave, things would become very troublesome. Just as Yang Kai was about to swim up, he suddenly heard a whistling sound. Hearing this movement, Kai Yang immediately became alert. He turned his head and looked around but found nothing. After a while, another whistling sound was heard. It sounded like the wind. Strange. Where did the wind come from? Suspicious. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the wind sound. His eyes swept over, and he could not help but be shocked. Immediately, he fiddled with the lake water and swam down. He found a dark hole at the bottom of the lake. He went to the hole and listened. Sure enough, there was the sound of wind whistling. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He was sure that there was a waterless space at the other end of the black hole. Moreover, it was also a way out. Otherwise, there would not be the sound of wind. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai swam into the black hole. Nie Yong and the others must still be searching outside. If Yang Kai went out now, even if he could be safe for a while, there was still the risk of being found. It was better to explore the black hole. If he guessed correctly, there would be a safe place for him to stay. The black hole was very long, about 1,000 feet long. It first extended downwards, then a straight tunnel, and finally all the way up. Just as Yang Kai was about to run out of breath, he finally surfaced. Wiping the water from his face, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. He found that things were as he had guessed. The black hole led to a spacious space. This should be a cave. Yang Kai had noticed before that there was a mountain beside the lake. The black hole at the bottom of the lake should be connected to a cave on this mountain. The wind was blowing into the cave, and the whistling sound was transmitted to the bottom of the lake through the black hole. That was why he noticed it. The interior of the cave was abnormally dry. There were stalactites of unknown age hanging upside down on the ceiling like long spears. Jumping out of the water, Yang Kai took a quick look around before finally feeling relieved. There were no traces of life here. It should be very safe. Relieved, Yang Kai was exhausted. He quickly sat down cross-legged and operated the true Yang secret art to dry his clothes. Then he began to expel the 5 people's hidden energy. Their strength was much higher than his, so Yang Kai couldn't expel the hidden energy. If it was an enemy of equal strength, he wouldn't have to worry about this problem. Fortunately, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi was vigorous and pure. Even if the hidden energy invaded his body, as long as he could expel it in time, there wouldn't be any hidden danger. If it was another initial element 7th stage cultivator, they could only sit and wait for the hidden energy to corrode their meridians. Therefore, between cultivators, the stronger one had the absolute power to control life and death. After more than 2 hours, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of black blood. Along with the black blood, the hidden danger in his body was completely removed. He looked a little weak, but there was no longer any obstruction in his meridians. Cool breeze palm. Kai Yang remembered that when Ye Yong used his martial skill, someone had commented on his martial skill. The power of this martial skill was not small, especially the changes after that. It was like a raging storm, exactly the same as his burning sun's explosion. However, the power of cool breeze palm was slightly inferior to scorching sun explosion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight with Nie Yong. Chapter 136. After meditating for half a day, Yang Kai got up to investigate the situation in the cave. He was pressed for time just now, so he only took a cursory look. Now he naturally had to search carefully. His current position should be in the middle of the cave, because both sides were accessible. Listening to the sound of the wind, Yang Kai judged that the left side should lead to the exit, because the wind was blowing in from that side, while the right side led to the inside of the cave. After thinking about it, Yang Kai walked to the right side. After all, he was in danger now, so he was not in a hurry to leave the cave. After walking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly smelled a medicinal fragrance. Under the dim light, he found that there were many strange flowers and herbs on both sides of the cave. At a glance, he knew that these things were of extraordinary quality, but he did not know if they were poisonous. Sure enough, it was the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Although Yang Kai did not know what these things were, and how much they were worth, Yang Kai believed that any one of them would be worth a lot. For the time being, he did not touch them. First, Yang Kai did not know how to take them, and second, even if he did, Yang Kai did not have a place to put them. Anyway, he was alone here, so there was no harm in leaving them here. As he walked and looked, Yang Kai found that there were many treasures here. They were all flowers and herbs that he had never seen before, and he did not know how many years they had been growing. After walking for a full hour, young Kai suddenly found a faint light shining in front of him, and a dreamy voice calling out to him. Secretly vigilant, young Kai walked towards the place where the light was coming from. Not long after, he arrived in front of the light. It was a fist-sized bead, emitting a soft light, illuminating an area of several feet. Looking around, young Kai's pupils could not help but shrink. He found that he was at the bottom of the cave, and not far from him, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged. This skeleton was wearing a luxurious purple robe. Its empty eyes were staring in the direction he came from, giving people an indescribable feeling of strangeness. This person had been dead for many years, but there was no reason for it. Young Kai always felt that he was not a good person when he was alive, because the bones were emitting an evil and murderous aura that made young Kai feel uneasy. Was he the one who condensed the Heaven's Cave inheritance? Young Kai couldn't help but recall the origin of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. If that was the case, then this place must have the inheritance of this person. Just as young Kai was frowning and thinking hard. However, a series of violent noises came from behind. Young Kai's expression changed. Turning his head, he found that his path had been cut off. He didn't know when, but a huge rock had fallen into the cave, blocking the space outside. When he turned his head back, the bead that was emitting light suddenly flickered. In this sealed space that was less than 100 feet in radius, there were bursts of ghostly wails and howls. A chilly wind blew, as if he had fallen into the Azura hell, chilling his entire body. The true young Yuan Qi in his body began to circulate crazily. Young Kai's expression was dignified, and he didn't speak. He just narrowed his eyes and looked around vigilantly. The ghostly wails and howls continued for an unknown period of time, constantly disturbing young Kai's mind. If it was someone else with a weak mind, they would definitely panic. However, perseverance and unyielding spirit were young Kai's greatest strengths. How could a mere sound shake him? As time passed, young Kai clearly felt that the ghostly wails and howls were faintly becoming impatient. Although it was very subtle, it was obviously different from before. Young Kai's calmness seemed to have made the voice very angry. But it couldn't do anything. Aware of this, young Kai became calmer. Although he didn't know what was going on here, he simply sat down cross-legged and entered a meditative posture. The voice indeed became impatient. Bursts of chilly wind whistled back and forth in this narrow space. The light in the bead flashed rapidly, making this place more and more gloomy. Young Kai remained unmoved. His breathing was even, and even his expression didn't change in the slightest. After a few hours, the voice suddenly disappeared, and the strange flashing bead finally stabilized. Except for the way behind, which was blocked by a stone door, this place was no different from when young Kai came. Not coming. A disdainful smile appeared on Kai Yang's face. Suddenly he shouted in a stern voice, "Who's playing tricks on me? Come out!" His shout reverberated endlessly in the narrow space, reverberating endlessly. Suddenly, a burst of strange laughter rang out. Hearing this strange laughter, young Kai's hairs involuntarily stood on end. It wasn't because he was frightened, but because this laughter was simply too unpleasant to listen to. Just hearing it made his 5 viscera and 6 organs churn. Not only did his body have an uncomfortable reaction, but even his mind seemed to be buzzing. Soul attack? Young Kai's expression changed slightly. He thought that someone had come here before him and deliberately played tricks to scare him away, so that they could monopolize the treasures here. But now young Kai didn't dare to think so. A laugh, and the soul attack. This was obviously not something a disciple of the 3 sects could do. This was a skill that could only be displayed by a master who had reached the immortal ascension boundary. There was something strange about this place. Young man, your willpower is not bad, and your courage is not small either. You dare to speak to this old master like this. The unpleasant voice suddenly spoke. It was erratic, and young Kai couldn't find the source of the voice. Who are you? Young Kai's expression was cold as he carefully examined the voice and asked. Another burst of unpleasant laughter sounded. After that, the voice said, "Who am I? This old master doesn't remember. Who am I? I am probably the owner of this place." "You are the owner of this Heaven's Cave inheritance?" Young Kai couldn't help but raise his voice. Thousands of disciples from the three sects gathered in one place to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Their goal was to obtain this mysterious inheritance. It could be said that if anyone could obtain this inheritance, as long as they didn't die in an accident, they would definitely reach a height that the world would revere in the future. Young Kai didn't expect to obtain any inheritance. Like most people, he only came here to get some benefits. But no matter what, as long as he came in, he would be interested in this inheritance. Now that the voice said that he was the owner of this place, even the calm Young Kai couldn't help but be moved. The voice didn't answer immediately. After a while it said, "Yes, I am the owner of this place. Young man, you want to obtain this old master's inheritance?" Young Kai didn't answer. He frowned, considering the authenticity of the voice's words. "I see that you have just been injured. You should have been injured by someone, right?" The voice said calmly, "You want revenge? You want to kill the people who hurt you and let them know that you are not to be trifled with?" A few wisps of cold wind lingered in Young Kai's ears. They were very slow, so slow that Young Kai couldn't detect them at all. But after hearing the voice's words, Young Kai couldn't help but nod slightly. "Yes. You have hatred in your heart. It's buried deep, a hatred that others can't see. You want to become stronger. You want to kill those who look down on you, right?" Young Kai's expression showed that he was struggling. His brows were furrowed, and the veins on his forehead were exposed. Although he felt that there was something wrong with these words, Young Kai had a sense of agreement with the voice. "Yes." Young Kai's voice trembled slightly. "This old master can help you achieve your long-cherished wish. I can make your dreams come true. Are you willing to inherit this old master's legacy?" The voice continued to persuade him. "If you are willing, nod your head. This old master will give you his inheritance. This is a great opportunity. Are you willing or not? It's just a light nod. It's easy for you. If you miss this opportunity, you will regret it." Voice after voice, like a drizzle, like a spring breeze, entered Young Kai's mind, full of incomparable bewitchment. Young Kai's eyes were a little confused. His head moved slightly, and his mouth opened and closed, as if he was about to agree to the voice's request. But suddenly, accompanied by a muffled groan, Young Kai's eyes suddenly became clear. His face was filled with fear, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He didn't know what method the other party had used just now, but he had almost fallen for it. "Huh?" The voice was very surprised. "Biting the tip of your tongue to stimulate your body with pain. Your willpower is really strong." "Humph. Who are you, and what method did you use to bewitch my mind?" Young Kai asked coldly. To be able to detect this, young man is amazing. As for who this old master is, who is this old master? Even if you don't say it, I know that you are it. Young Kai's eyes suddenly fell on the skeleton in front of him. His eyes were full of fear, and he slowly said, "I heard that masters above the immortal wander realm. As long as they can condense their divine sense, even if their physical body is destroyed, as long as their divine sense is not destroyed, they can find a new body to possess. You should be a master who fell here many years ago. And now you want to occupy my body, right? You bewitched my mind precisely for this purpose." As soon as Young Kai said this, the voice suddenly stopped. After a long time it laughed wildly. "Amazing. Just a little kid. Your strength is only at initial element 7th level, but you can see through this. This old master admires you." Saying this, the voice suddenly became cold. "Since you noticed this, aren't you afraid?" Young Kai smiled contemptuously. "Why should I be afraid? If you really have the means to forcibly erase my mind and occupy my body, why are you talking so much nonsense with me? Do you still need to bewitch me and make me fall into your trap? You are a master, and I'm afraid you also have extraordinary means, but that's before you die. Now you can only play tricks like this. You tell me, why should I be afraid of you?" Young Kai sneered. "You, on the other hand, if I find the hiding place of your divine sense, do you think you can still live?" "Young man, you are too arrogant," the voice said coldly. "Do you think I am talking so much nonsense with you just to bewitch you? Haha. This old master's 3 strands of divine sense have already penetrated your mind. Even if you resist now, This old master will gladly accept your body. Chapter 137. Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression changed, and almost without thinking, he threw a punch directly at the skeleton in front of him, shouting, "Wishful thinking." The withered bones that had died here countless years ago were shattered by a single punch without any suspense. Instead of relaxing, Yang Kai's expression became even more dignified. "Decisive enough, but you chose the wrong target." The voice was filled with pride, and the bead suddenly emitted a faint light. Immediately, Yang Kai saw an illusory and ferocious face fly out from the bead, wrapped in a black gas, baring its fangs like a ghost as it rushed towards him. The soul was not hidden in the skeleton, but in the glowing bead. Yang Kai was about to attack again, but the flying face opened its mouth and hissed. The hissing sound drilled into Yang Kai's ears, and his mind suddenly hurt as if it was being pricked by thousands of needles. With a miserable groan, Yang Kai's movements could not help but stop. He knew that the voice was not lying. His mind must have been tampered with, otherwise such an unforeseen event would not have happened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the face laughed and drilled into Yang Kai's body. His body shook, and Yang Kai's whole body stiffened, unable to even move his eyelids. It was as if he had lost control of his body. The voice came from inside his body. "Ha ha ha, ignorant junior. You actually want to resist this old master? Watch as this old master erases your consciousness and takes over your body." Yang Kai's expression was slightly panicked, but his eyes flashed with an unyielding light. "And Junior, your body is too weak, and your strength is too low. Forget it, you can still use it. It won't be too late to find a better body later. Don't worry, after this old master takes over your body, I will help you settle any deep hatred you have. Come, obediently give up resisting. You will suffer less, and this old master will save some time." In your dreams, Yang Kai transmitted his thoughts. Now that things have come to this, you still want to resist? It's your luck that this old man has taken a fancy to you. Junior, don't be ungrateful. As expected, the human face heard Yang Kai's thoughts. He laughed strangely and said, "Forget it. Since you don't want to cooperate, this old man will have to do something. You have to endure the pain of having your consciousness erased. It's not something an ordinary person can endure." He kindly reminded Yang Kai. Then, using some unknown method, a loud bang sounded in Yang Kai's head. A pain that was thousands of times more painful than before came from there. This kind of pain, unlike the pain of a knife wound, came from the divine soul. Involuntarily, Yang Kai let out an extremely mournful scream from his throat. His clothes were instantly drenched in sweat, and his body trembled like a pendulum. "You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me." The human face coldly snorted as an even more intense pain spread through his body. Yang Kai felt as if his whole body was about to collapse. The consciousness in his mind was also erratic, like a candlelight in the wind and rain, which could be extinguished at any time. Only his pair of bloodshot eyes still maintained a stubbornness and persistence. "Ha!" The human face was surprised. "How can you still resist? This is really strange." While speaking, Yang Kai clearly felt an intense warmth coming from his bones. As soon as this warmth spread, his erratic divine soul settled down, and even the great pain was reduced a lot. At the same time, a huge suction force was transmitted to his mind. "What is this?" The human face's voice suddenly became sharp and panicked, as if he had encountered the most terrible thing in the world. He panicked. "What is this? No, Noah." Accompanied by his screams, his mind suddenly became clear. Yang Kai faintly felt that something had been sucked into his golden body. His body became light, and Yang Kai gasped for breath. What happened just now happened very quickly. From the time the human face drilled into his body until now, only 10 breaths of time had passed. But Yang Kai felt that a very long time had passed. And after successfully resisting the erosion of the human face, Yang Kai clearly felt that his willpower had become a little stronger. The human face's shrill screams came continuously, but at this moment, he was like a mouse meeting a cat. His voice was sharp and trembling, and he kept begging for mercy. Feeling slightly, Yang Kai found that the human face was now in a corner of his golden body. The expression on his face was fear and trepidation, and he was trembling. Young man, This old man was wrong. Let me out, I won't dare to do it again. The human face's frightened voice came. He didn't know where he was, but he seemed to feel that there was a pair of eyes with bad intentions staring at him, as if looking at a delicious meal. Young Kai's expression became strange. Last time in the Nining Valley, the golden body directly absorbed half of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, and now it was stored in the body, waiting to be used when he broke through the yuan qi state. Today, the golden body unexpectedly absorbed the human face again. Although Yang Kai also knew that the golden body could absorb any energy except for the yang attribute, he never thought that it could even absorb a person's divine soul. The divine soul of a strong person was also a kind of energy, and it was definitely a very nutritious energy. For the golden body, the human face was really just a dish. It was just that this dish was not ready yet, and it had to be refined by the true yang yuan qi before it could be absorbed. With a thought, Yang Kai ignored the human face's begging and silently operated the true yang tactics. Under the guidance of the true yang tactics, the human face finally got out of the golden body. Before he could be happy, he found that he had fallen into a place of pure yang energy. Screams immediately sounded. What are you doing? Stop, don't. As soon as Yang Kai made a move, he realized what Yang Kai was planning. Young man, don't do this, I will be refined. Yang Kai was unmoved, and operated the true yang tactics again and again. As time passed, the voice became weaker and weaker, until it was finally undetectable. But from beginning to end, he was begging for mercy, and did not dare to offend in the slightest. When it was about time, Yang Kai stopped the operation of the true yang tactics, and sent him back to the golden body. Thank you, young man, for not killing me. After waiting for a long time, the voice recovered a little, and the yuan qi thanked him with a trembling voice. Now he was like a weak girl who had been raped by hundreds of strong men, weak and confused. What do I get for not killing you? Yang Kai asked lightly. The life or death of the human face was only in his mind. After realizing this, Yang Kai felt that he had to think carefully. In fact, Yang Kai did not want to keep him alive. Although they had not known each other for long, Yang Kai could see that this person was neither evil nor demonic. His strength was still low, and keeping him around would only do more harm than good. But Yang Kai did not know how to kill him other than refining him. But once he refined him, the golden body would absorb him. It was equivalent to eating a person's divine soul. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt a little disgusted. Benefits, 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 benefits. The human face understood the meaning in Yang Kai's words, and hurriedly answered. Let's hear it. Yang Kai said calmly. I don't know, what benefits do you want, young man? The human face asked. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The human face could not help but tremble, and quickly said, Young man, don't misunderstand. I have been dead for many, many years, and then I was sealed here. It was not until a few days ago that I woke up, so I don't remember much about the past. Let me think, I will definitely give you some benefits. Yang Kai remained silent, knowing that what he said should be true. After a while, the voice said in surprise, Yes, yes, young man, your current strength, cough, is not high. You should cultivate some self-defense martial skills. I have thought of some powerful martial skills. Oh. Yang Kai could not help but become interested, straightening his body and saying, What do you have in mind? Tell me in detail. If I am satisfied, I will spare your life. Hearing this, the human face could not help but relax a lot, and quickly said, Young man will definitely be satisfied. My martial skills are at least mysterious grade. Yang Kai's breathing could not help but become more rapid. Martial skills were divided into ranks. From the bottom to the top were ordinary grade, earth grade, heaven grade, mysterious grade, spirit grade, and saint grade. Each rank was divided into 3 grades, high, middle, and low. There were only a few sets of mysterious grade martial skills in the entire Great Han Dynasty. A few days ago, Yang Kai, Lan Chudai, and the others went through life and death situations, and each of them only obtained 1 set of earth grade martial skills. Even so, the 5 of them were satisfied. Mysterious grade martial skills were 2 levels higher than earth grade martial skills. Sensing Yang Kai's desire, the human face could not help but relax a lot. He knew that only by satisfying Yang Kai, he would be able to live. Without hesitation, he slowly said, "There is a martial skill called Heart-Devouring Seal." Yang Kai could not help but frown. This name sounded strange. It is relatively simple to cultivate. Take the heart of a child under the age of 10, eat 3 hearts a day, and refine the blood in the heart. In 100 days, you can reach the minor completion stage. Once the heart-devouring seal is used, the victim's heart will explode, and you will be killed in one hit. The human face explained the cultivation method of this martial skill, and there was a sense of pride in his voice. When Yang Kai heard this, his face turned ugly. Without waiting for the human face to finish explaining the power of this martial skill, Yang Kai coldly interrupted him. "Change to another one." "Oh, there is also a martial skill called Falling Red Flower." Yang Kai nodded slightly. This name sounded good, and it had a poetic feeling. The human face chuckled and said, "It'll be easier to cultivate, but you'll have to circulate your mental cultivation method to refine the drop of falling red blood when you make love with the virgin. With the woman's essence, if the conditions are right, you'll be able to master this martial skill very quickly. Moreover, the higher the strength of the woman used to cultivate, the faster the cultivation speed. About 100 people will be able to reach the major completion stage. I see that young man is majestic and mighty, and it is not a problem for him to have sex with 10 women in a night. In other words, in 10 days, the young man will be able to cultivate Falling Red Flower." Yang Kai's face was a little dark, and he coldly said, "Isn't this gathering yin to nourish yang?" Yes, young man, this is gathering yin to nourish yang. Change to another one." The human face was depressed, and he had no choice but to say, "There is another martial skill called Fist of Joy." Change to another one. Change again. The human face looked panicked. If he had a physical body, he would be wiping the sweat on his forehead. None of the martial skills he mentioned met Yang Kai's requirements. They were all extremely evil, and they required unconventional methods to cultivate, and they also needed to do evil deeds that were completely devoid of conscience. Chapter 138. He switched between 7 or 8 people in a row. The human face was terrified. Yang Kai sneered. "Young man, all I know is this kind of martial skill. I'm not lying to you. If you're only worth this much, what's the point of keeping you?" Kai Yang's voice contained a trace of coldness. From the martial skills that he had mentioned, Kai Yang already knew that this person must have been a devil who had committed many evil deeds. "Young man, calm down. Let me think carefully. I just woke up not long ago. My memory is a bit messy. I can't think of much for now. Give me some time. Give me some time. I'll definitely satisfy you. You only have one chance. You have to grasp it well." Yes, I won't disappoint the young man. Yang Kai didn't bother with him anymore. Since this place was sealed, he could heal in peace. As for the human face, although he must have been an expert and a great devil, he couldn't do anything now. Yang Kai didn't need to worry. He didn't have any good healing medicine on him, but this injury shouldn't take long to heal. He reached into his pocket and took out the remaining small stone man. Then, he used the yuan qi to feel the circulation of the golden threads and pry into the secrets of the small stone man. Just the burning sun explosion wasn't enough. Yang Kai wanted to use this time to cultivate a second martial skill. If he didn't become stronger, he would still be bullied when he went out. There were a lot of golden threads in this small stone man, a total of 70 to 80 threads. It was very likely to be a heaven-level martial skill, or even a profound-level martial skill. It took Yang Kai a full day's worth of effort to memorize the operation of these golden threads. Just like the small stone man, when Yang Kai took back the yuan qi, it turned into powder. During this day, the human face was also thinking hard about what he could do to impress Yang Kai so that he would let him live. At this time, although he thought of some bargaining chips, without Yang Kai's permission he didn't dare to speak. He could only hide in the golden body in fear. Yang Kai didn't care about him. His mind was immersed in the martial skill that he had seen from the small stone man. Closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged, he followed the path of the golden threads and let the true Yang Yuan Qi flow through his meridians. After going through a cycle, Yang Kai realized that it wasn't like when he had obtained the scorching sun explosion. He didn't make a move at all. Instead, the back of his hand pulsed faintly. Is there something wrong with the route of operation? Yang Kai was suspicious. Impossible, he had clearly followed the circulation pattern of the golden threads in the stone man without any deviation. He circulated it again, and the back of his hand jumped again. What was going on? Wasn't this a martial skill? Why didn't he have the urge to attack? This wasn't the case when he used Scorching Sun Explosion. What was so special about this martial art? Why was it so different from the others? After thinking for a while, Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. He could only slowly feel it through practice. Relaxing his mind, Kai Yang circulated his Yuan Qi over and over again. Every time he circulated his Yuan Qi, the same reaction would come from the back of his hand. Moreover, the throbbing sensation became more and more obvious, as if something was about to break out of his body. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai had circulated the Yuan Qi for at least 800 cycles. After a certain cycle, he suddenly felt a huge pain on the back of his hand. The pulsing sensation also broke free of its shackles and rushed out of his body. Yang Kai opened his eyes in shock. He lowered his head and looked at the back of his hand. He found that there was an additional pattern on the back of his hand. This pattern was a little strange. Yang Kai looked at it for a long time, and found that it looked like a star field at night. It occupied half of the back of his hand, and was dotted with stars. When he didn't circulate the Yuan Qi, it didn't look very strange. Once he circulated the Yuan Qi, this star seemed to come alive and shone brightly. Moreover, Yang Kai clearly felt that there was a space that he couldn't see under the skin of this pattern. When the Yuan Qi was circulated, it was stored in this space. After trying for a long time, Yang Kai poured all of his Yuan Qi into the star on the back of his hand. Then he casually pointed his finger at the ground. Yang Kai didn't use any strength in this point. If there was an ant under his finger, it definitely wouldn't die. But when the Yuan Qi and the star on the back of his hand burst out, the entire tip of his finger rolled and rolled, illuminating the cave as bright as day. With a crack, Yang Kai's entire arm sank into the ground. The ground shook violently and the dust on the top of the cave rustled down. Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved. Although this point was equivalent to consuming all of his Yuan Qi in one go, the lethality of this attack was much higher than a normal eruption. It was almost twice the lethality. Yang Kai estimated that if he only used all of his Yuan Qi without any fancy eruption, he wouldn't be able to achieve the same result as just now. This martial skill is so strange. Kai Yang's brow furrowed. He had finally figured out something. Young man. The voice in his body sounded, with a hint of flattery and caution. Yang Kai frowned and thought about the idea in his mind. Young man, I think I know a little bit about the martial skill you practice. Do you want me to tell you? There was no response. The face in his body was very anxious. It couldn't wait to show off its value in front of Yang Kai, but it was afraid that Yang Kai would refine it. Although it hadn't known Yang Kai for long, the face could see that although Yang Kai was young, he was very determined. Ordinary people couldn't compare to him, and there was a hidden evil in his character. This evil made the face afraid. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai came back to his senses and said, "What do you know? Tell me." As if it had received a great favor, the face was moved to tears. It hurriedly said, "I don't know what martial skill you practice, young man, but in my memory, I think I've seen a martial skill similar to this one. When you practice it, you will open up a space that belongs to this martial skill in a certain part of your body. The power of this martial skill is related to the amount of Yuan Qi stored in this space. When you have nothing to do, young man, you can pour your Yuan Qi into this space. When you need to use this move, you will be able to display the power of this martial skill. If you use this martial skill well, it will be very powerful. If you don't use it well, it will only be a joke. The root of everything is the amount of Yuan Qi you pour into this space. If you pour more Yuan Qi into this space, the damage will be greater. If you don't have enough Yuan Qi, it won't even be as good as a child's punch. But then again, young man, this martial skill is a one-time deal. You use the accumulation of hard work in exchange for a moment of explosion. This is also a life-saving martial skill." The human face quickly told him everything it knew, and then obediently shut its mouth. A slight smile appeared on Yang Kai's face. What he said was similar to what he found out himself, but it was more comprehensive. Some parts that he didn't understand were suddenly understood. Using the accumulation of hard work in exchange for a moment of explosion? This was a martial skill tailor-made for himself. Young Kai couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Other people need to accumulate their yuan qi through hard work, but do I need to? I'm going to study it carefully. Don't disturb me, Young Kai reminded him. Yes. That young man. What you said is not very valuable. Think carefully about how you can survive. The face suddenly became very bitter. Young Kai's way of doing things was so mature and calm. It made him feel like he was facing an old fox. What kind of sin did he commit? Why did he want to take over his body? Just as he was sighing and lamenting, the face felt that Young Kai was driving his yuan qi into that special space. He was pouring it in very quickly and unscrupulously. He didn't care if it would cause any harm to himself. The face wanted to remind him to take it slow, because if the yuan qi was consumed too quickly, it would also cause a burden to the body. But he rolled his eyes and swallowed his words. Humph, you asked me not to disturb you. It's not that I didn't want to remind you. You better hurry up. When your yuan qi is exhausted, I'll think of a way to escape from this damned place. Kid, you're still too inexperienced. Young Kai's yuan qi, if he relied purely on cultivation, it would take him at least 3 to 5 days to be full. But he only spent 4 hours to pour all his yuan qi into the space under the star on the back of his hand. When the human face inside Young Kai's body noticed this, it almost jumped for joy. It could feel that Young Kai's body was now extremely weak, and there was not a single drop of yuan qi left in his meridians. This was its best chance to escape. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly stopped, because he found that Young Kai's meridians, which were originally empty, were full again in an instant. Fuck. What's going on? The human face was on the verge of going crazy. This strange situation was beyond his knowledge. He thought to himself, could it be that I've been sealed for so many years that my mind is not clear and I'm hallucinating? That's not right. What I felt just now was so real. This kid's yuan qi was obviously gone. How could it be recovered in the blink of an eye? I must be seeing things. The face comforted himself, and then concentrated on observing Young Kai's movements. Another 4 hours later, the yuan qi in Young Kai's body disappeared completely again. The star on the back of his hand started to rotate, according to an inexplicable pattern. The face swore to his own spirit. This time it was definitely not wrong. This kid's yuan qi was really gone. There was not a single bit left. After observing for nearly 4 hours, he knew the whereabouts of every strand of yuan qi in Young Kai like the back of his hand. It couldn't be wrong, it definitely couldn't be wrong. But the next moment, he was dumbstruck and shocked on the spot. His previously empty meridians were once again filled with energy. It was like the yuan qi in Young Kai's body was inexhaustible. The face was shocked. Although he couldn't remember a lot of things, he still had at least some common sense. No matter how strong a person was, it was absolutely impossible to recover the lost yuan qi so quickly. If everyone did this, wouldn't the world be in chaos? What kind of cultivation method did he practice? How could it have such a heaven-defying effect? At this moment, the face no longer dared to look down on Young Kai. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of fear and dread. He had an inexhaustible meridian, and an inexhaustible supply of yuan qi. How terrifying would this kid be when he grew up in the future? He could release powerful killing moves without any fear. He didn't have to worry about the depletion of yuan qi. His battle strength was probably equivalent to 10 people, or even 100 or 1,000 people. Chapter 139. It had to be said that the human face had overestimated Young Kai. The reason why he had an endless supply of yuan qi was because of his daily accumulation. The true Yang tactics and this inexplicable martial skill had some similarities in that they both required accumulation. However, the accumulation of the true Yang tactics required one to turn their yuan qi into Yang liquid and store it in the dantian, while the accumulation of this martial skill required one to pour yuan qi into the space under the star and release it when needed. There was also a difference. There was no limit to the amount of Yang liquid stored in the dantian. It could be said that as long as the conditions were right, Young Kai could store as much as he wanted. However, the space under the star on the back of the hand was different. After 2 days of hard work, Kai Yang transformed the energy from the 10 drops of Yang liquid into Yuan Qi and infused it into the space. He felt that the space was already saturated. In these 2 days, Yang Kai only operated the true Yang tactics while healing himself. He did not deliberately pay attention to the energy in the star, and the Yuan Qi in his body entered the space by itself. This was a good thing. During normal cultivation, this martial skill was accumulating and did not require him to take time to deal with it. 2 days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and lowered his head to look at the star on the back of his hand. It was much more realistic than before. Through the pattern, he could even see a 3-dimensional image. It was as if there really was a huge star field sealed on the back of his hand. With a thought, the pattern on the back of his hand disappeared and hid under his skin. Yang Kai exhaled. This pattern was too dazzling. If it was left on his hand, it would definitely be seen by others. After staring blankly for a while, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "What is the name of the martial skill that is similar to this in your memory?" "Young man, I don't remember." There was less fear in the voice from 2 days ago, but more obedience. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He naturally did not know how much shock he had brought to the human face in the past 2 days. It was because of this shock that the human face did not dare to look down on Yang Kai anymore. "I'll give you a chance. Give it a name." Yang Kai had a headache thinking about the name Scorching Sunburst previously. Now that there was someone who could use it, he naturally threw this problem to face. This old demon was definitely very old and had seen a lot. Wouldn't it be easy for him to come up with a good name? Yes. The voice was silent for a moment. Then it said, "Since there is a star, and there are a lot of stars when you use it, how about we call it the star mark?" Star mark, star mark. Yang Kai murmured and nodded. "Yes, let's call it the star mark." The human face hurriedly said respectfully, "Congratulations to the young man for learning the star mark martial arts technique. From this, you will become a virtuous martial artist and benefit the common people. In the future, you will definitely be invincible and invincible." Yang Kai remained unmoved. The human face quickly shut up. He felt that his flattery had gone too far. "Have you thought of a way to survive?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. The human face suddenly trembled. "Young man, if you spare my life, I am willing to give you an artifact." Yang Kai looked around and said lightly, "If you have an artifact, you will definitely leave it here. I can find it even if I kill you, so why should I let you live? To be honest, I have no interest in keeping someone like you. I don't dare to keep you, so refining you is the best way." The human face hurriedly said, "Young man, please spare my life. If you don't feel at ease, I can recognize young man as my master. As long as a strand of young man's soul brand remains in my body, my life and death will be in your hands. I beg you, young man, to be merciful and not refine me." "Oh." Yang Kai seemed to be interested and said, "How do I know if you are telling the truth?" The human face smiled bitterly. "Although I don't know what is strange in your body, this strange thing is quite restrained, so how could I dare lie to you?" Yang Kai was silent. He didn't want to keep this kind of demon alive, but he definitely knew something about this place, so it would be a pity to kill him. At least before he got the information he wanted, Yang Kai didn't want to kill him. Yang Kai's silence made the human face more and more uneasy. "Young man, if you spare my life, you can also use my artifact. You may not know, but my artifact is indeed here, but without me, young man, even if you get it, you won't be able to use it." "Why?" Yang Kai asked. "Because that artifact is an evil thing. Without my divine soul, you wouldn't be able to control it on your own with the attribute of the Yuan Qi in your body." Yang Kai let out a long breath and fell silent again, frowning and thinking. The human face knew it was a matter of life and death, so he didn't dare to speak too much lest he annoy Yang Kai, but he couldn't avoid being on edge. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly said, "What do I need to do to make you recognize me as your master?" The human face's heart suddenly relaxed, his voice trembling as he said, "Please relax, young master. This old servant will enter your mind and draw out a strand of my divine sense, engraving it on this old servant's body." Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer. The human face quickly explained, Young master, your strength has not yet reached the immortal ascension boundary, so you can't use your own divine sense. Please believe in this old servant's sincerity. You do it. Yang Kai said and relaxed. The human face was secretly shocked, admiring Yang Kai's decisiveness, and in his heart his opinion of Yang Kai increased. If it were anyone else, they would only worry about personal gains and losses at this time. How could they be as decisive as Yang Kai? But then again, he really didn't need to worry about anything. The last time he rushed into Yang Kai's mind, he was sucked out by a suction force. If he did this again, the human face believed that this scene would happen again. At this moment he didn't dare to have the slightest improper thoughts, carefully sneaking into Yang Kai's mind and drawing out a strand of his divine sense, integrating it with his own soul. After a long time, the human face said, "Young master, it's done. From now on, this old servant's life and death will be at young master's discretion." Yang Kai opened his eyes and felt with his heart, finding that he really did have a connection with this human face, but this connection was one-sided and he had complete control of the other party. "You seem to have recovered quite a bit, haven't you?" Yang Kai asked meaningfully. The human face said, "After integrating a strand of young master's soul, naturally I have recovered. But young master doesn't need to worry. You can take back this strand of soul at any time. It will definitely not cause you any loss." Yang Kai coldly snorted, and with a thought, the human face's screams immediately came out, as if he had been fried in a pot of oil. The screams were extremely tragic. "Young master, spare me, spare me. Everything this old servant said is true. I have not hidden anything from you." The human face begged for mercy again and again. The expression on his face was terrifying and ferocious, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die, rolling around in Yang Kai's body. After tormenting him for a while, Yang Kai let him go and said slightly, "If you dare to have any thoughts in the future, I won't kill you, but I will use the method just now to let you taste the consequences of offending me." This old servant doesn't dare. The human face's voice trembled. After this incident, he discovered another character of Yang Kai's, ruthless. After completely subduing the human face, Yang Kai felt a little relieved. "What is your name? How should I call you in the future?" Yang Kai asked. The human face pondered. "I don't know what this old servant is called, but I vaguely remember someone calling me the old demon. I don't know if this is a name or a title." "The old demon." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "You really are a demon." The old demon smiled awkwardly. "That was probably a long time ago. From now on, this old servant will only listen to the young master's orders." "Where is the secret treasure you mentioned?" Replying to the young master, "It is on this old servant's bones." Following the old demon's guidance, Yang Kai searched the scattered bones together, and immediately pulled out a rib bone that seemed to be a chest bone. But this rib bone was very different from the other bones. It was pitch black. The moment Yang Kai touched it, he even heard a ghostly wailing sound coming from it, and his vision blurred again. "What a strong evil aura." Yang Kai's face sank. The old demon said, "This thing is called the Soul Breaker All. This old servant refined it into his own bones. It should have taken the lives of many people, so its evil aura is slightly stronger." Yang Kai sneered. "When refining it, many people's souls were used, right?" The old demon laughed dryly. "Young master is wise. Because of this secret treasure is not suitable for the young master. If you forcibly refine it, I am afraid your mind will be affected. But with this old servant's soul in the middle, there is no need to worry about this, but it will consume a lot of yuan qi, but it has been dormant for many years, so I am afraid it will not be very strong now." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He could also feel that this artifact was currently equivalent to an Earth-grade low-rank offensive artifact. It really wasn't a high-end artifact, and a stronger cultivator would be able to easily block its attacks. "How do I refine it?" The old demon hurriedly taught Yang Kai the method of subduing it. After several days of effort, Yang Kai finally managed to subdue this dark secret treasure. This dark bone had now turned into a black gas, entangling Yang Kai's fingertips, flying around as if it had a mind of its own. Yang Kai could feel that there was a faint connection between him and it, but the old demon's soul was also mixed in. After experimenting a few times, Yang Kai had a plan in his mind. If his guess was right, This soul breaker all could only display the power of an earth-grade low-grade secret treasure. And using it consumed a lot of yuan qi, because it had to go through the old demon as a transfer station. It was more or less a waste. The old demon said, "If the young master wants to refine it, it is possible, but it will take a long time." When he said this, the old demon was very nervous. He was afraid that Yang Kai would agree, but he had to say it. "I will not refine it. It will be under your control in the future. Many thanks, young master." The old demon was grateful. If Yang Kai did not refine it, it meant that he could hide inside this secret treasure, no longer having to stay in Yang Kai's golden avatar and be afraid. Inside the golden avatar, the old demon always felt like a piece of meat on a chopping board, so helpless and desolate. Absorbing the black gas at his fingertips into his body, the old demon also impatiently rushed out of the golden avatar and hid inside the soul breaker all. Glancing around again, Yang Kai found that there was nothing else here except for the bead exuding a faint light. "You only have this one secret treasure?" Yang Kai was somewhat dissatisfied. The old demon must have been a master when he was alive, so there was no reason for him to only have the soul breaker all left. The old demon smiled bitterly. "Young master may not know, but there was an earth-shattering battle here, and this old servant was also involved. During the battle, everything else was broken, leaving only this soul breaker all that was refined into my bone." Chapter 140. A Great Battle? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. "Tell me in detail." "Yes." As the old demon narrated, Yang Kai slowly understood some things. The old demon didn't remember much, only a few scattered memories. But when put together, it was probably that he was somehow involved in a great battle back then. And it was a battle where countless people besieged two enemies. The two enemies were a man and a woman. In the end, almost all of them were wiped out, and the man and woman died on the spot. This old servant was seriously injured and fled, and finally died here. I remember. The old demon's voice was a little hesitant and a little frightened. "Remember what?" "There was a dragon and a phoenix. The combination of the dragon and phoenix destroyed the heavens and the earth." This old servant was seriously injured by this move. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He remembered the dragon phoenix seal hovering in the sky when the Heaven's Cave inheritance opened a few days ago. After saying this, the old demon seemed to be greatly frightened and couldn't think of anything else. "According to what you said, this place isn't your inheritance?" Yang Kai asked. "Young master, please calm down." This old servant was just speaking casually. "But there is an inheritance. If young master wants it, this old servant will definitely teach it to you." "No need. I'm not interested in those things of yours." Yang Kai quickly shook his head. The old demon was shocked. Although he didn't remember what his identity was, he was probably an expert when he was alive. Countless people would fight to be his disciple, but when it came to Yang Kai, he didn't even spare him a glance. "A phoenix without feathers is inferior to a chicken." The old demon sighed. The bead was also useless. The old demon had been residing in it before. It was fine if he didn't touch it, but once he touched it, it turned into powder. After circling around for a while, Yang Kai couldn't find anything, so he let out a long sigh and decided to leave. He had been here for a long time and didn't know what the situation outside was like. Since this place was Heaven's Cave inheritance, he might as well try his luck. Arriving in front of the stone door that sealed this place, Yang Kai opened it according to the method taught by the old demon. Before he could walk out, a red and white light suddenly rushed toward him. Yang Kai's expression changed. He thought that someone had sneakily attacked him, so he hurriedly threw out a punch. Unexpectedly, the light seemed to have a mind of its own as it avoided Yang Kai's attack and flew around his arm. Yang Kai hurriedly retreated, and at the same time his other hand reached out to grab the light. Realizing this, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming strange. He realized that this was not an attack. Instead, what he had grabbed was a solid object. At the same time, he could feel a sense of struggle coming from his hand. Puzzled, he took a closer look and found that he was holding a ginseng in his hand that had already taken a human shape. This ginseng was also strange. One side was red, while the other side was white. Yang Kai could feel that this ginseng contained two completely different types of energy. The red side contained heat, while the white side contained cold. The two opposing attributes perfectly fused together in this ginseng, forming this strange spirit of heaven and earth. At this moment, it was being held in Yang Kai's hand. Its facial features were distorted, but it couldn't escape from Yang Kai's grasp. Yin Yang Monster Ginseng, the old demon exclaimed. Do you recognize it? Yang Kai asked. Strange treasure. This is a black-level high-rank strange treasure. The old demon seemed to have discovered something extraordinary, and was shocked. Before Yang Kai could ask, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the other side of the cave. Someone's coming. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he quickly put the Yin Yang Monster Ginseng into his pocket. Strangely enough, after being put into his pocket, the Yin Yang Monster Ginseng no longer struggled. Instead, it calmly stayed there without moving. Just as Yang Kai was vigilant about who was coming, a familiar voice came from the other side. Sister, did it really run this way? The other voice replied. Yes, it went in here. This cave is really hidden. If we hadn't followed it in, I'm afraid we wouldn't have found this place. The two people's voices were similar. They both had a delicate quality to them. Listening to them was like a spring breeze, making people feel comfortable. Kai Yang's brow furrowed. He knew who these two people were, but he didn't expect to meet them here. There are so many strange flowers and herbs here. Really? This is really an unexpected harvest. Let's not rush to pick them. Let's go in and take a look. While talking, the two people's footsteps were getting closer and closer. Yang Kai didn't hide. First, he knew these two people. Second, there was no place to hide. Not long after, the two people had already arrived a few dozen feet away from Yang Kai. One of them suddenly saw someone blocking their way, and couldn't help but stop. She tenderly shouted, "Who's there?" Yang Kai dryly coughed and chuckled. "Two ladies, we meet again." Hearing his voice, one of them let out a soft cry. The other flashed from behind and stared at him for a moment. She was pleasantly surprised and said, "Yang Kai." "May Air Lady." Yang Kai nodded slightly and said to the other person, "Jiao Air Lady, long time no see." These two people were the beautiful sisters of the blood group, Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air. Seeing Yang Kai distinguish who was who at a glance, Hu Jiao Air couldn't help but stare at him. "It's you stinking brat." The last time they met, Yang Kai said that one side of her butt was big and the other was small. Hu Jiao Air still took it to heart. Compared to her sister, Hu Mei Air was pleasantly surprised. "Why are you here?" "I accidentally found this place." Yang Kai didn't elaborate. While talking, the two sisters had already walked over. Hu Jiao Air coldly glared at Yang Kai. She stuck out her chest and sucked in her stomach, raising her round and plump buttocks high. The old demon's voice sounded in Yang Kai's body. "In this world, there are two girls who are so similar. What's more, they are not twins. Young master, if you use their bodies to cultivate the falling red flower, it will be twice the result with half the effort. It will only take a few days to reach the Deshang stage." "You shut up." Yang Kai transmitted his thoughts. The old demon hurriedly shut up. "Did you see anything coming?" Hu Mei Air opened her mouth and asked. Just now, when he heard the two of them talking, Yang Kai knew that they must have chased after the Yin Yang Monster Ginseng. He didn't hide it and nodded. "Yes." "Where is it?" Hu Jiao Air hurriedly asked. Yang Kai pointed to his chest. The two sisters blinked their eyes together. Hu Jiao Air asked, "You took it?" "And I don't know why, but when I put it on my chest, it became very quiet." Hu Jiao Air took a deep breath. Her full chest heaved up and down. She was about to die from anger. She and her sister chased after the heavenly wonder for a few mountains. With great difficulty, they waited for it to enter a cave. They chased it along the way, but they didn't expect that Yang Kai would beat them to it. Why was it that nothing good ever happened when they met him? Hu Jiao Air clenched her teeth. With her strength, if she really wanted to snatch it, she could snatch it. But Hu Jiao Air didn't want to do that. She knew that her sister felt guilty towards this stinking brat, although she didn't know what happened between them. If she really wanted to snatch it, her sister would definitely stop her. "It's good that you took it." Hu Mei Air didn't mind. Instead, she felt relieved. What was so good about this stinking brat? Hu Jiao Air looked up and down at Yang Kai. Suddenly, her expression changed. You're at the initial element stage 7? Hu Jiao'er was shocked. The last time they met, Yang Kai was only at the tempered body stage. How long had it been? How did he reach the initial element stage 7? If he didn't have a fortuitous encounter here, then his cultivation speed was too fast. One must know that his sister's strength was similar to his at that time. But now, she was only at the initial element stage 2. Compared to Miss Jiao'er, what is the initial element stage 7? Yang Kai was surprised by the generosity of the two. Heavenly wonders weren't something that could be found easily. Yang Kai didn't expect that they didn't ask him for it. Hu Jiao'er obviously didn't like Yang Kai. There are some exotic flowers and herbs outside. If the two of you don't mind, you can pick some. Yang Kai didn't want to owe them any favors. The yin-yang monster ginseng was a heavenly wonder. Its value should be much higher than the exotic flowers and herbs outside. He took the yin-yang monster ginseng that they found first and compensated them with the exotic flowers and herbs outside. You don't need to say that. Hu Jiao'er glared at him. Sister. Hu Mei'er noticed her sister's attitude towards Yang Kai and couldn't help but shake her arm. Okay. Hu Jiao'er was helpless. She looked at the cave behind Yang Kai and said, Don't be in a hurry to pick those things. We sisters have been running around for a few days. We need to find a place to recover. Help us guard it for a while. The two of you can help yourselves. While saying that, he stepped aside. Hu Jiao'er and Hu Mei'er walked in together. The latter smiled at Yang Kai with a sweet and apologetic smile. After entering the cave, the two sisters looked around. They were a little surprised by the bones of the old demon, but immediately, both of their eyes stared at the rock wall on their left. The two pairs of beautiful eyes became dignified at this moment. They stared without blinking. Yang Kai was puzzled. He followed their eyes and looked at the rock wall, but found nothing. What are you looking at? After observing for a long time, Yang Kai felt a little strange. There were no words or flowers on the rock wall. Why were they so focused? Neither of them responded. It was as if their minds were immersed in the rock wall. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what was going on. He had been here for many days. There really wasn't anything on the rock wall. After waiting for a long time, the two sisters suddenly sat down cross-legged, closed their eyes at the same time, and meditated. Faintly, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the two of them had merged into one at this moment, almost becoming one person. But when he looked carefully, they were still two. This sudden discovery caused Kai Yang to be shocked. I'm afraid there is an opportunity for them here. The old demon's voice sounded. Is there something on the rock wall? There must be, but young master and this old servant can't see it. Only those who have the opportunity can take a peek or two. So it's not your inheritance. Yang Kai frowned. Of course not. This was strange, but since the two of them had found something, Yang Kai naturally couldn't leave easily. No matter what, they had some friendship. He just stood at the door and waited quietly. Chapter 141. Yang Kai waited here for 3 days before Hu Mei'er and Hu Jiao'er finally reacted. Two golden lights suddenly burst out from the empty stone wall, then disappeared into the top of their heads. At the same time, the yuan qi in their bodies began to riot at the same time, producing a trace of resonance at this moment. The entire cave was filled with a humming sound. Yang Kai's expression was dignified as he raised his eyes to look at them. He saw a brilliant light flowing from their bodies, as if the yuan qi in their bodies had fused together. First it circulated around Hu Jiao'er on the left, then it circulated to Hu Mei'er on the right. Gradually, the fluctuations of the two women's yuan qi became exactly the same. The yuan qi gradually calmed down until it finally returned to normal. The two sisters exhaled a long breath and opened their eyes at the same time. They looked at each other with unconcealable excitement and surprise in their beautiful eyes. Congratulations to the two of you. Yang Kai's congratulatory voice sounded. He had been waiting here for a few days and had discovered some things. For some unknown reason, the two sisters had coincidentally obtained the inheritance here. However, this inheritance was not the old demon's. According to the old demon, in the war that year, countless experts died here, so there should be more than one inheritance in this Heaven's Cave inheritance. Hu Jiao'er and Hu Mei'er were lucky enough to obtain one of them. Hearing Yang Kai's congratulatory voice, the two sisters turned their heads at the same time and said almost in unison, "Thank you." After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and suddenly smiled together. Yang Kai was stunned, not because of their beauty, but because at this moment, he could not tell who was Hu Mei'er and who was Hu Jiao'er. The two of them seemed to have really become one, and there was no difference. "Now do you know who I am?" The beauty on the left looked at Yang Kai with a smile, her eyes flashing with pride and slyness. "Miss Jiao'er." Yang Kai chuckled. The beauty wrinkled her nose and said with some dissatisfaction, "You guessed blindly, right?" "Miss Mayer wouldn't ask me this kind of thing," Yang Kai explained. Hu Jiao'er rolled her eyes at him. "I didn't expect you to know my little sister so well." Hu Mei'er, who was on the right, blushed upon hearing this. She glanced at Yang Kai and saw that his expression was normal. Only then did she feel less awkward. "No matter what, I have to thank you this time." Hu Jiao'er smiled sweetly. When Yang Kai was guarding them, their entire minds were immersed in the opportunity, and they didn't have the slightest ability to resist. If Yang Kai had any ill intentions towards them at that time, these two sisters wouldn't have been able to escape. But from the beginning to the end, Yang Kai just stood by the door and did not move. They meditated for 3 days, while Yang Kai stood there for 3 days. Perhaps because of this, Hu Jiao'er couldn't help but find Yang Kai more pleasing to the eye. Her tone was also gentler than before. Hu Jiao'er thought to herself, "This stinking brat isn't that hateful after all. You're welcome. Let's leave this place first." Yang Kai wanted to go out a few days ago, but was delayed by these two for a long time. Naturally, he was in an urgent mood now, and the two nodded and followed Yang Kai out. Passing by the place where the exotic flowers and rare herbs grew, the two sisters naturally plucked them. Since these things were said to be compensation for them, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to touch them. The harvest of the yin-yang monster ginseng was enough. Yang Kai had already inquired the old demon about the use of this world spirit treasure. It was of great benefit to him. It contained both yin and yang qi. It could be used in medicine, refined into pills, or consumed. However, its greatest use was to increase one's cultivation speed. But there was a prerequisite, and that was that he had to find another woman who cultivated a yin attribute cultivation method. He had to form a bond with her and share the yin-yang monster ginseng's medicinal effects. When he and the woman's hearts were connected, the yin-yang demon ginseng would automatically split into 2 types of energy and disperse into the woman's and his body. With the yin-yang monster ginseng's medicinal effects, he and the woman's hearts would become one. When they cultivated together, the two's cultivation speed would increase. This condition was a bit harsh. How difficult would it be to find such a woman in the world? Because of this, the yin-yang monster ginseng was only a mysterious level high-grade spirit treasure. But for those who met the conditions, its value was simply immeasurable. The yin-yang monster ginseng only grew in strange places where yin and yang qi coexisted. It had an instinctive affinity with yin qi and yang qi. Yang Kai had the true yang secret art, so his body was filled with true yang yuan qi. It was also a good explanation for why it stayed in Yang Kai's chest. In these 3 days, Yang Kai also sent a drop of yang liquid to the yin-yang monster ginseng. After the yin-yang monster ginseng absorbed the yang liquid, its facial features showed a touch of enjoyment, and it became more and more reluctant to leave Yang Kai. After waiting for a while, Hu Jiao'er and Hu Mei'er finished gathering the herbs. The two of them discussed and took out half of the herbs to share with Yang Kai. Yang Kai refused. "I took your things, you took mine. No one suffered a loss, so you don't have to share with me." Hu Jiao'er stared at him for a long time, then pursed her lips and smiled. "Silly boy, don't take it, and these are not yours. We worked hard to gather them." Yang Kai also smiled. "Ladies, why don't you tell me what's going on outside?" He stayed here for more than 10 days and knew nothing about the outside world. Naturally, he wanted to inquire. "Don't call us ladies, it sounds weird." Hu Jiao'er frowned. "Just call us Jiao'er and Mei'er. If you feel apologetic, you can also call me elder sister Jiao'er." "Then I'll call you by your names." Yang Kai nodded. "Let's walk and talk." Hu Jiao'er glared at him. As the two sisters chattered, Yongkai gradually began to understand the events that had transpired in the past 10 days. Although the three sects' thousands of disciples had entered this place from different places, with the passage of time, everyone had slowly gathered at the central location. Many people had obtained benefits here, but many had also died. In the past 10 days, the three sects' disciples had gathered into three forces. Under the leadership of their respective sects' experts, they had encircled and annihilated a few powerful monster beasts. There were a total of 9 monster beasts, each one of which had reached the 6th stage. However, because they had been sealed for too long and had just awakened, these monster beasts' true strength was not very high. The disciples of the three sects could kill them and obtain the treasures guarded by the monster beast. The yin-yang monster ginseng that Yongkai had obtained was one of the treasures guarded by a monster beast. However, it was intelligent and felt that something was wrong, so it fled in advance. The two sisters chased it all the way here, where they met Yongkai and obtained their own opportunity. When we left, 8 of the 9 monster beasts had already been killed, leaving only one in the central location. That one is stronger, probably at the peak of the 6th stage. For the time being, no one dares to have any ideas about it. Hu Jiao'er laughed. For the treasures guarded by these monster beasts, the disciples of the three sects have all gone crazy. Hu Mei'er nodded fiercely. Yes, you don't know how powerful those people were when they stole the treasures. The two of them were now speaking very interestingly. One sentence after another, the connection between them was flawless. It sounded as if they were speaking at the same time, as if they were waiting for the right moment. Not long after, the three of them walked out of the cave together. Just as they walked out, an angry roar came from afar. It was the roar of a beast. The dull sound was like the sound of a war drum, shaking the earth. The three people's expressions changed. Hu Jiao'er said, "Which side has the guts to provoke it?" According to what she said, the only remaining monster beast was at the peak of the 6th stage. The peak of the 6th stage was equivalent to the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. Even if it had been sealed for countless years and was in a weakened state, it was not something that the disciples of the three sects could resist. During this time, the disciples of the three sects had killed the other 8 monster beasts and suffered heavy losses. If they really faced this monster beast, no one could stop it. They could only be slaughtered. Let's go and take a look. Yongkai's eyes flashed and he dashed over. Hu Jiao'er and Hu Mei'er also used their movement skills and followed closely behind. Not long after, the two sisters were abreast of Yongkai. Turning his head to look at them, Yongkai couldn't help but be surprised. He found that the two people's breathing rate was exactly the same while running. He didn't know what kind of mysterious footwork contained, but it actually allowed the weakest of them, Hu Jiao'er, to keep up with her sister's speed without the slightest sign of breathlessness. What kind of opportunity did they obtain in the cave? It actually had such a miraculous effect. Yongkai stared at them for a long time. The beauty on the left couldn't help but blush. Why do you keep looking at us? Are you Jiao'er or Mei'er? Yongkai really couldn't tell. The beauty giggled, her eyes fluttering. I'm Mei'er. The other beauty quickly said, I'm Mei'er. Sister, don't talk nonsense. Why are you calling me sister? You're the sister. The one on the left suddenly became anxious. Don't mess around. He really can't recognize us. I'm not messing around. Sister, don't confuse him. Yongkai felt dizzy and almost fell down. The two sisters suddenly laughed together. This laugh immediately made Yongkai realize that he was played by them. He couldn't help but feel helpless and could only keep silent. I was just joking. You won't be angry, right? It was unknown whether it was Hu Jiao'er or Hu Mei'er who asked. No. Yongkai shook his head. Then why are you so serious? Smile. Yongkai dryly coughed, his expression cold as he ignored them. After running for dozens of miles, the three of them finally arrived at the location of the beast's roar. Looking closely, not only was Yongkai stunned on the spot, but even Hu Jiao'er and Hu Mei'er were also stunned. Not far in front of them, there was a huge turtle-shaped monster beast. It was more than 100 feet tall and 300 feet long. Its body was like a moving hill, running and trampling on the ground. With every step it took, the ground trembled incessantly. On its back was a thick carapace with deep grooves and crisscrossing patterns that seemed to tell the vicissitudes of time. On its back was a long tail like a meteor hammer. Its speed was not very fast, but every step it took covered a distance of more than 100 feet. Its mountain-like body rampaged in the vicinity, and its tail swung back and forth like a meteor hammer, bringing with it an unparalleled force, bringing with it gusts of fierce wind. Roars constantly came out from its mouth. In midair, hundreds of people were fiercely attacking, but no one was able to stop its pace. With an invincible momentum, every attack and roar made everyone tremble in fear. Chapter 142. Yang Kai saw many familiar faces in the sky. Su Yan, Xie Hongchen, and Lan Chudai were among them. Most of the others looked familiar. These people were all High Heaven Pavilion's disciples. The Blood Group Storm House's people were hiding in the distance. They were pointing at the battlefield, rejoicing in other people's misfortune. Among the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples, Su Yan was the strongest. Wherever the holy white figure passed, snow would fall. However, even Su Yan couldn't cause any effective damage to the turtle-shaped monster beast. She tried her best, but could only use her cold yuan qi to slightly slow down the monster beast's speed, reducing the casualties of the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples. The monster beast's defense was too strong. Although its speed was relatively slow, its turtle shell and thick skin were the best defensive artifacts. These yuan qi cultivators couldn't even break its defense. In the field, there were many corpses, all of which belonged to High Heaven Pavilion's disciples. It was actually High Heaven Pavilion's disciples who provoked it? Hu Jiao'er frowned. Su Yan is not that kind of reckless person. While she was puzzled, a young man rushed over with a trace of surprise and undisguised love in his eyes. However, when he saw the two women standing together intimately with Yang Kai, he couldn't help but frown. Jiao'er. The young man stopped in front of the two women and looked at them. He couldn't tell which one was Hu Jiao'er, so he could only rely on his intuition. Long Jun, what's the matter? The other person suddenly asked. It turned out that this was Hu Jiao'er. Long Jun didn't feel embarrassed and just gloated. High Heaven Pavilion actually took the initiative to provoke it. I don't know why, but it actually chased after these people, which led to the current scene. Su Yan provoked it? Hu Jiao'er was extremely surprised. Not Su Yan, it was Xie Hongchen. Long Jun laughed and said, this idiot led a group of people to take advantage of the time when the monster beast was resting. They wanted to go in and steal the treasure it was guarding. They didn't expect to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Several people died before they could escape in distress. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He asked, what did Xie Hongchen get? If he hadn't obtained something, how could he have provoked this monster beast to chase after him? Long Jun looked at Yang Kai arrogantly and said impatiently, who are you? Answer his question. I also want to know. Hu Jiao'er faintly glanced at him. Long Jun quickly reined in his attitude and said, I'm not too sure, but according to Xie Hongchen himself, there was nothing there at all. After the monster beast ran out, I also went to check, but there was nothing. Hu Jiao'er sneered. It's impossible for there to be nothing. It must have been taken away by Xie Hongchen, and is unwilling to take it out. Long Jun nodded slightly. I think so too. But now that Xie Hongchen had not been handed over, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples could only face the monster beast's wrath. Su Yan also didn't want the High Heaven Pavilion disciples to suffer too many casualties, so she had no choice but to be dragged into the battle. This woman's ability was much higher than Xie Hongchen's. If not for her taking action, those people would have died long ago. Relying on a woman to turn danger into safety, Xie Hongchen only has this much ability. Hu Mei didn't hide her disdain. Yes. Long Jun nodded again and again. Storm House's Feng Ziki and I also thought so. Originally, we wanted to help High Heaven Pavilion, but Xie Hongchen was unwilling to admit that he took something. It's really too infuriating. How could they not understand the principle of interdependence when the lips are gone? This turtle-shaped monster beast was so tyrannical that even Su Yan couldn't do anything to it. Unless the experts of the three sects joined forces, there was no way to eat it. But Xie Hongchen, what benefits did you obtain from the place it was guarding? Why should we help you? Fighting this monster beast without knowing anything? Blood Battle Gang and Storm House weren't stupid to this extent. We can help, but you have to at least tell us what you obtained. What can you give us? The reason why the Blood Battle Gang and Storm House's people were watching from the sidelines was also because of this idea. They were waiting for High Heaven Pavilion to be unable to hold on. Then they could discuss the price. Yang Kai's eyes were fixed on the white figure in the air. Su Yan's complexion wasn't good, probably because of the huge consumption. But the lives of hundreds of High Heaven Pavilion disciples were tied to her. How could she retreat? If she retreated, at least dozens of High Heaven Pavilion disciples would die. The reason why the turtle-shaped monster beast was so slow was all because of her. Standing in midair, Su Yan danced in the air, her graceful figure fluttering like a butterfly. With a snap of her fingers, several small ice flowers flew out and sprinkled onto the turtle-shaped monster beast. Ka-cha-cha. Those ice flowers grew in size in an instant. Each of them had a radius of several zhang. Cold air spread out, and the huge body of the turtle-shaped monster beast was suddenly covered by a layer of ice. With such a restriction, the speed of the turtle-shaped monster beast dropped another level. Countless attacks landed on its body, but they only caused some sparks to fly out from its thick and heavy shell. There was no effect at all. However, Su Yan's complexion was somewhat pale. Xia Hongchen, I'm going to ask you one last time. What did you take from it? Su Yan's pair of beautiful eyes stared at the tortoise monster beast below as she asked Xia Hongchen without turning her head. Hearing those cold and emotionless words, Xia Hongchen couldn't help but shudder. He could hear the anger hidden in Su Yan's voice. Su Yan had never been angry before, but this time was different. Seeing so many innocent High Heaven Pavilion disciples die because of this matter, as the great senior sister, how could she remain indifferent? Xia Hongchen hesitated, struggled, fear, panic, all kinds of expressions flashed across his face, but soon he became firm and said, Su Yan, do you still doubt me? If I really took something from it, why wouldn't I tell you? Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of hatred and disgust. Her cold voice rang in the ears of every High Heaven Pavilion disciple. All High Heaven Pavilion disciples, quickly retreat. Since they couldn't beat the turtle-shaped monster beast, their only choice was to escape. Although they didn't know if it would chase them, it was still the only way to survive. After Su Yan's voice rang out, many High Heaven Pavilion disciples didn't hesitate to use their movement skills, and quickly fled from the turtle-shaped monster beast. The number of people attacking in the sky also rapidly decreased. One by one, they quietly retreated, but there were still many people who continued to attack. Su Yan's face became extremely dignified, coldly shouting, Why haven't you left yet? As soon as her voice fell, the layer of ice that sealed the turtle-shaped monster beast exploded. At this moment, the sluggish tortoise monster beast also broke free from its shackles. Its speed suddenly increased. Its huge meteor hammer tail swept through the air, and the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who were still fighting suddenly fell like dumplings. A few unlucky people were directly swept by this tail, and directly turned into a pool of dark red meat paste. Most of them were swept up by the wind created by the tail. They all fell down in a sorry state. The turtle-shaped monster beast roared towards the sky, and as if it had the help of a god, it began to move. With red eyes, it rushed towards Su Yan. The woman in front of it had sealed it in ice again and again. It hated her to the bone, so naturally it wanted to kill her first. Su Yan's hands quickly moved, and as her hand gestures changed, a shocking chill descended from the sky, turning the entire world white as a layer of frost began to form on the ground. Everyone's eyes were now focused on Su Yan. At this moment, her pale face had an intoxicating blush to it, making her look like a real fairy. Distancing herself from the mortal world, standing above the ninth heaven, the people of the world could only look at her with admiration, and would never be able to touch her. The turtle-shaped monster beast dashed forward roaring. It quickly closed the distance between it and Su Yan. The two were like a watermelon and a sesame seed, but the latter's eyes didn't show the slightest panic or hesitation, only indifference. A cold aura that seemed capable of freezing the entire heaven and earth suddenly condensed, and fiercely rushed towards Su Yan. In the next moment, a huge white figure suddenly appeared behind Su Yan. It was Su Yan, who had been enlarged countless times. A pure white dress, an exquisite and graceful body, a devastatingly beautiful face. Every part of her body had been enlarged countless times, but it was still flawless. It was breathtakingly beautiful. This huge figure's eyes were closed, but in the next moment, her eyes opened. In her eyes, there was a majestic snow mountain, and the sky was filled with snow. The sensational chill descended once again, and it was several times stronger than before. Everyone who stared at this figure couldn't help but have the illusion that they were sealed in ice, and their whole body shivered. Following Su Yan's last move, the huge figure rushed towards the turtle-shaped monster beast without hesitation. The distance between the two was less than 100 feet, and in the blink of an eye, the white figure drilled into the turtle-shaped monster beast's body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a layer of ice appeared on the monster beast's body once again. This time, it was thicker than before, completely sealing the monster beast in ice. Its moving limbs were also frozen in the ice. Su Yan's mouth overflowed with blood. That move just now had consumed a lot of her energy. Her slender body swayed in midair, and in the end, she couldn't hold on and fell down. At the same time, the frozen turtle-shaped monster beast continued to rush towards Su Yan. Its body was too big, and even if it was frozen while running, it couldn't stop immediately. Su Yan's expression was calm as she fell. Her eyes reflected the turtle-shaped monster beast's body that was quickly approaching her. Her eyes were filled with regret, and longing, but there was no hatred. Cries of alarm sounded. Only at this moment did everyone recover from the shock just now. But now, the person who was regarded as a goddess by everyone was about to die. Amidst the cries of alarm, a figure that couldn't be considered strong was quickly approaching Su Yan. A faint flame appeared under his feet, dragging a faint red light as he ran. Immediately, this figure was wrapped in red light, as if he had turned into a burning fireball. His speed, which wasn't slow to begin with, increased by another level. He flew to the place where Su Yan was about to fall. His feet stomped on the ground, and his whole body shot up like an arrow released from a bow. He stretched out his hands to catch Su Yan, and then arched his body, protecting Su Yan in front of his chest, using his back to face the turtle-shaped monster beast's charge. Chapter 143. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The hundreds of people had yet to recover from the shock and confusion in their eyes when cries of surprise came out of their mouths. The red light left behind by the figure did not dissipate. Following the trajectory of the red light, they could clearly see where the figure had rushed out from, and where he had jumped to catch Su Yan's falling body. The huge turtle-shaped monster beast was rushing over at lightning speed. Less than a foot in front of the turtle-shaped monster beast, a man and a woman were tightly huddled together. Looking at these two figures, it was as if one could see a kind of determination to live and die together without hesitation. At this moment, Yang Kai and Su Yan's eyes met. The latter's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, while the former's eyes only had a trace of pity and sadness. This kind of gaze made Su Yan's heart tremble. No one had ever looked at her with such eyes. When the elders looked at her, they only felt gratified and approved. When the peers looked at her, they only felt love and respect. When the younger generation looked at her, they only felt admiration and worship. Perhaps some people had looked at her with jealousy and envy, but this kind of pity and sadness was the first time Su Yan had seen in her life. She was a proud daughter of the heavens. No one was qualified to look at her like this. Was he feeling pity for her? What was he sad about? This faint pain was like a sharp needle, piercing Su Yan's frozen body and mind, causing her heart to ache. At this moment, she seemed to be able to understand why he was sad. But so warm. This person's body was very warm. Ever since she was born, Su Yan had never experienced such a warm feeling, as if her whole body was about to melt. After cultivating the ice heart secret art, her body, mind, and emotions were all frozen. In her world, there was only cold, nothing else. Cold and warmth were originally opposites. She should be disgusted by the warmth of his body, so why did she have a kind of lingering feeling, being held like this by him? Even if the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, she did not want to move a finger. Su Yan involuntarily squeezed Yang Kai's clothes. Time passed again. It's young Kai. Hu Jiao cried out in alarm. She hadn't even noticed when Kai Yang had rushed out. Just a moment ago, she had also been shocked by Su Yan's shocking display of strength. By the time she reacted, there was no trace of Kai Yang beside her. Hu Mei covered her mouth with one hand, suppressing that cry of surprise. Her eyes trembled violently as she looked in front of the tortoise monster beast, afraid that she would see a scene that she didn't want to see. Courting death. Long Jun coldly. In the next moment, the frozen tortoise monster beast slammed into Kai Yang's arched back. Although Kai Yang had done his best to turn his body and make some evasive movements when he jumped up, his current strength was too low, so he was unable to fly. Furthermore, he had used his own momentum to counteract Su Yan's falling momentum, causing the two people's bodies to be practically frozen in the air for a moment. So this collision was unavoidable. Just as the turtle-shaped monster beast made contact with Yang Kai, his arched back moved forward. Taking advantage of this little buffer time, he minimized the damage he suffered. Peng. Yang Kai and Su Yan were sent flying like cannonballs. They flew for several tens of meters before slowly falling to the ground. The two hugged each other and rolled like a gourd. They rolled for several tens of meters before the impact on their bodies gradually disappeared. Finally coming to a stop, Yang Kai's body was battered and exhausted, his face as pale as a sheet of paper, while Su Yan, who was under his body, was completely unscathed. Only her pure white clothes were a little dirty, and her hair was a mess. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai seemed to have lost all his strength. His head fell on Su Yan's chest. Su Yan's beautiful eyes trembled. Her heart, which was rarely filled with waves, could no longer remain calm at this moment. She slowly stretched out her hand and gently placed it on Kai Yang's head, as if she was caressing him, as if she was comforting him. Just now, Yang Kai had protected her with his own body. Almost all of the residual force from the collision had been neutralized by his body alone. Su Yan's body hadn't even hit the ground. Chi. The frozen turtle-shaped monster beast let out a teeth-numbing screech as it plowed a deep gully in the ground. It slid for several tens of meters before gradually coming to a stop, not far from Yang Kai and Su Yan. The world fell silent. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the man and woman who had fallen to the ground and were tightly hugging each other. If it were any other time, this kind of thing would have aroused the anger of countless people. No man could take advantage of Su Yan like this. Every inch of her skin was sacred and noble. The world could only look up to it, only see it from afar and not profane it. But at this moment, not only was there a man lying on top of her, he even buried his head in Su Yan's chest, smelling her fragrance and feeling her softness. Even so, no one felt there was anything wrong with it. Towards a dead person, could you be angry? Towards a dead person, what was there to be angry about? He had risked his life to save Su Yan. This was a moment of grace that he should enjoy before his death. Everyone felt that under that kind of brute force, Yang Kai would undoubtedly die. Only Xia Hongchen's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. The last time he had seen Yang Kai play with Su Yan's jade white hand, it had already caused him to go crazy with jealousy. It was like a nightmare that he could not get rid of. And every time he thought about it, he felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. But this time, this person was even more excessive, actually doing such a thing in front of so many people. How could he tolerate it? Xia Hongchen's resentment and anger burst out like a flood, almost causing him to lose all reason. Staring at Yang Kai, a thick murderous intent spread out unscrupulously. Su Yan, who was lying underneath Yang Kai, slowly raised her eyes and glared at him coldly. Xia Hongchen shuddered and suddenly sobered up. Looking down again, he was filled with annoyance and regret. If he had risked his life to save Su Yan just now, wouldn't he be the one enjoying this situation now? With his strength, even if he had been hit by that turtle-shaped monster beast, he would never have died. At most he would have been seriously injured. Exchanging his seriously injured body for Su Yan's favor. How could this be a good deal? Why hadn't he reacted at that time? Why had he been so immersed in the huge illusory shadow of Su Yan that he had ignored the crisis she was in? Why hadn't this person been affected by that illusory shadow? Such a good opportunity had been missed in vain. The wind blew, and the world was bleak. Su Yan's hair and Yang Kai's robes fluttered in the wind, causing them to flutter. No one dared to step forward, everyone standing in place. Su Yan's pair of eyes looked up at the chaotic sky, whispering a song from her mouth. This song couldn't be heard by others, only by Yang Kai's ears. Her voice was ethereal, cold and filled with a trace of yearning. Accompanied by the song, her hand gently patted Yang Kai's head over and over again, like a responsible mother coaxing her child to sleep. On the side, the huge turtle-shaped monster beast raised its forelimbs, its ferocious face frozen in ice, as if it would trample Su Yan and Yang Kai into meat paste at any time. This was a poetic and picturesque scene, but with a desolate beauty. After singing the song, Su Yan stopped and exhaled, a fragrant wind blowing Yang Kai's hair as she whispered, "You've recovered, get up." "What song is this?" Yang Kai didn't move, only a faint voice came out. His voice was weak, but it wasn't fake. Su Yan was silent for a long time before replying. "I don't know, it's a song from my memory." "It's very good." Yang Kai slowly raised his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face pale, his body trembling, but he slowly propped himself up. Su Yan faintly glanced at him. The various emotions that originally existed in her eyes disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a bone-chilling cold. Yang Kai sighed, knowing that his senior sister had forcibly smoothed out the ripples in her heart, allowing the lake of her heart to once again return to tranquility. Reaching out his hand, he gestured to her. Su Yan reached out her small hand, and with the help of Yang Kai's pulling force, she slowly got up. Brushing her messy black hair, she tucked it behind her ear. At this moment, even though Su Yan was covered in dust and her hair was slightly disheveled, her sacred and inviolable temperament remained unchanged. How is this possible? Cries of shock finally sounded, followed by a series of cries. Everyone looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. This man, who they had thought was bound to die, at this moment unexpectedly stood up, and although he looked bleak and desolate, there was no danger to his life. Was his body made of iron? After withstanding such a blow, he actually didn't die? Over at the blood group's side, Long Jun couldn't help but be moved. Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air also couldn't hold back their breaths, heavily gasping for breath. Hu Mei Air's face hung a trace of a relieved smile, the corner of her eyes faintly showing traces of tears. She lost her voice and murmured, "That's great, that's great." As she spoke, she unexpectedly covered her mouth and choked with sobs. Hu Jiaoer was stunned, her hand reaching out to wipe the corner of her eye. There was also a drop of tear there. What's going on? Hu Jiaoer was stunned on the spot, although she didn't hate Yang Kai now. She was also worried about the soul-stirring scene a moment ago, but Hu Jiaoer knew that most people's feelings were the same as hers. No one would be indifferent. But she wouldn't cry tears of joy for an unfamiliar man escaping death, right? What's more, although she didn't hate Yang Kai now, she also didn't have a good impression of him. Glancing at her sister, Hu Jiaoer could almost clearly feel that her heart was relieved of a great burden and relaxed after a great deal of tension. This kind of feeling was deeply felt as if it was her own. So it was like this. Hu Jiaoer's eyes flashed a trace of relief, but also a trace of confusion. In the storm houses area, Feng Ziqi's eyes were shining and he said, "Junior Du, he didn't die." Du Yishuang's face was flushed with excitement, and she patted her chest and said, "Just now he scared me. If he died, it would be a pity. This person is not bad." In the High Heaven Pavilion's area, Xia Hongchen's face was ashen, and his eyes were lifeless. He lamented that he didn't seize the opportunity just now, and even more so because of Yang Kai's luck with women. He was like a general who had lost a great battle, and had lost the ability to think. Chapter 144. Lan Chudi's eyes glowed as she looked towards Yang Kai. She had suffered some injuries in the battle with the turtle-shaped monster beast, and her clean clothes were stained red with her own blood. Her chest heaved up and down violently as she looked at the man and woman standing under the turtle-shaped monster beast's raised forelegs, her heart surging with emotion. Just now, the figure who had faced death without hesitation to rescue Su Yan had left a heavy mark in the hearts of almost every woman who saw this scene. Lan Chudai was naturally no exception. If there was a man who was willing to give up his life for her, so what if his strength was lower? A woman's request was sometimes very big, and sometimes very small. It was so small that just a casual sentence or a gesture could open her heart and let her keep his figure and appearance in her heart. If the woman standing under the monster beast at this moment was herself, how happy would that be? But when she remembered her previous attitude towards him, Lan Chudi's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness as she smiled bitterly. Do you still have the strength to fight? Yang Kai asked Su Yan from the monster beast's side. No. Su Yan slowly shook her head. We have to leave quickly. This monster beast's vitality is very tenacious. I can only freeze it for half a cup of tea's time. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Where do you want to go? Yang Kai chuckled. Before it was chasing Xia Hongchen, but now I'm afraid it will chase you. Unless you leave this place, you won't be able to escape. Then I will leave. I can't let all the High Heaven Pavilion disciples suffer because of me. It's not your fault. Why do you want to take responsibility? Yang Kai frowned and said in a slightly fierce tone. You are a senior sister. It's too tiring. Su Yan looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Is he reprimanding me? He dares to reprimand me? Even the elders in the sect have never reprimanded me. However, Su Yan was not the slightest bit annoyed, nor did she have any thoughts of refuting. Look at the current state of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples. Yang Kai looked back and saw many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples gasping for breath. Most of them were sitting cross-legged on the ground, seizing the time to recover. Even if you leave, can you guarantee that the monster beast will let them go? Without you, they will only die faster. Then what do you suggest? Su Yan asked. Kill it. Yang Kai grinned, but this grin only served to aggravate his internal injuries, causing cold sweat to drip from his forehead. Kill it. Su Yan was stunned. She hadn't expected Kai Yang's appetite to be so big. In front of such a demonic beast, being able to escape with one's life was already not bad. How could one kill it? While the two of them were talking, the ice surrounding the demonic beast suddenly made a noise. Su Yan's expression changed. Why is it so fast? Su Yan Su Yan's eyes su you. No matter what, we have to try. If we can't kill it, it won't be too late for us to run. Kacha. The sound of the ice shattering was getting louder and louder. The frozen turtle-shaped monster beast slowly turned its scarlet eyes and looked down. In its eyes, Yang Kai and Su Yan were as small as ants. Stand back. Yang Kai saw that Su Yan didn't move and couldn't help but turn around and shout. Su Yan's body trembled, and without any reason, she obediently stepped back and quickly retreated. At the same time, the injured High Heaven Pavilion disciples also retreated. Yang Kai stood in front of the turtle-shaped monster beast. His slightly thin body was imprinted in everyone's eyes, but he was like a giant with his head on the sky and his feet on the ground. He stood there, blocking the majesty of the monster beast, blocking its huge body, and blocking the wind and rain. His right hand slowly moved. It was an extremely slow movement, breaking the visual perception of everyone. His hand clearly had nothing, but at this moment, it was as if his right hand was holding a 10,000 gene sledgehammer, and he was using all of his strength to swing it. Kacha. The sound of bones dislocating came from that side. At the same time, a little bit of starlight flashed, and a kind of aura that made people tremble in fear erupted from Yang Kai's position. The wind whistled, and his robes fluttered. His black hair also swayed and danced. Kai Yang's roar could also be heard. Using all the strength in his body, he shouted out one word at a time, 3 sect disciple. His right hand was finally raised, and accompanied by a roar, it clenched into a fist. With a brilliant brilliance, the place where Yang Kai stood seemed to have transformed into a beautiful starry sky. As the starlight flowed, his right fist also moved backwards inch by inch. Every time it moved, the power it gave off became stronger, as if he was accumulating strength. If you have the heart. Yang Kai's eyes were about to split open. He tried to control the energy erupting from his fist, not letting it rush out, and still shouted each word clearly. What kind of martial skill is this? Fang Ziqi's face changed greatly. Even from a few hundred feet away, with his Yuan Qi realm strength, he could feel the enormous killing power contained in that fist. Moreover, this fist was only accumulating power, and had not truly been thrown. If it was already so powerful after accumulating power, How terrifying would it be when it was actually thrown? So beautiful. Hu Mei and Hu Jiao both said this sentence almost in unison. On the other side, the sky was filled with stars like a clear night sky, and in the midst of the madness, it made people forget to return. With a crashing sound, the ground under Yang Kai's feet could not withstand such a violent force, and a crack appeared. His body sank down, and immediately his legs bent. The turtle-shaped monster beast, which was rapidly unsealing, no longer had resentment and murderous intent in its scarlet eyes. What was left was only panic and fear that was slowly becoming stronger. It wanted to run. It could feel the terrifying power in Yang Kai's fist. It had been sealed for countless years and was in a weak state. It had not been easy for it to wake up from the seal, and it did not have time to taste the joy of freedom. It did not want to be injured, and did not want to fall into that endless sleep again. However, the huge block of ice restricted its movements. "Can you help me?" Yang Kai opened his mouth for the third time, but he couldn't even finish his sentence. Just controlling the energy in his right fist took all of his concentration, so he could only use this intermittent roar to let everyone know what he wanted to express. After shouting out this half of the sentence, Yang Kai's feet fiercely stomped on the ground, and his whole body quickly shot up into the sky, bringing with it the dense star field. The starlight shone boundless and majestic. After jumping up 10 feet, Yang Kai's rising momentum stopped, and then he turned around and fell towards the turtle-shaped monster beast's head. Just at this time, the ice that sealed the turtle-shaped monster beast finally exploded. Roar! As soon as it was free, the turtle-shaped monster beast looked up to the sky and let out a deafening roar. "Lend me a hand." Yang Kai's roar was also mixed in, but it clearly passed into everyone's ears. In the next moment, that fistful of starlight quickly swung out. This was a kind of change from extremely slow to extremely fast, and it brought about an extremely strong visual conflict. The fist exploded above the turtle-shaped monster beast's head. It was as if there was a muffled thunder in the sky, and also as if there was a violent tremor deep in the earth. When that extremely small fist smashed into the monster beast's head, everyone's heart throbbed, as if this fist could also destroy their minds. A huge halo visible to the naked eye suddenly burst out from the point of contact between the fist and the monster beast's head, and quickly spread in all directions. An unbelievable scene appeared. The boundless turtle-shaped monster beast was unexpectedly hit by this fist, and it staggered. Its 2 legs at the back flew into the air, and its 2 legs at the front bent down. Its head was like a falling meteor, and it crashed into the ground, creating a deep pit, and dust and smoke everywhere. Yang Kai was also hit by the rebound of this attack, and flew up into the air. He somersaulted many times in the air before he staggered and fell to the ground. At this time, his right fist was badly mutilated, and his entire arm was dripping with blood, and it was trembling uncontrollably. However, he stood there firmly, and looked disdainfully at the turtle-shaped monster beast that was countless times bigger than him. His thin body exuded a wild and violent bloody aura. The whole audience was shocked, and everyone's eyes trembled violently. No one thought that Yang Kai would be able to beat the turtle-shaped monster beast into such a state. After all, it was an opponent that even Su Yan couldn't do anything about. But now, that earth-shattering fist really did something that they didn't dare to imagine. What kind of fist was that? Thinking back, everyone could only think of the magnificent star field, and the boundless murderous intent hidden within the beauty, but they couldn't figure out the trajectory of that fist. Looking at the thin back in front of the huge monster beast, Su Yan's heart fiercely beat. She knew that from today onwards, she would never forget this back, because the owner of this back had done something that she couldn't do. Hu Mei's cheeks were flushed red, and she looked at Yang Kai with extraordinary splendor in her eyes. Driven by her sister's emotions, even Hu Jiao's heartbeat sped up. What should I do? Hu Jiao's heart was full of hesitation. Her current emotions were not her own, but her reaction to her sister's feelings, which made her a little scared. Lan Chudai also felt a rush of excitement, but immediately her heart was filled with bitterness, and only a touch of sadness could be seen on her beautiful face. It could be said that such a back had already become a brand in the hearts of many women. He represented safety and reliability. This was the kind of back that any woman yearned for. Amazing! Feng Ziqi's heart was shaken, and at the same time, he felt a little frustrated. There is actually such a martial skill in this world. There is even someone who can use it. Today I have learned something new. Why? Xia Hongchen muttered to himself as if he had lost his soul. Why isn't this martial skill mine? Why didn't I get this kind of adventure? If I had obtained it, then I would be the one who attracted the attention of everyone and moved the hearts of all the girls. Why is it him? He's just lucky. Is no one going to help? It's not dead yet. If you don't help, then everyone should prepare to run. Yang Kai's voice sounded again. Hearing this sentence, everyone recovered from their shock. Su Yan quickly shouted, "Those who can still fight, go help." Chapter 145. Under her command, all the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who could still move rushed forward. Elder sister. Hu Mei turned her head and looked at Hu Jiao. Jiao, let's not get involved in this mess. Who knows that the monster beast won't be able to fight back? It's better for us to wait and see how the High Heaven Pavilion disciples react. Shut up, coward. Hu Mei glared fiercely at Long Jun. Long Jun was stunned. Hu Jiao smiled bitterly. She looked at her sister, and then looked at Yang Kai. Her eyes flashed a trace of tenderness and she shouted, "Blood group, go and help." After she finished speaking, she took the lead and rushed forward. On the Stormhouse side, Dui Shuang looked at Feng Ziqi nervously and whispered, "He saved my life." Feng Ziqi pinched his nose and said, "If I say we sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, I will despise you and look down on you for the rest of my life." Dui Shuang looked at her big brother without fear. "Sai," Feng Ziqi said helplessly. "If you say so, what can I do?" Then he laughed and said, "Today I have seen such a brave hero. How can I, Feng Ziqi, fall behind? Stormhouse disciples, listen to my command and follow me to kill. Let them know that the men of Stormhouse are real men." Roar. The male disciples of Stormhouse roared in unison. "Brother Feng, what about us? What about us female disciples?" Du Yishuang asked unrelentingly. "Stand aside and watch obediently. You women only need to know how to take care of your husband and children. Why do you care so much?" After he finished speaking, he led a group of people and rushed towards the monster beast. "Humph." Du Yishuang wrinkled her nose and said, "I knew you would prefer men over women. I am not worse than you." Then she also rushed forward. After so many days, there were only 700 to 800 disciples left from the three sections. Some of them had already lost their lives in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. However, out of these 780 disciples, about 80% of them had charged forward. The remaining 20% were either injured or too weak to fight. Even if they went up, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Shouts shook the heavens. The disciples of the three sects, three forces, three directions, but only one target. That was the turtle-shaped monster beast that was lying on the ground. Yang Kai's punch seemed to have injured it quite badly. Even if it didn't take its life, it seemed like it wouldn't be able to move for a while. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples were the first to rush up, each one of them with bloodshot eyes, displaying their best martial skills, attacking the turtle-shaped monster beast fiercely, sending sparks flying everywhere. The blood group followed closely behind, followed by the Stormhouse. Among these people, there were only a few who had reached the Yuanqi realm. Among them, Su Yan had no more strength to fight, and Xia Hongchen was still in a daze in midair. Only Feng Ziqi, Long Jun, and Hu Jiao were left. Moreover, all of them were cultivators at the first or second level of the Yuanqi realm. With such strength, it would be difficult to cause any effective damage to the turtle-shaped monster beast, which was famous for its defense. After using their martial skills, the Yuanqi was exhausted, but it didn't have any effect. Even so, the disciples of the three sects didn't shrink back, and continued to release their killing moves. The area where the turtle-shaped monster beast was located was filled with endless clanking sounds. Yang Kai stood in place and laughed. He felt that he didn't waste the star mark that he had accumulated for a long time. It was enough to arouse their fighting spirit. Su Yan stared blankly at the scene that could almost be called a miracle. The disciples of the three sects had always been fighting, especially after entering the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The open and covert fighting had become more and more obvious. She didn't like fighting, so these days she had been acting alone. Otherwise, with her status and prestige, as long as she waved her hand, all the High Heaven Pavilion disciples would gather around her. This time, Xia Hongchen had provoked a big trouble, so she had no choice but to act. She thought that this time High Heaven Pavilion would be doomed, but she didn't expect things to turn around. And this turning point was brought by the man in front of her. No one had ever been able to make the disciples of the three sects cooperate to this extent. In everyone's eyes, there was no fighting, no scheming, and only one thought: to kill the turtle-shaped monster beast. This in itself was a miracle. Looking at his trembling right arm that was still dripping blood, Su Yan's heart faintly ached. She wanted to go forward and help him heal, but she restrained herself. Because at this moment, this man represented iron blood. If she went forward, she would feel tenderness. At this time he didn't need to be touched by tenderness. Just as her heart was moved, Su Yan saw the little girl from blood group called Hu Mei rush to Yang Kai's side. Then, with a worried face, she asked a few questions about his injury. Immediately, she took out a healing medicine from her bosom, tore off a piece of her dress, and bandaged his wound. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed, and then she slowly turned her gaze away. On the battlefield, perhaps the attacks of the three sects' disciples had awakened the turtle-shaped monster beast. Its originally muddled mind slowly became clear, and its huge body showed signs of moving. Its thick and heavy limbs had already begun to move. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart was raised, and their attacks became more and more fierce. Hit its head, it's injured. Suddenly, a woman shouted. It was Storm House's Dui Shuang. Hearing her shout, Feng Ziki and Hu Jiao hurriedly rushed over. When they looked, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They found that on the turtle-shaped monster beast's forehead, there was indeed a crack like wound. At this moment, dark red blood was gurgling out. Because its head was buried in the deep pit, if one didn't look closely, they wouldn't have noticed it. Fuck. Feng Ziji couldn't help but curse. He had been fighting for a long time, but he couldn't even leave a mark on the tortoise monster beast. However, there was a 1-foot-long wound here. This was the mark left by Yang Kai's punch. How powerful was his punch? How could it cause such an effect? Although his mind was shocked, Feng Ziki's hands were not careless. He fought with Hu Jiao to hit the wound first. When the two's moves collided, the turtle-shaped monster beast's body spasmed, and its movements became bigger. Woman, get out of my way. Feng Ziki felt that Hu Jiao was in his way and couldn't help but shout. This girl doesn't want to lower herself to your level, you idiot. Hu Jiao rolled her eyes. Feng Ziki's personality was well understood by the disciples of the three sections. He seriously valued men over women, and believed that only men could achieve great things. He didn't put women in his eyes, and only Su Yan could make him slightly look at her. According to rumors, there was a time when he continuously advised the Storm House's housemaster, Xiao Ruohan, to not recruit female disciples in the future. At first, Xiao Ruohan ignored him, but in the end he couldn't stand it anymore. In the end, the master and disciple went to Black Plum Town's Spring Breeze Drizzle building together. Since then, Feng Ziki never mentioned this matter again, but his deep-rooted thinking had never changed. Of course, it wasn't that he hated women, but in his mind men and women were two different species. The former was much more noble than the latter. I am a man, I am proud. I am a man, I am proud. It was reasonable to say that Feng Ziki, with this kind of thinking, should not speak to women. However, he was an extremely flirtatious and unrestrained person. In addition, he was young and promising, his strength was tyrannical, and he himself had a dignified appearance, so he never lacked women by his side. He was often surrounded by beautiful girls. This was an extremely contradictory combination of men. Hearing Hu Jiao words, Feng Ziki's sword-like eyebrows furrowed. He fiercely attacked the wound on the monster beast's head and shouted, "Little girl, who are you calling an idiot?" Hu Jiao's hands flew, and a powerful killing move followed by attacking the wound. She didn't show any weakness. Stinky man. If you really hate women so much, why don't you have sex with your junior brothers and have fun every night? When these words came out, Feng Ziki's face suddenly paled. His stomach turned, and he almost vomited on the spot. With those junior brothers. When he thought of this kind of scene, Feng Ziki felt dizzy and was on the verge of collapsing. Seeing his face change, Hu Jiao'er giggled. Her laughter was filled with pride and schadenfreude. You shameless woman, you really dare to say anything. Feng Ziki couldn't take it anymore. Whoever marries you in the future will be unlucky. None of your business. Hu Jiao'er couldn't help but blush and roll her eyes. Feng Ziki said, I won't bicker with you. Let's see who gives the monster beast a fatal blow first. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Hu Jiao'er sneered. But before the two of them could make a move, a pure white figure suddenly rushed over, carrying with it an icy chill. Her slender jade finger pointed downwards, and a pure white ice flower suddenly appeared in the monster beast's open wound. The ice flower absorbed the monster beast's blood, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood-red flower, revealing a beautiful and enchanting beauty. With a crack, the ice flower shattered, turning into countless sharp icicles, and pierced straight into the monster beast's head. Roar! The turtle-shaped monster beast suddenly pulled its head out of the big hole in the ground and roared towards the sky. Its huge body swayed, and it couldn't stand steadily. Its scarlet eyes dimmed, and it seemed to be on the verge of death. Feng Ziki and Hu Jiao'er turned their heads at the same time, and saw Su Yan, whose face was as white as snow, using the little bit of strength she had just recovered to attack with a killing move. After the attack, Su Yan turned her head and fell down. She couldn't fight anymore. Feng Ziki and Hu Jiao'er could clearly feel the chill that Su Yan was emitting this time, and it was slightly different from before. In the past, the cold was pure, and it was completely cold. It was a kind of extremely pure cold, without any other attribute mixed in. But now this cold seemed to have something more, and it was even more unbearable than before. Who provoked her? Feng Ziki asked doubtfully. How would I know? Hu Jiao'er said impatiently. Coming from the blood group, she felt that the disciples of the other two sects were not good people. Needless to say, this Feng Ziki in front of her was the epitome of male chauvinism. In the High Heaven Pavilion, Su Yan was a character, but unfortunately, she was like an emotionless ice doll, always keeping people thousands of miles away, making it difficult for people to get close to her. As for Xie Hongchun, there was no need to talk about him. He was a complete coward. He was just a person who worshipped fame and fortune, and chased after power. Her own blood group was stronger, at least she was still normal. Once her little sister grew up, she and her sister would be able to support half the sky for their father. If no one provoked her, why did she use the little bit of yuan qi that she had just recovered? Feng Ziki couldn't understand, so he shook his head. Seeing Hu Jiao'er taking advantage of this opportunity to kill the turtle-shaped monster beast, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. You woman, even if you win, it's an unfair victory. Chapter 146. Hu Jiao'er sneered. You said that I am a woman. So what if I have an unfair advantage? As for you, since you think that men are superior, then you want to compete with me. That itself is very problematic. Feng Ziki was speechless. He sighed again and again. Sure enough, only women and villains are difficult to deal with. The fate of the turtle-shaped monster beast was already half decided when the disciples of the three sects attacked. Su Yan's attack had completely ruined its only chance of survival. At this moment, facing the attacks of the three sects' disciples, it had no power to fight back. Death was only a matter of time. The root of all this was Yang Kai's majestic punch. It was that punch that aroused the fighting spirit of the three sects' disciples, giving them the courage to fight against such a behemoth. Humayer was helping him bandage his right arm. The blood vessels on his right arm had burst, causing it to tremble incessantly. Yang Kai never thought that the power of the star mark would be so strong. It was so strong that he could not control it. After that punch, his body was directly paralyzed, and he could not move. If not, why would he be standing there like a javelin? Until now, the numbness in his body had lessened a lot, and the intense pain all over his body followed. Looking at the hundreds of disciples fighting, Yang Kai did not notice the ferocious expression on Xie Hongchen's face. Since Yang Kai's punch burst out, Xie Hongchen had been standing in the air, as if he had lost his mind. It was not until recently that he finally woke up. He knew that Kai Yang must have obtained some kind of incredible fortuitous encounter in this Heaven's Cave inheritance, otherwise with his strength he wouldn't have been able to survive. If not, he would not have been able to burst out with such a punch. That was a punch that caused the peak 6th order monster beast to suffer heavy injuries. He could not let him continue to grow. If he continued to grow, not only would he not be able to obtain Su Yan, but he would also be in danger. Thinking of this, Xia Hongchen's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He glanced at the person below. This person was Nie Yong. Like Lan Chudai, he was injured in the battle just now. At this moment, he was recovering not far behind Yang Kai. Nie Yong had mixed feelings. He didn't know what to feel. He had been with Yang Kai for a few days, and had always been unkind to him. He had made things difficult for him everywhere, and had even led people to hunt him down. But at that time, they couldn't find Yang Kai's hiding place, so the matter was left unsettled. However, the existence of Yang Kai still made him feel as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat and a thorn in his back. He still remembered what Yang Kai had said when he was escaping 10 days ago. In just a dozen days, Yang Kai had become so powerful. Nie Yong was scared out of his wits. If that punch had landed on him, he would have been smashed to pieces. What to do? What to do? Now that everyone's eyes were on the monster beast, they had no time to care about anything else. After the monster beast died, how would they face Yang Kai's anger? Nie Yong noticed that Xia Hongchen was winking at him from the sky. He understood what his brother meant and couldn't help but shiver. But shortly after, Nie Yong's eyes turned cold. Yes, if he wanted to live, he had to kill Yang Kai. Otherwise, he would definitely come for revenge. Moreover, Brother Xia also wanted him to do so. Even if he killed Yang Kai, with Brother Xia's protection he would be safe. He was sure that he would be safe. Yang Kai's punch had caused Nie Yong to be unable to think calmly. He could only pin his hopes on Xia Hongchen. Slowly standing up, Nie Yong walked step by step towards Yang Kai. In the face of such a crisis, Yang Kai seemed to be unaware of it and still stood in place. Nie Yong quickened his pace. Now that Yang Kai only had Hu Mei Er by his side, as long as he was fast enough, he would definitely be able to kill him. As for what would happen after killing him, Nie Yong didn't think about it. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the turtle-shaped monster beast. No one noticed Nie Yong's movements except for one person. That person was Lan Chudai. Since Yang Kai had saved Su Yan and severely injured the turtle-shaped monster beast, Lan Chudai's heart was filled with bitterness and annoyance. She didn't expect that her junior brother, who had followed her obediently 10 days ago, would be able to display such a majestic aura. If only she had known earlier. If only she had known earlier. This kind of feeling was like she could have had a piece of jade, but had discarded it as a stone. This kind of difference between gain and loss made Lan Chudai extremely regretful. While the others were watching the battle between the three sects and the monster beast, she was looking at Yang Kai's back. That back was dazzling. Compared to Xia Hongchen, the difference was like heaven and earth. This disaster could be said to have been caused by Xia Hongchen, but in the end, it was this person who resolved it. With this comparison, the difference between the two was obvious. Nie Yong's actions quickly attracted Lan Chudai's attention. At first, she didn't think too much about it. She only thought that Nie Yong had recovered enough to participate in the battle. But after watching for a while, she found that Nie Yong's target was actually Yang Kai. While walking, Nie Yong's body emitted a faint fluctuation of yuan qi. Lan Chudai was a smart woman. She immediately understood what Nie Yong wanted to do. Just as she was about to warn Yang Kai, she suddenly saw Yang Kai turn his head and look at Nie Yong with a playful expression. He was smiling. His smile was very evil, revealing a few white teeth. Nie Yong stopped abruptly and stared at Kai Yang in fear. He didn't know how Yang Kai noticed his movements, but when he looked at him with that expression, Nie Yong felt his blood run cold. He looked at Nie Yong as if he was looking at a dead person. Brother Nie. Yang Kai slowly turned around and looked at him with a smile. Junior brother Yang. Nie Yong swallowed his saliva and slightly moved back. Are you here to kill me? This sentence directly exposed Nie Yong's thoughts. He was frightened and quickly waved his hands. He forced a smile and said, Junior brother Yang, what are you talking about? Why would I do such a thing? You and I are brother from the same sect. Why would I? Haha. Nie Yong could feel his face twitching. It wasn't because he was ashamed of lying, but because he was frightened. How could he not be frightened when facing someone who could injure a sixth-order peak monster beast with a single punch? Not to mention, this person had a death grudge with him. While speaking, Nyeyong stepped back step by step. He raised his hands and laughed, indicating that he didn't have any malicious intentions. His legs and stomach trembled. Nyeyong. Young Kai's face was full of anger. He suddenly shouted. Nyeyong was feeling guilty and didn't dare to answer. He quickly turned around and ran. Before he could run more than a few steps, a whimpering sound came from behind him. Nyeyong hastily turned his head to look, and was scared out of his wits. He saw a black all about a foot long flying towards him from Young Kai's side. From that all came a creepy cackle that made one's hair stand on end. The laughter was strange and full of evil. It entered Nyeyong's mind and made him panic. The all closed the distance of more than 10 feet in an instant. Nyeyong didn't want to sit still and wait for his death. He quickly turned around and blocked the all. Nyeyong was pleasantly surprised to find that the all's power wasn't as terrifying as he thought. Although it was difficult for him to block it with his strength, he wouldn't be killed so quickly. Nyeyong was overjoyed. He knew that Young Kai wasn't as calm as he looked. He must be an arrow at the end of its flight. Nyeyong was pleasantly surprised. He fought and retreated. He wanted to get rid of the all's attack, but the strange black all kept chasing him. The weird laughter never stopped. What the hell is this thing? Even if it's a secret treasure, it still needs a person to control it. Young Kai is clearly standing there motionless. Why is it attacking me? While he was panicking, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Nyeyong looked back and saw Lan Chudai supporting her injured body as she rushed towards him. Her face was calm, but there was a hint of determination. Nyeyong was overjoyed. "Senior sister Lan, save me." Lan Chudai looked at him indifferently. Her expression made Nyeyong's heart skip a beat. While he was trying to figure out what she meant, Lan Chudai suddenly hit him on the back. "Ah!" Nyeyong screamed in agony as he staggered forward. The black all's laughter grew more and more arrogant. There was a trace of surprise, but it passed through Nyeyong's chest by a hair's breadth. "Senior sister Lan, why did you?" Nyeyong's body trembled violently. Before he could finish his words, his eyes suddenly dimmed and his body softened. Lan Chudai gasped for breath as she stared at Nyeyong. She found that there was no injury on his chest. The awl that pierced through his chest was also gone. But immediately, the awl rushed out again. Lan Chudai could vaguely hear Nyeyong's screams. This made her scalp tingle, and her face instantly lose its color. She looked up at Young Kai and saw that he was looking at her with a cold gaze. Lan Chudai's heart jumped. She bit her lips and said, "He wants to kill you." Young Kai did not speak. He just opened his hand, and the awl turned into a ray of black light. It wrapped around his fingertips and disappeared. The two looked at each other for a long time. Young Kai slowly turned his eyes away. From beginning to end, he did not say anything. Lan Chudai smiled sadly and fell to the ground. Her whole body was dripping with sweat. Ha 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 ha. Within Young Kai's body, the old demon's wild laughter sounded. It was crazy and bloody. Accompanied by the laughter, he seemed to be chewing something. Young Kai knew what he was chewing. It was Nyeyong's divine soul. However, Young Kai did not expect that the soul breaker all would have such a strange effect. "Do you still want to kill? Do you still want to kill?" The old demon shouted excitedly as he chewed on Nyeyong's divine soul. "I haven't heard such a moving sound for a long time. I haven't tasted such a fresh and tender taste for a long time. Young master, do you still want to kill? This old servant can move at any time." Young Kai's heart moved. The old demon's laughter instantly turned into a miserable cry as he begged for mercy. After a while, the old demon slightly recovered. However, he was not as presumptuous as before. He gasped for breath and carefully asked, "Young master, why? Why didn't you tell me the true function of the soul breaker all?" "Young master, you didn't ask." The old demon felt wronged. He cautiously replied, "Moreover, this thing is too evil. I was afraid that young master would not be happy if he knew about it." "I am not happy about it," Young Kai added. "Very unhappy." The old demon suddenly trembled. After waiting for a while, Young Kai said, "But this time you did a good job. Remember, this is the only time. Next time, If you dare to hide anything, you know the consequences. Chapter 147. This old servant does not dare. The old demon immediately surrendered and said, "Young master, the little girl who helped you was decisive and ruthless." "What do you want to say?" "I want to say that this old servant likes this little girl very much. Young master, can you talk to her and let this old servant teach her for a few years? In the future, she will definitely be a great help to you." "I don't like her," young Kai coldly replied. Yes, everything will be decided by the young master." The old demon did not dare to refute and could only sigh in his heart. Nieyong's death shocked Hu Mei Er on the spot. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples who were healing were also very surprised. They only heard Yong Kai's roar and saw Nieyong running away. Just as Nieyong was fighting with the black spear, Lan Chudai launched a sneak attack, and Nieyong fell to the ground, unable to get up. What happened? No one was able to react in time. At this moment, the mountain-like turtle-shaped monster beast collapsed. The disciples of the three sects saw this scene and could not help but cheer. Hu Jiao'er giggled and said, "Feng Ziki, this last attack was taken by me." Feng Ziki said sullenly, "You are shameless. How does that count?" Hu Jiao'er sneered, "You can't afford to lose?" Feng Ziki was furious. "What do you mean by can't afford to lose? If you didn't take advantage of my distraction to attack a few more times, how could you win this battle? You little girl, I will not lower myself to your level. I'm afraid you don't have the face to argue with me anymore." Hu Jiao'er did not spare him. Feng Ziji's face flushed red when his thoughts were exposed. He said impatiently, "I won't argue with you about this. First, take the monster core." While speaking, Feng Ziji reached his hand into the tortoise-shaped monster beast's head and fumbled around. After a short while, he took out a round, earthy yellow monster core that was still mixed with blood. Staring at the monster core in his hand, Feng Ziki's eyes burned. The monster core of a peak 6th order monster beast. TSK, how much is this worth?" Long Jun looked at him faintly. "Brother Feng, don't tell me you want to take it for yourself?" The most valuable thing in this turtle-shaped monster beast's body was the monster core. Although the turtle shell on its back was certainly worth a lot of money, it could be used as a refining material, but who could take away such a large turtle shell? At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Feng Ziki's hand. He chuckled and said frankly, "I would like to." Long Jun's expression changed, while Hu Jiao'er looked at him with a smile. "But I don't dare." Feng Ziki smacked his lips. "If I really took it, would you let me go?" Long Jun sneered. "Brother Feng is a sensible person. But there is only one monster core. How do we divide it?" Feng Ziki turned his head and looked at everyone. This battle was different from the other 8 monster beast kills. The other monster beast kills were fought by the three sects alone. But this time the three sects joined forces. Naturally, everyone would have a share of the spoils. As soon as Feng Ziki's words came out, everyone fell silent. One monster core was really not easy to divide. They were afraid that they could only cache it and divide it into 3 parts, one for each of the 3 sections. Thinking of this, Long Jun was about to speak. Feng Ziki said, "This time, we were able to kill this monster beast thanks to Brother Yang from High Heaven Pavilion. How about we give it to him?" Yang Kai, who was standing below, heard this and couldn't help but frown. He looked at Feng Ziki in surprise. Long Jun said discontentedly, "Although he contributed a lot, my blood group was not idle. Many of our disciples were injured. Is there no benefit at all? If you want that turtle shell, you can take it. My storm house has no objection." Feng Ziki pointed to the side. Long Jun was choked. The turtle shell was attacked by countless disciples of the three sects, but until now, there was no trace left. Although the quality was good, who could cut it open and take it away? Wasn't this a joke? Just as the two were arguing, Feng Ziki's face suddenly changed. He quickly threw the monster core in his hand. After the yellow monster core flew out, it unexpectedly didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it spun in the air. Along with its rotation, an invisible suction force spread out in all directions. A bizarre scene appeared. 2 other monster beasts' monster cores suddenly flew out from Feng Ziki's arms. Hu Mei Er and Long Jun also did the same. The monster cores hidden in Xia Hongchen's chest also flew out. These monster cores were obtained by the disciples of the three sects when they killed the 8 monster beast. They were kept by the disciples of the 3 sections. Now all of them flew out. The 8 monster cores, in a mysterious arrangement, gathered around the turtle-shaped monster beast's monster core. They all spun in a circle, as if they were drawing some kind of mysterious power. The entire Heaven's Cave inheritance suddenly shook. A huge vortex appeared in the chaotic sky. The apocalyptic scene appeared in front of everyone, making them tremble in fear. No one knew what was happening. Only the old demon's excited voice sounded in Yang Kai's mind. Beast Soul Cloud Opening Array. Yang Kai's expression changed. He knew that the old demon must know something. He quickly said, "Tell me in detail." The old demon said, "Young master, I understand. There were 9 monster beasts here to set up this array. The existence of these 9 monster beasts is only to test the strength of the people who enter this place. If you don't kill these monster beasts, this array will not be activated. Now that the monster beast is dead, the array will be activated. This formation will use the 9 monster cores as a catalyst to activate the grand formation and present some things to you." "What is it?" "The thing hidden in the clouds," the old demon said in a deep voice. "If this old servant's guess is correct, that is the real inheritance here." "The real inheritance?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the sky and saw that the vortex was getting bigger and bigger. It looked like it was going to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. It was extremely terrifying. The disciples of the 3 sects had already fled in panic. No one stayed below. "Yes," the old demon replied. "There was a great battle here. Countless experts died here. Naturally, many inheritances were left behind. But there is always a master here. The thing hidden in the clouds is the master's inheritance." Yang Kai's heart suddenly burned with passion. "Young master, you have to leave quickly. This array will be very powerful after it is activated. If you don't leave, I'm afraid you will be affected." The old demon's voice was a little anxious. Yang Kai didn't hesitate. He quickly said to Hume'er, "Tell your sister to take the people further away." "Oh!" Hume'er nodded and ran towards Hujiao-er. Yang Kai then shouted to the disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, "If you don't want to die, then stay 10 miles away." Many people heard his words, but they didn't care too much. Yang Kai was too lazy to care about them. He had already warned them. It was their choice to listen. After he finished speaking, he ran towards the back. Suyan glanced at him. Without the slightest hesitation, she said, "All High Heaven Pavilion disciples, retreat 10 miles. The words of the senior sister were different. Everyone hurriedly moved. They retreated in the direction of Yang Kai. On the other side, Hujiao-er received her sister's message and did not hesitate to give the order to retreat. Fang Ziki looked at this scene. Looking deeply at Yang Kai, he laughed and said, "Let's go." The disciples of the 3 sects were as fast as lightning. Soon they were 10 miles away. Looking back, the 9 monster cores were emitting a dazzling light. There seemed to be an invisible connection between the monster cores. As they rotated, the vortex in the sky became bigger and bigger. A huge suction force came from the vortex. The corpse of the turtle-shaped monster beast on the ground was pulled and quickly flew into the sky. It entered the vortex without leaving a trace. Seeing this scene, everyone's face couldn't help but change. If they hadn't retreated 10 miles away, they would have been sucked into the vortex like the corpse of the turtle-shaped monster beast. Rejoicing, many people turned their heads to look at Yang Kai. They secretly admired his foresight. The wind whistled and everyone's clothes fluttered. Many people were so scared that their faces turned pale. Those who could enter here were the younger generation of disciples. They weren't very knowledgeable. Many of them hadn't even traveled far, so they had never seen such a terrifying scene. "Do you still want to retreat?" Su Yan suddenly flashed to Yang Kai's side and asked lightly. Yang Kai looked at her and slowly shook his head. Hearing this, Su Yan's worry lessened. "I will personally report Nie Yong's matter to the Elder Council. You don't have to worry." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Although Yang Kai had killed Nie Yong in a short time, it had attracted Su Yan's attention. She was very attentive. How could she not understand the key point? Therefore there was no need to ask. There's something in the clouds. Suddenly someone exclaimed. Kai Yang hurriedly looked up, and saw that within the huge vortex in the sky, a golden light slowly appeared. The golden light was dazzling and brilliant. That ray of light was like a hand parting the clouds, revealing what was hidden within the vortex in front of everyone's eyes. What is that? Someone shouted. Young Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he stared at the sky. He saw a corner, like the corner of a house. Then the corner gradually descended. Young Kai discovered that it wasn't the corner of a house, but a flight of stairs. A flight of golden stairs. This flight of stairs was more than 10 kilometers long. As it descended, another flight of stairs appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Then another flight of stairs appeared. The speed of its descent was very slow. As it descended, the chaotic vortex in the sky also changed. After waiting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a dozen flights of stairs appeared from the vortex. After that, who knew how many more flights of stairs had yet to appear? Old demon, is this the inheritance you were talking about? Young Kai asked in his mind. Young master may not know, but this should be the location of the inheritance. Only those who pass the final test can truly obtain the inheritance. Young master, please look at those stairs. If this old servant's guess is correct, there are at least 10,000 steps. Only by walking up to 10,000 steps can one be considered to have passed the final test. Of course, this 10,000 steps is just this old servant's estimation. It might not be so many, but it might be more than this. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Although the location of the inheritance had been revealed, he didn't know how long it would take for it to fall to the ground. There was no need to pay attention to it. However, his current strength was still too low. He couldn't even be ranked among the disciples of the three sects. Now that 700 to 800 people were gathered here, did he have a chance? Chapter 148. As if he knew what Young Kai was thinking, the old demon said, Young master doesn't need to worry too much. Inheritance is a matter of opportunity. Those who are fated can obtain it even if their strength is low. If not, no matter how powerful they are, it will be useless. Did young master forget the opportunity of those two little girls a few days ago? Young Kai's eyes lit up. He had seen the opportunity of the Hu sisters with his own eyes. He had stayed in the cave for more than 10 days and found nothing, but they had obtained benefits. This was fate. And I know. Young Kai nodded slightly, and immediately turned away from the sky, found a secluded corner nearby, and sat down cross-legged. Since he was going to grab the inheritance, he naturally had to recover first. Young Kai estimated that it would take 2 or 3 days for the things in the clouds to completely fall. In other words, he only had 2 to 3 days left. Su Yan looked at him in surprise, pondered for a moment, then turned and left the crowd, finding a place not too far away from Young Kai to sit down. Seeing Kai Yang and Su Yan so calm and collected, how could the masters of the younger generation weaken their own prestige? If they continued to watch like ordinary disciples, it would seem that they were not mature enough. One by one, they coughed lightly. Then, they each went to find a place to meditate. Only those ordinary disciples were left gathered together, making a big fuss without end, and the sounds of shock and exclamations of surprise never stopped. It was unknown what the Hu sisters were thinking, but they actually ran over to Young Kai and sat down next to him. Young Kai opened his eyes and looked at them. The two sisters were smiling sweetly, making it difficult to distinguish who was who. Young Kai suddenly frowned. What's wrong? One of them suddenly became unhappy. When Young Kai saw her expression, he knew it was Hu Jiao Er. It's your blessing that we can sit here. Why are you showing us such a bad face? Young Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The two of you are a pair of peerless beauties. It's my honor to be able to accompany you. How would I dare to give you a dirty look? After interacting with them a few times, they gradually became familiar with each other. They weren't as unfamiliar with each other as before, so they could talk about some things. Hu Jiao smiled and glared at Young Kai. You're such a sweet talker. Hu Mei also said, I thought you were a decent person, but I didn't expect you to have such a glib tongue. Young Kai said seriously, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. I'm not flattering you. The two sisters became even happier. They were laughing so hard that their chests were jiggling, making them look very lively. Young Kai changed the topic and said, "But the people in your gang are very against me." The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, "Are you scared?" Young Kai laughed. "It's not that I'm afraid. It's just that we're not destined to become enemies. Why bother?" Hu Jiaoer said. "Anyway, you've already offended the male disciples of High Heaven Pavilion. What's the point of adding another blood group?" Of course, she was referring to the matter of Yang Kai lying on Su Yan's body. Yang Kai's face suddenly became bitter. Hu Jiaoer giggled and winked at him. "Do you want me to kiss you and make others envious of you?" Yang Kai looked at her and then stretched out his face. "I couldn't ask for more." Hu Jiaoer suddenly blushed and said, "You're dreaming." "Okay, sister, don't make trouble. Let him recover first. His injuries haven't healed yet." Hu Mei'er shook her sister's arm. She couldn't bear to see Yang Kai being teased like this. Hu Jiaoer rolled her eyes at Yang Kai and obediently closed her eyes. Yang Kai and Hu Mei'er looked at each other and smiled. They also entered a meditative state. As time passed, the disciples of the three sects gradually lost their initial curiosity. All of them were recovering. Occasionally, they would open their eyes to look at the changes in the clouds. 2 days later, Yang Kai felt someone walk in front of him. When he opened his eyes, he saw Du Yishuang of Stormhouse and a dignified-looking man standing in front of him. This man was the one who had proposed to give the turtle-shaped monster beast's monster core to Yang Kai, Fang Ziki. "Yang Kai, how are your injuries?" Du Yishuang asked with sincere concern. "It's not a big deal." Yang Kai smiled at her and turned his gaze to Fang Ziki. He cupped his fist and said, "Are you Brother Fang?" Previously, Yang Kai didn't recognize Fang Ziki. However, 2 days ago he had shown goodwill to Yang Kai. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't feel much repulsion towards him. "That's me." Fang Ziki returned the greeting and laughed. "Junior brother Yang, 2 days ago, your fist was so majestic that it made brother admire you. I hate that I can't take your place and enjoy the glory of tens of thousands of people. I really envy you." "Brother Fang, you flatter me." Fang Ziki said. "Junior brother Yang is a man of indomitable spirit. In my life, I admire people like you the most. If it weren't for the difference between our sex, I would like to become brothers with you. From now on, we will share weal and woe together." Hu Jiaoer fiercely glared at him. "Disgusting." Fang Ziki's eyebrows jumped. Du Yishuang pulled Fang Ziki's arm and smiled bitterly. "Brother, you are too enthusiastic." Then she looked at Yang Kai and said, "Don't mind him. My brother has a problem with his brain." "Junior sister, what are you saying?" Fang Ziki immediately glared at Du Yishuang. "It doesn't matter. Brother Fang is a forthright man. That's why you don't care about trifles." Yang Kai smiled. He didn't expect that Fang Ziki of Stormhouse would be such a wonderful person. "Junior brother Yang really understands me." Fang Ziki was greatly moved. Hu Jiaoer interrupted from the side. "Kai Yang, you have to be careful of him. In this person's eyes, women are like dirt. Only men can enter his eyes. Don't be too polite to him. Who knows, he might look at you differently." After saying this, she covered her mouth and giggled. Hu Jiaoer's words were easily misunderstood. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned green. Fang Ziki bitterly said, "Hey, how can you slander people like this? Junior brother Yang, don't listen to her nonsense. I, Fang Ziki, am not the kind of person you think I am." Yang Kai dryly coughed. His expression was a little unnatural. Fang Ziki was so anxious that the veins on his forehead bulged. He looked around and pulled Du Yishuang, who was standing next to him. Then he hugged her waist and kissed her lips. Seeing this, Kai Yang was stunned. Hu Jiaoer and Hu Jiaoer's mouths were also slightly open. Du Yishuang struggling and whimpering entered their ears. The two sisters couldn't help but blush. After a long time, Fang Ziki let go of Du Yishuang. He wiped the corner of his mouth and laughed. "Junior brother Yang, do you believe me now?" Yang Kai prostrated himself in admiration and gave a thumbs up. "Brother Fang is a real man with iron blood." This praise touched Fang Ziki's heart, and he couldn't help but laugh exaggeratedly. Du Yishuang's face was red and her eyes were watery. She slapped Fang Ziki's face. "You bastard! Du Yishuang stamped her feet, covered her cheek with both hands and ran away. Run slowly, don't fall. Feng Ziji shouted at her while rubbing his cheek that was slapped. Brother Feng, aren't you going to chase after her? Yang Kai looked at Du Yishuang's back and was speechless for a while. Don't worry about her. She's throwing a tantrum. She'll be back soon. Feng Ziki didn't care. Sure enough, after 10 breaths of time, Du Yishuang walked over to Feng Ziji with a red face. Her head was so low that it was almost touching her chest. Her 2 hands were constantly twisting the corners of her clothes. She walked over to Feng Ziji in a weak and gentle manner. Haha. Feng Ziji winked at Yang Kai, feeling quite proud of himself. Brother. Du Yishuang plucked up her courage and pulled Feng Ziki's arm. What are you doing? Feng Ziki raised his sword-like eyebrows and shouted. Du Yishuang raised her hand and quickly slapped Feng Ziki's other cheek. She gritted her teeth and said, You're a big bastard. After this slap, Du Yishuang seemed to have vented her anger. She turned around and arrogantly walked away. Feng Ziki touched his cheek in a daze. His eyes were full of disbelief. Haha. Hu Jiao and Hu Mei's shoulders trembled as they laughed. Obviously, they didn't expect things to turn out this way. Originally, when Du Yishuang came back, the 2 sisters despised her. But now, all that was left was admiration. This junior sister. Feng Ziki murmured. He didn't know what to feel. He turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. He forced a smile and said, I'll deal with her later. Hu Jiao clapped her hands and said, This show is really good. Ai Feng Ziki, oh Feng Ziki, you also have a day like this. Feng Ziki's mouth twitched. He sighed and said, If you always walk by the river, how can you not wet your shoes? Yang Kai coughed. He didn't want to continue with this nonsense. He said, Brother Feng, why are you looking for me? Hearing this, Feng Ziki's expression became serious. He raised his head and looked 10 miles away. He said seriously, This time, I came to ask you one thing. Junior brother Yang, how much do you know about that place? Hearing this, Hu Jiao and Hu Mei's expressions also became serious. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Before he could answer, Feng Ziki said, A straightforward person doesn't speak in riddles. Of course, if junior brother Yang said that you don't know anything about this place, I would believe you. Yang Kai looked at him. He knew that when he warned everyone to stay 10 miles away, he had some clues. If he didn't have some understanding of this place, why would he retreat in advance? However, this kind of thing didn't matter. Even if he didn't say anything, when the thing in the clouds completely descended, the disciples of the 3 sects would still go and investigate. He looked at Hu Jiao and Hu Mei. They were also looking at him. Thinking of this, Yang Kai had a plan in his heart. He said, I don't know much, but when the thing in the clouds descends, I will go and take a look. Feng Ziki heard this and asked, Is it dangerous? Yang Kai smiled. Brother Feng, you are asking the wrong person. Feng Ziji nodded, cupped his fists and said seriously, Many thanks for junior brother Yang's reminder. If you have free time in the future, please come to Stormhouse as a guest. This elder brother will definitely enjoy a drink with you. You are welcome. After Feng Ziki left, Yang Kai looked at the sisters with a smile. You already know what you want to know, yet you still want to sit here and let me be hated by the male disciples of Blood Group? You want to drive us away? Hu Jiao stared at him. Hu Mei hurriedly said, We didn't come here because of this. Hey. Chapter 149. Before she could finish her words, Hu Jiao interrupted her. So what if we approached you because of this? She couldn't bear to see Yang Kai think so badly of others. Were they sisters so scheming? They were really heartless. Aware of her anger, Yang Kai didn't speak again. Hu Jiao continued. When that thing lands, we will follow you. In any case, you know more than us. You provide us with information, and I will be responsible for protecting you. How about this deal? Protect me? Yang Kai looked at her and raised an eyebrow. Don't you need protection in your current state? Moreover, your strength is so low. What if you encounter danger inside? Hu Jiao chuckled. Don't tell me that High Heaven Pavilion Su Yan will protect you. She hasn't even looked at you these past few days. You saved her in vain. Do as you wish. Yang Kai didn't want to waste his breath. In any case, when the time came, everyone would go in together. The more people there were, the more they could take care of each other. Humph. Hu Jiao coldly snorted and pulled her sister away from Yang Kai. After waiting for another day, the thing in the clouds finally revealed its full appearance, and was about to fall to the ground. Everyone stood up and stared blankly at the thing that was 10 miles away. It could be said to be a huge and majestic building, but what was imprinted in everyone's eyes was an endless flight of stairs. At the very top of the clouds, there seemed to be a shadow of a palace. Where is the inheritance? Yang Kai gently exhaled. At the same time, many of the disciples of the three sects were excited and nervous. Although they didn't know as much as Yang Kai, they still had some eyesight. They knew that such a huge thing must have a treasure. Now everyone was waiting for the moment when it landed. Under the gazes of countless people, the huge building finally made contact with the ground. Accompanied by a muffled sound, the earth trembled slightly. The huge whirlpool in the sky also changed strangely and disappeared. The muffled sound lasted for a long time before everything settled down. The building was now firmly on the ground. A shout came from the disciples of the three sections. Hundreds of people suddenly started to move and rushed towards that direction. Yang Kai was also walking in that direction, but he was not as anxious as the others. Just as the old demon had said, inheritance depended on luck, not strength. In his eyes, a pure white shadow seemed to pass by. Raising his head, he saw Su Yan's robes fluttering in the wind. Her pace was not fast, but it was not slow either. It was as if she was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. There was a trace of nobility in her otherworldly appearance. Noticing Yang Kai's gaze, she turned her head and glanced at him. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything. In the blink of an eye, their gazes were blocked by the disciples of the three sections. From the side came two fragrances, the two beautiful sisters of the blood group, one on the left and one on the right, accompanied Yang Kai, one with a charming smile, the other with a seductive look. The elder sister said, "I said I would protect you, so I will definitely protect you. Don't worry, us sisters have already obtained a kind of inheritance. If there are any benefits this time, we won't fight with you." Yang Kai raised his head again, but Su Yan's figure was no longer there. "Smelly brat, I'm talking to you." Hu Jiao couldn't help but feel annoyed when Yang Kai didn't respond. "I heard you." Yang Kai helplessly responded. "Humph, I don't know what's so good about you." Hu Jiao whispered, but Yang Kai didn't hear her clearly. After traversing the distance of 5 kilometers, the three of them arrived in front of the dazzling golden stairs. Next to this incomparably large building, there was a layer of hazy light curtain. On the light curtain, there was a faint door-like thing. The disciples of the three sects, either alone or in groups, each found a door and drilled into the light curtain. The number of people quickly decreased. It was strange to say that standing in front of the light curtain, one could clearly see the scene on the stairs, but the disciples of the three sects who drilled in all disappeared without a trace. It was as if they were swallowed by an invisible big mouth. Seeing this scene, the two beautiful sisters couldn't help but feel a burst of fear. "Yang Kai, where did they go?" Hu Jiao nervously asked. "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head and walked to a door that no one cared about. He flicked his hand into the door, and only a layer of ripples appeared. He couldn't see the situation on the other side. Are we going in or not? Hu Meier's courage was even smaller, and she was already trembling. Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at the clouds before walking straight through the door. Seeing him so decisive, Hu Jiao clenched her teeth and pulled her sister's hand. "Let's go in." Stepping into the light curtain, what they saw was the same as what they saw outside. Inside was the endless stairs that stretched upwards. Yang Kai, who had entered before, was also in front of them. He was standing at the bottom of the first step, lost in thought. Looking left and right, there was no trace of other people. It was as if each door led to an independent space. Only those who entered from the same door would stay together. Looking back, Yang Kai's hand touched the door. The ripples dispersed and the door on the light curtain suddenly disappeared. The way back was cut off. Yang Kai took a deep breath and lifted his foot to step on the first step. After stepping on, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown and stop. "What's wrong?" Hu Jiao'er asked. You two come up and try. Yang Kai called the two sisters. The two didn't hesitate and stepped forward. When they stood next to Yang Kai, the two sisters' bodies moved slightly at the same time. What did you feel? Yang Kai asked. There's energy rushing to the soles of our feet. Hu Jiao'er replied. Hot energy. Hu Mei'er continued. Well, this is probably the test. Yang Kai smiled slightly. What he felt was different from the two sisters. He found that the energy rushing to the soles of his feet was actually of the yang attribute. Circulating the true yang tactics, this energy not only didn't cause any harm to him, but also replenished his yuan qi. But the two sisters were different. They had to circulate their qi to dissolve the energy that rushed to the soles of their feet. He gained, but they lost. Comparing them, the difference was obvious. But this energy is too weak. If this is the test, it's not worth mentioning. Hu Mei'er was a little excited. Her strength was only at the second level of the initial element, but she could easily resist it. Don't lower your guard. Hu Jiao'er glanced at her sister. This staircase has many levels. If the energy is stronger the higher we go, I'm afraid we won't be able to resist it at the end. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try. Yang Kai stepped forward again, and stepped onto the second step. His footsteps didn't stop. Third step, fourth step. The two sisters followed closely behind. After walking through 100 levels, the three of them found that Hu Jiao'er's previous deduction was correct. The higher they went, the stronger the yang attribute energy contained in the staircase, and the more yuan qi they needed to dissolve. Looking up, they saw that the stairs were endless. The two sisters couldn't help but secretly complain. Unlike them, Yang Kai was enjoying himself. After walking through the 100 levels, his dantian had one more drop of yang liquid. All of it was the yang attribute energy that rushed to the soles of his feet. Yang Kai and the two sisters casually walked through the first 300 levels. Every time they stepped on a level, there would be a burst of yang attribute energy rushing into their bodies. As the number of levels increased, the energy gradually became stronger, but it wasn't to the extent that the three of them stopped. Yang Kai didn't need to say anything. The true yang tactics itself required this kind of energy. What made him a little surprised was Hu Mei'er. This girl, with her strength at the second level of the initial element boundary, was actually able to easily walk through the 300th level. But after the 300th level, the energy contained in the stairs became stronger. Every time the three of them stepped on a level, they had to pause for a moment before continuing. After reaching the 400th level, this situation became more and more obvious. The two sisters had to pause for about 3 breaths each time. After being affected by this kind of hot yang attribute energy for a long time, their bodies were exuding a little sweat. But now, it seemed that they were coping with it with ease. Along the way, Yang Kai silently counted the steps of the staircase. He believed that this test wasn't just like this. If it was really just like this, then it would be too simple. There must be some unforeseen events and unknown dangers. At the 490th level, Hu Mei'er and Hu Jiao'er stopped. The elder sister glanced at the happy Yang Kai and was unconvinced. She said that she was here to protect him this time. Why did it seem that she was the one who was more tired when walking these stairs? Why was his face full of joy and enjoyment? Let's rest for a while before continuing. Yang Kai glanced at them. No need. Hu Jiao'er gritted her teeth and stepped in front of Yang Kai. After walking 10 steps in a row, when Hu Jiao'er stepped on the 500th step, her delicate body couldn't help but shiver. Yang Kai saw this and quickly pulled her down. The two of them looked at each other and Hu Jiao'er asked, "How did it change?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed, but he didn't ask any further questions. Stepping onto the 500th step, this time what rushed into his feet was no longer a hot yang attribute energy, but instead an icy cold ice attribute energy that sent chills down his spine. This change of hot and cold was also the reason why Hu Jiao'er was surprised. Is this the test? Kai Yang smiled faintly. He didn't expect that the stairs in front of him would contain the yang attribute energy he needed. If that was the case, then anyone who cultivated a yang attribute secret art, as long as they had enough time, would be able to reach the top. But now it was different. After the 500th step, there was an impact of cold attribute energy, which was the opposite of yang attribute energy. Facing the cold attribute energy rushing into his body, Yang Kai had two options. One was to use the true yang yuan qi in his body to neutralize it. The other was to use the true yang secret art to refine it and absorb it into his bones. But no matter which method he chose, the consumption of his yuan qi was inevitable. Moreover, the consumption of the second method was much higher, so it wasn't as easy as just neutralizing it. If Yang Kai didn't have a lot of yang liquid stored in Dantian, he might have chosen the first method. But now that he had more than 100 drops of yang liquid stored in Dantian, he could boldly choose the second method without any worries. Using the true yang secret art, the cold energy rushing into his body was instantly refined and then absorbed into the unyielding golden skeleton. Let's go. Yang Kai turned around and smiled at the sisters and continued to lead the way. Hu Jiao'er looked at Yang Kai angrily and whispered to her sister, "What is he so proud of?" Hu Mei'er smiled bitterly, "He's not proud." Chapter 150. He's so proud of himself. That stinky brat dares to look down on me. Gritting her teeth, she and her sister activated their secret art. While dispelling the cold energy in their bodies, they chased after Yang Kai. On the first day, the three of them climbed the 1000th step. When they reached the 1000th step, Yang Kai took a step forward and found that it was as he had guessed. The energy in the 1000th step had turned into the yang attribute. The change in the 500th step was a mixture of heat and cold. This kind of increasing impact was enough to stop 90% of the disciples from the three sections. Only those with profound strength could rely on their own cultivation to reach the 1000th step. Logically speaking, Hu Mei'er should not have been able to reach this point, but she did. Moreover, she did not feel too tired. On the other hand, Hu Jiao'er, who was in the Yuanqi realm, looked tired. The three of them chose to rest here for half a day. At the same time, at the top of the 3000th step, a pure white figure was walking step by step towards the top. Her steps revealed a calm and tranquil aura, as if the impact of the stairs did not hinder her in the slightest. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and her expression was indifferent. Occasionally, she would reach out and tuck her hair behind her ear. Her aura was calm, and there was not the slightest sign of exhaustion. When the impact from the bottom of her feet entered her body, it disappeared like snow melting in the early spring. Her delicate face made the sky pale in comparison, but she was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. She was like a flawless ice doll. She was Su Yan. She cultivated the ice heart secret art, and like Yang Kai, she had a unique advantage in this test of alternating heat and cold. There were 700 to 800 disciples from the three sects who cultivated yang and cold attribute secret arts and martial skills. It was not just Yang Kai and Su Yan. At this moment, these people all experienced their own advantages. However, there was a difference in strength. There was a difference in secret arts, and no one could reach the 3000th step like Su Yan. Less than the 2000th step, there were also a few figures. Xia Hongchen's face was gloomy as he gasped for breath. He sat cross-legged on the stairs and used pills to recover his energy. The inheritance is mine. Everything here is mine. As long as I obtain this inheritance, I, Xia Hongchen, will become the strongest disciple of the three sects. I can make High Heaven Pavilion stand above the other two sects, and even subdue them. I want all those who question me to die, without a burial place. Yang Kai, you are the first. Ha ha ha, I am Xia Hongchen. You are the true overlord of this world. Xia Hongchen was on the verge of going insane. The yuan qi in his body was in chaos. Normally, when one's strength reached his level, such a situation would not occur. This was clearly a state that only a cultivator in the qi transformation stage would have. The scene of the disciples of the three sects fighting against the turtle-shaped monster beast was still lingering in his mind. What he saw was not the disciples of the three sects working together without hesitation. All he saw was the disdain those people had for him. This was because the turtle-shaped monster beast was provoked by Xia Hongchen, but in the end, it was heavily injured by Yang Kai, giving the disciples of the three sects the opportunity to kill it. Although from the beginning to the end, no one said anything about him. But this silent criticism made Xia Hongchen angry. Many of his junior brothers and junior sisters who used to worship and respect him looked at him with strange eyes. This made Xie Hongchen unable to bear. No one can look at him with that kind of eyes. No one. A few hundred steps in front of Xie Hongchen, Feng Ziki was gasping for breath as he stepped down. His whole body could not help but shiver. It took him a lot of effort to dissolve the cold qi that rushed into his body. Even his eyebrows showed signs of turning white. Hey, let's take a rest. Feng Ziki's expression was calm. He also knew that the inheritance depended on luck, although the level of one's strength was related. But it was not a decisive factor. So even though he coveted the inheritance, he was not as crazy as Xie Hongchen. It looks like this place is specially prepared for those who cultivate yang and cold attribute cultivation methods. Feng Ziki muttered to himself as he took out a pill from his chest and put it in his mouth. Then why am I here? Isn't this a waste of time? It's better to take a few junior sisters and see if there are any other benefits in Heaven's Cave inheritance. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was reasonable. After a moment, Feng Ziki suddenly stood up and flew down. Not long after, he left the endless stairs. When he returned to the ground, he saw Du Yishuang sitting cross-legged with a sad face. Hey, junior sister Du, why are you here? Feng Ziki was surprised. Du Yishuang coldly glanced at him. Thinking of this brother's frivolity, her face became red. She turned her head and coldly snorted, ignoring him. Come. Brother was looking for someone to accompany me. You just happened to be here. Feng Ziki walked forward and pulled Du Yishuang up. Then he hugged her without any scruples. What are you doing? Du Yishuang struggled, but how could she get rid of Feng Ziki? His hand was like an iron hoop around her waist. Du Yishuang's heartbeat became numb. Let go of me, or I'll bite you, Du Yishuang fiercely said. She was like a little tiger baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. When a man does something, a woman should just shut up and follow him. Feng Ziki said domineeringly. Du Yishuang was absent-minded, but she didn't struggle as hard as before. On the 2000th step of the stairs, Long Jun of the blood group was also recovering. These people were the young talents of the three sections. Their strength was almost the same, so there was not much difference in the number of steps they were on. Xie Hongchen's madness was different from Feng Ziki's indifference. Long Jun was nervous but also had a trace of expectation. He didn't know if he would be able to obtain the inheritance. It would be great if he could obtain it. Long Jun obviously didn't have much confidence. After all, although his strength was the best among the three sects, he was older than the others. He wasn't that outstanding. Apart from the few people at the front, the rest of the three sects' disciples were mostly around the 1,000 step mark. Yang Kai and the Hu sisters could only be considered to be in the middle. There were still many people who were struggling to move up the 1,000 step mark. Each step required a lot of yuan qi, and they had to rest for a long time before they could move forward again. However, this kind of hardship was also a great benefit for these people. The test on the stairs was not only to select the candidates for the inheritance, but also to persevere and not retreat. Naturally, they would also obtain benefits as they moved forward. This was a kind of tempering of the mind. Lan Chudai was also struggling on the 100th step of the staircase. She was a beautiful woman with a proud figure. However, at this moment, her hair was covered with frost. Her whole body was trembling, but she clenched her teeth and refused to give up. Every time she thought of Yang Kai's cold and emotionless eyes, she felt a pang in her heart. She clenched her fists and breathed heavily as she stepped on a new step. She was ambitious and was willing to rely on the strong, but was this wrong? She was just a woman. Her aptitude was not very good. After entering High Heaven Pavilion, she had worked hard to cultivate until now, but she only had the strength of Qi Transformation 7th level. What was this kind of strength in the eyes of the strong? She wanted to rely on the strong just to find a support for herself. This was just a way for a woman to live a good life. She wasn't Su Yan. She wasn't a proud daughter of the heavens who attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. Besides her own mind, she had nothing else to rely on. Perhaps this body that made men drool and women envied was a strength in the eyes of outsiders, but Lan Chudai never regarded it as her own capital. If possible, she didn't want to have such a body and appearance. Let men think about it, let women be jealous. 10 days ago, when that person was in a crisis, she chose to remain silent and did not help him. Perhaps at that time, if she had said a few good words for him, he would not have looked at her like that. Haha, stingy junior brother. Why can't you be magnanimous? No one can be relied on. Only by becoming strong yourself can you be considered strong. A stream of qi suddenly rushed out of Lan Chudi's body and circulated around her body. Lan Chudai was stunned for a moment before she smiled like a flower. While she was lost in her thoughts, she unexpectedly broke through her cultivation and reached the qi transforming stage 8th level. Closing her eyes and feeling the changes of her breakthrough, Lan Chudai looked excited. Let me quickly become stronger here. She once again stepped forward, faster and lighter than before. Lan Chudi's heart was filled with joy and joy. After resting for half a day, Yang Kai and the Hu sisters once again moved forward. After reaching the 1000th step, the pressure they felt was obviously different from before. The energy contained in each step was much greater. At the beginning, the two sisters did not need to rest, but the further they went, the longer they needed to rest. The same was true for Yang Kai. Although he practiced the true Yang secret art, his strength was still too low. It was impossible for him to walk through these steps like Su Yan. Therefore, the speed of the three was not very fast, and no one was dragging each other down. They gritted their teeth and persevered until they reached the 2000th step. Only then did they stop to rest again. Along the way, the energy contained in every 500 steps was different. Cold and hot alternated, causing people to have to face a completely opposite energy impact just as they got used to it. Not only did this consume a lot of energy, but it was also a test of the mind. The Hu sisters were somewhat out of breath, their breasts rising and falling. On the contrary, Yang Kai's face was calm. Although he also consumed some energy, the yang liquid stored in the dantian was enough to cope with the current situation. Aren't you tired? Hu Jiao could not help but look at Yang Kai. From the beginning until now, Yang Kai did not show any signs of fatigue, which puzzled Hu Jiao. If not for the previous opportunity, Hu Jiao believed that it would be impossible for her sister to reach here. She would have been stopped at the 1000th step. However, Yang Kai was only at the initial element stage. Along the way, she did not see him take any pills. How could his body have so much yuan qi to squander? It's okay. Yang Kai also sat on the steps to recover his physical strength and spirit. Monster! Hu Jiao smiled bitterly. Chapter 151. After resting for half a day, the three of them once again set off, stepping onto the staircase that still remained. Time slowly passed, and on the 3rd day after the towering structure fell to the ground, many of the disciples from the three sects could no longer hold on, and began to escape one after another. Although they had yet to reach the peak, none of them showed any signs of depression. Instead, they were filled with excitement and joy. This was because everyone had more or less obtained some benefits from this trial, and many of them had directly broken through their current realm. This naturally made them happy. On the 4th day, even more people ran down. Some were sweating profusely, while others were shivering from the cold. After these people recovered, they still wanted to enter the light curtain again. But this time, no matter what method they used, there was no way for them to break through the light curtain's obstruction and climb the endless stairs. Realizing this, everyone knew that they only had one chance. If they missed it, they would never have another, causing many of them to feel regret in their hearts. Everyone thought that if they had been able to persevere inside, they would have obtained even greater benefits. The trial in front of them was like this, but how could many things in life not be like this? There was always only one chance, and if they did not grasp it properly, they would only lament after missing it. On the 5th day, more than half of the disciples from the three sects had withdrawn from the trial. Everyone gathered around the light curtain, envying those who were still persevering inside, and lamenting their own choices. However, most of the discussions were about who would be able to reach the peak. Without a doubt, Su Yan's voice was the most popular, because everyone who had come out knew that the cold and hot alternated. Su Yan's secret art undoubtedly had a great advantage. Moreover, among the young disciples of the three sects, her strength was the strongest, so it was not surprising that she could reach the peak. This voice made many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples glow with pride. Su Yan's weight in the hearts of every High Heaven Pavilion disciple was not low. This was the same for both male and female disciples, because Su Yan's strength and nobility had exceeded the bottom line of their envy. All that was left was admiration and worship. On the 5,000th step, Yang Kai and the Hu sisters were still struggling. Yang Kai was still the same as before, but the appearance of the two sisters was not so good. It was not that they were tired. It was just that her appearance was somewhat alluring. The steamy stairs made them sweat profusely. Their faces were flushed, and their eyes were watery, like two ripe peaches. He took a bite, and his mouth was filled with sweetness and juices. So hot. As Hu Jiao walked up, she used her hand to lift up her collar and gently fanned herself. Her body was faintly discernible. She wasn't wearing much to begin with. Now that she was sweating, her dress stuck to her body, outlining her perfect curves. Hu Mei was also sweating profusely. Her ruby-like lips were now a little dry. She kept licking her lips with her tongue to moisten them. Why don't we rest a little more? Hu Jiao said bitterly as she glared at Yang Kai walking in front of her. She didn't expect that Yang Kai, whose strength was much lower than hers, would be able to act as if nothing had happened. This made her feel both annoyed and impressed. Hearing her words, Yang Kai, who was walking in front of her, stopped. He turned his head to look at her and said, "It won't be hot if we walk a little more." Looking down at Hu Jiao's chest from a high vantage point, he was able to see the soul-stirring white and blood-boiling deep cleavage. Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded. Hu Jiao obviously also noticed her loss of self-control. She quickly put her collar back and covered it with her hands. She glared at him and said, "What are you looking at?" Yang Kai laughed. Not only did he not withdraw his gaze, but he also unscrupulously lingered on the two sisters. Being stared at like this, the Hu sisters suddenly felt uncomfortable. The reason why they walked behind Yang Kai was because they were now soaking wet. How could they have the nerve to walk side by side with him? But they didn't expect this person to be so shameless and bold. "You're still looking." Hu Jiao vigilantly pulled her sister behind her, using her body to cover. Her face was red as she angrily glared at Yang Kai. Haha. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He turned his head and continued to walk forward. He opened his mouth and said, "This walk is extremely boring. There is some scenery on the side of the road, so naturally I have to stop and enjoy it." "I really misjudged you." Hu Jiao bitterly lamented. "I thought you were a gentleman, but I didn't expect you to be so filthy. I can't wait to dig out my own eyes and smash them in your face." Yang Kai didn't look back. He lightly said, "A man looking at a woman is a matter of course. What does this have to do with being a gentleman? Besides, if you are angry, you should dig out my eyes. Why dig out your own eyes? Jiao are you confused?" Hu Jiao was even more furious. Her chest heaved up and down. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you want me to beat you up before you shut up? You're wrong again. Have you forgotten that you are here to protect me?" Yang Kai suddenly turned around and raised his eyebrows at her. His tone was full of ridicule. These words made Hu Jiao's face turn red. Her murderous aura disappeared in an instant. She shyly said, "Can you not mention this matter? It's embarrassing." Before, she took the initiative to come and protect Yang Kai, but now, it seemed that he didn't need any protection. Instead, it was the two sisters who slowed him down. When she thought of this matter, Hu Jiao was embarrassed. "Okay, you two talk less. If you have the strength, you might as well walk a few steps." Hu Mei stood up to smooth things over. "Humph, turn your head away. You're still looking." Hu Jiao glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't continue to argue with her. Following behind him, Hu Jiao whispered to her sister, "I don't think he is a good person. Be careful in the future. Don't let him eat your bones and not spit them out." "Sister." Hu Mei was extremely shy. After walking for an hour, Kai Yang suddenly came to a halt and stood quietly in place. The two sisters quickly stepped forward. When they set foot on the stairs where Yang Kai was, they couldn't help but shiver. "It's so cold." Hu Jiao rubbed the back of her hands, goosebumps rising all over her body. The two sisters' fragrant sweat was instantly frozen into ice shards. The 500th step changed, and they arrived at the place where the cold attribute was. Without saying anything, the Hu sisters walked forward one by one and stuck to Yang Kai's side. Like quails in winter, they shivered incessantly. From the 3000th step until now, the three of them had spent their days like this. At the place where the yang attribute was, the two sisters followed behind Yang Kai. At the place where the cold attribute was, they snuggled up to Yang Kai for warmth. Along the way, there was a feeling of sharing weal and woe. Another day passed. When the three of them stopped to rest again, the Hu sisters looked at each other and nodded. It seemed as if they had come to a decision. Yang Kai, Hu Jiao suddenly shouted. "What's wrong?" "We thought about it and decided that we won't go with you." Yang Kai showed a trace of surprise, but he didn't say anything and just waited for the rest. Hu Jiao bitterly said, "With your own leg strength, you should be faster. If it weren't for taking care of us, you definitely wouldn't be here now. If we go with you, we'll only be a burden." Hu Mei nodded slightly and said, "Sister wanted to protect you, but now it seems that the test here has little to do with your strength. There's no need for protection." Yang Kai still didn't say anything and just quietly looked at them. Hu Jiao smiled and said, "Do you think we're going to give up? We just don't want to go with you. You go your own way, we'll catch up." "Have you decided?" Yang Kai asked. Slowly standing up, Yang Kai said, "If you've decided, I won't persuade you." These two girls were good at understanding people, and persuading them would only make him look hypocritical. Looking up at the peak of the clouds, Yang Kai said, "Thank you for accompanying me on this journey. These few days weren't so boring." Hu Mei's face flashed with a trace of joy and shyness. The hostility and vigilance in Hu Jiao's heart was shattered by this sentence. "I will go to the top. I want to see what's at the top." Yang Kai turned around and stepped up. His speed was undoubtedly much faster than before. "Remember to tell us later," Hu Jiao said with a smile. "Okay." Waiting until Yang Kai's figure became a small black dot in their field of vision, the two sisters stood up and continued to walk up while bitterly resisting the invasion of the cold air. However, they didn't take more than a few steps before two soft gusts of wind suddenly appeared in the air. Under these gusts of wind, both of them couldn't help but lean back. In the next moment, the two of them felt light and unexpectedly floated up. They were directly sent out of the endless staircase by the two gusts of cold wind. When they came back to their senses, their bodies had already fallen outside the light curtain. Still in shock, she turned her head to look and found that many people were like her sisters. It was obvious that they had just been sent out, and there was some fear on their faces. Moreover, without exception, these people were all women, and there was not a single man. "Where's Yang Kai?" Hu Mei looked around, but didn't find any trace of Yang Kai. "He's still inside," Hu Jiao whispered. Although she didn't know what had just happened, since there was no trace of Yang Kai, he was definitely still inside. But why were only women sent out? The sudden appearance of a large group of girls also stunned the disciples of the three sects who had just come out. Not long after, the disciples of the three sects quickly surrounded them. Some asked about their well-being, while others asked about the situation of the women inside. After listening for a while, the Hu sisters discovered that their experience was the same as the two of them. While walking, they were suddenly wrapped in a soft wind and sent down. They didn't suffer any injuries. Chapter 152. In the crowd, Lan Chudi's whole body was purple as she shivered from the cold. However, her pair of beautiful eyes revealed an unyielding will. This kind of look was very similar to Yang Kai's, except that her eyes were much colder and less ruthless. Did I fail? Lan Chudi's heart was bitter. She was only at the Qi transformation stage 8th level, yet she was able to climb more than 3,000 steps. This kind of result was unheard of among the disciples of the three sections. What she relied on was the unyielding will in her heart, and her desire to become stronger. But now, she was sent down by an uncontrollable force. How could she be willing to accept this? Why was it like this? As long as I have enough time, I will definitely climb to the top. Why did I have to be sent down? Lan Chudai clenched her hands so tightly that her slender nails even penetrated the flesh of her palms. Pain was the only thing that could calm her down. Junior sister, are you okay? Hu Jiao noticed Lan Chudi's abnormality and asked with concern. Lan Chudai slowly shook her head. Her eyes drooped as a tear of unwillingness slid down her face. Yang Kai continued to move forward. In his eyes, there was only the peak of the clouds. He did not notice what was happening to the Hu sisters behind him. Not needing to worry about others, Yang Kai's speed suddenly increased. This was the place where the cold attribute energy rushed. Step by step, there was almost no rest. The cold attribute energy entered his body and was refined by the true Yang secret art. After a cycle, it was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. After reaching the 500th step, the energy changed and Yang Kai's footsteps became faster. When the cold attribute energy entered his body, it needed to be dissolved. However, when it came to the Yang attribute energy, the process was much simpler. Step by step, he climbed the steps closer and closer to the top of the clouds. However, the pressure on his body also became stronger and stronger. Every time he climbed a step, the energy rushing into his body would increase by a lot. If not for Yang Kai's secret art and the large amount of Yang liquid stored in the Dantian, Yang Kai would not be able to be so calm. As he climbed higher and higher, Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. This kind of test was indeed getting more and more difficult, but it was not to the extent that it would stop people. If it was really a test of inheritance, it should not be so simple. After thinking about it, Yang Kai unsealed the old demon in his body. Previously, the old demon had been very noisy, wholeheartedly tempting Yang Kai to use the Hu sisters' virgin bodies to cultivate evil martial skills. In a fit of anger, Yang Kai had sealed his soul and only released it now. As expected, the old demon didn't dare to mention it again. Yang Kai told the old demon about his doubts, but the old demon didn't know what to say. Yang Kai didn't want him to be noisy and affect his state of mind, so he sealed him up after asking. No matter what kind of test there was, as long as he reached that step, he would naturally be able to face it. It was useless to think too much about it now. Understanding this, Yang Kai's heart suddenly relaxed, and even his body became much more relaxed. It seemed that with the change in his state of mind, the test here had become much simpler. Climbing day after day, Yang Kai finally reached the top after resting 3 times. Surrounded by clouds and mist, it was as if he was in a fairyland. Looking back, all the steps he had taken so far were imprinted in his eyes, making Yang Kai suddenly feel like he was in a dream. In front of him, there were only 10 steps left. As long as he finished these 10 steps, he would reach the top. Lifting his foot, Yang Kai stepped forward. 9th step, 8th step, 7th step. In Yang Kai's mind, he recalled the joy of the first few days, and the determination of the next few days. 6th step, 5th step, 4th step. Tracing back his memories, Yang Kai remembered the changes he had undergone after obtaining the wordless black book. 3rd step, 2nd step. The scene from 3 years ago also emerged, making Yang Kai's calm state of mind involuntarily stir up some waves. Kai Yang lifted his foot and stopped on the last step of the flight of stairs, pausing there. Only 1 step left, and he would reach the clouds. However, Yang Kai did not dare to fall. He did not know why, but he always felt that if he maintained this state of mind, after this step, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. This was a kind of intuition. Taking a deep breath, silently circulating the true Yang secret art, Yang Kai maintained this posture, not moving at all. Feeling the breeze on his face, feeling the waves in his heart slowly calm down, the bits and pieces of memory once again calmed down. After an unknown amount of time, when Yang Kai opened his eyes again, there was no longer the slightest hesitation or fear in them, only determination. His foot stepped down. The world buzzed, and an invisible pressure suddenly fell on Yang Kai's body. This was a kind of pressure, the pressure of a monarch descending to the world. Yang Kai's body suddenly bent, his legs bent, almost kneeling on the ground. But when his knees were half a foot away from the ground, he stopped. Sweat instantly soaked his clothes, and his flesh was fiercely spasming, trembling and squirming. This pressure was not much worse than the pressure of the world he felt when he was cultivating the tempered body technique. However, it lacked a certain charm. If he really wanted to compare, The feeling he felt when he was cultivating the tempered body technique was stronger than this. That was the resistance of the world's shackles, but what he was facing now was a kind of pressure from a strong master. In the dark, Yang Kai felt as if there was an eye slowly opening in the sky, watching him. Slowly straightening his bent body, Yang Kai's forehead bulged with blue veins, and his face flushed red. As he resisted, the pressure he felt became stronger and stronger. A muffled groan came out, and the taste of blood filled his mouth. Yang Kai's body had already suffered some injuries. I can withstand the pressure of the world, let alone you who is not the world. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, and his bones made a zheng-zheng sound. He slowly lifted his other foot, moved it little by little, and stepped toward the last step of the stairs. It seemed like only a moment, but it also seemed like thousands of years. When Yang Kai painstakingly put his feet on the last step of the stairs, his body finally straightened up. The pressure on his body suddenly lightened. At this moment, Yang Kai broke the invisible shackles. The huge amount of energy in the air fiercely poured into Yang Kai's body, and the yuan qi in his body surged. After a moment, Yang Kai smiled and wiped the corner of his mouth. Initial element realm level 8. Walking through these endless stairs allowed his strength to break through to the next level. It was not a wasted effort. Looking up again, Yang Kai saw the palace hidden in the clouds. But below the palace, there were still layers of stairs. However, the number of stairs was not as many as before. Yang Kai glanced at them and knew that there were only 100 of them. The second test? Yang Kai muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he strode forward. When he stepped on the first step of the stairs, a hot yang attribute energy appeared out of thin air beside Yang Kai. This energy was like a red silk thread, visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai looked surprised and reached out to grab it. Circulating the true yang secret art, it was directly absorbed. Strange. Yang Kai did not understand. If the second test was like this, wouldn't it be superfluous? This kind of thing had been experienced countless times in the past few days. But a few days ago, the energy rushed to the bottom of his feet, but this time, it was floating in front of his eyes. There was not much difference. Yang Kai did not investigate further because Yang Kai could not see any clues for the time being. Step by step, Yang Kai continued to walk up. Every time he passed a step, a yang attribute energy would appear beside him. As Yang Kai walked up, he collected all of it, turning it into his own. The 100th step of the stairs allowed Dantian to gain 2 drops of yang liquid. Only when he reached the 99th step did Yang Kai discover that something was wrong. On the stairs of the 100th step, there was an ice barrier blocking his path. Reaching out to touch it, it was extremely cold, and there was a strange coldness to it. Even his true yang secret art could not easily dissolve it. What was even stranger was that when Yang Kai's hand came into contact with this layer of ice barrier, the yang qi that he had absorbed when he walked up the 100th step uncontrollably gushed out of his dantian and dissipated into the air. The next moment, Yang Kai's vision blurred, and when he recovered, he had already arrived at the bottom of the first step. Frowning, Yang Kai looked up and saw that it was indeed the 100th step he had just passed. But why did he come down again? Was the ice barrier on the 100th step the difficulty of this test? If that was the case, then it meant that he had to break this ice barrier in order to pass this test. How could he break it? Yang Qi should be the nemesis of this ice barrier. Perhaps he could give it a try. After thinking for a long time, Yang Kai once again stepped forward and walked up the 100th step like before. Once again, a yang attribute energy appeared on the first step of the stairs, and Yang Kai absorbed it all. Not long after, he arrived in front of the ice barrier. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai clenched his fist, circulated his yuan qi, and directly sent out a burning yang burst. With a loud bang, the fierce yuan qi poured into the ice barrier, like a stone sinking into the sea, without the slightest ripple. Instead, Yang Kai was once again sent back down, and the energy he had just absorbed turned into 99 streaks, dissipating into nothingness. His burning yang burst didn't work, and even if he used the star mark, he probably wouldn't be able to break this ice barrier. So what was the key? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment, and couldn't help but understand. For the third test, Yang Kai would stop for a long time at every step. and hold the thread-like energy that appeared out of thin air in his hand. He didn't absorb it again, and simply held it like that. As the number of steps increased, the red threads on his hand became more and more violent, and even faintly burned Yang Kai's hand. For a cultivator who practiced the true Yang tactics, this was very inconceivable, but in fact, this Yang Qi was so strange. If he didn't absorb it, it would become violent and restless, constantly attacking Yang Kai. Enduring the pain in his hand, Yang Kai didn't make a sound. What was strange was that as time passed, the Yang Qi in his hand gradually calmed down, as if it had found a home, no longer struggling, no longer resisting, and no longer attacking. Yang Kai smiled. He felt that he had found the right method. As the number of steps increased, the Yang Qi gathered in Yang Kai's hand formed a fireball. But even so, Yang Kai wasn't injured anymore. Standing in front of the 99th step again, Yang Kai gently sent the fireball in his hand into the ice barrier in front of him. This time, Yang Kai wasn't sent down again. After absorbing the Yang Qi, the ice barrier made a cracking sound, and immediately, like a mirror, countless cracks appeared on it. With a crash, the towering and magnificent palace appeared in front of Yang Kai. The path is clear. Chapter 153. The moment the ice barrier shattered, Xia Hongchen's angry and unwilling roar came from the endless stairs. He had expended a great deal of effort, and now that he was about to climb to the top with great difficulty, he was only 100 feet away from the end. He thought that victory was in sight, but he didn't expect that a gentle breeze would blow in his face. Under the influence of this gentle breeze, he was wrapped up and sent down like the Hu sisters a few days ago. No! Xia Hongchen shouted and stretched out his hands as if he wanted to grab the last step and keep himself here. But the end of the stairs was getting farther and farther away from him. No! Xia Hongchen roared to the sky. After so many days of perseverance and hard work, just as he was about to reach the end, he did not expect to fall short at the last moment. This wasn't his problem. Someone else had reached the end before him. Only one person could obtain the inheritance, so he was labeled as a failure and sent down by the gentle wind. Who was it? Xia Hongchen's red eyes flashed through one person after another, but in the end he felt that it was most likely Su Yan. Was it her? The unwillingness in Xia Hongchen's heart lessened a lot, but it was still strong. When he regained his composure, Xia Hongchen found himself in an unfamiliar place. Looking up at the sky, this should still be the Heaven's Cave inheritance, but there was no one around. Standing in place and thinking for a long time, Xia Hongchen's mouth curled into a cold smile. Su Yan, if you really obtain the inheritance of this place, then I can't let you go. Like Xia Hongchen, the other disciples of the three sects were sent down by the gentle wind. However, without exception, these people were all men, just like the female disciples of the three sects a few days ago. Unlike the female disciples, these men were scattered in different corners of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Many of them were sad for a moment, but then they got up and began to search again. Since they could not obtain the inheritance, they would see if there were any benefits here. Above the clouds, the magnificent palace appeared in front of Yang Kai. The gate was more than 100 feet high, as if welcoming Yang Kai's arrival. Instead of moving forward, Yang Kai stood in place and closed his eyes, feeling the gains and losses along the way. If the first layer's endless stairs tested a person's temperament and willpower, in that case, the second floor's 100 steps would test one's control over yang energy. Only by completely controlling the red line energy of the 99 steps could he break through the last layer of ice barrier. After a long time, Yang Kai smiled and stepped forward. At this moment, he clearly felt that the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body had undergone some changes. Passing through the wide open door and walking into the palace, the origin of Yang seal on his chest suddenly reacted violently. In the past, when the origin of Yang seal sensed Yang energy, it would react differently depending on the strength of the energy. However, it had never reacted as strongly as today. It was so strong that Yang Kai felt a burning sensation in his chest. With a grim expression, Zhang Xian walked in the direction indicated by the origin of Yang seal. Not long after, Yang Kai saw a huge red and white energy ball suspended in the air about 100 feet above the ground. It was this energy ball that caused the origin of Yang seal to react. However, What made Yang Kai feel strange was that this energy ball not only contained hot yang energy, but also a bone-chilling cold ice attribute energy. These two completely different types of energy were mixed together, but they blended with each other without any conflict. Inside the energy ball, a hazy pattern flashed from time to time. Looking carefully, Yang Kai was shocked. It was the pattern of a dragon soaring to the ninth heaven and a phoenix crying to the ninth heaven. The dragon and phoenix patterns flashed and disappeared, similar to the scene when the Heaven's Cave inheritance had appeared. This is the inheritance. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. As he was carefully examining the energy ball, he saw something white move from the corner of his eye, and in the next moment, two pairs of eyes fell on him. Yang Kai hurriedly looked towards the white light, and couldn't help being stunned. As their eyes met, both of them had a look of disbelief on their faces. Su Yan. Yang Kai never thought that there would be another person here besides him, and this person was actually Su Yan. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged below the energy ball, her body as white as snow, pure as ice and jade. It's you. Su Yan's beautiful eyes showed a trace of surprise, but at the same time, there was also some relief. It was as if she had suddenly understood a question that had puzzled her for a long time after Yang Kai's arrival. Smiling slightly, meeting his big senior sister here made Yang Kai feel both surprised and familiar. Walking over, he stood in front of Su Yan and looked up at the energy ball in midair, then back at her asking, "How long have you been here?" "About 4 or 5 days. Su Yan faintly nodded, her voice still cold, but it no longer contained the initial sense of rejection from before. 4 or 5 days. Yang Kai was secretly speechless, thinking to himself, worthy of High Heaven Pavilion's heaven's pride. 4 or 5 days ago, I had just separated from the Hu sisters. At that time, I had only climbed half of the endless stairs, but she had already arrived here. Her speed was much faster than my own." What Yang Kai didn't know was that it was precisely because Su Yan had passed the test and entered this hall that the other women were sent down by the gentle wind. When he arrived here, the man on the endless stairs was also sent down. It could be said that only the two of them were left here. "Sit down and talk." Su Yan motioned. Yang Kai nodded and sat cross-legged across from her. Being so close to her, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across Su Yan's face, but it quickly disappeared. The two of them stared at each other in silence for a while before Yang Kai suddenly smiled and said, "I climbed the 10,000 steps and then the 100 steps before arriving here. Of the 10,000 steps, the 500 steps changed, alternating between hot and cold, preventing people from moving forward. On the 100 steps, I collected 99 rays of yang attribute energy and broke through an ice barrier." Su Yan also smiled. "I also climbed the 10,000 steps. Like you, I also climbed the 100 steps. However, on the 100 steps, I collected 99 rays of yang attribute energy and froze a sea of fire." Her smile was truly devastatingly beautiful. It was as if a spring breeze had blown through the frozen earth. The snow-white world was instantly filled with greenery, and the spring flowers bloomed. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare blankly at her, his whole body feeling comfortable from the inside out. Su Yan's long eyelashes fluttered as she turned her gaze away. "I didn't know that your smile was so beautiful." Yang Kai was not stingy with his praise. "I'm not familiar with you." Su Yan's icy face was slightly red, but her expression was indifferent. Once unfamiliar, twice familiar. Facing this goddess who was worshipped by the disciples of the three sects, Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest pressure as he teased her. Su Yan obviously didn't want to continue with his nonsense and said, "I'll tell you what I think. Listen carefully, and if there's anything you think is inappropriate, tell me." Yang Kai solemnly nodded. He knew that Su Yan was going to talk about the inheritance here. After all, she had been here for 4 or 5 days and knew more than him. After sorting out her thoughts, Su Yan lightly opened her mouth. "We were all wrong. The disciples of the three sects all thought that the inheritance here could only be obtained by one person. But from the current situation, it seems that this inheritance is for 2 people. The fusion of cold and heat on the endless steps is the best evidence. That place is not only a test of a person's temperament and will, but also a test to select a candidate for the inheritance." Yang Kai nodded. He had also thought of this point, but it was only a guess and he didn't dare to be too sure. As for the second test, although you and I have different experiences, it's mostly the same. This is a test of our ability to control our elemental energy. Only by passing these two tests can we reach this place. Su Yan ran her fingers through her hair and lowered her head slightly, revealing her slender white neck as she softly said, "Before you came here, I didn't dare to make such a conclusion, but after seeing you here, I finally understood some of the key points. Do you see what's above our heads?" Young Kai nodded. "These past 4 or 5 days, I've been trying to collect it, but I haven't had any results. It rejects me, so if I'm not wrong, we must both circulate our secret arts at the same time in order to draw it down and obtain the inheritance here." Su Yan's words were very simple, but they hit the nail on the head. "What do you want to do?" Young Kai asked after listening. The inheritance here was no longer a matter of one person, but involved both him and Su Yan, so no one had the right to decide. No one knew what their relationship would be like after obtaining the inheritance here. But since the inheritance was shared between two people, it would definitely not be as strange as before. For Young Kai himself, he was naturally happy to share the inheritance with Su Yan. This cold senior sister was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She was a very good person, so Young Kai naturally wouldn't reject her. Now it all depended on her opinion. If Su Yan wasn't willing to obtain the inheritance here with him, Young Kai wouldn't force her. Su Yan obviously also considered this, and her expression couldn't help but show some hesitation and struggle. She didn't know what would happen to her and Young Kai after obtaining the inheritance, but when she thought of how he was unafraid of death and saved her from the turtle-shaped monster beast a few days ago, Su Yan's struggle and hesitation loosened a little. After a long while Young Kai was waiting in silence, Su Yan slowly raised her head. She stared at Young Kai closely, as if she didn't want to miss any expression on Young Kai's face, and said in a firm tone, "If I say that I don't want to be tied to someone I'm not familiar with because of some external force, even if it's an inheritance, I won't do it. Will you be disappointed?" Young Kai hesitated for a moment, then nodded, a little. Su Yan's expression darkened. "But I will respect your choice. You have your own freedom, and I have mine. If you don't want to, then don't." Young Kai looked calm, then slowly got up and said to Su Yan, "If you really don't want to, then let's go." "Go where?" Su Yan raised her head and asked. The way she tilted her head was very interesting, less cold and more curious. "Go out." Young Kai chuckled. "If you don't want the inheritance, then why are we still here?" "Who said I don't want it? Since we've already come here, how can we go back empty-handed?" Su Yan smiled faintly, and there was a hint of slyness in her smile. "Are you playing with me?" Young Kai's face sank and he said bitterly, "I trusted you so much, but you actually lied to me." "It was just a little test. You don't have to be so angry, right? Don't you men always brag about being magnanimous? How come you can't even take a woman's joke?" Su Yan pursed her lips and looked at Young Kai indifferently. Chapter 154. Young Kai really couldn't get angry and simply sat down in front of Su Yan and sighed. "Su Yan, you really don't have the demeanor of a senior sister. You're already calling me by my name, so why should I act like a senior sister?" Young Kai was dumbfounded. He had never thought that this icy woman could actually be so eloquent. A woman's nature? However, after a few words of bickering, the relationship between the two of them had become much closer. Even when Young Kai had saved her that day, it had not had such an effect. Smiling bitterly, Young Kai raised his hand and surrendered. Fine, I was wrong." Seeing his glib tongue, Su Yan became serious and said, "Since you've decided to accept it, let's begin." It could be seen that she was still a little nervous, but she was much better than before. "What do I do?" Young Kai asked seriously. "Circulate your Yang attribute secret art." Su Yan closed her eyes and began circulating her ice heart secret art, a bone-chilling cold slowly spreading out. Young Kai also quickly circulated his true Yang secret art, causing his burning true Yang Yuan Qi to flow through his meridians. As soon as the two diametrically opposed secret arts began circulating, the entire hall began to show some unusual reactions, and a series of rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. Hearing this, Su Yan's face lit up with joy, knowing that her previous deduction was not wrong. Relying on either her or Yang Kai alone, it would be impossible to obtain the inheritance here. Only by circulating their secret arts at the same time would there be a possibility of success. As time passed, the energy ball suspended above the two of them gradually began to react, as if it was being guided by a hand, and slowly began to descend. The dragon and phoenix seals inside the energy ball shuttled back and forth, constantly changing images and flashing images that were too much for the eyes to take in. After a full half an hour, the several dozen meter high energy ball fell between the two of them, the dragon and phoenix seals flashing more and more violently as red and white light flowed endlessly, creating a dense light, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar and phoenix cry. The ball of energy suddenly burst into two, transforming into a fire dragon and an ice phoenix, each of which then rushed into Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies. Both of their bodies trembled as a painful and struggling expression appeared between their brows. On Yang Kai's side, when the fire dragon rushed into his body, he suddenly felt a majestic and vigorous yang attribute energy in his meridians. At the same time, some information flowed into his mind. Not daring to be negligent, Yang Kai crazily revolved his true yang secret art, wanting to convert this energy into yang liquid. But what shocked him was that his true yang secret art was unable to convert this energy. No matter how hard he tried, it would not turn into yang liquid and sink into the dantian as usual. Along with this surge of energy, Yang Kai's meridians and physique felt as if they were on fire, and an inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. His five senses had become quite sharp, and Yang Kai could clearly smell a faint fragrance coming from not far in front of him. This fragrance was Su Yan's body fragrance, and when it entered his nose, it seemed to carry with it an inexplicable energy that tugged at his heartstrings, made his heart beat faster, and blended into his blood, causing it to boil and flow faster. This was a primal impulse. How could this be? Yang Kai's heart shook as he quickly checked the information that had just entered his mind along with the fire dragon. After a moment, Yang Kai's expression became strange. Opening his eyes, he happened to see Su Yan staring at him. Unlike Yang Kai's hot body, Su Yan's face was pale, and her delicate body was trembling uncontrollably, her teeth chattering. She was frozen. After cultivating the ice heart secret art, cold was her best companion, but now this cold had exceeded the limit of what she could bear, causing her to have this kind of reaction. Just like how the heat had also exceeded the limit of what Yang Kai could bear. However, Yang Kai could clearly see that Su Yan's pale face had a faint blush, her breathing was slightly heavy, and her stars-like eyes were surging with lust. Their four eyes met, and Yang Kai knew that she should be feeling the same as him right now, endlessly thirsting for the other party's energy. Yang Kai longed for her cold to soothe his heat, and she longed for Yang Kai's heat to warm her cold. This kind of desire was instinctive, an instinct that had emerged from her body after absorbing the fire dragon and ice phoenix. However, this kind of instinct had not yet destroyed each other's consciousness, allowing them to think and resist. Su Yan, the inheritance we obtained. Yang Kai slowly opened his mouth, licking his lips. He felt like his throat was on fire as he stared at Su Yan with bloodshot eyes. I know. Su Yan clenched her teeth, her face revealing a trace of bitterness. Although she knew that the inheritance would be obtained by the two of them together, after obtaining it, her relationship with Kai Yang wouldn't be as strange as before. However, she never expected that the inheritance would turn out to be like this. The art of yin-yang joyous unification. This was a kind of secret art, and as soon as one heard the name, one would know how to cultivate it. The grade of this secret art was unknown, but it was definitely not low, because Su Yan's ice heart secret art was a profound grade secret art that had been passed down since ancient times, but even ice heart secret art was unable to resist the cold, so the quality of the art of yin-yang joyous unification could be imagined. This is a dual cultivation secret art, right? When Yang Kai asked this question, his heart could not help but beat faster. Su Yan's answer made one's imagination run wild and fanciful. The tone that came from the tip of her nose was like a low moan, teasing Yang Kai's mind. Then isn't it an evil secret art? Yang Kai was depressed. Although he was very happy to be able to obtain this kind of inheritance with Su Yan, if it was an evil secret art, then it would be a big problem. Su Yan could not help but bitterly smile at his shallow knowledge. Unconsciously twisting her body, she said in a trembling voice, "Dual cultivation is not an evil secret art. Plucking yin to nourish yang, plucking yang to nourish yin is an evil secret art." Normally, Su Yan would not discuss such a shameful topic with a man, but at this moment, she could only patiently explain to Yang Kai. Even so, her heart was very embarrassed, and her face was blushing. Oh! Yang Kai could not help but feel relieved. He looked up at Su Yan, and saw that she was looking at him softly. Her pair of eyes contained a hint of lust, and in an instant, Yang Kai's psychological defenses collapsed. From the time he met Su Yan until now, Su Yan had always been aloof, pure and cold. He had never seen her show such a weak expression, and he could not help but want to protect and comfort her. Right now, she was not the proud daughter of High Heaven Pavilion, nor was she the goddess worshipped by the disciples of the three sects. She was just a woman who longed for the hot yuan qi in her body. At certain times, men were always more easily swayed than women. Every woman was born with unswerving determination. Su Yan. Yang Kai looked at her anxiously. No. Su Yan's eyebrows were filled with a painful struggle, but she still slowly shook her head. Yang Kai sighed, and his expression became firm as he said, "Then let's try and see if we can dissolve the energy in our bodies." Hearing him say this, Su Yan looked at him with gratitude and nodded slightly. If at this time Yang Kai had insisted, she did not know if she could have resisted the temptation. Yang Kai's understanding and patience were enough to earn her gratitude. The two closed their eyes again, and began circulating their secret arts in an attempt to dissolve the cold and heat in their bodies. But as time passed, Yang Kai found that the more he tried to dissolve the cold, the more ferocious the heat and desire became. The desire to move was like a monstrous wave that swept through his heart and body, causing his mind to ring out in fanciful whispers. The tip of his nose was filled with the fragrance of a woman, and the air that his hands touched seemed to become soft and smooth. All of this was enough to cause a person with a weak mind to instantly fall into depravity. The fire dragon that had drilled into his body roared angrily, as if it was impatient because it had not been able to fuse with the cold. Yang Kai's skin became red, like a hot iron. His whole body was steaming hot, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Unyielding and perseverance were his greatest strengths. Even if the temptation in front of him was enough to move any man, as long as Su Yan did not nod her head, he would not do anything. The fire dragon roared, as if it was interrogating and urging him. Yang Kai's resistance had angered it greatly. As this roar entered his soul, Yang Kai's consciousness began to fade bit by bit, his eyes turning red like a bull in heat. His heartbeat reached an unprecedented rate, like the beating of a war drum, powerful and clear. Every time he breathed, a wave of heat would roll up his body. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to embrace Su Yan in front of him, and use her coldness to dissolve his own heat. This was not his desire for her, but rather the attraction of her coldness to his own heat. This kind of attraction was stronger than any kind of aphrodisiac in the world. Yang Kai was like this, and so was Su Yan. Under the interference of their respective energies, the two of them were slowly losing their minds. Just as his consciousness was about to disappear, Yang Kai quickly released the unyielding will he had been suppressing for a long time. Unyielding will. Not yielding to any kind of pressure was also a kind of pride. A warmth seeped out of his bones, and his divine sense, which was about to disappear, suddenly recovered a lot. At this moment he heard a moan that caused his mind to ripple. It was coming from Su Yan's throat, and when this sound entered his ears, he almost lost himself again. Hurriedly opening his eyes, he saw Su Yan's pale face with an alluring blush, her teeth biting her ruby-red lips, her long eyelashes trembling, and her body convulsing. The air was filled with an indescribable fragrance, one that was even more intoxicating than Su Yan's body fragrance. Su Yan, Su Yan. Yang Kai's voice thundered as he shouted at her twice. Su Yan's body trembled, her fan-like long eyelashes trembled slightly. Opening her hazy eyes, she looked at Kai Yang and gritted her teeth. I can still do it. You also. Hold on a little longer. Yang Kai nodded slightly, closing his eyes and continuing to dissolve the tyrannical yuan qi in his body. Just like before, The violent heat attacked Yang Kai's body and mind again and again, making it impossible for him to think properly, leaving him with only his instinctive impulses. But at the most critical moment, the unyielding golden skeleton would always play a role, allowing Yang Kai to regain consciousness for a moment. Chapter 155. With the help of the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai resisted again and again, resisting again and again, but his meridians and flesh were still burning painfully. He didn't know how long he could last, but he was certain that if he continued like this for a long time, he would definitely be burned to death because the hot energy in his body was becoming more and more intense, to the point where he was faintly unable to bear it. Just thinking about it made him feel ridiculous. A person who cultivated the true Yang secret art could actually be burned to death by Yang attribute energy. This was a legend that no one would believe. Compared to Yang Kai, Su Yan's situation was even worse. If it weren't for Yang Kai waking her up every time her mind was clear, she wouldn't have been able to hold on. Even so, Su Yan's situation was getting worse and worse. Waking up again before Kai Yang could even open his mouth to call out Su Yan's name, he was surprised to find that she had at some point moved half a foot in front of him. Half knelt in front of him, breathing heavily, her eyes blurred. Zheng Zhong stretched out her hand to touch his cheek. It could be seen that her movements were involuntary. She was still struggling and resisting. The soft hand that touched him carried a dense chill. Even her fingernails were covered with a layer of snow-white frost. Her small hand was trembling violently. From time to time, her movements would pause, and a pained expression would appear on her face. Every time this happened, a faint moan would escape from her throat. Su Yan. Yang Kai called out as usual, but his voice was much softer than before. He didn't know if this was his own doing or not, but he felt a little guilty. Even so, Su Yan's beautiful eyes still regained some clarity. Seeing her own movements, she also saw the pity and tenderness in Yang Kai's eyes. I don't think I can hold on. For the first time, Su Yan was able to speak a complete sentence. Yang Kai looked at her and smiled, then reached out and grasped Su Yan's hand. The moment the two touched, the fire dragon and ice phoenix in their bodies once again let out a dragon roar and phoenix cry, their bodies trembling as their divine senses quickly recovered. Looking at each other, Yang Kai didn't let go, and neither did Su Yan, their 10 fingers intertwined. They both knew that once they let go of each other, they would continue to struggle in pain like before. A strange feeling welled up in their hearts, causing both of them to feel warm. Won't you regret it? Yang Kai asked with a light smile, holding Su Yan's hand. Her small hand was cold, but very smooth and soft, giving him a comfortable feeling. Su Yan's face blushed as she lowered her eyes and whispered, "We've already done our best." Su Yan lightly pushed with one hand. Yang Kai held Yang's hands, with the other hand, Yang's Yang. One body was as hot as fire, while the other was as cold as ice. They were tightly huddled together, but it was as if they had fused together. An indescribable feeling sublimated in their hearts. Although their divine senses had recovered, the abnormalities in their bodies were still the same as before, a sign of their expectations and needs for each other. Su Yan. Yang Kai whispered, his voice trembling slightly. After all, this was the first time he had experienced such a thing, so he didn't know what to do. Su Yan didn't speak, simply burying her head in Yang Kai's shoulder. The two remained in a daze for a long time before Yang Kai stretched out an arm, wrapped it around her neck, and slowly lowered her. Lying down, Su Yan closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling, her expression extremely nervous, her hands tightly clenched together on her lower abdomen. Don't be nervous. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her like this, he felt a lot more relaxed. As he spoke, he took a deep breath and pressed his lips against Su Yan's. As their lips met, Su Yan's body suddenly straightened. Yang Kai gently patted her hand, conveying his comfort. After a while, she gradually relaxed. Yang Kai then pried open her mouth and began teasing her. An uncontrollable whimper echoed in the hall, and Su Yan finally stretched out her hands, wrapping them around Yang Kai's neck, responding fiercely. At this moment, she had completely subverted the pure and innocent image in Yang Kai's mind. Her thirst for heat had made it impossible for her to maintain her natural instincts. Her clothes were undone layer by layer before being casually tossed aside by Yang Kai, the two of them in a state of chaos. When the last piece of clothing was removed, Su Yan's face was red to the point of turning purple, one hand covering her chest and the other covering her lower abdomen, trembling once again. Yang Kai's eyes blazed as he stared at her, secretly praising the generosity and benevolence of the Creator. Su Yan seemed to have gathered the best of the best in the world, perfect without the slightest flaw. Every inch of her skin exuded an attractive luster like porcelain. The jade peaks that were being protected by her hands were neither too big nor too small, just right. Her flat lower abdomen didn't have a trace of excess flesh, smooth and tender like the most exquisite silk, making one unable to part with it. At this very moment, her body was suffused with a strange red light that was surging with amorous feelings. Yang Kai reached out and removed the arm that was covering her chest. Su Yan resisted slightly before accepting her fate, but her eyelashes trembled even more violently. Although the whole process was short, it gave Yang Kai a kind of sacrilege. If he hadn't obtained the dual cultivation inheritance with her this time, how could he have had the opportunity to get close to such a noble and arrogant woman? But now, not only could he get close to her, he could even possess her. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai could no longer suppress his emotions. A beast-like roar came from his throat as he hugged Su Yan's body, sitting up and placing her on his lap. "Bear with it, I heard it's a little painful." Yang Kai didn't forget to remind her. Su Yan nodded slightly, not daring to open her eyes from beginning to end. Under the guidance of Yang Kai, her body slowly fell. Her body felt like it was being slowly pierced by a long spear, and a numbing feeling instantly spread throughout her body. Su Yan's footing became unstable, and she directly sat down. This time, Su Yan cried out in pain, but she immediately clenched her teeth and held back. She wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck, her body convulsing and trembling as 2 drops of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. At this moment, she couldn't wait to beat Yang Kai up. What did he mean by a little painful? It was clearly a heart-wrenching pain. She didn't move, and Yang Kai didn't dare to either, so the two of them maintained this posture. After a long time, the pain gradually faded, replaced by a strange emptiness in her body. This was an unprecedented feeling, one that made her want to twist her body, but she was too embarrassed to do so. Circulate the joyous unification art. Yang Kai's faint voice entered Su Yan's ears, causing her to panic and quickly open her eyes to look at him. She found that although the man in front of her had a beastly look in his eyes, there was still a trace of calmness, mixed with a lot of heartache and pity. She couldn't help feeling relieved. Su Yan nodded slightly and together with Yang Kai circulated the dual cultivation method they had just obtained. As soon as the secret art was circulated, Yang Kai and Su Yan both involuntarily let out a groan. The roaring fire dragon and the impatient ice phoenix in their bodies suddenly calmed down at this moment, causing the exhaustion in their bodies and minds to disappear in an instant, replaced by a comfortable feeling. The two of them were closely joined together, and the vigorous yuan qi flowed back and forth between their bodies, blending with each other. Although their posture was intimate, the expressions on their faces were solemn at this moment, as they carefully guided the yuan qi without the slightest thought. Through the union of their bodies, Yang Kai could clearly feel Su Yan's strength. The amount of ice qi in her body was more than 100 times more than what was stored in his meridians. Compared to her, he was like a toddler learning how to walk, so fragile that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Su Yan must have noticed this, so when she circulated the secret art, she didn't dare to move too quickly, letting Yang Kai's will take the lead, for fear that he wouldn't be able to handle it. The circulation of the secret art not only allowed the two of them to feel the condition of each other's bodies, but also allowed their spirits to merge. The original feeling of unfamiliarity disappeared in an instant, and both of them felt like the other was the most important person in their lives. This feeling was very natural, without the slightest abrupt. After circulating one cycle after another, the fire dragon in Yang Kai's body and the ice phoenix in Su Yan's body gradually disappeared. The two huge energies didn't remain in their meridians, nor did they enter the dantian. No one knew where they had gone. Their purpose seemed to be to force Yang Kai and Su Yan to cultivate the yin-yang joyous unification art. At this moment, the two of them were already cultivating, so they had completed their respective missions. However, Yang Kai felt that they shouldn't disappear, he just didn't know where they were hiding. The joyous unification art continued to circulate, and Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi and Su Yan's ice-cold Qi replaced the fire dragon and ice phoenix, flowing and fusing in their meridians. However, because the difference in strength between the two of them was too great, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi couldn't cause any waves after it entered Su Yan's body. It was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. This discovery made Yang Kai feel a little embarrassed. "Take your time, don't worry." Su Yan's gentle voice sounded in his mind. She seemed to understand Yang Kai's thoughts and comforted him. Yang Kai didn't say anything and directly ignited the 10 drops of Yang liquid in the dantian. The true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians suddenly surged and rushed into Su Yan's body. Su Yan couldn't help but cry out in alarm. She didn't know how Yang Kai could suddenly erupt with such a huge amount of Yuan Qi. With his initial element boundary 8 stage, it was impossible for him to have so much energy. Just as she cried out in surprise, another energy not inferior to the previous one poured into her body. Then another one. With the eruption of 30 drops of Yang liquid, Yang Kai's meridians had reached their limit. Bursts of soreness and pain came. He was afraid that if there was a little more, his meridians would burst. If it weren't for the joyous unification art, Yang Kai wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. Each drop of Yang liquid was the crystallization of his Yuan Qi. If one were to explode, it would fill up his meridians. Normally, if 3 drops of Yang liquid were to explode at the same time, there would be problems with his meridians. But now, all the Yuan Qi was coexisting in his and Su Yan's body. With her strength, she could naturally withstand the influx of 30 drops of Yang liquid. Chapter 156. Opening her eyes, she saw Yang Kai smiling proudly at her. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed as she lowered her head and gently bit his shoulder. "It tickles," Yang Kai said as he shook his shoulder. "I found that you have a secret." Su Yan smiled. "Has anyone ever told you that your smile can make the heavens and earth lose their color?" Yang Kai looked at her with a dazed expression. Su Yan's face reddened as she reached out and tucked a few strands of hair behind her head, whispering, "From now on, I will only smile for one person." Yang Kai felt that this happiness was heavy. "Cultivate first." Yang Kai calmed himself down and said. Su Yan nodded slightly. The 30 drops of Yang liquid were quickly swallowed up by Su Yan's ice attribute Qi, and when they returned to Yang Kai's body, they were directly absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. This discovery made Yang Kai happy. Yang liquid was very important to him, but the unyielding golden skeleton was no less important. This kind of transformation between Yuan Qi and energy was something that Yang Kai was happy to see. Just like before, Yang Kai once again exploded 30 drops of Yang liquid, but the swelling sensation he was supposed to feel didn't appear. Frowning, Yang Kai once again exploded 5 drops of Yang liquid, and the familiar swelling and soreness began to spread. After cultivating for a while, his meridians had become much wider, otherwise, it would have been impossible for such an effect to occur. The joyous unification art, dual cultivation secret art, is really powerful. Waiting until the energy from these 35 drops of Yang liquid had been absorbed by Su Yan and returned to her own body, where it was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton, Kai Yang's body slightly shook. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept up within the hall, blowing up the 2 people's clothes that were scattered on the floor. An invisible aura suddenly erupted with Kai Yang as the center, and visible to the naked eye. Ripples of energy spread out in all directions. After a long time, this abnormality gradually subsided. Another breakthrough. Initial element boundary 9th stage. It had been less than a day since his last breakthrough. Su Yan also noticed this, and her pretty face filled with joy at being able to rejoice with Yang Kai. Yang Kai was calm, but there was a faint expectation in his heart. He wondered if he would be able to break through to the Qi transformation stage with this dual cultivation. He pondered for a moment. Yang Kai found himself in a bit of trouble. He had spent 65 drops of Yang liquid just to break through a minor realm, and this was the Yuan Qi energy he obtained from dual cultivation with Su Yan. Compared to pure Yang liquid, it was much more precious and pure. Even if he used up all of the remaining yang liquid in the dantian, it would not be enough for him to break through to the qi transforming stage. But no matter what, he had to do his best this time. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai exploded another 50 drops of yang liquid. As the secret art circulated, it was sent into Su Yan's body. Su Yan's heart trembled. When Yang Kai's body first erupted with a huge amount of true yang yuan qi, she was already extremely shocked. When the second eruption occurred, she was somewhat numb. This was the third eruption of terrifying energy. It made her unable to calm down again. Where did he get so much yuan qi? Although she had doubts in her heart, Su Yan did not ask. She only felt a faint sense of relief in her heart. Because this was the man she had intimate contact with. If there were no accidents, she might spend the rest of her life with this man. The stronger he was, the happier Su Yan would be. After a full 3 days, Yang Kai and Su Yan finally finished their first dual cultivation journey. 3 days was long enough. But when the two of them became one, only a brief moment had passed during the fusion of their divine souls. 3 days later, the two of them both woke up. Su Yan could clearly feel that after this dual cultivation, the ice qi in her body had become purer and purer, more than a grade higher than before. This discovery, it diluted the regret she had for losing her virginity. Looking at each other, Yang Kai's face was full of smiles. Su Yan blushed. When she was immersed in cultivation, she did not feel anything. But now, she was ashamed of herself. She was sitting on Yang Kai in a very embarrassing position, her hands wrapped around his neck. The two of them were naked, facing each other, and were even closer together. A hot and hard feeling filled her lower abdomen, filling her body and mind. Su Yan could even feel a rhythmic beat coming from there. Every beat made her heart feel numb, and her whole body went limp, as if she was struck by lightning, unable to summon the slightest bit of strength. She had never thought that she would one day stay in this position with a man for 3 days without moving. She had thought that after cultivating the ice heart secret art, her body and mind would be frozen, and she would be alone for the rest of her life. But now, because of an inheritance, a dual cultivation method, she had an inseparable connection with a man she was not very familiar with. She could not describe what kind of feeling it was. There was a sense of loss, but also a sense of joy and happiness. Plucking up the courage to look at Yang Kai, Su Yan's eyes were full of gentleness. Su Yan. Yang Kai's fiery eyes were full of aggression as he stared at Su Yan's icy face. The dual cultivation method had ended, and the fire dragon and ice phoenix had disappeared long ago. But Yang Kai still felt an irresistible temptation destroying his mind. The impact was like a tide, and the touch of warmth was like a wave, wanting to engulf him. Su Yan pursed her red lips tightly, her hands cupping Yang Kai's cheeks as she lowered her head, gently touching their foreheads together. Don't. Su Yan's voice was filled with struggle and trembling. Because of the connection between their bodies, she could easily pry into Kai Yang's thoughts. At this time, refusing him required a great deal of determination. I'll help you break through first. As soon as her voice fell, a surge of yuan qi flowed from Su Yan directly into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's mind focused as he hurriedly held his breath, restraining the fire and madness in his eyes. He quickly circulated his secret art, and received the energy from Su Yan. Yang Kai didn't refuse. Although doing so wasn't good for Su Yan, and might cause her strength to drop slightly, Yang Kai could feel her sincerity. The yuan qi in his meridians was already full, and with the impact of Su Yan's energy, it was even more swollen. A soreness spread over, but Su Yan did not stop. She could sense where Yang Kai's limit was, so naturally, she would not let her actions hurt him. The yuan qi in her body gradually became more violent, forming a wind around the two of them. After a while, when Yang Kai's limit was reached, Su Yan did not dare to send in any more yuan qi. Continue. Yang Kai closed his eyes and said in a muffled voice. But, continue. Su Yan gritted her teeth and obeyed Yang Kai's wishes, once again pouring in her own yuan qi. The two of them had cultivated the joyous unification art, so the yuan qi in their bodies would not be lost during the exchange. This was an advantage that no one could compare to. After a long time, the yuan qi from Yang Kai's body became more and more violent, and the pain in his meridians was very intense, But Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He allowed his body to tremble and sweat, but he still did not make a sound. Don't stop! Yang Kai roared. Su Yan's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. She did not dare to send Yuan Qi into Yang Kai's body anymore. She was afraid that he would not be able to take it and damage his foundation, but she could feel Yang Kai's willpower. It was a willpower that wanted to become stronger. Because of his willpower to become stronger. If it was before today, perhaps Yang Kai would not be so anxious, but now that the two of them had a physical relationship, and the gap between their strength was so big, how could Yang Kai be satisfied with the current situation? Men have always wanted to protect women. If he wanted to protect Su Yan, he had to become stronger than her. These were Kai Yang's thoughts, and Su Yan had also seen this, causing her heart to stir. After struggling for a long time, Su Yan continued to pour in Yuan Qi. The Yuan Qi continued to fluctuate fiercely, gradually becoming more and more violent, like an unruly person. It did not want to be bound by Yang Kai. It was desperately struggling to break away from Yang Kai's meridians and regain its freedom. Su Yan stopped. She knew that Yang Kai was at the point of breaking through. When a cultivator's Yuan Qi showed this situation, it was a sign that they were about to break through to the Qi transformation stage. At this moment, Yang Kai's painful expression disappeared. The soreness in his meridians also disappeared. The continuous pouring of large amounts of Yuan Qi did not cause any damage to him. Instead, his meridians became wider and tougher, enough to accommodate the Yuan Qi. The shackles of heaven and earth were within reach. This layer of shackles was the power of heaven and earth that prevented Yang Kai from breaking through, just like the last time when he broke through to the initial element stage. Once he broke through this layer of shackles, he would be able to break through to the Qi transformation stage. Yang Kai carefully sensed it, his mind immersed in his comprehension. As he comprehended, his expression became calmer, but the Yuan Qi in his body became more and more restless. A surge of energy seeped out of his bones, causing Yang Kai to once again be filled with evil qi. Su Yan was secretly shocked, but did not dare to disturb him. After a long time, the evil qi retracted and disappeared. At this moment, the Yuan qi in Yang Kai's body was extremely violent, but he slowly opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Qi transformation stage. With Su Yan's help, Yang Kai successfully broke through. Boom! A loud sound, like a thunderbolt in a clear sky, shook the entire heaven's cave inheritance. The wind and clouds changed, and the energy in this strange space fiercely gathered in the main hall, and then poured into Yang Kai's body. This was a blessing that every cultivator would receive when they broke through a big realm. The power of heaven and earth would strengthen the cultivator's body, tempering the flesh and bones, making the cultivator's body stronger. As for how much benefit one could receive, it all depended on one's own efforts. The last time when Yang Kai broke through to the initial element stage, he also enjoyed it, but this time the power of heaven and earth poured into his body was much more powerful. When he opened his eyes, he saw Su Yan's worried gaze. Yang Kai smiled. "I have something for you." As he spoke, he immersed his mind, and divided half of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew that had been stored in the unyielding golden skeleton, and sent it into Su Yan's body. A cold feeling came, and Su Yan's face lit up. "What is this?" "The 9 yin yuan condensing dew. It is said to be very useful for yuan qi cultivators." Yang Kai's hands wandered around Su Yan's smooth back, and his mouth said seriously, "You refine it, I'll temper my body." "Okay." Su Yan nodded meekly. Although refining the 9 yin yuan condensing dew like this would definitely not be as effective as refining Xianing Chang, it was still a heaven and earth spirit treasure, and could more or less increase Su Yan's strength. As long as she could use 20% of its effect, it would be enough to make up for Su Yan's loss in helping Yang Kai. Chapter 157. It was another 3 days of boring cultivation. In fact, Yang Kai had already completed his own refinement 2 days ago. Half of the heaven and earth's power was used to refine his flesh and bones, making his body stronger enough to withstand the impact of yuan qi. The other half was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton, similar to last time. However, Su Yan was still refining the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, so Yang Kai did not dare to move. He could only endure and maintain this uncomfortable posture. 3 days later, Su Yan's eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with joy and excitement. Yang Kai's spirit was shaken, and his breathing became slightly heavier. He had been hungry and thirsty for many days, waiting for this moment. Their eyes met, and Su Yan said, "Thank you." When she opened her eyes, she knew that her body had undergone earth-shattering changes. With the refinement of the 9 yuan condensing dew, not only did it make up for the loss of helping Yang Kai, but it also made the yuan qi in her body much purer. Coupled with the results of the dual cultivation, although her realm did not change, her true strength was at least 30% higher than before. The yuan qi spread throughout her body, and without the need to circulate, it would circulate endlessly. Every cell in her body was bathed in the yuan qi, bursting with unprecedented vitality. Her face was shrouded in a holy radiance, and she looked like a fairy from the 9th heaven. With this dual cultivation, and the refinement of the 9 yuan condensing dew, the traces left on her body by the passage of time over the past 20 years were completely healed. Every inch of her skin became like a newborn, snow white, crystal clear, delicate like jade. Between you and me, do you still need to thank me? Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded. In the past, Su Yan gave him a cold and noble feeling, but the current Su Yan made him involuntarily feel ashamed of his inferiority. This feeling would not disappear just because the two of them were close. Su Yan also smiled knowingly. This kind of telepathic connection made her feel very warm. There was no need for words between them. They could feel each other's thoughts. That's right, you just broke through to the qi transforming stage. This stage is very special, Su Yan said with a serious expression. Before she could finish, Yang Kai interrupted her. With a strange expression, he asked, "Do you think that if we discuss the qi transforming stage like this, isn't it a bit wrong?" Su Yan was stunned for a moment before her face flushed red. Yang Kai looked at her and smiled faintly. His waist, which had been stiff for many days, moved almost instinctively, causing Su Yan to let out a low moan. At this moment, she felt as if she had been thrown into the clouds, and before she could stabilize her body, she fell into a bottomless abyss. He had never experienced such ups and downs before. She couldn't control herself at all from the exhilarating pleasure that made it impossible for her to control herself. The young man and woman had never experienced the affairs of the world. Their bodies were extremely sensitive. Even the slightest movement could cause the two of them to feel an extremely strong stimulation. Aroused by her miserable cries, Yang Kai's movements became more and more unbridled. His big hands wandered around her full breasts, kneading and squeezing. He buried his head deeper into her two peaks. Heavy panting sounds could be heard as he gently and violently kissed Su Yan's skin. Su Yan's long hair scattered. Her perky buttocks were straight. She used both hands to tightly hold Yang Kai's head, pressing his head against her chest. Her slender legs wrapped around Yang Kai's waist. Unconsciously, she stiffly twisted her body, welcoming the waves of unbearable pleasure. After a long time, Su Yan suddenly nervously grasped Yang Kai's hair and said with difficulty, Wait. What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked up at her, his fierce movements gradually calming down. Su Yan could barely speak. She gasped for breath for a long time before calming down. Her whole body was flushed red, and her eyes were filled with lust. Biting her teeth, she asked curiously, "Just now did I call out?" "No." Yang Kai quickly shook his head, a serious expression on his face. "You really didn't?" Su Yan asked worriedly. Just now, her consciousness was in chaos, so she didn't know if she had called out or not. "You really didn't." Yang Kai looked at her with incomparable sincerity. "You lied to me." Su Yan saw a trace of smugness and pride in Yang Kai's eyes. Feeling wronged, Yang Kai made a move and her consciousness immediately became chaotic again. Yang Kai hugged Su Yan with both hands, lifting her up and then turning her back to him. Originally, he wanted Su Yan to not maintain that uncomfortable position, but when Yang Kai saw her back, his expression suddenly became excited, his eyes becoming red. That night in Su Yan's small loft, although Yang Kai had seen her hazy back, she was wearing undergarments and the light was dim, so he couldn't see clearly. But this time, up close, not a single piece of skin on Su Yan's body could escape Yang Kai's eyes. This was a back that could steal the good fortune of heaven and earth. Soft and graceful curves spread down from her slender shoulders, first to her waist and abdomen, then to her buttocks, outlining a perky curve that could make one's blood boil. The transformation was so natural, it was enough to make any man who saw this scene go crazy. Not only that, at this moment, on Su Yan's smooth white back, as her skin trembled and flushed, there was a lifelike ice phoenix swimming around, sometimes resting on Su Yan's shoulder, sometimes landing on her perky buttocks, as if it was alive. This was the ice phoenix that had disappeared before. Feeling it slightly, Yang Kai seemed to feel that his back was a little hot. They were still there. It was just that they had turned into this special tattoo. After pausing for a moment, Yang Kai began to move again. The peach blossom spring was overflowing with mud, and a humid atmosphere filled the hall. The sounds of their bodies intertwined with Su Yan's slight gasps for breath, creating a sound that would make one's imagination run wild. The two gave and took as much as they wanted, like fish in water, not distinguishing between each other. Inside the hall, the chaotic atmosphere seemed to have not dissipated yet. Yang Kai and Su Yan's clothes were neat and tidy. In front of them was an ice mirror that Su Yan had condensed with her yuan qi. Su Yan sat in front of the mirror, quietly looking at herself in the mirror. The girl in the mirror had tasted it for the first time, and her originally cold face still had an intoxicating blush. Yang Kai stood behind her, tidying up her messy hair. It was silent but very warm. After transforming from a young girl into a woman, Su Yan's face seemed to have gained a touch of coldness, the ice in her pair of beautiful eyes becoming even more intense than before. Only when she looked at Yang Kai would she do so. This kind of coldness would turn into gentleness. Taking a hairpin from Su Yan, Yang Kai inserted it into her hair. Unlike her usual girly appearance, Su Yan's hair was tied up behind her head, revealing her smooth white neck. This was a hairstyle that only women would have. Beautiful, Yang Kai praised. Do you like it? Yang Kai answered as he stretched out his hands and placed them on Su Yan's shoulders. Although they had already had skin-to-skin contact, when facing Su Yan he still felt a faint sense of nervousness. This was the feeling that Su Yan gave him before, and he was afraid that it would not disappear in a short time. After testing for a while, Su Yan did not move, so Yang Kai slowly slid his hands down. In the mirror, Su Yan's mouth showed a reproachful smile. Just as Yang Kai's hands were about to reach the peak, she grabbed hold of his hands. Su Yan. Yang Kai leaned over and kissed her earlobes. He found that this place of Su Yan's was very sensitive. It was a forbidden area, a place that could not be touched. Don't. Su Yan dodged in a panic. She knew that once she was kissed by Yang Kai, she would definitely become powerless again, so she hurriedly said, "Let's talk business first." Business? Good. Yang Kai restrained his frivolous expression and sat down beside her. Su Yan used one hand to stroke the face of the man who had taken away her body, her eyes somewhat blurred. After staring at him for a long time, she asked, "How old are you this year?" Yang Kai sniffed, 20. His expression was somewhat unnatural. His eyes drifted, and after saying this he added, "I'm not lying to you." Su Yan looked at him with a faint smile, not saying anything. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, his whole body uneasy. After a while he helplessly whispered, 15, almost 16. "I'm 20. I'm older than you. You have to listen to me in the future. I'll listen to you for small things, but listen to me for big things." Yang Kai grinned. Su Yan sighed deeply. Her expression was full of love and tolerance, her delicate jade-like hand stopping on Yang Kai's face. "You're too young. It's not good for you to experience this so early." Age is not an issue. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at her, his eyebrows twitching as he meaningfully said, "You've also experienced it." Su Yan blushed and glared at him. "Don't tease me like this." "No," Yang Kai helplessly said. "You're thinking the wrong way. You're not allowed to always think about that kind of thing in the future." Yang Kai immediately hung his head dejectedly, as if his soul had left his body. Seeing him like this, Su Yan's cold heart suddenly softened, and she softly said, "If you promise me that you won't think about that kind of thing and won't delay your cultivation, I'll come find you once a month. How about 5 times?" Yang Kai began to bargain. Su Yan pretended to be cold as she looked at him, not saying anything. Then 4 times, 3 times, okay, 2 times should be fine, right? Okay, once it is. Yang Kai agreed verbally, thinking that when the time comes, it won't be up to you. As long as I touch your delicate earlobe, won't you be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? It's not that I want to restrict you. I also know that dual cultivation is good for both of us. But your body is too weak. Wait until you grow a little bit, then after a few years, I will definitely not ask you to do this. Su Yan's voice was very soft and gentle. Just endure for a few years, okay? Her serious tone was like a plea. Yang Kai nodded heavily. He also knew that Su Yan was doing this for his own good. These past few years in High Heaven Pavilion had been very difficult, causing his body to be somewhat thin. Su Yan probably misunderstood. Also, you've only just broken through to the Qi transformation stage. I know this. Yang Kai didn't let her continue. Su Yan looked at him and nodded. It's good that you know. This realm is very special. It is the same for every cultivator. You must treat it with caution. As she spoke, Su Yan fumbled around her neck. A moment later she untied a jade pendant and put it around Yang Kai's neck. Chapter 158. Yang Kai looked down and found that the pendant was just a square piece of jade, but it was cool to the touch and had a calming effect. This is a piece of frigid ice jade essence. I've been wearing it since I was young. After so many years, it has absorbed a lot of my Zhen Yuan. Keep it with you. At a critical moment, it will be useful in suppressing your Zhen Yuan. Does this count as a token of love? Yang Kai looked at Su Yan and smiled. Su Yan's cheeks were red as she nodded gently. Hearing this, Yang Kai hurriedly searched his body, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find anything useful. The most valuable things he had were the Soul Breaker All and the Yin Yang Monster Ginseng. He couldn't give the Soul Breaker All, it was too evil, and it contained the old demon's soul. Giving it to Su Yan would only harm her. The Yin Yang Monster Ginseng was fine, but it was only a heaven and earth spirit treasure, so it didn't have the meaning of a token. He sniffed and said awkwardly, I'll give you one in the future. Su Yan smiled. The 9 Yin Yuan condensing you gave me is enough. You're the best. Yang Kai said sincerely. Don't praise me. When you praise me, my heart starts beating so fast. Su Yan gasped for breath as she clutched her chest. After cultivating the joyous unification art, her ice heart technique had no effect on Yang Kai. It was as if he was her nemesis. Every word, every action, and every move he made affected her mind. Haha. Yang Kai laughed heartily. In this world, who could make a woman like Su Yan flustered? He was the only one. Life was like this. What more could he ask for? It could be said that if it wasn't for the opportunity in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, Yang Kai estimated that he and Su Yan wouldn't have much interaction in this life. There was no man in the entire Great Han Dynasty who could match her. Even Yang Kai himself didn't think that he was worthy of Su Yan. This was not belittling himself, but Su Yan was too cold and noble. What do you plan to do after leaving here? Su Yan calmed down and asked another question. What do you mean? The road ahead. Su Yan was like a responsible parent, thinking about things that Yang Kai would never consider. And our relationship? I don't understand. Yang Kai frowned. Make it clear. Su Yan smiled sweetly. Let's put it this way. I have thought of 2 paths for you. The first is to publicize our relationship. With my status and identity in the sect, as long as our relationship is publicized, you will definitely be nurtured by the sect. You won't have to worry about contribution points anymore. In the future, you can easily obtain martial skills, medicinal pills, and secret treasures. Are you testing me? Yang Kai smiled at Su Yan. The latter shook his head slowly. I'm serious. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel moved. He could imagine what kind of uproar it would cause in the sect if his relationship with Su Yan was made public. He and Su Yan, one on earth, one in heaven, they were originally an impossible pair. If they really appeared in front of the world, Yang Kai would naturally be envied, and Su Yan's situation would definitely not be any better. Without even mentioning the obstruction of his elders, even his fellow brothers and sisters would definitely spurn Su Yan's choice. Young Kai hadn't expected that Su Yan would be able to face the gossip of the world so calmly. You don't need to feel any psychological burden. I'm just creating the conditions for my man to cultivate. Young Kai recovered and said seriously, this proposal is very tempting, but it's not suitable for me. Su Yan seemed to know he would say this and looked at him indifferently, smiling lightly. Young Kai clenched his hands and stared at his fists. I will rely on myself to fight for everything. Relying on you is not what I want. Su Yan smiled. Although I am a little sad to hear you say this, I am also very happy. Then you can only take the second path. Young Kai smiled. Yes, I will grow as fast as possible. The second path was to rely on himself. I will wait for you to protect me, Su Yan said softly. It won't be long. Young Kai picked up Su Yan's hand and kissed it. After a pause, he suddenly remembered something and raised his head. Su Yan, after leaving this place, I'm afraid you will be in trouble. Ah. Su Yan was puzzled. Young Kai seriously analyzed. The disciples of the three sects came here for the inheritance. After killing the 9-monster beast, we activated the array and revealed the inheritance. The disciples of the three sects have 700 to 800 people, all of whom have climbed the endless stairs and experienced the test of cold and heat. Your strength is the strongest among the disciples of the three sects, and you also practice a cold attribute secret art. What do you think those people are thinking now? Su Yan was stunned. She was only thinking about Young Kai and didn't think about what would happen to her. But after hearing Young Kai's words, she suddenly realized, they will think that I have already obtained the inheritance. Yes, I think many people think so. Young Kai nodded slightly. Su Yan smiled confidently. They can think whatever they want. Even if I didn't obtain the inheritance, I don't have to explain anything to them. It's best not to admit it. Don't admit it to anyone. This is a serious matter. I think the appearance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance will not only involve the three sects nearby. Hearing this, Su Yan became serious. She could ignore the experts of the three sects nearby, but she couldn't ignore the experts of the Darkhan dynasty. Once someone set their eyes on the inheritor, Su Yan would only be in trouble. She nodded heavily. I understand. She was relieved that the three sects would focus all their attention on her. This way, Young Kai wouldn't be suspected. Everyone thought that the inheritance would only be obtained by one person. But they didn't expect that the inheritance would be shared by two people. She looked at Young Kai with some admiration. You're thinking too far ahead. Young Kai smiled bitterly. It's just that I'm used to seeing how those great forces act like a rare commodity and their methods of winning over others. Su Yan looked at him in a daze. His words were said with a sense of vicissitudes. She suddenly felt that this junior brother was a person with a lot of secrets. I'll tell you next time. Young Kai patted Su Yan's hand. Yes, it's fine even if you don't tell me. Su Yan nodded. All right, let's go. There's nothing else here. Young Kai stood up. This hall was very spacious. Other than the huge energy ball from before, there was nothing else. After the two of them obtained the inheritance, a light screen appeared. It should be able to teleport them out. Holding Su Yan's hand, Young Kai plunged into the light screen. When the two figures disappeared from the hall, the Heaven's Cave inheritance suddenly emitted a cracking sound. It was like a mirror falling to the ground and smashing into pieces. Immediately, a crisscrossing crack appeared in the chaotic world. The disciples of the three sects who were still in the Heaven's Cave inheritance were scared out of their wits. They didn't know what was going on. Just as they were at a loss, an unknown energy wrapped around them and slowly floated into the sky. Since the opening of the Heaven's Cave inheritance, the experts of the three sects had been stationed here, anxiously waiting. Now almost a month had passed. During this time, many disciples had come out of the Heaven's Cave inheritance one after another. These people were either injured and couldn't hold on any longer, or exhausted and didn't want to stay in there any longer. From their words, the experts of the three sects more or less understood the situation inside. Especially when some disciples appeared in the past few days, the experts of the three sects became more and more anxious. This was because they had received news that the inheritance had appeared, but they didn't know who would obtain it in the end. Every sect was looking forward to their own rising stars, but they were also worried about their own gains and losses. High Heaven Pavilion Su Yan and Xia Hongchen, blood groups Hu Jiao Er and Long Jun, storm houses Fang Ziki. These were all outstanding talents of the younger generation. There was also that crazy old man's female disciple, High Heaven Pavilion Xia Ning Chang, who may also obtain the inheritance. However, that crazy old man was very carefree. After waiting for several days in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, he saw that his disciple hadn't come out, so he left alone. Until now he hadn't appeared again. What an irresponsible master! The experts of the three sects silently criticized Meng Wuya. Because of the existence of the inheritance, there was a subtle hostility and competition between the experts of the three sects, especially the people of the blood group. These people criticized High Heaven Pavilions and Storm House's robberies while cursing Meng Wuya's unreasonable behavior. If not for the latter's battle with the experts of the blood group, how could the existence of the Heaven's Cave inheritance be exposed so early? This was the wealth of the blood group but now the other two sects had forcefully interfered. Although there were compensations, what was that little bit of compensation in front of the inheritance of a powerhouse? Damn it. These days, Hu Man cursed until his lips bled. He didn't dare to curse Meng Wuya, so he cursed Long Zai Tian and Long Hui. If not for that little bastard provoking Meng Wuya, how could there be so many troubles now? Die, it's good that you died. If you didn't die early, I, your father, would have cut you into thousands of pieces. Long family is nothing. Not only did Hu Man not like the Long family, but the other experts of the blood group were also full of resentment because of this matter. Long Zai Tian knew that he was in the wrong, and a month ago, he was seriously injured by Meng Wuya. During this time, he didn't dare to show his face in the mining area and only stayed in the blood group to heal. However, the death of his little grandson, how could this hatred be so easily resolved? Sooner or later, I will make you pay with your blood. Long Zai Tian, whose strength had dropped greatly, secretly hardened his heart. While the experts of the three sects were anxiously waiting, the light curtain of the Heaven's Cave inheritance suddenly trembled, as if a stone was thrown into a calm lake, creating layers of ripples. In the next moment, the light curtain collapsed like a bubble, directly disappearing, revealing the mineral vein below the big pit. Where are the people? Hu Man suddenly became anxious. The entrance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance disappeared, but the disciples of the three sects did not appear. His two daughters were still inside. Where did they go? Not only was Hu Man anxious, but the other experts were also anxious. The younger generation of elite disciples had all entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance, but now, not a single one had appeared. While they were worried, not far away, there was a scream of pain. An elder of the Storm House's complexion changed, and he quickly rushed over. Chapter 159. When the elder returned, he was accompanied by a wounded disciple of Storm House. Under the questioning of Xiao Ruohan and the other experts of Storm House, the disciple narrated what had just happened. Not long after, the experts of Blood Group and High Heaven Pavilion also found some disciples of their respective sects nearby. The three parties confirmed and could not help but sigh in relief. They found that the disciples who had entered the Black Wind Forest had already come out, but they were scattered to various corners of the Black Wind Forest. Although they did not know why this happened, everyone felt that this should be the protection of the owner of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. As a result, no one knew who had obtained the inheritance. The experts of the three sects were busy, shuttling back and forth in the Black Wind Forest, looking for the disciples of their respective sects and properly arranging them. The attitude of the experts towards these disciples was very careful, cautious, and much more amiable than before, because they did not know whether these disciples, who were only at the initial element realm, would in the future grow up to be respected by the people of the world. Even the leader of the bloody battle gang, Hu Man, who had the most violent temperament, was greeting each and every one of the returning disciples with a smile on his face. From arrogance to deference, he kept praising them, saying that they had done a good job, and that they would be the pillars of the gang in the future. The disciples of the blood group almost collapsed. They did not know what the master of the blood group was thinking. But there were still many disciples who were moved to tears, on the spot shouting to express their loyalty, pledging to follow the master of the blood group, dedicating their lives to the blood group. willing to sacrifice their lives for the blood group. Hu Man laughed even more heartily. For him, even if these disciples did not obtain the inheritance, they were still worthy of being roped in, because each of them had more or less obtained some benefits. The experts of Stormhouse and High Heaven Pavilion were naturally aware of this point. They despised Hu Man's hypocrisy, but at the same time, they had no choice but to put aside their pride and ask about the well-being of the returning disciples. The work of gathering the disciples continued for half a day. Many of them directly returned to their sects without being found by their elders. This made the situation of Yang Kai and Su Yan much better. Of course, Su Yan was destined to be suspected. This was something that no one could change. At this moment, Yang Kai and Su Yan, they were currently standing somewhere in Black Wind Mountain. After the two of them stepped through the door of light, they arrived here. Su Yan wasn't very familiar with this place, but Yang Kai had run around Black Wind Mountain quite a few times. He was much stronger than her. After searching for a long time, he finally found the right path. Black Plum Village is just 50 li away from here. Standing on a small hill, Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction and said to Su Yan, "Let's split up, we can't go back together." Su Yan hesitated for a moment before saying, since he was going to be suspected, he couldn't expose Yang Kai. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. You go back first, there must be a lot of people looking for you now. If you return late, it will only confirm their suspicions. Remember, no matter who asks, do not admit that you have obtained the inheritance. I know. Take care of yourself. Come back as soon as possible. Su Yan exhorted before turning around to leave, but was pulled back by Yang Kai. What's wrong? Just as Su Yan's words left her mouth, a scorching hot breath rushed towards her and hugged her tightly, blocking her mouth. A whimpering sound could be heard. Su Yan softened once again. After a long time, Yang Kai laughed and let go of her. Remember what you said. Come find me once a month. Yang Kai said. Su Yan nodded gently. The two said goodbye, although they knew that they were in the same sect. But there was always a feeling of reluctance. After waiting for a long time, Su Yan stomped her feet and gritted her teeth. I'm going. As soon as her voice fell, she quickly left, leaving behind a pure white figure. Watching her disappear from sight, Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, leisurely walking in the direction of High Heaven Pavilion. Heaven's Cave inheritance. Yang Kai felt that his biggest gain this time was not the inheritance, but Su Yan. A few hours later, Yang Kai slowly returned to High Heaven Pavilion. At this time, the pavilion's disciples and masters had already returned, but there were still some people returning, so Yang Kai didn't attract anyone's attention. However, he discovered a strange phenomenon. When he walked in the pavilion, those senior brothers and junior brothers he didn't know were all very polite to him. Although they didn't come over to greet him, they would still cup their fists from afar and greet him with a smile on their faces. Among them, there was even a High Heaven Pavilion deacon. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. Those who could return alive from Heaven's Cave inheritance may have a promising future. So how could they ignore him like before? If they greeted him now, they could become friends in the future. Returning to the small wooden house, before Yang Kai had time to organize his thoughts, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Just as he was thinking about who would come, Sassafras's face appeared. Seeing Yang Kai, Sassafras couldn't help but feel relieved. Brother Yang, you also returned safely. Yang Kai felt a burst of warmth in his heart, got up and said, Junior brother, come in and sit. No need, I just came to see if you were okay. Saying so, Sassafras showed a sly smile. I still have to go back and cultivate, ha ha. With a long laugh, Sassafras disappeared. Yang Kai was stunned, suddenly remembering that he didn't see Sassafras at the endless stairs. Where did he go at that time? The beast's soul cloud opening array made such a big commotion, it was impossible for him not to see it. Unless he had something else to do at that time. Thinking about how proud Sassafras was just now, Yang Kai couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who received the inheritance. Sassafras, this kid, was pretty lucky. Sassafras left, and before Yang Kai could sit down, footsteps came from outside the door again. But this time, the footsteps were very light, and it sounded like a woman's. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and just as he was hesitating, a green figure flashed through the door. Little senior sister? Yang Kai saw the person's face clearly, and a smile appeared on his face. His wooden house was quite lively today. Sassafras was here, so was Xia Ningchang, and Yang Kai didn't see her in the Cave of Inheritance. Speaking of which, ever since he came back from the Nining Valley, she hadn't looked for him. Junior brother. Xia Ningchang saw Yang Kai, and just like Sassafras, she sighed in relief. She didn't stand on ceremony and directly walked in. You're back. Yes, I just came back. Yang Kai nodded. I heard that you also entered the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, but I couldn't find you. Xia Ningchang was still as shy as usual, and after a few sentences her ears turned red. I saw you enter that day. Treasurer Meng was so majestic. Yang Kai recalled Meng Wuya's domineering and arrogant attitude that day, and felt a little strange. Yes, master, let me in. Oh right, I found some yang inflammation stones there, and I made some pills for you. Xia Ningchang took out a bottle and handed it over. You need this for your cultivation technique, right? Yang Kai smiled and reached out to take it. Thank you. Xia Ningchang lightly shook her head. No need. Do you want to sit down and rest for a while? No, I just came to take a look. Xia Ningchang hurriedly waved her hand. She really didn't dare to stay with a man and a woman alone. I'm leaving, you rest well. Okay. Yang Kai didn't urge her to stay. You rest well too, don't tire yourself out. Xia Ningchang pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes filled with satisfaction. She turned around, and when she reached the door, she paused, as if she wanted to turn around and ask something, but after hesitating for a long time, she still couldn't muster up the courage to leave. What happened in the Nining Valley last time was still vivid in her mind. Xia Ningchang could often recall that deep and mesmerizing kiss in her dreams at night. Every time she recalled it, it was as if a lively deer was in her heart, and she couldn't calm down for a long time, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. It was that kiss that left a bloody figure in her heart forever. The feelings in her heart made her even more shy and flustered in front of Yang Kai, but she didn't dare to point it out. Watching Xia Ningchang leave, Yang Kai held the bottle in his hand, his heart filled with warmth. The night passed silently. On the first night of returning to Sky Tower, Yang Kai didn't do anything but sleep peacefully. The next day he went to Black Wind Trade to purchase some 3-leaved Chaos Spirit flowers and dead Jedi tree grass. He wanted to buy them the last time he came, but the appearance of Heaven's Cave Inheritance in the inn disrupted his plans. After the matter of the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, the Black Wind Trade Market didn't become much quieter. Instead, it became even more lively. The disciples of the three sects were all competing to discuss the various fortuitous encounters and opportunities in the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, as well as the 9 powerful demonic beasts and the final endless staircase. Most people didn't have the chance to enter Heaven's Cave Inheritance, so naturally they were listening with great interest. Suyin didn't stay in Black Wind Trade. She was currently in the limelight, so it wasn't suitable for her to leave Sky Tower. Everyone's eyes were focused on her, wanting to know if she had obtained the true inheritance. Yang Kai bought the herbs and tools he needed, and directly left Black Wind Trade. Returning to Sky Tower, Yang Kai went to the Coiling Dragon Stream. The Three Suns fruit tree where he usually meditated was still swaying in the wind. Maybe in a few years it would bloom again, but that was destined to be a distant matter. Yang Kai rubbed his hands. He wanted to do something he had always wanted to do, but at that time his strength was too low, so it wasn't convenient for him to do it. Now that he had reached the Qi transforming stage, he finally had some capital. Finding a huge rock nearby, he tied it with the rope he bought. Using the rope, Yang Kai slowly descended to the bottom of the Coiling Dragon Stream. He didn't know what kind of treasure was at the bottom of the Coiling Dragon Stream, but it allowed Yang Kai to absorb Yang Qi to cultivate. But no matter what kind of treasure it was, the deeper he went, the stronger the Yang Qi would become. Yang Kai didn't have a big appetite. He didn't want to go deep into the Coiling Dragon Stream to find the treasure. After all, the 11th Elder had sternly warned him not to go too deep, because even he would be in danger. That mysterious 11th Elder was at least an immortal Ascension boundary master. The danger he felt was enough to consign Yang Kai to eternal damnation, and shatter his bones. Chapter 160. Yang Kai just wanted to go down a bit more and absorb more yang qi for his cultivation. Moreover, beside the coiling dragon stream, the astral winds howled and the cultivation environment was really unbearable. If he could open up a hole in the cliff, he could avoid the pain of being exposed to the wind and sun. Putting together the rope he had bought, it was enough to support Kai Yang sliding down 1,000 feet. When he reached his limit, Yang Kai looked down, but the coiling dragon stream was still so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. He couldn't clearly see the situation below. His heart shivered, thinking that if the rope broke at this time. But the yang qi here was indeed much richer than above. Yang Kai was very satisfied. Looking around for a moment, he carefully knocked on the nearby rock wall and found a good spot. There was an ancient pine tree growing diagonally on the cliff. The dense pine leaves were like a huge umbrella. If he opened up a space under the ancient pine tree, this tree could shelter him from the wind and rain. It was a natural advantage. Making up his mind, Yang Kai forced out a drop of yang liquid from the dantian and condensed it at his fingertip, turning it into a blade and cutting into the rock wall in front of him. There wasn't much resistance. The sharpness of the yang liquid blade didn't disappoint Yang Kai's expectations, directly cutting through a rock. When Yang Kai was at the initial element boundary third stage, the blade formed from yang liquid could destroy a common grade mid-rank defensive artifact. Now that Yang Kai's strength had increased by a lot, cutting through the rock was naturally easy. There wasn't much yang liquid left in the dantian. Most of the yang liquid he obtained in the Heaven's Cave inheritance had been used up when he dual cultivated with Su Yan. So now he only had 4 or 5 drops left. After consuming 3 full drops of yang liquid, Yang Kai cut a hole in the rock wall in front of him that could accommodate one person, and entered the hole. Yang Kai continued to cut, throwing the cut stones into the coiling dragon stream. After a long time, the sound of stones falling to the ground came from the coiling dragon stream. From this sound, Yang Kai could roughly estimate the depth of the coiling dragon stream. Calculating in his heart, he was secretly speechless. This coiling dragon stream was probably more than 10,000 meters deep. After half a day, the cave had expanded a lot, and the yang liquid in the dantian was also used up. Without yang liquid, Yang Kai couldn't continue to open the cave with his own strength. Taking out a bottle from her bosom, this was the bottle that Xia Ningchang had given to Kai Yang yesterday. Thinking of that little senior sister, Yang Kai felt a burst of guilt. Fortunately, he didn't do too much that night in the Nining Mountain Valley. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to face. He ate a few pills. After condensing some yang liquid, he continued to open up his own cave. While doing this, Kai Yang was filled with energy and excitement, not feeling the slightest bit tired. Looking at the gradually expanding cave, Kai Yang had the feeling of a master opening up his own secret cave mansion. A few days later, Yang Kai worked hard in the cave. When he ran out of yang liquid, he would use the pills refined by Xia Ningchang to replenish it. When he was thirsty, he would drink the morning dew from the pine trees, so he wasn't hungry. When one's strength reached the qi transformation stage, it was fine to not eat for a month, but after a long time, one would still need to replenish. 7 days later, the cave could be considered to be completed. Yang Kai stood in the cave, looking at his masterpiece. He felt a sense of satisfaction. He laughed foolishly. Today's cave was twice as big as Yang Kai's wooden house. The closest place to the outside was the place where he cultivated. Sitting at the entrance of the cave, he couldn't feel the whistling wind under the coiling dragon stream. He could only hear the whimper of the wind. Compared to cultivating at the top, the environment was much better. Facing the entrance, there was a small stone room on the left. It wasn't very big, and was where Yang Kai prepared to store his things. The 3-leaved chaos spirit flower and dead Jedi tree grass he bought from Black Wind Trade were stored inside. The stone room on the right was slightly larger, and was used as a resting area. Inside it was a stone bed that Yang Kai had carved out for himself. The bed was smooth and flat. Yang Kai had carefully polished it for a long time, so even if he slept on it, he wouldn't feel uncomfortable at all. For some reason, Yang Kai cut this stone bed to be very big. It was enough to accommodate 2 to 3 people tossing and turning on it. Cough cough. It's better to be prepared, Yang Kai thought. There was another stone room in the middle. It was empty, but he didn't know what to put it in. This was Yang Kai's cave. Although it was simple, it was very warm inside. Compared to the wooden house, it was even more enjoyable. Generally, no one would come to the coiling dragon stream. In the future, if he had something that was inconvenient to carry, he could store it here without worrying about being found. Thinking about it, Yang Kai climbed up the rope. Along the way, he cut out a place where he could borrow strength. This way, in the future, he wouldn't need to rely on the rope to enter and exit the cave. It would also save him the worry of being found by someone following the rope. Untying the rope around the big stone, Yang Kai returned to the cave. After spending so many days, he had finally created a cultivation place that belonged to him. This kind of cultivation environment was much better than any of the other High Heaven Pavilion disciples. Not in a hurry to cultivate, Yang Kai just sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, enjoying the tranquil warmth. Suddenly remembering something, he reached into his chest and took it out. Yin-Yang Monster Ginseng. This was a spiritual world spirit treasure. Since it was taken by Yang Kai, it had always been in his bosom. It didn't try to escape, nor did it struggle. At this moment, when he took it out, the human face on this world spirit treasure seemed to be smiling at Yang Kai. The old demon had said that this kind of thing could only grow in a strange place where Yin and Yang Qi coexisted. Previously, Yang Kai didn't know why the Heaven's Cave inheritance had a Yin-Yang Monster Ginseng, but after obtaining the inheritance, he understood everything. That place was where the Yin-Yang Joyous Unification Arts inheritance lay, so it naturally made sense for this world spirit treasure to grow. Reaching out, Yang Kai dripped a drop of Yang liquid into the Yin-Yang Monster Ginseng's body. In an instant, it absorbed the Yang liquid, and its expression became more and more pleasant. With a flash of light, the Yin-Yang Monster Ginseng flew out of Yang Kai's hand, and curiously wandered around the simple cave mansion. Not long after, it found a place on its own, twisted its body and took root, a look of enjoyment on its face. Along with the dense light, Yang Kai clearly felt that the Yang Qi below the coiling dragon stream was being continuously absorbed by it. Even the Yang Qi around him was becoming richer. It actually has such an effect. Yang Kai was shocked. With a thought, he undid the seal on the soul breaker all. The old demon's respectful voice immediately sounded. Old servant greets young master. Take a look at this Yin-Yang Monster Ginseng. What's the use? Yang Kai asked. The old demon said, this thing is born by absorbing Yin and Yang Qi. This place is rich in Yang Qi, so it is a suitable environment for it to grow. However, if you're talking to me, don't beat around the bush, Yang Kai coldly snorted. The old demon trembled when he heard this. Although he had only known Yang Kai for a short time, he was really afraid of him. He had repeatedly sealed his soul inside the soul breaker all, and punished him at every turn. The old demon had seen Yang Kai's decisiveness and ruthlessness, so he quickly said, after all, it needs to absorb Yin and Yang Qi. There is only Yang Qi in this place, so there is no need to worry too much about it in the short term. But as time passes, not only will it not grow, it may even wilt. For it, a solitary Yang cannot grow, and a solitary Yin cannot grow. This is the Yin-Yang Monster Ginseng. It lacks Yin Qi, doesn't it? Yang Kai asked. Young master's words are correct. This was easy to deal with. He could just ask Su Yan to come and give it some Yuan Qi, then it should be able to solve this problem. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai asked with a strange expression. Previously, if it met a man and woman who were of the same mind, when they were in love with each other, it would automatically split into two kinds of energy and disperse into the man and woman's body, right? Yes, the old demon replied, then was surprised. Hm? Young master, you cough? Before being sealed, Yang Kai was still a child, but after seeing Yang Kai this time, the old demon discovered that he had actually lost the innate pure Yang Qi that he had been born with. This was clearly the result of having close contact with a woman. Who allowed you to spy on me? Yang Kai coldly said. Young master, please forgive old servant. I was only curious. I won't dare in the future. It's best if there is no next time. Yang Kai faintly reminded. Frowning, Yang Kai thought about a lot of things. Although he didn't know the origins of the old demon, He was very knowledgeable and knew a lot about the yin-yang monster ginseng, so what he said shouldn't be a lie. In that hall, when he and Su Yan were in love with each other, the yin-yang monster ginseng was nearby. However, it didn't transform into energy and integrate into his and Su Yan's bodies to bind them together. As such, there was only one explanation, and that was that the feelings between him and Su Yan had not yet reached the point of being of the same mind. Yang Kai could understand this. Although the two of them were already husband and wife, that was done under the guidance of the inheritance, not their own free will. If he really thought about it, if he didn't have the yin-yang joyous unification art, Su Yan would probably hate him for taking her virginity. Even if she didn't hate him, she wouldn't have any good feelings towards him, so how could they possibly be of the same mind? Su Yan hadn't completely opened her heart, and the same was true for Yang Kai. Even if he felt close to her now, he was willing to give up everything for her, including his life, but all of this was the result of the yin-yang monster ginseng art's special effects. The love between a man and a woman was not something that could be cultivated overnight, nor could it be cultivated through a set of secret arts. One day, even without the yin-yang monster ginseng art, the two of them would still treat each other as the most important person in their lives, and only then would they truly be of the same mind. The old demon's somewhat frivolous voice sounded. Young master need not be discouraged. Old servant feels that women are generally very easy to coax. Since young master has already obtained their bodies, sooner or later, you will also capture their hearts, this old servant can guarantee with his life. Didn't you die a long time ago? Yang Kai chuckled. When old demon saw that Yang Kai wasn't annoyed, his courage grew a lot and he smiled. Yes, young master is right. Old servant swears with his soul that women will always have a special feeling for their first man. Young master only needs to use a little bit of skill to make them completely devoted to you. When that time comes, this yin-yang monster ginseng will be able to play a huge role. Old demon nodded. Chapter 161. After he finished speaking, the old demon hesitated again. However, this yin-yang monster ginseng can only be used by one man and one woman. Those two girls are related to young master, so when the time comes, I'm afraid it will be somewhat troublesome to choose. 2. Yang Kai felt strange. When he heard the old demon mention them, Yang Kai thought it was a slip of the tongue, but after thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly understood. The old demon probably thought he had a relationship with the Hu sisters. After all, when he was sealed, he was climbing the endless stairs with Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air. After being sealed, the old demon couldn't sense the situation outside, so naturally he didn't know what happened inside the hall. Not wanting to explain too much to him, Yang Kai simply said, in the future, if I am alone with any woman, you seal your divine sense. He was afraid that when he was intimate with Su Yan in the future, he would forget the existence of the old demon. Hearing this, the old demon hurriedly cried out, Young master, rest assured, although this old servant is evil, he will not do such things. It's good that you remember. This old servant will remember. After a moment of silence, the old demon said, Young master, if you don't mind, this old servant would like to take a look at the bottom of this mountain stream. Oh, what's down there? Yang Kai couldn't help but become interested. He was also very curious about the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, but his current strength was insufficient, so there was no way he could explore it. This old servant doesn't know what is down there, but I can feel a strong yang aura, which is nemesis to this old servant's soul. In addition, there is also a strong demonic qi. These two auras are opposites, so I don't know why they would appear here at the same time. To tell young master the truth, this old servant wants to use the demonic qi down there to restore the strength of his soul, so that he can help young master in the future. Yang Kai frowned. When the old demon said there was demonic qi down there, Yang Kai could understand. The coiling dragon stream was created by a single strike from a peerless devil, and that devil had also died under the coiling dragon stream. So it was natural that there would be traces of demonic qi left behind. However, the old demon wanted to use the evil demon qi to restore his divine soul. Yang Kai couldn't make up his mind. He did not know if he would be able to control the old demon after it grew stronger. If he couldn't control it, he would be shooting himself in the foot. However, after thinking about it, Yang Kai felt that he didn't need to worry too much. His strand of divine sense had fused with the old demon, so his life and death were in his hands. While old demon was anxiously waiting, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Go." He poured some yuan qi into the soul breaker all for the old demon to activate this secret treasure and release it. "Many thanks, young master." The old demon shed tears of gratitude. Wrapping himself around the soul breaker all, he transformed into a streak of black smoke and flew down the coiling dragon stream. After the old demon left, Yang Kai took out a small pouch from his bosom. This pouch belonged to Lan Chudai, and inside it were 2 seeds of pure heart. Her face flashed in front of his eyes, and Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. If this beautiful senior sister wasn't so scheming, she would definitely be very likable. The first time he met her was when he spent some money to buy her seeds in Black Wind trade. Later, they met again in Heaven's Cave inheritance. It could be said that it was a kind of fate. They explored together, fought together, and were both from the same sect. It could be said that this was an unforgettable memory. If it weren't for her actions, Yang Kai would not have disliked her. In the end, she attacked Nyeyong. Although it was to show goodwill to Yang Kai, it also let Yang Kai see her ruthlessness and reality. When she was useful to him, she would cover for him. Nyeyong had repeatedly looked for trouble with Yang Kai, but Lan Chudai had never said a good word for him. This was because at that time, Nyeyong was more useful than Yang Kai. At that time, if Lan Chudai had reprimanded him as a senior sister, Nyeyong would not have been so presumptuous. However, she didn't. Instead, it was Dui Shuang who stood on Yang Kai's side. When Nyeyong was no longer useful, she abandoned him like a worn-out shoe and even attacked him. Yang Kai didn't blame her for anything. Everyone had the right to choose their own life. Others had no right to interfere. Perhaps she was realistic, perhaps she was indifferent, perhaps she was trying to curry favor with those in power, but that was her choice. That was her personality. Knowing this, he didn't want to have a deep relationship with her. He poured out the 2 seeds from the pouch, and casually threw the pouch into the coiling dragon stream. "Where should I plant these 2 seeds? Yang Kai looked around and found that this place was full of stone walls. It wasn't suitable for herbs to grow. After thinking about it, Yang Kai came up with an idea. At the base of the ancient pine above his cave, there was a soft place where ordinary pine trees could take root and grow. Since the pure heart was a spirit grass, its vitality was naturally more tenacious. Moreover, this spirit grass grew by absorbing the world's spiritual qi. There was no need to worry about it robbing the nutrients of the ancient pine tree. Making up his mind, Kai Yang dripped a drop of yang liquid onto one of the pure heart seeds. But what surprised him was that after the first drop of yang liquid, the seed didn't change as much as before. It wasn't until Kai Yang dripped a second drop that it became crystal clear and full. This was definitely an earth-grade high-grade spirit grass seed. Otherwise, it would not need to absorb 2 drops of yang liquid. Yang Kai didn't know where Lan Chudai had found this thing, but it was worth it to buy it for 1,000 gold taels. After planting the 2 seeds, Yang Kai returned to his cave and sat cross-legged at the entrance. He closed his eyes and slowly began to circulate his true yang secret art. He began to cultivate for the first time after entering the qi transformation stage. Without warning, the yuan qi suddenly began to riot. Yang Kai's clothes and hair fluttered wildly in the wind. His expression suddenly became ferocious, looking somewhat frightening. Along with the yuan qi's riot, Yang Kai's heart also began to stir. It was a kind of crazy desire to find someone to fight, to make himself bleed, or to make others bleed. In the past, this kind of thought would only appear when he used the unyielding will. But now, just by circulating his true yang secret art, it appeared. This was not a problem with Yang Kai, nor was it a problem with the true yang secret art. It was a sign of the qi transformation stage. Just as Su Yan had wanted to tell Yang Kai before, the qi transformation stage was a very special stage for every cultivator. A cultivator started from body tempering, until the yuan qi in the body began to open, reaching the initial element stage, and then breaking through to the qi transformation stage. At this time, the accumulation of yuan qi in the cultivator's body was quite large. It was so large that many cultivators were unable to completely control it. Because it was impossible to control it, the yuan qi would riot. Normally, when he didn't circulate his secret art and didn't use his yuan qi, he was no different from other people. But once he used his yuan qi, he would become like Yang Kai, giving people a very violent feeling. In fact, this was a very normal phenomenon. Because of the existence of this phenomenon, there were only two purposes for a qi transformation stage cultivator to cultivate. The first was to continue to accumulate their yuan qi, improve their realm, and enhance their strength. This was a goal that would not change from the beginning to the end. The second was to control their strength in the process of accumulating yuan qi. Depending on the strength of each person, it would take a long time for a qi transformation stage cultivator to completely control their yuan qi. But generally speaking, when a cultivator reached qi transformation stage 7 or 8, they would be able to completely control their yuan qi. For example, Lan Chudai, whom Yang Kai had met before, was like this. When she was operating her yuan qi, there would not be any yuan qi riots. But Du Yishuang, Zuan, and Ye Yong were unable to do so. Although Du Yishuang was already at qi transformation stage 6, once she fought with others, her gentle temperament would be affected by the yuan qi riots. The uniqueness of the qi transformation stage made it very easy for a cultivator to have conflicts with others at this stage. Everyone's temper was not very good, and no one would admit defeat. Once there was a difference of opinion or displeasing to the eye, there would be a big fight, leading to bloody casualties everywhere. This was the stage where the death rate of a cultivator was the highest. In response to this situation, many qi transforming stage martial artists would think of ways to calm their mind. They would either take pills or wear artifacts that could calm their mind. All of these could effectively suppress the impulsiveness and violence in their heart. At this time, the advantage of a cultivator who practiced cold attribute martial arts and cultivation methods was highlighted. Because of the cold attribute martial arts and cultivation methods, the yuan qi in their body was ice cold, making it easier for them to suppress the changes in their mind and safely pass through this stage. Yang Kai estimated that when Su Yan was in the qi transformation stage, she did not have to worry about this problem. Her body and mind were already frozen, so how could the yuan qi go berserk? Throughout the qi transformation stage, a cultivator would be improving their strength and fighting with the yuan qi in their body. If they succeeded, they would be able to control their own strength and not be affected by it. If they failed, they would be addicted to the pleasure of the sudden increase in strength and gradually lose their nature. Most of the evil spirits and demons came from this. They lost themselves in their own strength and enjoyed the pleasure of killing people, thus falling into the evil spirit path. Above the qi transformation stage, because of the polarization of the cultivator's nature, it was called the separation and reunion stage. However, this stage was still quite far away from the current Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai, after using the true Yang tactics, the yuan qi in his body showed signs of entering the qi transformation stage. However, the influence of the yuan qi on his mind only lasted for a moment before it returned to normal. A cold feeling came from his chest. This was the effect of the frigid ice jade essence that Su Yan gave to Yang Kai. It was not the frigid ice jade essence's effect that calmed Yang Kai's mind, but he was not affected by the yuan qi at all. After trying for a long time, Yang Kai did not find anything wrong with it. With a thought, the yuan qi in his body was like an extension of his arm. It was abnormally flexible, and there was no situation where it could not be controlled. This was a strange phenomenon. He was currently in the qi transforming stage, and although he had the same signs as other martial artists on the surface, he was actually very different on the inside. Other people had to work hard to control their own strength, but Yang Kai did not have to. This was because the yuan qi was under his control from beginning to end, and there was not the slightest bit of disobedience. After thinking for a long time, Yang Kai felt that all of this had to do with him adapting to the unyielding will. When he used the unyielding will, he was bloodthirsty and excited, but his heart was very calm. He knew what he was doing and knew how to do it. He would not let the bloodthirsty excitement affect his judgment. This was a good thing. The qi transformation stage cultivator had to go through 2 missions. Yang Kai had already completed one of them. All that was left was to accumulate strength. Chapter 162. Taking out an incense burner and lighting the incense. Yang Kai sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave and began cultivating his true yang secret art. Although the best way to obtain yang liquid was to directly consume a yang attribute spirit fruit or absorb the energy from a yang inflammation stone, Yang Kai still wanted to cultivate his true yang secret art. He wanted to use the incense to suppress the speed of his true yang secret art, allowing his yuan qi to adapt to the suppression of the incense. In this way, when it came to battle, his yuan qi would circulate faster, and his combat strength would increase. Suppression, in order to erupt when needed. Yang Kai cultivated for 2 whole days. Except for adding herbs to the incense burner, he didn't touch it. The yuan qi in his body had increased very little, and circulating his true yang secret art was also very difficult, but Yang Kai still enjoyed it. However, when he circulated his true yang secret art, he would unintentionally think of Su Yan's appearance. Every time he thought of her, he would recall everything that had happened in the hall, recalling her warm, moist and delicate skin. Strange, why do I keep thinking of these things? Yang Kai was puzzled. Could it be that he really was a perverted demon who couldn't control himself once he broke through? That shouldn't be the case. In terms of willpower, Yang Kai was very confident. Unable to understand the reason, Yang Kai could only try his best to control himself and not let his imagination run wild. One night 2 days later, while Yang Kai was meditating, he suddenly opened his eyes and listened carefully for a long time, a strange look appearing on his face. He seemed to have heard the sound of someone fighting coming from above, and also heard a cry of alarm. The cry was faintly familiar, but he couldn't hear it clearly. While he was hesitating, a few small stones suddenly fell in front of him. Yang Kai's face went cold and he immediately became vigilant. These small pebbles were clearly the result of someone climbing down from above. His secluded home had only been opened 2 days ago. How could it have been discovered? Who was this person? However, as the movement above him grew louder and louder, Yang Kai's vigilance gradually disappeared and was replaced by a kind of ecstasy. He didn't know why, but he could feel that this person was Su Yan. The restless yuan qi and accelerated blood flow in his body told him this. Perhaps it was because of the art of joyous union. Their previous dual cultivation had caused their yuan qi to fuse. It was because of this connection that they were able to sense each other when they were not far apart. Wasn't it once a month? Why did she come looking for him after being apart for only 10 days? A strange smile appeared on Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai told the old demon not to come back for the time being. He looked at the entrance of the cave with anticipation. A moment later, a white figure flew in from the outside. Without waiting for her to land, Yang Kai reached out and pulled her into his arms. Su Yan's body was very hot, and her heart was pounding against Yang Kai's chest. Under the hazy moonlight, Yang Kai could even see the faint blush on her face. She was still wearing the woman's hair bun and dressed like a young woman. This made her look even more mature and attractive. Yang Kai lowered his head and was about to kiss her. Wait a minute. Su Yan felt the hot breath on her face and resisted the throbbing sensation, gently pushing Yang Kai away. What's wrong? Yang Kai didn't force her. I didn't come alone. Su Yan looked at Yang Kai awkwardly. Only then did Kai Yang notice that she was actually carrying a person in her hand. This person was on her back and had not moved at all. If not for Su Yan's reminder, Yang Kai wouldn't have noticed. What's going on? Yang Kai was stunned. The scene in front of him made his brain feel a little short of oxygen. Su Yan came to find him, so why did she bring another person with her? Do you know her? Su Yan bit her lip and asked. Her expression was strange, a little guilty, and a little embarrassed. Let me see. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and lifted this person up, holding her in his arms. Be careful, she's a woman. Su Yan reminded him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Ah. Yang Kai's face turned red. He was wondering why he felt something soft pressing against his arm. It turned out that the other party was a woman. Don't touch where you shouldn't. Su Yan glared at him. Yang Kai was embarrassed to death. He hurriedly turned the unknown woman around. After seeing her appearance, Yang Kai felt like he was struck by lightning and was petrified on the spot. Little senior sister? Yang Kai was stunned for a long time before he reacted. He never would have thought that the person Su Yan had brought over was actually Xia Ning Chang. No wonder her back was so familiar. At this moment, Xia Ningchang's eyes were closed and her face was still covered by a veil. Her breathing was even. Obviously she wasn't injured and was just unconscious. What the hell is going on? Yang Kai really couldn't figure out what was going on. His mind was in a mess. If it was Su Yan who came to find him in the middle of the night, Yang Kai could barely accept it. But she actually brought the unconscious Xia Ningchang with her. This was somewhat inconceivable. Yang Kai was shocked when he remembered the sounds of battle he had just heard. He looked at Su Yan and asked, "Did you knock her out?" Su Yan's expression was a little unnatural. She nodded slightly and said, "I didn't hurt her. She's been here for the past few days. I wanted to come find you, but I couldn't, so I knocked her out." Yang Kai held his forehead and was speechless for a long time. Although Su Yan and Xia Ningchang were both in the Yuan Qi realm, one was already in the Yuan Qi third stage, and the other had just broken through. If they really fought, Xia Ningchang definitely wouldn't be a match. What's more, Su Yan said that she knocked her out, so it was probably a sneak attack. This matter was troublesome. His little senior sister didn't have much of a temper. Once she woke up and explained, everything would be fine. But if this matter was found out by Meng Wuya, with his domineering nature, Yang Kai sweated just thinking about it. "She seems to care about you a lot. Do you know each other?" Su Yan looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai didn't deny it. He carried Xia Ningchang inside and placed her on the stone bed. Looking at her sleeping face, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she wasn't hurt. If she was, he really didn't know how to deal with the aftermath. Su Yan didn't say anything and just quietly watched. "You came to find me so late. What's the matter?" Yang Kai hugged her and sat on the edge of the bed. Su Yan unnaturally twisted her body and pursed her lips. After a long time she said, "Nothing." "So you missed me?" Yang Kai smiled. Su Yan gently nodded her head. Yang Kai was about to make his next move when Su Yan suddenly reached out and covered his mouth. She sternly said, "This is very unusual. I cultivate ice heart secret art. Nothing can affect my heart, so this is impossible. But now, when I cultivate, I begin to think of you. The more I suppress it, the more I think of you. I also miss you." These words immediately caused Su Yan's body to soften, unable to muster even the slightest strength to resist. "We'll talk about this later." Yang Kai pushed Su Yan down on the stone bed and wantonly roamed his hands. Her breathing became heavier and heavier, and her clothes gradually became messy. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her. Through the reflection of the hazy moonlight, he could see Su Yan's jade-like skin faintly discernible, her tall and straight twin peaks exuding an alluring luster under her thin corset. Her pair of slender legs were partially visible, and a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils along with her gentle breath. Her face, her nose, her lips, and her tightly closed, trembling eyes were all as beautiful as a dream that would shatter upon waking up. Her expression was nervous and expectant. Pure as ice, pure as jade, the goddess that all the male disciples of the three sects yearned for was lying under him, allowing him to taste her. Especially the layer of pure and holy light on her face, at this moment, revealed a different kind of charm. Yang Kai was full of vigor. How could he resist such temptation? A warm current surged into his dantian as he bent down and kissed every inch of Su Yan's delicate skin. She trembled, unconsciously twisting, and moaning again and again. After a long time, Yang Kai gently penetrated deeper. Her body was filled to the brim. After Su Yan experienced a slight discomfort, the convulsive taste swallowed her like a tide. She reservedly cooperated. Even if she covered her mouth with her hands, there were still sounds of babbling coming out. Inside the stone room, there was a riot of falling petals and a delicate fragrance. After the wind and rain, the two snuggled together awkwardly. It wasn't because of the awkwardness of facing each other, but because after such a long battle, the two finally remembered that there was still Xia Ningchang beside them. She was sleeping less than half a foot away from them. Fortunately, she was in a coma. Not only was Yang Kai rejoicing, but Su Yan was also very scared. They didn't know why, but when they were dual cultivating, they only had each other in their hearts. They didn't care about Xia Ningchang at all. Hugging the beauty in his arms, Yang Kai took the initiative to speak. Su Yan, I don't think this is a problem between you and me. Su Yan gently nodded. Her soft long hair scattered on Yang Kai's chest, lifting up a lot when he moved slightly. It should be because of the joyous unification art. When you and I cultivate, we can't help but think of each other. Moreover, with your situation, the more you cultivate, the more you will think of each other. Su Yan gently punched Yang Kai lightly, scolding him for speaking so bluntly. I haven't cultivated much these days, so my feelings aren't as deep as yours. Yang Kai told the truth. He had only cultivated for 2 days, and when he cultivated, he was suppressed by the strange fragrance, so his situation was much better than Su Yan's. It seems that you and I are destined to be tied together. Yang Kai smiled happily. We can't do that, Su Yan firmly said. If you and I are together, we can't control the thoughts in our hearts. Then what do you want to do? Yang Kai asked. Suppress it. Do your best to suppress it. We can't become slaves to the joyous unification art. We are cultivating it, not it controlling us. Su Yan had clearly made a decision. After speaking, she gently looked up at Yang Kai. I know this is a bit cruel to you. The ice heart secret art I cultivate gives me a great advantage when suppressing my heart, but you are different. Your Yuan Qi is full of yang energy. Once it surges out, it will be much more violent than mine. Chapter 163. I understand. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. If you really can't suppress it, you can go find another woman. Su Yan's long eyelashes flickered, her expression serious. That's not necessary, I'm not a pervert. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Su Yan slowly shook her head. You don't understand, when that kind of feeling surges up and you're not by my side. I came to find you 2 days ago, but this junior sister Xia has been nearby. I had no choice but to make a move on her. I hope she won't blame me when she wakes up. Is that feeling very strong? Yang Kai frowned. He naturally understood what kind of temperament Su Yan had. For such a pure and innocent woman to shamelessly ask for something from him, it could be imagined what kind of limit she had reached. Very strong, so strong that my body and mind trembled. Su Yan said seriously. So, I don't object to you finding another woman. Yang Kai felt a little guilty after hearing her words, but he didn't dare to say anything without full confidence. Su Yan shrank into Yang Kai's arms and glanced to the side. For example, this junior sister Xia is a very good candidate. I see that she cares about you a lot. Although she's wearing a veil, she's definitely a beautiful person. Her strength isn't low, her heart is kind, and her temper is gentle. You might as well interact with her more. If you can't hold on and I'm not by your side, there will be someone who can comfort you. You can't say that. The consequences are very serious. Yang Kai felt a headache whenever he thought of Meng Wuya. How did you two meet? Yang Kai briefly explained what happened in the Nining Mountain Valley, but he didn't mention the kiss. It wasn't that Yang Kai wanted to hide it from Su Yan, but this matter involved Xia Ningchang's reputation. So how could he casually talk about it? So it's like that, then I have to thank her. After listening, Su Yan couldn't help but have a good impression of Xia Ningchang. The 9 yuan condensing dew that Yang Kai gave her was from Xia Ningchang. When she wakes up, find a time to apologize. Senior sister Xia won't blame you. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Yes, I will. The two of them hugged each other until the middle of the night, and exchanged many intimate words. Around midnight, Su Yan got up and put on her clothes. I should go, Su Yan said softly. Leaving Kai Yang for her was also a kind of tempering and test of her mind. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Yang Kai pulled her to the entrance of the cave and pointed at the yin yang monster ginseng. Give it some yuan qi first. What is this? Su Yan squatted down and looked at the yin yang monster ginseng in confusion, and couldn't help but ask, it's actually smiling at me. Is it a world spirit treasure? Yes, it's a kind of heaven and earth spirit creature that absorbs yin qi and yang qi to survive. There's only yang qi here, so I need you to replenish the yin qi. Su Yan didn't hesitate. She touched the yin yang monster ginseng, and poured the yuan qi from her body into it, making the world spirit creature's expression much happier. After a while, Su Yan took back her hand, stood up, and hugged Yang Kai. After hugging, she turned and left. Yang Kai smiled and looked at her back, and didn't ask her to stay. It wasn't until Su Yan's body was about to disappear that Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, "By the way, when will senior sister Xia wake up?" "Tomorrow." Su Yan's voice came from afar. She didn't take Xia Ningchang with her. She deliberately stayed here because she wanted Yang Kai to have more contact with her. As for what Yang Kai would say when the girl woke up, she didn't need to worry. With Yang Kai's intelligence, it would be easy for him to make up a lie and win her favor. After leaving Yang Kai's cave mansion, Su Yan flew to the top of the coiling dragon stream. Su Yan turned her head and looked back, her heart filled with guilt and uneasiness. At this moment, she felt like a bad woman. She wanted to rush over and give Yang Kai a good beating, then leave satisfied. As soon as this thought arose, Su Yan's face turned red. Su Yan blamed herself on the top of the coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai stood at the entrance of the cave, his heart in a mess. After thinking for a while, he began to sweat. He suddenly remembered that he had neglected a very important matter. According to Su Yan, she used a drug to make Xia Ningchang faint. However, she didn't know what kind of physique Xia Ningchang had. Sacred spirit medicine body. It was the best medicine furnace in the world. Combined with her secret art, she could refine all the energy in the world into pills. When it came to alchemy, Xia Ningchang was a grandmaster. How could such a person be knocked out by a mere drug? Even if she had fainted at the time, she certainly wouldn't have woken up until dawn. With her special physique, she would have woken up in just a moment. No way. Yang Kai was sweating profusely, his body stiffened as he stood at the entrance of the cave, not daring to move for a full 2 hours. Yang Kai had the urge to dig a hole and crawl into it. After a long time, Yang Kai mechanically turned around and walked step by step towards the stone room where the stone bed was placed. Inside the sealed stone room, there was still a damp smell. As he approached, Kai Yang could clearly feel that Xia Ningchang's breathing had changed. Although it was very small, if one didn't pay close attention, they wouldn't be able to detect it. However, Kai Yang's attention was completely focused on Xia Ningchang, so how could such a small change escape his notice? This was really awkward. After wiping his face, Yang Kai braced himself and walked over to Xia Ningchang's side and slowly sat down. Since this little senior sister was placed on the stone bed, she had been lying there without moving. Her soft breasts slowly rose and fell with her breathing. Her well-proportioned and petite body only occupied one side of the stone bed. Her slender and beautiful legs were straight, and she was wearing a long green dress. This empty stone room was full of spring. Kai Yang stared at her quietly, not even blinking once. As expected, Xia Ningchang's breathing had changed again. Her heartbeat had also become much more rapid. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and a faint blush appeared on her face. "Ai." Yang Kai let out a long sigh. He bent down and whispered into Xia Ningchang's ear, "Little senior sister, little senior sister." Xia Ningchang didn't move and didn't open her eyes. It was as if she was really unconscious. Yang Kai helplessly said, "I'm going to lift your veil." Speaking of which, Yang Kai had never seen her real face since he met her. Every time Xia Ningchang appeared, her face was covered by a veil. Even when they kissed in the Nining Valley, she only lifted a corner of her veil and didn't reveal her full face. It was impossible for Yang Kai to not be curious about her appearance. But he wasn't so bored as to ask to see her face. At this moment, Yang Kai had no choice but to do this. As he spoke, he reached out and lifted the veil, slowly lifting it up. From beginning to end, Yang Kai had been observing the changes in Xia Ningchang's expression. But even when he was about to lift the veil, Xia Ningchang didn't resist at all. She really could endure it. Yang Kai was in awe. After testing a few more times and confirming that she really wouldn't wake up, Yang Kai finally put down the veil. He laughed strangely and said, "Little senior sister, if you don't wake up, I'm going to humph humph humph." This laughter was full of meaning and was full of intonation. Its deep meaning was self-evident. As he spoke, Yang Kai spread his 10 fingers and shook Xia Ningchang's lower abdomen as if he had chicken claws. Once he touched her, he immediately retracted his fingers, causing waves of strange sounds. Xia Ningchang couldn't help but move her body. The corners of her mouth uncontrollably curved upwards. But she still didn't open her eyes. She let him torture her as she lay there unconscious. Young Kai threatened her for a long time. He even pretended to grab her breasts, but she ignored him. Fine, you really are unconscious. After a long battle of wits and courage, Young Kai had no choice but to admit defeat. He faintly sighed. Little senior sister, sleep well. When dawn comes, you won't remember anything. After saying this, Young Kai got up and walked to the entrance of the cave to continue meditating. The night passed in silence. When dawn came, Young Kai walked in again and looked at Xiaoning Chang. He couldn't help but be speechless. It was really difficult for her to maintain this position for an entire night. He didn't know if her body was numb or not. After thinking about it, Young Kai turned her over and let her lie on her side on the stone bed. After doing this, Young Kai followed the passage he had cut out and climbed to the top of the coiling dragon stream. When it came to Xiaoning Chang, Young Kai wasn't worried at all. Whether she was awake or unconscious, this little senior sister had a simple temperament. Even if she bumped into him and Su Yan, she wouldn't pose any threat to him. Walking all the way to the interior of High Heaven Pavilion, as he passed by the contribution hall, Old Man Meng enthusiastically called out, "Little Young Kai." Young Kai's face suddenly changed, but he pretended not to hear, and in a flash he disappeared. Why did he run? Old Man Meng frowned for a long time, but couldn't remember how he had offended him. How could he know that Young Kai was feeling guilty because of last night's events? Greetings, Treasurer Meng. A group of High Heaven Pavilion disciples respectfully saluted Treasurer Meng. Before the Heaven's Cave inheritance appeared, how could Old Man Meng receive such treatment? Everyone only thought of him as a small shopkeeper. But since that day when he showed off his strength and suppressed the entire blood battle gang, everyone knew that this somewhat lecherous shopkeeper was actually a master who didn't show off his strength. Who would dare be the slightest bit presumptuous in front of him? Each and every one of them was more well-behaved than a rabbit. Seeing that Old Man Meng didn't chase after him, Young Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As he walked, he saw many people gathered in front of the martial skill pavilion, bustling with noise and excitement. Standing in place and listening for a moment, Young Kai suddenly understood what was going on. With the opening of the Heaven's Cave inheritance this time, many disciples had obtained various martial skills and cultivation methods through different channels. With regards to these martial skills and cultivation methods, the sect was naturally interested in collecting them and using them to fill the sect's martial skills pavilion. If a disciple was willing to contribute their martial skills and secret arts to the sect, they would receive some contribution points as a reward, and the rewards were quite generous. It wasn't only High Heaven Pavilion that did this. Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall also had such a reward system. Young Kai himself had obtained 2 sets of martial skills from the Heaven's Cave inheritance. One was the Burning Sunburst, the other was the Star Mark, but he wasn't interested in submitting them, especially the Star Mark, which was his own unique weapon. Chapter 164. However, if someone was willing to exchange martial skills with him, he could give up the Scorching Sun's burst. However, the sect strictly forbade disciples from exchanging martial skills privately, which made him feel quite regretful. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a cold shout came from not far away. Young Kai! Turning his head towards the source of the voice, Young Kai's brow wrinkled slightly. The person who shouted was a 26 or 27-year-old youth. Young Kai recognized this person. It was Chao Zhengwan from the disciplinary hall. A few months ago he was the one who ordered him, Li Yin Tian and the others to be thrown into the forest prison. Chao Zhengwan walked in front of Young Kai with his hands behind his back. His expression was indifferent, his eyes cold. "Brother, do you need something?" Chao Zhengwan coldly snorted. Without speaking, he waved his hand and threw an object directly at Young Kai. Young Kai stretched out 2 fingers and caught the object. His calm expression made Chao Zhengwan's face tremble. He obviously didn't expect that his hidden energy would be so easily neutralized by Young Kai. What is this? Young Kai looked at the object in his hand. It was a letter, but he didn't immediately open it. A promotion order. Chao Zhengwan explained with a straight face. According to the order of the Elder Council, trial disciple Young Kai has broken through to the initial element stage and is promoted to an ordinary disciple. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Promoted? Correct. Chao Zhengwen nodded. You have been in the sect for 3 years, but you haven't broken through to the tempered body stage, so you were demoted to a trial disciple. However, since you diligently cultivated and finally broke through to the initial element stage, the Elder Council has decided to give you a promotion opportunity. Opportunity? Yang Kai understood the meaning behind his words. Chao Zhengwen said meaningfully, as long as you complete the task given by the Elder Council, you can be promoted from a trial disciple to an ordinary disciple. In the history of High Heaven Pavilion, only you have received this honor. This is a rare opportunity. Junior brother Yang, you must properly grasp it. Whether or not you can make a comeback will depend on this opportunity. Not interested. Yang Kai waved his hand and threw the promotion order back to Chao Zheng. Chao Zhengwen's expression changed. He raised his hand and took it, saying sternly, Yang Kai, this is the order of the Elder Council. Do you dare to refuse? What happened to the Council of Elders? Yang Kai said impatiently, I don't steal, I don't rob. I'm just an honest High Heaven Pavilion trial disciple. Do they still want to force me to advance? Although Yang Kai didn't know what the mission in the letter was, he knew that it wouldn't be easy to complete. It might even be very dangerous. So you're the kind of person who is content with mediocrity. Chao Zhengwen laughed sarcastically. Speaking of which, this promotion order should have been given to Yang Kai when he was rescued by Su Yan from the forest prison. However, after Yang Kai went to the Nining Valley with Xia Ning Chang, the Heaven's Cave inheritance order appeared again 2 days after they returned. It had been delayed until now. Whether I'm mediocre or not, it's not up to you to say. Yang Kai curled his lips and walked past Chao Zhengwen. Yang Kai, Chao Zhengwen shouted, attracting the attention of many High Heaven Pavilion disciples. Don't think that because you obtained some opportunities in the Heaven's Cave inheritance you can act so arrogantly. You're not the only one who had a fortuitous encounter there. You dare to ignore the Elder Council's order. You know the consequences. Scram. Yang Kai turned around and roared at Chao Zhengwen with a murderous look on his face. The latter was stunned for a moment, and by the time he reacted, Yang Kai had already disappeared. In front of the Martial Skill Pavilion, there was silence. Many High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had just witnessed the scene were secretly shocked. Yang Kai had actually ignored the Elder Council's order. This was simply unbelievable. For them, the Elder Council's order was the golden rule. Once the order was given, even if it was a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, they had to rush through it. When had they ever dared to refuse? But just now, a trial disciple in front of them had refused the Elder Council's order. Wasn't this defying the rules? Did he still have any respect for the elders? Many people admired Kai Yang in their hearts, but at the same time, they also secretly scolded him. They thought that Kai Yang was probably a person who was content with mediocrity, so he refused the promotion order. Chao Zhengwen stood in place with an ashen face. The promotion order in his hand had been crushed by him, and he was both annoyed and at a loss for what to do. The great elder had personally told him that no matter what, Yang Kai had to accept this promotion order and complete the task. As for what the task was, Chao Zhengwen had secretly glanced at it. Go to the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land alone, and kill a demon cultivator, whose strength was not lower than his own. This task could be said to be simple, but it could also be said to be difficult. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land was a place where countless evil cultivators gathered. If one could meet a lone demon cultivator, naturally it would be easy to complete the task, but if one's luck was bad and they encountered a powerful demon cultivator, even the elders would not be able to escape. Chao Zhengwen had thought that Yang Kai would accept the task no matter what, but he had not expected him to be so bold as to refuse the Elder Council's order in front of so many people. How could he explain this? Standing in place for a long time, Chao Zhengwen bitterly clenched his teeth and turned to leave. Early in the morning his mood was ruined by Chao Zhengwen, so Yang Kai's face was somewhat gloomy. If it were not for that person asking him to come to High Heaven Pavilion 3 years ago, he would not have come all the way here. But why did that person ask him to come to High Heaven Pavilion? What did this place have to do with him? After entering the sect for more than 3 years, Yang Kai had experienced the fickleness of the world and the fickleness of human nature. He did not have the slightest sense of belonging to High Heaven Pavilion. If there was any sense of nostalgia, it was probably only Su Yan. But this sense of nostalgia had only arisen recently. Right, there was also Xiaoning Chang. When he got along with this little senior sister, he felt very warm. While walking, someone hurriedly caught up with him from behind. With a whiff of fragrant wind, a person shouted, "Junior brother Yang." Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look. The person who had come was actually Lan Chudai. Although the conflict in Heaven's Cave inheritance was not very pleasant, after all, they were fellow disciples. Moreover, she did not provoke him. Yang Kai patiently greeted her, "Senior sister Lan." Lan Chudai smiled. Perhaps it was because she was gasping for breath, but her large chest trembled. She seemed to have forgotten everything that had happened in Heaven's Cave inheritance. She looked at Yang Kai with a natural expression and said, "I thought that you would never talk to me again." "Senior sister, you worry too much." Yang Kai smiled gently. Lan Chudi's bright eyes stared at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "I was wrong in Heaven's Cave inheritance. Junior brother, I hope that master will not hold a grudge against me." She was a smart woman. She bluntly pointed out what happened in the Heaven's Cave of inheritance and brushed it over lightly, which made her seem more sincere and not hypocritical. Not to mention that Yang Kai was not a petty person. Even if he had a problem with her, at this moment it would be resolved. Yang Kai smiled faintly and shook his head. "Senior sister is too serious. It is not a big deal." "Junior brother, I feel much better now that you have said so." Lan Chudai covered her full chest with her hands. Her expression was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She immediately frowned and said, "Junior brother, you were too reckless today. Why did you refuse the order of the elders? You will be in trouble." "Didn't Qiao Zhengwen say that I am a mediocre person? Since I am mediocre, I don't need to think about promotion. What's wrong with being a trial disciple?" Seeing that Lan Chudai was about to speak, Yang Kai frowned and said, "I don't want to talk to anyone today. Please forgive me. Goodbye." Lan Chudai was startled and nodded with a smile. She could naturally see that although Yang Kai's tone was very calm, there was still a hint of coldness between his eyebrows. At this time, if she continued to pester him, it would only annoy him. After saying goodbye to Lan Chudai, Yang Kai returned to his cave mansion. Xiaoning Chang was nowhere to be seen. He should have already left. Not only that, but there were also two potted plants. Yang Kai felt that they were familiar. It took him a long time to remember that they should be the two pots that were placed in front of the contribution hall counter. He often saw Old Man Meng take care of these two pots, but now they were moved to this place by Xiaoning Chang. In High Heaven Pavilion, because of Yang Kai's refusal, there was a surging undercurrent. In the first elder's residence, Qiao Zhengwen reported the events of the morning with great indignation. After listening to the report, Wei Shitong choked on his tea. He refused? The great elder thought of countless possibilities, but he never thought that Yang Kai would be so bold. Yes. Qiao Zhengwen was still furious, he said. Not only did he refuse, he even slandered the Elder Council's prestige in front of so many junior martial brothers and sisters. Grand Elder, he shone with an unknown martial art in the Heaven's Cave of Heritage. I'm afraid because of this, he became arrogant and thought that he was a big shot, so he didn't put the Elder Council in his eyes. This person must be severely punished, otherwise it will be difficult to convince others. If in the future the Elder Council issues an order, any disciple can refuse, then. You shut up. Wei Shitong slammed the table and looked at Qiao Zhengwen angrily. If he refuses, can't you force the order on him and make him accept it? Qiao Zhengwen was at a loss. He thought to himself, if he refused, why would I make trouble for myself? Isn't this the same as putting my face on someone's cold butt? His refusal is a good thing. I can use this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Why does the great elder have such a reaction? But looking at the great elder's gloomy face, Qiao Zhengwen did not dare to say anything. Go no matter what, even if you kneel down and beg him. Make him accept this order. Wei Shitong thought for a while and said in a deep voice. Ah. Qiao Zhengwen was stunned. Kneel down and beg? What are you waiting for? The great elder slapped the table into smithereens. Yes. Chao Zhengwen did not dare to stay and quickly left. In the second elder's pavilion, Su Xuanwu was sitting cross-legged on the ground. In front of him was a chessboard with black and white pieces crisscrossing. The black pieces were imposing, surrounding the white pieces but not killing them. This was a lifeless endgame. A disciple beside him was reporting something. After hearing the report, Su Xuanwu revealed a strange expression. He refused. That disciple said respectfully. Yes, brazenly and condescendingly refused. Su Xuanwu's expression kept changing. After a while he laughed. Good refusal, good refusal. Eldest senior brother, oh eldest senior brother, you've shot yourself in the foot. I'm afraid this isn't a good feeling. Chapter 165. That day when Treasurer Meng had taken the sect master's jade pendant to the elder council to promote Kai Yang to an ordinary disciple, Wei Shitong had wanted to play some tricks. His original intention was to test Kai Yang, but he had not expected that things would not go as he had expected. Kai Yang's rejection had directly caused his initiative to become passive, catching him off guard. Thinking of this, Su Xianwu felt a burst of joy. Second elder, don't we need to take action? Yang Kai's refusal will surely bring him trouble. The disciple asked again. No, Su Xianwu slowly shook his head. There is no need to worry about this. We just need to watch the show. Yes. Although the disciple did not understand why, he did not dare to refute. Wei Shitong. Wei Shitong, I want to see how you explain this to the sect master. With a confident expression, Su Xianwu placed the white piece in his hand. The lifeless situation suddenly showed signs of recovery, and the besieged white piece raised its head like a dragon, faintly showing signs of breaking out. Yang Kai naturally did not know that his unintentional action would involve so many people. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, his mind calm. A day later, Yang Kai stood up and called out to the old demon in his heart. A moment later, a black chi flew out from the coiling dragon stream and wrapped around Yang Kai's fingers before disappearing. What did you find down there? Yang Kai asked. Old servant did not dare to go too deep, only absorbing some demonic chi 1,000 feet down, but did not find much. But young master can rest assured, after old servant recovers some of his strength, he will definitely go deeper to investigate. The old demon's voice sounded. Yang Kai nodded, squatting down and touching the yin-yang monster ginseng, feeding it a drop of yang liquid and saying, Stay here and absorb yang qi, remember, if those two women are not here, you must run away, understand? The yin-yang monster ginseng's facial features showed a look of understanding. Young master, are you going somewhere far away? The old demon asked. I'm going out for a walk, you come with me. Of course. The old demon's tone was somewhat excited. Young master, on this trip, if you encounter anyone you want to kill, do not let them go. Old servant's soul breaking all has lost its spirituality, and needs a person's soul to repair it. The more souls it absorbs, the stronger the breaking all's effect will. If it can be completely repaired, hey, with one less master, you can dominate the world. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Obviously he was not fooled by the old demon's words. He had his own reasons to go out. First, if Yang's to stay. Secondly, he had also considered the fact that Su Yan was currently cultivating the joyous unification art, making it impossible for her to control her own desires. If he stayed here, it would be very difficult for her to control her desires once they surged out. The ice heart art she cultivated was destined to not be able to shake her heart too much. If he left, it would be the same as helping her cut off all means of retreat. She would have to resist with all her strength, which would be of great benefit to her cultivation. The third point was due to personal considerations. Cultivating in the Qi transformation stage was not as simple as just meditating. Only by experiencing life and death would one be able to quickly grow. Thinking of the gap in strength between him and Su Yan, Yang Kai felt that he could no longer stay in the sect and live a comfortable life. Leaving a letter in the cave, Yang Kai packed lightly and left High Heaven Pavilion under the cover of night. In a tree branch that Yang Kai could not see, a green figure stood there. She did not say anything to persuade him to stay, nor did she come forward to say goodbye. Instead, she just quietly watched him. The night wind blew, blowing the thin veil, revealing a face so beautiful it could cause the downfall of a country. After a long time, an old voice sounded behind her. "Disciple, it's late at night. You should rest early." His tone was full of helplessness and love. And Xia Ningqiang hugged her arms, feeling a little cold. After leaving High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai couldn't think of a good place to go, so he just randomly chose a direction, and with a flash of light under his feet, he dashed off. In one night he was 200 to 300 li away from High Heaven Pavilion. After a night of rapid travel, Yang Kai's mind was immersed in an atmosphere of enlightenment. He felt the changes in the yuan qi in his legs. Every time his speed increased, there would be an inexplicable movement, and he was looking forward to finding a reasonable pattern. Since the Nining Mountain Valley, Yang Kai had roughly understood how to use yuan qi to increase his speed. After experimenting with the Heaven's Cave inheritance a few times, the results were not bad. However, this was only a rough use of yuan qi, and there was no fixed pattern. When facing an enemy, powerful martial skills were important, but if one had exquisite footwork, it could also make a person like a tiger that had grown wings, making it easier to deal with the enemy's attacks. This was something that Yang Kai deeply experienced when he killed Long Hui. At that time, Long Hui had relied on a set of footwork to play with Yang Kai for a long time. Footwork was something that Yang Kai currently lacked the most. Yang Kai knew that he was only a small cultivator in the Qi transformation stage, so it was impossible for him to create exquisite footwork. However, he could find the most reasonable and effective way to use yuan qi from his own walking and running. He could think about how to increase his speed, and how to use the smallest amount of yuan qi to its maximum effect. The things that he comprehended might not be very high level, and might not be useful to others, but it was definitely the most suitable for himself. Powerful martial skills were created by those with profound strength through endless comprehension. It was the condensation of one's own strength and thoughts. While comprehending, Yang Kai's movements were strange. His face was full of confusion, as if he had lost his soul, but his legs were moving non-stop. Sometimes he would dash a few dozen li to the east, sometimes he would turn south and walk slowly for a few dozen li, sometimes he would turn west, and sometimes he would turn north. Crossing mountains and crossing rivers, his speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and his direction was uncertain. Occasionally, he would crash into a big tree, or fall into a puddle, causing his clothes to be torn and tattered. However, Yang Kai did not care about this at all. Only when his strength was exhausted would he stop temporarily and look for some wild animals to fill his stomach. After he recovered, he would continue this aimless journey. Seeing this, Old Demon was secretly startled. With his knowledge and experience, he naturally knew what Yang Kai was doing. It was only because Old Demon knew what he was doing that he was shocked. A mere cultivator in the Qi transformation stage was actually able to fall into such a deep state of comprehension. It was as if his body and mind were one. This completely subverted the Old Demon's understanding. Although he admired him, the Old Demon did not think much of it. After all, Yang Kai's strength was too low. Even if he was comprehending and creating, it was impossible for him to obtain anything too profound. According to the Old Demon's opinion, instead of running around blindly, it was better to find a place to refine some secret treasures that could carry people. With the help of secret treasures, there was no need to use his feet to travel. However, thinking about Yang Kai's personality, the Old Demon did not dare to say his opinion. This was because the secret treasure refining methods he knew were all extremely evil. It required melting the human body and sealing the human soul. If he said this out loud, he would definitely be spurned by Yang Kai. After more than 10 days, Yang Kai was still immersed in his comprehension. He did not know how many li he had run. There was no progress in his comprehension of his own footwork, but he did have some experience in controlling yuan qi. It was really an unintentional willow that turned out to be a shade. In the past, whenever Yang Kai's speed increased sharply, 2 flames would appear under his feet. But now, the flames were no longer visible. Even the fluctuations of yuan qi could not be felt. When he was running, there was no trace to be found. It was smooth and natural. Not only that, the traces of yuan qi's riot gradually calmed down. It was no longer like when he had just advanced. When yuan qi moved, People could see through it at a glance. Another few days passed. Young Kai, who was running, suddenly slowed down. It was as if he was strolling in a courtyard. After a while, his figure was in a trance. When he reappeared, he was already more than 10 zhang away. Before he could stabilize himself, he was in a trance again. When this figure dissipated, Yang Kai returned to his original position. It was as if he had never moved. His light steps were still leisurely moving forward. After a while, this strange situation appeared again. But this time, Yang Kai's figure flickered more than before. Day after day of comprehension and experimentation, Yang Kai's figure finally flickered 7 times. When he stopped, he was already more than 100 zhang away. His face was a little red. He took a deep breath and a smile appeared on Yang Kai's face. The old demon's voice sounded at the right time. Congratulations, young lord, on refining your own footwork. This old servant admires young lord's divine power. Don't flatter me. Yang Kai smiled faintly. In your opinion, what do you think of this footwork? The old demon pondered for a moment and then said, Young lord, do you want to hear the truth or lies? Let me hear the lies first. The old demon's voice immediately sounded. This footwork is unparalleled in the world. It doesn't seem to exist in the mortal world. There are no traces of movement, just like the antelope hanging its horns. This old servant is ashamed. I have never seen such exquisite footwork in my life. I really don't know how to evaluate it. Yang Kai laughed heartily. What you said is too fake. Tell me the truth. The old demon smiled and said seriously, Young lord, you created this footwork while in the chi transformation stage. This old servant really admires you. However, this footwork is not perfect. What young lord is feeling now is too rough. If you use this footwork to deal with a cultivator of the same level, there shouldn't be a big problem. But if you meet an opponent who is stronger than young lord, I'm afraid it will be difficult to use. Moreover, this footwork is a small area movement technique. It's not suitable for long distance travel. Moreover, I see that young lord can only use this footwork 7 times. I'm afraid that's your limit. Yes. Yang Kai nodded, acknowledging the old demon's words. His current strength was still too low. He couldn't feel anything too deep. He was already very satisfied to be able to create a footwork that belonged to him. When his strength increased in the future, it wouldn't be impossible for him to feel and correct it. Moreover, his harvest was not only to create this footwork, but also to learn how to hide his own yuan qi fluctuations during his travels. When he wasn't fighting, Yang Kai looked no different from a normal person. Even if he fought, he wouldn't be like the mad demon like before, unless he used the unyielding will. Chapter 166. These benefits were not something that could be obtained by meditating in his own cave. Yang Kai was glad that he had decided to come out. How many days have I been gone? Yang Kai asked. 35 days, the old demon replied. It had been so long, but Yang Kai did not feel the passage of time at all. He did not expect that his enlightenment would take so long. Fortunately, Dantian had a lot of yang liquid stored in it, all of which were condensed from the pills Xia Ningchang had given him. Otherwise, it would not have been enough to support him for such a long time. 35 days, I wonder how Su Yan is doing now. However, Yang Kai had confidence in her. Su Yan was not an ordinary woman. The reason why she could not control herself last time was probably because he was still in High Heaven Pavilion, causing her heart to waver. But this time he was already far away. Under such circumstances, she could only use all her strength to resist the throbbing that came with her cultivation. She would definitely succeed. He believed that the next time they met, Su Yan's strength would have improved a lot. Ice Heart Secret Art not only cultivated the body, but also the mind. Where is this? Yang Kai looked around, not knowing where he was. After more than 30 days of running, Yang Kai estimated that he was now very far away from High Heaven Pavilion. Confused, Yang Kai's ears twitched and he looked behind him. There was some movement coming from that direction. Quietly standing in place for a moment, Yang Kai saw a fleet of carriages in the distance. Moving to the side of the road, Yang Kai stared at the approaching fleet. There were a total of 3 carriages in this fleet. Next to the carriages were a few cultivators armed with swords, riding on tall horses. Standing on the side of the road, Yang Kai obviously attracted the attention of these cultivators. He could feel many vigilant eyes looking at him, but Yang Kai's expression was calm and he did not react, just standing there quietly. After more than a month of enlightenment, he had almost completely restrained the yuan qi in his body. Not to mention standing here, even when he moved, he did not necessarily release much yuan qi fluctuations. These cultivators did not seem to be very strong, so how could they know the depth of Yang Kai? Therefore, she only glanced at him for a moment, and then let her guard down. On the first horse, a middle-aged man shouted at Yang Kai, "Little beggar, get out of the way! Don't block the road!" Yang Kai frowned. He didn't want to be a busybody, so he took a few steps back to avoid eating the dust. Yang Kai originally wanted to stop them and ask where this place was, but when he saw the vigilant look of the cultivator, he dismissed the idea. It would be bad if there was any misunderstanding. A few horses whizzed past, followed by a procession of carriages. Looking carefully, Kai Yang noticed that among the 3 carriages, the one in the middle had left a deep mark on the ground. It should be some kind of valuable object that had been planted there. As the last carriage passed by, a faint fragrance wafted from it. From the window of that carriage, a pair of bright eyes met Yang Kai's for a brief moment. This carriage was obviously filled with women. After the procession of carriages passed by, Yang Kai walked on the road and looked in the direction they were heading. He didn't know where this place was, but since the procession of carriages was going this way, it must be going to a place with people. He might as well follow. But after a few steps, Yang Kai's face darkened. He found that a person in the procession of carriages turned around and rushed towards him. This person was the middle-aged man who shouted at him just now. What is he going to do? Rob? Kai Yang couldn't help but sneer. Since he was so daring, he stood there motionless. Not long after, the middle-aged man rode his horse to Yang Kai and pulled the reins. The tall horse raised its front hooves and neighed. Yang Kai looked at him quietly. The middle-aged man looked a little impatient and said, "Little beggar, you are lucky. My lady is kind-hearted. She said that there might be bandits and wild beasts in this wilderness. She asked us to give you a ride." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he bent down and reached out to grab Yang Kai's collar. Yang Kai wanted to resist, but he quickly restrained himself. Although the other party's attitude was not good, he did not have any malicious intentions. Anyway, he was going to chase them to a place with people. This approach was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. The middle-aged man lifted Yang Kai and placed him on the horse's back. He patted the horse's belly with his feet and shouted, turned the horse's head and chased after the procession of carriages. Yang Kai was confused. While he was hesitating, the middle-aged man had returned to the procession of carriages. He lifted his collar again and threw him into the air. He smiled and said, "Old Wu, catch." On the first carriage, the old coachman didn't even bat an eyelid. The whip in his hand swept through the air, wrapping around Kai Yang's waist. With a gentle tug, he pulled Kai Yang to his side and sat him down. The procession of carriages didn't stop for a moment from beginning to end. This old man was a master. Yang Kai looked at old Wu in surprise. He estimated that he was at least in Yuan Qi state. Although in a sect like High Heaven Pavilion, Yuan Qi state was nothing. The younger generation, Su Yan and Xia Hongchen, had already cultivated to Yuan Qi state. But for those small forces and families, Yuan Qi state was already in existence they looked up to. There were even some who could dominate a small place even if they were in separation and reunion state. Old Wu was motionless. His eyelids were drooping, and the wrinkles on his face were crisscrossing. He looked like he was about to die. Noticing Yang Kai's gaze, he picked up a water bottle beside him and handed it to Yang Kai. "Thank you, old mister." Yang Kai took a sip and immediately spat it out. The cultivator on the horses in front laughed. Someone said, "Old Wu, how can you give him such a strong drink? Isn't this the same as asking for his life? Your wine, we don't dare to touch it." Yang Kai felt as if there was a fire in his throat. He was secretly speechless. It wasn't that he hadn't drunk wine before, but this was the first time he had drunk such a strong drink. "I'll return it to you." Yang Kai felt that he didn't have the fortune to enjoy it, so he handed the bottle back. Elder Wu took it and drank a mouthful. His withered face seemed to be glowing, and he drove the carriage more and more skillfully. Being kindly taken in, Yang Kai didn't say much. He just quietly sat beside old Wu. When they reached the destination, they separated from the group. The speed of the convoy wasn't very fast. After all, they still had to take care of the women's health. It wasn't until evening that they had traveled 70 to 80 li. When night fell, the convoy stopped and found a place in the wilderness to start a fire and cook. There were about 30 people in this group, all of whom were veterans. Soon, the smell of delicious food filled the air. Yang Kai walked down and stretched his body, thinking about the insights he had gained over the past few days and stabilizing his state of mind. Not long after, a third carriage also walked down. Yang Kai turned his head and saw 3 women coming down. One of them was a beautiful woman in her 30s. Her figure was plump and her skin was like white jade. Her charm was boundless. Beside her were 2 younger women, both of them in their 20s. One of them was dressed as a maidservant. Her eyes twinkled as she supported the other. The one being supported should be the young lady mentioned by the middle-aged man. This young lady was also a pretty girl with a graceful figure. In terms of appearance, although she couldn't compare with Su Yan or the Hu sisters, she was still a beauty. Especially her floral dress, which made her look exquisite. As soon as these 3 women appeared, Yang Kai clearly felt many cultivators' eyes turn towards him. Whether it was the dignified and graceful appearance of the beautiful woman, the delicate appearance of the young lady, or the charming appearance of the maidservant, all of them had extraordinary temperaments and naturally attracted the eyes of men. As he was looking, the maidservant suddenly glared at Yang Kai and scolded. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyes." Although her tone was fierce and she was scolding Yang Kai, her words seemed to be referring to something else. The surrounding gazes quickly turned away. Yang Kai coughed dryly and looked away. "Chui-er," the young lady whispered. The maidservant Chui-er muttered unhappily and helped the young lady and the madam to the side to rest. After a while, it was finally time to eat. A group of cultivators were minding their own business. The madam and the young lady were also taken care of by the maidservant Chui-er. However, Yang Kai, an outsider, was ignored at all. He sat aside and looked pitiful. The madam and the young lady obviously saw it. They whispered to Chui-er. The latter nodded and went to get some food. She walked to Yang Kai and handed it to him. "Little beggar, eat something." Yang Kai didn't refuse. He reached out to take it and thanked her. Chui-er smiled at him charmingly. She squatted down and whispered, "Little beggar, don't be angry. I didn't scold you just now." Yang Kai frowned. "What did you call me?" He felt strange as early as during the day. The middle-aged man seemed to have called him that, but he didn't understand at that time. Now Chui-er also called him that. "Little beggar, aren't you?" Chui-er pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes were like the moon. "I'm a little beggar?" Yang Kai finally understood. "Does this mean that I'm a beggar?" Yang Kai was shocked when he looked down. His clothes were tattered and covered with dust and stains. It was extremely shabby. Chui-er smiled happily. She took out a small bronze mirror from her arms and handed it to Yang Kai. She said, "Look at yourself. Which part of you doesn't look like a little beggar?" Yang Kai took a deep breath when he glanced at it. This is what I look like now." His hair was as messy as a chicken's nest, with several strands of long hair sticking together and draped over his shoulders. His face was covered in dirt, and it was impossible to see his appearance clearly. Coupled with his sloppy clothes, he looked just like a little beggar. He had been learning the footwork for more than a month, but he ended up like this. Yang Kai vaguely remembered that he had knocked into trees many times and fell into puddles several times. Chui-er smiled and took back the bronze mirror. She exhaled and asked, "Little beggar, where did you come from? Why are you walking alone in the wilderness?" Yang Kai said angrily, "I've been begging all the way here. I don't know where I came from." "You're so pitiful." Chui-er sighed. She wanted to help Yang Kai pat the dust on his body, but she didn't want to dirty her hands. She could only frown. Chapter 167. It's a pity that I don't have clothes that you can wear. Otherwise, I can give you a few sets of clothes. It's autumn now. It will be very cold at night. You wear so little. Be careful not to catch a cold. Chui looked at Yang Kai sympathetically. She saw that Yang Kai was only wearing thin clothes. His body was thin. His ribs could be vaguely seen between his chest and abdomen. His face was dirty, but his eyebrows were handsome. His eyes were bright. Obviously, he was not old. He was so young, but he couldn't eat enough and wear warm clothes. Chui thought. Listening to her, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He smiled and said, "It's okay. Well, you are delicious. If it's not enough, you can go there and get more. No one will dare to say anything." Chui clapped her hands and stood up. Then, she went to serve the madam and the young miss again. After a night of silence, the convoy set off again the next day. For 2 days, Yang Kai stayed in the convoy. During the day, he sat beside old Wu and watched him whip the horse. During the rest time, the maid Chui would sometimes come and talk to him. After 2 days of chatting with Chui, Yang Kai also learned about their whereabouts. About 3 days away from here, there was a city called Hai City. Their destination was there. This group of people came from Tongzhou. They were originally a small force there. But half a year ago, the master of this family died. The madam took the young miss to Hai City to seek refuge with a close friend of the master. About these things, Chui didn't say anything in detail. Obviously, she didn't dare to say too much. But Yang Kai also inferred something from it. No one was willing to drag their family and leave their hometown, especially orphans and widows. This journey was thousands of miles away. They had to go through a lot of risks and worries. If there wasn't a last resort, how could they make such a choice? Yang Kai guessed that the master of this family must have offended a lot of people in Tongzhou. When he died, the madam and the young miss had no one to rely on. Naturally, they could only go far away. Traveling with the convoy, these large number of cultivator also confirmed Yang Kai's inference. According to Chui, these cultivator, half of them were cultivated by the master when he was alive. After the master died, they were still willing to protect the madam and the young miss until they returned to Tongzhou. Some of them were hired. Along the way, they encountered quite a few bandits who tried to rob them, but they managed to turn misfortune into blessings. Fortunately, they did not suffer any losses. Yang Kai also asked Chui Er about the situation in Sea City, but Chui Er had never been there herself, so she wasn't very clear about it. He had only heard from the madam that this was a city by the sea, and it had a scenery that was different from the interior. A city by the sea. Yang Kai was also a little bit curious. If it wasn't for the enlightenment of his footwork, Kai Yang reckoned that he wouldn't have been able to walk so far. He knew the Dark Han dynasty's territory, the southernmost part was the endless sea. With some expectations in his heart, Yang Kai continued to walk with the convoy. Although the image was very unkempt, Yang Kai didn't take care of it. This group of people already thought he was a little beggar. If he took care of it, he would suddenly become handsome. It would only arouse suspicion. In these 2 days, what Yang Kai did the most was to observe the movements of old Wu who was driving the carriage. He found that when the old man was driving the horse, there was an indescribable charm when he swung the whip. The whip was not loud, but it could make the horse gallop. His strength was only at the Yuan Qi level, which was not very high. But after all, he was old. He had his own accumulation and understanding of martial arts. And these were all hidden in the way he swung the whip. Yang Kai looked as if he was drunk. Combined with his own understanding of the footwork a few days ago, he faintly felt that there were some similarities. Old Wu didn't care about him. He swung the whip by himself and occasionally drank a mouthful of strong wine. The two of them sat on the shaft of the carriage and didn't say a word for the whole day. That evening, the caravan stopped once again. Yang Kai got off the carriage and left the crowd. As usual, he found a secluded place to sit down. He pulled up a weed from the ground and swung it casually. The cultivator in the carriage didn't like him very much. No one would like a beggar. If it wasn't for the kindness of the young lady, they wouldn't have brought Yang Kai along. After a while, footsteps sounded behind him. Without looking back, Yang Kai knew who it was. "Hey, little beggar." The voice of the maid, Chui Er, came. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and rubbed his forehead. "I already told you my name. Can't you change the way you call me?" The 3 words "little beggar" were not very pleasant to hear. "Little brat." Chui Er looked at him angrily. She turned her palm and took out 2 chestnuts. She handed one to Yang Kai and picked up the other one to peel. This girl often took out snacks to share with Yang Kai when she was resting. Yang Kai didn't understand why she didn't hate him when he looked like a poor beggar. Later, he asked and found out that Cui Er had a younger brother, but he starved to death. The two siblings also begged before they were taken in by the madam and the young lady. Yang Kai looked about the same age as her dead brother. Naturally, she didn't hate him. Did you steal food from the young lady again? Yang Kai rolled his eyes. Cui Er stared at him. How is this stealing? This is given to me by the young lady. The young lady treats me very well. She will give me a little of everything to eat. Then why don't you stay and serve her? Yang Kai peeled the chestnut and stuffed it into his mouth. The young lady and the madam are tired from the journey. They said that they want to rest. I don't need to serve them. Cui Er replied. She glanced at Yang Kai and said, Little beggar, what are you going to do when we reach High City? I don't know. I am going to walk around. Yang Kai shook his head. Cui Er curled her lips. You make it sound so nice. Isn't it just begging with a broken bowl? It's not like my sister didn't do it before. Yang Kai smiled and didn't explain. Well, you can follow us. Anyway, when we reach High City, we will need to recruit some servants. I think you're pretty smart and quick-witted. Being a servant won't be too bad. What do you think? With my guarantee, the madam and the young lady won't have a problem. Wait until you earn some money. Maybe you can find a good wife. Cui Er said. She was quite charming and beautiful. When she spoke like this, her expression was very ambiguous. It added to the seductive feeling. Yang Kai agreed. Well, it would be good if I can find a wife like you. Cui Er covered her mouth and chuckled. You are really bad. You deserve to be a beggar all your life. I have to think about whether I should lead a wolf into the house. You really have to think about it. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He just casually agreed. This time he came out to gain experience. He couldn't run to other people to be a servant. But if he refused now, he would have to waste a lot of time explaining. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you. I have never seen a beggar like you. Cui Er glared at Yang Kai. She then lazily stood up and said, We will arrive at Sea City in one day. You should rest well tonight. I'm also tired. I won't be able to help you with your meal later. Okay. Yang Kai nodded. These days, every time it was time to eat, Cui Er would help him get rice. She was afraid that he would be bullied by the cultivator group. After watching Cui Er enter the third carriage, Yang Kai continued to shake the withered grass in his hand. He wanted to find the feeling of old Wu. Not long after, the food was ready. With a shout, many cultivator rushed over. Yang Kai also stood up and walked over. But before he could take a few steps, someone stepped in front of Yang Kai and blocked him. Looking up, Yang Kai saw the middle-aged man from that day. He was staring at him with a cold face. What's wrong? Yang Kai frowned. Get out of here. There is no food for you tonight. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai with disdain. His voice was low and his eyes were full of threat. A sneer appeared on Kai Yang's face as he stared at him quietly. Your eyes are good. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and threatened again. But if you want to die, I can help you. Yang Kai didn't say anything. He turned around and sat back. He didn't want to have a conflict with these people. No matter what, he was taken in and Cui Er treated him well. There was no need to make a fuss over dinner. He wouldn't starve to death if he missed a meal. At least you know what's good for you. The middle-aged man snorted. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the moment Yang Kai turned around, he seemed to see the middle-aged man's expression relax. This sudden change in expression caused Yang Kai's heart to clench as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He quickly called out to Old Demon, warning him to remain vigilant while he scanned his surroundings. This time, Yang Kai was even more surprised. Although this place was the same as the place where he usually rested, it was even more desolate. The place where he usually rested had traces left by people. But this place was definitely a ghost place that no one cared about. To put it bluntly, this place was most suitable for killing people and throwing away corpses. It shouldn't be, right? Yang Kai was a little suspicious. He looked up at the sky. It was pitch black and the wind whistled. It was a moonless and windy night. It was a good time to kill and set fire. On the other side, Many cultivators were fighting for food. They chatted and laughed as they ate. Although Old Wu was a coachman, his status was definitely not low, because at this moment, someone was serving food to him. He sat by the shaft of the carriage, drinking and looking at the sky. He looked old and desolate. Not long after, everyone was full. The thing that Yang Kai had been worried about didn't happen. He couldn't help but laugh at himself for being too sensitive. After the group finished eating, they chatted for a while. Under the middle-aged man's orders, a few were left to keep watch. Most of them sat around the fire and slept. Yang Kai also slowly relaxed. He lay in the distance and closed his eyes to rest. 2 hours later, the old demon's voice suddenly sounded. "Young master, something is wrong." Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't need the old demon's reminder. He also felt that something was wrong. The group of martial artists who were sleeping around the bonfire were breathing heavily at this moment. Generally speaking, when a cultivator walked in the wild, they had to be vigilant at all times even if they were in a group. It was impossible for them to fall into deep sleep at night. Basically, they just closed their eyes and slept lightly. It was enough to recover their strength and spirit. They had been like this for the past few nights. But now these people were all in deep sleep. Yang Kai reckoned that if he wanted to wake them up, he would have to make a big commotion. Chapter 168. The cultivator had the responsibility to protect them, so it was impossible for them to be so careless. The only explanation left was that they were drugged and had no choice. Recalling the attitude of the middle-aged man towards him during dinner, and the instant he relaxed, Kai Yang faintly understood what was going on. In his eyes, he was just an ordinary beggar. The dinner was definitely drugged. If he ate like those people, he would definitely be drugged. After all, an ordinary person's resistance would not be as strong as a cultivator's. Once he fell, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Although the truth was not so, this was definitely the middle-aged man's worry. That was why he threatened him so fiercely and did not let him eat dinner. When he turned around and left, the middle-aged man was relieved. Guarding day and night, it was hard to guard against thieves. What was the middle-aged man planning? Was it money, beauty, or something else? Yang Kai hoped that his guess was wrong. This young lady was kind and Cui Er treated him well. Good people always have good karma. But when he quietly looked towards the cultivator's gathering place, his heart could not help but feel cold. Beside the flickering bonfire, a few figures sneakily climbed up. Then they slowly pulled out the sword at their waist and slit the neck of their unconscious companions who had been eating and living with them for the past few days. A slight sound was heard and blood splattered. Just like that, a few lives and souls had silently returned to the netherworld. Yang Kai did not dare to move. Although he had advanced to the Qi transformation stage, the number of thieves was not small. Moreover, the middle-aged man was also an expert of the Yuan Qi stage. Acting rashly would only cause him to lose his life. Moreover, he did not know if there were any thieves hiding in the crowd. Was Old Wu with them? If so, with Old Man Wu's ability, everyone was destined to be doomed. Squinting his eyes, he looked towards the carriage where Old Wu was. Yang Kai could not help but relax, but immediately became nervous again, because he saw that the middle-aged man was coldly and vigilantly moving towards Old Wu. His footsteps were silent, and his aura was restrained to the extreme. The long sword in his hand was by his side. Under the dark sky, there was no reflection. Old Wu was not one of them. But at this moment, his life was also in danger. Yang Kai's mind raced. He quietly reached out and found a small stone on the ground. He pinched it on his fingertips and suddenly flicked it out. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to hit Old Wu to see if he could wake him up, but he didn't dare to use too much Yuan Qi to expose himself. This time, the stone actually missed its mark and hit the middle-aged man's sword by accident. Clang! A crisp sword cry rang out. In this murderous, life-reaping, and incomparably quiet night, it seemed incomparably abrupt. The middle-aged man obviously did not expect such a change. The moment the voice rang out, his expression suddenly turned cold. Without any hesitation, he shook his long sword and stabbed towards Old Wu. At this critical juncture, Old Wu opened his sleepy eyes and instinctively leaned to the side. Blood splattered as Old Wu's shoulder was pierced through. The pain instantly woke him up, and the whip in his hand made a crisp cracking sound. He charged towards the middle-aged man and shouted angrily, "Zhang Ding, what are you doing?" Zhang Ding did not answer. He pulled back his long sword and fought with old Wu with a cold expression. Yang Kai quietly looked around and found that the sleeping cultivator had been awakened at this moment. He couldn't help but feel relieved. It seemed that the middle-aged man, Zhang Ding, was also very careful when he drugged them. He did not dare to use too obvious fatal poison or too strong of a knockout drug. After all, this kind of drug was very strong and smelled very strong. It could be easily seen through. However, his cautiousness had ruined his entire plan after the sword chime had sounded. If it wasn't for that sword chime, everyone here would have been silently killed by Zhang Ding and his subordinates. After the sleeping cultivator was awakened, they all looked around blankly and were a little confused. Not long after, there was a cry of alarm. Sun Jiaming is dead. Who did it? Before he finished speaking, the man felt a chill in his chest. He looked down and saw the tip of a sword pierce through his body. "Diaohong, what are you doing?" The roar was mixed with an incredulous question. In this kind of situation, the most frightening thing was to be stabbed in the back by trusted companions. The group of cultivator had just woken up, and a few of them were quickly dealt with by Zhang Ding's subordinates. Only at this moment did they finally react. They roared and started to fight with them with incomparable anger. The battlefield was divided into two groups. One group was a chaotic battle between the soldiers, and the other group was a one-on-one battle between Zhang Ding and old Wu. Curses, anger, and questions were endless. At this moment, Yang Kai took advantage of the night and quietly moved towards the third carriage. He originally wanted to run. This was the safest way. But thinking of Cui Er's care for him these days, Yang Kai felt uneasy. The three women in the carriage were obviously awakened by the movement outside. When Yang Kai came here, he heard Cui Er's somewhat dissatisfied voice from inside. "Why are you making so much noise in the middle of the night?" Then there was the sound of clothes being put on. Kai Yang didn't waste any time. Lifting the carriage's curtain, he entered. "Who is it?" Cui Er was shocked. Raising her two delicate fists, she threw a punch towards Yang Kai's face. "Don't hit, it's me." Yang Kai held Cui Er's two hands and held them tightly. "Little beggar?" Cui Er finally recognized Yang Kai's voice. She immediately gritted her teeth and said, "You lecher, get out of here." As he spoke, he sent a kick towards Yang Kai. In the carriage, the madam and the young lady were also scared by Yang Kai. They were shivering like quails in the cold winter. "Shut up." Yang Kai covered her mouth. He pressed her down on the board of the carriage. She was about to speak. She suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Close at hand, Yang Kai clearly saw that Cui Er was only wearing a small underwear at the moment. She did not have time to tidy up her outer clothes. "Zhang Ding is rebelling. You hear it yourself," Yang Kai quickly said. These words were said to the three women in the carriage. After all, it was indeed a bit abrupt to rush in the middle of the night. He had to explain the reason. Looking at the madam and the young lady, Yang Kai quickly looked away. He found that these three women were really bold. When sleeping in the carriage at night, they only took off their underwear. The young lady was better, but the madam's clothes were much less than Cui Er's. Although the light was dim, Yang Kai's eyesight was extraordinary now. He saw everything that should not be seen. The three women in the carriage were stunned and listened carefully. Sure enough, they heard old Wu scolding Zhang Ding mixed with Zhang Ding's cold laughter. How could this be? Cui Er was stunned. At this moment, the madam and the young lady were holding the quilt in front of them. Their faces were pale. "Put on your clothes first. I will take you out of here." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He did not know how long old Wu and the other cultivator could hold on. He also did not know who would have the last laugh in this battle. But he absolutely could not continue to stay in the carriage. Yang Kai's calmness slightly affected the three women. When they heard his words, they remembered what they should do at this moment. The madam's face was a little red. She said in a trembling voice, "Little beggar, can you go down first and wait for us to put on our clothes?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her. He was a little impatient. "Madam, if you still want to live, don't worry too much. If I go down now, I will only expose my whereabouts." Madame nodded slightly after hearing his words. The three women quickly put on their clothes in the carriage. Although Yang Kai's back was facing them, the madam and the young lady were still blushing. A mother and a daughter wearing clothes in front of a man. This was something that they did not dare to think about before. Now that the situation forced them to do it, they could only suppress the shyness in their hearts. Chui'er was better. She was more open, and she was more familiar with Yang Kai. She was dressed neatly in a short time. Then she went to help the madam and the young lady. After a short while, the three women had put on their clothes. Let's run away quickly. Chui'er's voice was a little trembling. Yang Kai was about to open the curtain of the carriage. He stopped and said with a gloomy face, "It's too late." Before he finished his words, old Wu's scream was heard. After a few breaths of time, the battle outside gradually stopped. Old Wu and the cultivator who was guarding the carriage had obviously failed. Old Wu and the others were drugged, so they could not use their full strength. Zhang Ding and his men attacked first. Even though they were outnumbered, they still had the upper hand. Cough, cough, old bastard. A weak cough came from outside. It was the voice of the middle-aged man, Zhang Ding. Obviously, he was badly injured in the battle with old Wu. This cough gave Yang Kai a glimmer of hope to survive. What should we do? What should we do? Chui'er held Yang Kai tightly and asked with a sobbing voice. The madam and the young lady also looked at him anxiously. At this moment, the young man who was regarded as a little beggar by the three women was their savior. Don't panic. Madam, you use words to trick him. I will find an opportunity to make a move. Yang Kai said softly. He took a deep breath and held his breath to suppress his heartbeat. The madam was still a madam. Although she was in a dangerous situation and her face was pale, she still nodded when she heard Yang Kai's words. She was not like Chui'er and the young lady who were panicking. The sound of footsteps approached from outside. Yang Kai listened carefully and deduced that there were only 5 people left. As the sound of footsteps approached, Chui'er leaned closer to Kai Yang. Her delicate body trembled. In this dark night, the sound of approaching footsteps was like an evil spirit, causing people to feel panic in their hearts. The footsteps finally stopped outside the carriage. Zhang Ding coughed again and said in a weak voice, "Madam, young lady, please get out of the carriage." The madam took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, "Zhang Ding, my master treated you like a brother when he was alive. Why did you do this?" It could be heard that the madam's question was painful. Obviously, she did not expect Zhang Ding to be so decisive. There was a long silence outside. After a long time, Zhang Ding said, "Madam, please forgive me. People die for wealth and birds die for food. My master has passed away, but he left behind such a big property. Madam and young lady are powerless. How can you keep it? Only for wealth?" The madam smiled bitterly and asked, "What about the others? Do they also think the same?" Zhang Ding said, "Yes." The madam smiled bitterly. "Since that is the case, you can take the property and go. Zhang Ding, if you still care about our old friendship, please let us go. We just want to live today. We don't want anything else." The madam's words clearly showed that she did not place all her hopes on Kai Yang. Although he appeared to be very calm, in the madam's eyes he was just a little beggar. How could he resist the powerful Zhang Ding? Chapter 169. When Zhang Ding heard the madam's words, he was unmoved. He chuckled and said, "Madam, please get out of the carriage first. Do you really want to be so heartless?" The madam's face was ashen. Zhang Ding did not agree to her request. Obviously, he planned to eliminate the source of trouble. "Madam," Zhang Ding's voice was cold. "If you cooperate, I will leave you with a complete corpse. But if you refuse..." Haha, I'm ashamed to say this, but this one has admired Madam for a long time. It's a pity that I can't get close to her. But before Madam dies, I want to fulfill this wish of mine. In the carriage, the Madam's delicate body trembled. She clenched her fists so hard that her knuckles turned white. She could imagine what would happen to her if Zhang Ding wanted to do anything to her. "You heartless thing." Chui'er could not help but curse. Zhang Ding sneered. "Chui'er, I hope you can still curse when you are stripped naked." One of the few cultivators who were still alive laughed wildly and said, "Chui'er, I will take care of you later." Cui Er's face turned pale. She shrank behind Yang Kai. Inside the carriage, the three women were all trembling incessantly, and even the carriage was shaking from time to time. Madam, I will give you 10 breaths of time to get out of the carriage. I will give you a quick death and give you a proper burial. Zhang Ding gave her an ultimatum. The madam closed her eyes. 2 lines of tears flowed out. She held her daughter's hand. Her face was full of despair. After a while she made up her mind. She opened her eyes and smiled at her daughter. Her eyes were full of determination. Instead of being humiliated, it was better to have a quick death. When she was about to get up, she was pressed back by Yang Kai. The latter slowly shook his head at her. 10 breaths of time passed quickly. Zhang Ding's impatient voice sounded. It seems that the madam wants to give me this opportunity. In that case, it would be impolite for me to refuse. With that said, Zhang Dingzhong lifted the curtain of the carriage and was about to walk in. But before his footsteps landed, a pitch-black, filthy face appeared before his eyes. This person grinned at him, revealing 2 rows of white fangs. Little beggar. This face was clearly the face of the little beggar that he had brought over a few days ago. Zhang Ding turned pale with fright. He was so focused on his wife that he didn't notice that there were other people in the carriage. After the initial shock, he became furious. He was a master of Yuan Qi, but he was scared by a beggar. He really lost face. Without thinking too much, Zhang Ding reached out and grabbed Yang Kai, intending to throw him out. Yang Kai did not dodge. His seemingly light and powerless fists quickly struck out. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 punches had landed on Zhang Ding's chest. What incredible speed! Zhang Ding was shocked again, but he immediately sneered. You're courting death. He didn't feel much destructive power from this little beggar's fist, so he just thought that it was a random punch. He threw Yang Kai away and said angrily, "Kill him." Several of Zhang Ding's subordinates moved out upon hearing the order. Their swords flashed as they charged towards Yang Kai. Little beggar! Cui exclaimed. She never thought that the calm Yang Kai was actually a fake master. He was defeated by Zhang Ding in just 1 move. Before her voice died away, Zhang Ding's face suddenly changed. Half of his body that was in the carriage froze in place. His face turned red and his eyes bulged out. It was a terrifying sight. The next moment, accompanied by an explosive sound, a pool of blood appeared on Zhang Ding's chest. Violent and scorching Yuan Qi suddenly surged within his body. Zhang Ding was scared out of his wits. Only now did he realize that the punches that the little beggar threw at him were very powerful. He hurriedly operated the Yuan Qi in his body to suppress the throbbing in his chest. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds came out. Zhang Ding's entire chest was badly mutilated. He screamed and retreated out of the carriage. He was indeed a master of the Yuan Qi realm. The Yuan Qi in his body was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Yang Kai threw out 4 or 5 burning yang bursts without hesitation. Moreover, it was the burning yang bursts after he was enlightened. There was no trace of the attack, but it still only injured him severely and didn't take his life. Blood and pieces of flesh spurted out of Zhang Ding's chest and splashed onto the faces of the 3 girls. When Zhang Ding retreated, they also screamed. At the same time, Zhang Ding's subordinates also attacked Yang Kai with their swords. But the crowd only saw Yang Kai's figure turn illusory and suddenly disappear. All the attacks missed. The footwork that he learned over the past month finally came in handy at this critical moment. Old Demon wrapped himself in the Soul Breaker All and let out a strange laugh as he transformed into a mass of black qi, disturbing the minds of the surrounding cultivators, causing them to be flustered for a moment. What the hell is this? Someone's expression changed drastically, but just as he finished shouting, Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared behind him, punching out fiercely, right in the middle of his back. This person's strength was not high. When the hidden energy of the burning yang bursts entered his body, he couldn't resist it like Zhang Ding. The Yuan Qi surged and his face turned red. The old demon took the opportunity to enter his body with the Soul Breaker All. When it came out, the person's body exploded into a cloud of blood. The strange laughter became more and more terrifying. The old demon was originally a 10,000-year-old demon. Although the power of his spirit was greatly reduced, his laughter still contained a power that made people's hearts palpitate. Yang Kai and his cooperation were almost invincible. Zhang Ding's subordinates were all killed before he could even finish executing a set of footwork. All of them exploded into pieces of flesh and broken limbs. Until now, Zhang Ding had just resolved Yang Kai's true yang energy. He looked at Yang Kai with a ferocious and crazy face and shouted in disbelief, "Little beggar, you have been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger." The beggar that he thought was just an ordinary person was now the biggest obstacle to his plan. How could Zhang Ding calm down? What's more, he was caught off guard by Yang Kai and suffered a great loss. At this moment, his eyes were scarlet. He looked at Yang Kai with an expression as if he wanted to eat him. Yang Kai, who was covered in blood, stood there quietly and looked at him. He said lightly, "How much of your strength do you have left?" If Zhang Ding was in his best condition, Yang Kai estimated that unless he used the star mark, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, although the star mark was powerful, it took too long to gather power. It was not suitable for a life-and-death battle. But now, Zhang Ding was not in his best condition. First he fought with Boss Wu. Then he was attacked by Yang Kai. His chest was bloody. It was hard to say how much strength he had left. Yang Kai was not afraid of him. "Even if I only have 20% of my strength left, it is enough to kill you," Zhang Ding roared. The long sword in his hand was flickering. He used his footwork to get close to Yang Kai. He stabbed with his sword a few times, vowing to kill Yang Kai with his sword. Not waiting for Zhang Ding to fully display his sword skills, Old Demon wrapped himself in the Soul Breaker All and clashed with him, cackling endlessly. Under his heavy injuries, Zhang Ding was unable to break through Old Demon's blockade, and couldn't help calling out, "What kind of artifact is this?" He was a person with rich combat experience and knowledge, but he had never seen such a strange secret treasure like the Soul Breaker All. It did not need to be activated, but it could attack by itself. Moreover, there was a terrifying laughter coming from inside it. It seemed that it was psychic. It was really strange. "A secret treasure that will kill you." Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from behind him. Zhang Ding's hair stood on end. He clearly saw Yang Kai standing not far from him. How could he suddenly appear behind him? When he looked again, the little beggar in front of him was blurred. It was just an afterimage. He hurriedly pulled out his sword and stabbed it in the air. Yang Kai had already used his footwork to flash to his left side. Without hesitation, he punched. Zhang Ding could not defend himself. He screamed and his whole arm exploded. In an instant, his arm drooped down. This punch broke his shoulder blade. Moreover, the yuan qi that invaded his body was very pure. It was not something that a qi transforming stage cultivator could have. This made Zhang Ding particularly shocked. Although he had only practiced double cultivation with Su Yin a few times, the art of joyous union had a significant effect on refining the purity of yuan qi. The purity of the yuan qi in Yang Kai's body was far beyond his current level. This was all thanks to the art of joyous union. The old demon took the opportunity to attack. The Soul Breaker All collided with his long sword, producing a clanking sound. One master and one slave. The two swords were perfect without any flaws. Zhang Ding could only focus on the front and ignore the back. In less than half a cup of tea's time, he staggered and was covered in blood. His mind was greatly shaken. How could Zhang Ding have the will to continue fighting? If he did not run, he felt that he would die here. However, Yang Kai and the old demon would not give him a chance to escape. One from the front and one from the back completely blocked his escape route. Another burning sun explosion was released. Zhang Ding vomited a mouthful of blood, and his mind was distracted. The old demon saw the opportunity and rushed into his body with the Soul Breaker All. Zhang Ding's expression suddenly became confused. His eyes gradually lost their light, and he fell to the ground. A moment later, the old demon reappeared. Accompanied by wild laughter and chewing sounds, it turned into black gas and disappeared into Yang Kai's fingertips. In this battle, the old demon had swallowed several souls. It was a great supplement. Standing in the same place and panting, Yang Kai felt a sense of powerlessness. This time, he did not use the unyielding will because the battle with Zhang Ding did not bring him any pressure or danger. However, Yang Kai could feel that his strength was still too low. If Zhang Ding was not injured, if he did not succeed in his sneak attack, If he did not have the yang liquid stored in the dantian, how could he fight with such a master face to face? Just by using the burning sun explosion, it only took 3 moves to drain the yuan qi in his meridians. If it was any other qi transforming stage cultivator, they would have already become a corpse. As for himself, he had to use almost 10 moves of the burning sun explosion to kill Zhang Ding with the help of the old demon. The hardships involved were not worth mentioning. After calming down for a while, Yang Kai slowly walked towards the 3rd carriage. As the sound of footsteps approached, the 3 women in the carriage became nervous. Cui Er's trembling voice came out. "Little beggar?" "Yes," Yang Kai weakly replied. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing Cui Er's pale face. Behind her, the madam and the young lady looked at Yang Kai nervously. "Where are they?" Cui Er looked around. "Dead." Cui Er immediately covered her mouth and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. The madam and the young lady could not help but exhale. They thought that they would not be able to escape, but they never thought that they would be able to survive. This kind of narrow escape from death made them feel weak all over. Once they relaxed, the 3 women in the carriage felt weak. "Stay here and don't move. I will go and see if there are any survivors," Yang Kai told them and turned around to check the bonfire. Chapter 170. Not long after, Yang Kai came back with a cold face. "How is it?" the madam asked nervously. "They are all dead." Yang Kai shook his head. Zhang Ding's group was very clean. Those who were killed in their sleep were all killed in one blow. Those who were killed in battle were also dead. In the whole team, only Yang Kai and the 3 women were still alive. The sobbing sound of the young lady came from the carriage. Cui Er also rubbed her eyes hard. The madam was used to many storms. Although her heart was sad, she held back her tears. People die for wealth. Birds die for food. The madam whispered softly as if she was mocking and scolding. After letting the 3 women feel sad for a while, Yang Kai said, "What are you going to do? Do you still want to go to Sea City?" The madam looked up and nodded slightly. She looked at Yang Kai with hope. "Young man, can you escort us through this section?" They were in the wilderness. After experiencing such a tragic thing, how could they dare to walk alone? Cui Er also grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said pitifully, "Little beggar, you can't leave us alone." "Cui," the madam reprimanded. "Don't be rude." Before, she had eyes but failed to see. She thought Yang Kai was a little beggar. But now he saved her life. If she still called him that, it would be rude. Yang Kai looked at Cui Er and nodded. "There is still a day's journey. I will send you there." "Thank you, young man," the madam was relieved. "I knew you wouldn't leave us alone." Compared to the madam's caution, Cui Er was more natural and generous. The young lady who had not spoken a word before, at this moment, thanked him with a voice as soft as a mosquito. "This place is full of the smell of blood. I am afraid that it will attract some beasts. We will leave now. By tomorrow evening, we should be able to reach Sea City," Yang Kai said. The madam hesitated for a long time and said, "Young man, can I trouble you with one more thing?" "What?" Yang Kai looked at her. "Many people died tonight to protect us. I can't bear to see their corpses exposed to the wilderness. Can you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Kai Yang's brow furrowed. He could kill people, but burying corpses was too much for him. With so many people, how much work would it take? The madam's mind was very sharp. She observed his expression and said with a wry smile, "Since that's the case, there's no need to trouble the young man Cui. You come with me and the young lady to bury old man Wu. As for the others, forget it." "Oh." Cui nodded. Then, she looked at Yang Kai and waved her little fist at him without the slightest fear. Yang Kai's expression was calm. He stepped aside and didn't say anything to stop him. Cui helped the madam and the young lady out of the carriage. The 3 women were shivering. Their faces were pale as they picked up the swords from the corpses. Then they held the swords in their hands and found a place nearby. Old Wu must have been very important to this family. Otherwise, this madam would not have insisted that he be buried. The 3 women were digging a hole. Yang Kai walked around outside and collected some money from the corpses. After walking around, he found that the 3 women had only dug a small hole less than an inch deep. The madam and the young lady looked like they were used to living like princes. At this moment, they were clumsily busy, but they threw dirt on each other. The swords flashed, and the swords flashed. He had almost hurt himself. Young Kai looked at them from the side. He was terrified. The smell of blood here is too strong. Maybe it will attract a pack of wolves. We can't leave. Young Kai smacked his lips. The madam and the young lady's face turned white in an instant. Chui was so angry that her chest trembled. She threw away the sword in her hand and angrily came in front of Yang Kai. Her two small fists pounded on Yang Kai's chest. She shouted while pounding, "You are still making sarcastic remarks. These past few days, my snacks have been fed to ungrateful wolves." While she was scolding, a wolf's howl came from afar. It made Yang Kai's words more consistent. This time, not only was the madam and the young lady scared to death, but Chui also didn't dare to be presumptuous. She quietly leaned towards Yang Kai and looked around. Then she said in a trembling voice, "It can't be, there really is a pack of wolves, right? Okay. You go and tidy up the valuables. I'll take care of this." Yang Kai was helpless. In fact, if the madam said that she only wanted to bury old Wu, Yang Kai would not refuse. After all, in these past few days, Yang Kai also understood some of old Wu's martial arts. However, he was too embarrassed to take back what he had said. Now he finally found an opportunity to do his best. "Thank you, young man." The madam was relieved. Then she asked the young lady and Chui to tidy up the second carriage. Not long after, Yang Kai dug a big hole and buried old Wu's body in it. On the other side, the three of them had also packed up and brought along the valuable items. As for the less valuable items, they could only leave them here. They did not know who would end up benefiting from them. "Let's go." Yang Kai sent them to the carriage. Then he sat on the side of the carriage. He held old Wu's horsewhip in his hand. Following the traces of his understanding of the past few days, he swung it. With a bang, the horse started to run. In one night, everyone was far away from the bloody place. Although it was Yang Kai's first time driving a carriage, he was still able to control it with ease. As he waved the horsewhip, the traces of old man Wu's martial Tao became more and more profound. Gradually, he immersed himself in it, corroborating and fusing it with his own insights. In the morning of the next day, Chui came out and said that she wanted to rest for a while. Yang Kai listened to them. Chui was very busy with cooking. After what happened last night, the three of them did not feel safe at all. They did not sleep all night. Although they did not have much appetite, they still needed to eat something to replenish their strength. When they were on the road again, Chui did not return to the carriage. Instead, she sat beside Yang Kai and looked at him. Her eyes were full of curiosity. "You are not a beggar, right?" After a long time, seeing that Yang Kai did not respond to her, Chui could not help but ask. "Of course not." Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "I guess you must be a noble son of a noble family. Because you ran away from the marriage, you ran out of money. That's why you are so shabby." Chui boldly used her imagination. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "You heard too many stories when you were young, right?" "I didn't listen to stories when I was young. But in the past few years, I have heard some interesting stories from the young lady. There are many such stories." "Then you poor nobles encountered." Before she finished speaking, the madam's light cough came from the carriage. Chui quickly stuck out her tongue. Yang Kai smiled and continued to whip the horse. After an hour, Yang Kai was alerted. He looked into the distance and suddenly said, "Someone is blocking the road. I don't know what they are for." The madam's surprised voice came. "Maybe they are from the Miao family." Miao family. This was the family that the madam wanted to seek refuge from. During the conversation with Chui, Yang Kai also learned that the young lady and the young master of the Miao family were engaged when they were young. So, after the death of the master, the madam brought the young lady to High City. This time, the madam came to High City to seek refuge and to complete the young lady's marriage. In the future, they will probably settle in High City. "Did you send a message to the Miao family before?" Yang Kai asked. "Yes. Then when we arrive, I won't be traveling with you." Yang Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. Chui nervously said, "Little beggar, are you going to leave?" You don't want to? Young Kai raised his eyebrows at her. Go to hell. Chuyer blushed. The madam and the young lady were behind her. This bastard dared to tease her. Young Kai straightened his face and said, Madam, I hope that what happened last night will not be leaked. The madam was stunned. She remembered Chuyer's bold speculation. Is he really a nobleman who ran away from his marriage? So he doesn't want to expose his identity? Madam nodded. Well, young man, don't worry. Last night, the three of us were only saved by a powerful person. That's good. Young Kai smiled. Not long after, the carriage came to the front of the group of people blocking the road. The first person cupped his fist. He asked loudly, May I ask if there are people from the Jiang family in the carriage? The madam's voice sounded. Yes. That person was overjoyed. He jumped off the horse and said, Little brother Miao Huaqing welcomes the madam. While speaking, his voice was choked with sobs. It's been 10 years since I last saw brother Jiang. Who would have thought that it would be an eternal farewell? It's like yesterday, vivid in my mind. In the carriage, the madam and the young lady's sobs could be heard. Chuyer's eyes were red. The madam said, Little brother, please restrain your grief. Miao Huaqing said, Madam, don't be too sad. There was a solemn and sad atmosphere. After a long time, Miao Huaqing said, Madam, you must be tired. Please hold on for half a day. We will reach High City soon. While speaking, he glanced at Young Kai and frowned. Why is there a little beggar? The madam was very clever and told him what happened last night in a few words. In the end, she said, the three of us didn't know how to drive a carriage. Luckily we met a little beggar and asked him to help us drive the carriage. Damn Zhangding. He should be chopped into pieces. Miao Huaqing was furious. Then he looked at Young Kai and said, Little beggar, come down. You must have worked hard. Young Kai responded and jumped down from the carriage. Miao Huaqing gestured to one of his subordinates with his eyes. That person stepped forward and gave Kai Yang a silver ingot as a reward. Kai Yang naturally wouldn't be polite. Acting like a beggar, he repeatedly thanked him and accepted the silver ingot. Let's go. Miao Huaqing asked someone to take Young Kai's place. Then he waved his hand and led a group of people to High City. In the rolling dust, Young Kai stood in the same place. He saw 3 pairs of eyes staring at him through the rear window. Although he felt sad for the Jiang family's widow, they were just strangers who met by chance. In the future, they would not meet again. Young Kai followed the direction where the carriage disappeared. He held the horsewhip left by old Wu and waved it casually. His feet were also moving according to the movements of the horse. After half a day, they finally arrived at their destination. This city was much bigger than Black Plum Town. However, there was a faint fishy smell in the air. It was not unpleasant. Instead, it made people feel refreshed. It was the first time Young Kai came to a city by the sea. Although he was excited, he first bought some clothes and found an inn to stay for the time being. He did not worry about money. Last night, he made a lot of money from the dead. Chapter 171. For the next few days, Young Kai stayed in Sea City, enjoying the scenery. The seaside scenery was beautiful, and the air was fresh and natural. It was indeed a good place to live. In the tea houses and wine shops, Young Kai also heard a lot of strange stories unique to this seaside city. He even saw a mirage with his own eyes. This kind of beautiful scenery really made him forget to return. There were also sects nearby, and their number was not small. If the various forces were divided into ranks, with the central capital's 8 great families as super forces, then High Heaven Pavilion could only be regarded as a second-class force at best. The sects here were of different grades. Some were first class while others were second or third class. There were even some that were faintly comparable to super forces. These forces were different from the forces on the mainland. They occupied large and small islands in the sea, monopolizing the cultivation resources on the islands. It could be said that this place was blessed with outstanding people, and the scenery was beautiful, attracting many people to go there to learn. However, in Sea City, except for some family forces, it was rare to see a cultivator. The reason was probably because these forces were distributed on the islands. The world energy on the islands was higher than on the mainland, and on the islands, one's cultivation speed was faster. Under normal circumstances, The cultivator of these forces would not come to the mainland, except when there was a special need. Therefore, the number of cultivators in Sea City was not only small, but their strength was also not very high. After enjoying the prosperity of Sea City, Yang Kai went to the seaside, witnessing the rise and fall of the tide, the rise and fall of the waves, the rise and fall of the waves. Yang Kai's mind flashed, vaguely grasping the similarities between his own perception and Old Man Wu's martial Tao. That was nature, not forcing it, acting according to one's nature. Just like the waves, each wave higher than the one before, when encountering danger, they would break into waves and once again gather into a torrent. In front of his eyes, it was as if a door was slowly opening. Not daring to neglect this kind of sudden flash of inspiration. This was definitely something that could only be encountered by chance. Standing quietly in place, Yang Kai slowly merged his perception with Old Man Wu's martial Tao. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai seemed to have fallen asleep. Standing upright on the beach, Yang Kai could only hear the moaning sea breeze and the sound of waves crashing against the shore. When he opened his eyes again, his entire temperament had changed slightly. His soul and spirit had received an indescribable sublimation and baptism. Using his self-created footwork, Yang Kai's body turned illusory as he stepped on the oncoming waves, as if he was walking on flat ground. He jumped from one wave to another. He did not touch a drop of water. One flash, two flashes. His body flashed 15 times in succession before he finally let out a mouthful of yuan qi. With a splash, he fell into the sea, completely drenched. However, Yang Kai was smiling. Facing the incoming wave, he slowly punched out a fist. Burning Sun's threefold blast. There were 3 rapid explosions in the air. 3 bursts of yuan qi rushed out from the tip of the fist and punched a hole in the giant wave. At this moment, Yang Kai saw the traces of martial arts from Old Wu. It had completely integrated into his body, and there was also a change in the waves. This change was comprehended by Yang Kai into the Burning Sun explosion. Now, when the Burning Sun explosion was struck out, it was no longer a one-time explosion. Instead, it was 3 bursts of yuan qi, one stronger than the other. Like the oncoming waves, it was impossible to guard against. Genius! The old demon was completely speechless. A few days ago, when Yang Kai was comprehending, he was already extremely shocked. He did not expect that in such a short time, he would once again obtain a deeper comprehension on the basis of his original foundation. Could it be that I have not appeared for a long time, and the world has changed? The old demon's heart was filled with sorrow. Climbing out of the sea, completely drenched, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that not far from where he was just standing, there was a little girl with wheat-colored skin and messy hair, looking at him foolishly. This little girl was only about 7 or 8 years old. Her 2 big eyes were very bright. She was wearing a coarse cloth shirt with many patches on it. She was barefooted and her small mouth was slightly open. When the sea breeze entered, she quickly closed it again. People who lived by the sea usually had skin that was not too white, perhaps because they were exposed to the sea breeze for a long time. The little girl's skin color was very normal, and gave people a very healthy feeling. Yang Kai put on a smile, pretending to be gentle and harmless. He walked towards her step by step. At the same time, he was secretly blaming himself. When he woke up from his comprehension, he did not notice the person beside him. He was afraid that he had scared her. Seeing her expression, it seemed that she was very frightened. Yang Kai did not dare to use his yuan qi to dry his clothes. He just walked over, still wet. He came in front of her and crouched down. With a kind smile on his face, he softly asked, "Little girl, what are you doing here?" The little girl blinked her big eyes, still looking at him. Her pure and innocent eyes were not mixed with the slightest impurity. Being stared at like this, even if Yang Kai did not do anything wrong, he still felt a little uncomfortable. If it was someone with a guilty heart, they would have been purified on the spot. After a while, she stretched out her hands and handed over something. Yang Kai looked down and found that it was a grilled fish. Fishermen who lived by the sea naturally ate fish as their staple food. For me. Yang Kai's heart warmed. The little girl gently nodded. She stuffed the grilled fish into Yang Kai's hand and ran away, leaving a row of clear footprints on the beach. It was very cute. After running for a short distance, she suddenly stopped and looked back at Yang Kai. Then, she actually turned back and walked to Yang Kai's side. She pulled his clothes and walked in a direction. Yang Kai did not resist. He did not know what this little girl wanted to do, but she was so pure and cute. She definitely did not have any malicious intentions. After following her for a short distance, they arrived in front of a simple and crude house. The little girl stretched out her hand and pointed inside. "Do you want to go in?" Yang Kai asked. The little girl nodded. Chuckling, Yang Kai thought that she had invited him to her home as a guest. Before he could take a step, an old man suddenly walked out of the house. The old man was not young. The flowing time great emperor left many ruthless marks on his face. Moreover, when the old man walked, one of his legs was not very nimble. When the old man saw the little girl and Yang Kai, he was stunned. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, Yang Kai quickly opened his mouth and said, "Old man, is this little girl your family?" The old man kindly smiled and waved to the little girl. "Little you, come here." The little girl shook her head and pulled Yang Kai's clothes with all her strength, pulling him inside. The old man smiled at Yang Kai. "Little brother, if you don't mind, come in and sit. Little you is afraid that you will catch a cold, so she wants to drag you in to dry your clothes." Yang Kai suddenly felt relieved. So this was the reason why the little girl had come back and dragged him here. How could Yang Kai have the heart to refuse her good intentions? "Sorry to disturb you." As he followed little Yu into the house, Yang Kai looked around and could not help but feel sad. This house could be said to be a real house with only 4 walls. Except for a bed and a few tattered quilts, there was nothing else. In Sea City, Yang Kai had seen the life of the rich, but on the beach not far from Sea City, there was still an abyss of suffering between a grandfather and a granddaughter. This scene was really shocking. Little Yu busily lit the charcoal fire and pulled Yang Kai close to the fire to dry his clothes. The charcoal fire was also lit in the house. After all, the sea wind outside was too strong. When the fire was lit, the dust in the house rolled, and the old man could not help but cough a few times. There was no chair, and Yang Kai was not particular, so he sat on the ground with them. "Little brother, you should be a cultivator, right?" The old man put little Yu on his lap and asked, "How do you know?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. He had restrained his aura. If he did not make a move, even a Yuan-Chi cultivator would not be able to see through him, unless it was a soul travel realm master who had cultivated divine sense. But he did not expect that an old fisherman on the beach could see through him. This made Yang Kai a little surprised. The old man laughed a few times. "Little brother has been standing on the beach for several days without moving. How can an ordinary person stand it?" Several days? Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart. The last time he was immersed in meditation, he also could not feel the passage of time. This time it was the same. It seemed that the next time he wanted to meditate, he had to find a good place. If something dangerous happened, he might not even know how he died. "Little Yu goes to see you every day. If not, do you think an old man like me would dare to let you into the house? I am not a bad person." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. While talking, little Yu kept looking at Yang Kai. Seeing that he was holding the grilled fish in his hand without eating, she could not help but point at him. "Yes, I will eat. Little Yu is so obedient." Yang Kai opened his mouth and took a bite of the fish. Although it was cold, it was still fresh and tender. He could not help but nod, "Delicious." Only then did Xiao Yu reveal a faint smile. After eating the grilled fish, his clothes were dry. Yang Kai wanted to say something, but hesitated a few times. Finally he said, "Old man, little you can't speak?" A touch of sadness appeared on the old man's face. He patted little Yu's head and said, "No, something happened at home. Since then she has not spoken." "Oh." Yang Kai sighed helplessly. He thought that little Yu was born with a stubborn illness and that he could find a way to treat her, but he did not expect that she would not speak. This was a knot in her heart. If this knot was not untied, she would not speak. The old man obviously did not want to talk about this matter, so Yang Kai did not ask anymore. He did not want to evoke the old man's sadness. "It is already late. If little brother does not mind, you can rest here for the night." The old man stood up shakily. Little Yu quickly supported him. Then I will disturb you. Young Kai got up and bowed. The house was not big. The old man and Little Yu slept on the bed while Young Kai slept on the floor. Listening to the whistling wind outside, he could not fall asleep. His 3 years of life in High Heaven Pavilion had been difficult enough, but compared to this person, what did it count as? This old man and young man, besides occasionally catching a few fish, what could they do to support themselves? In the middle of the night, Young Kai heard the sound of footsteps outside. He suddenly woke up. Before coming here, Young Kai had already looked around. There were no traces of other people living nearby. There was only this house and the old man and his granddaughter. And listening to the sound of the footsteps, the person who came was actually a cultivator. Just as Young Kai was feeling suspicious, the old man sleeping on the bed suddenly sat up. In the darkness, Young Kai could clearly see the fear on his face. Chapter 172. Old Man. Young Kai had just opened his mouth when the old man gestured at him. Don't talk. Young Kai frowned. Although he didn't know what the old man was afraid of, it definitely had something to do with the cultivator. Not long after, the person arrived at the door and knocked on the old door. Xiao Yu woke up and hugged her grandfather, shivering on the bed. Young Kai's expression became cold. Old man, open the door. An angry shout came from outside. If you don't open the door, we won't be polite anymore. A second person's voice came. The old man held his granddaughter in his arms, his turbid eyes flashing with anger and helplessness. He comforted her in a low voice. Xiao Yu, don't be afraid. Grandpa is here. Xiao Yu, don't be afraid. The person knocking on the door was obviously impatient. Seeing that the old man was unwilling to open the door, he directly kicked the door open. The sea breeze poured into the room, blowing away the last trace of warmth. Old man. One of them fiercely rushed in. You have guts to close the door. Believe it or not, I'll stab you with a knife. What are you doing here? Get out. The old man shielded his granddaughter and wailed. My child's father has been taken away by you. And my child's mother has also been taken away by you. Only the two of us are left here, alone and dependent on each other. Are you still not going to let us go? Hey old man, don't say that. We invited them to Cloud's Island to enjoy themselves. Now that they miss you, they specifically asked us to bring you two along. Only when the family is together can they be reunited. The person who came in first walked in while grinning. When he suddenly saw Young Kai, he couldn't help but be surprised. He looked at Young Kai with vigilance, but didn't feel any trace of a cultivator on him. He just thought that he was an ordinary person and didn't pay attention to him anymore. He secretly muttered in his heart. When did this family have one more person? The old man cried. We ordinary people don't have the fortune to enjoy this kind of blessing. Can you please let the child's father and mother go? The child misses her father and mother very much. Old man, you don't know how to appreciate kindness. The person's expression was cold. If you miss them, then come with us. When you arrive at Cloud's Island, you will reunite. Why are you wailing and howling here? After the two cultivator entered the house, he didn't say much, but Young Kai had already heard a lot of information. Young Kai knew about Cloud's Island. There was a Red Cloud sect on the island, but it was only a third-class force. Compared to High Heaven Pavilion, it was even worse. However, Young Kai didn't know why they would come here to capture people. Moreover, it seemed that this wasn't the first time. The old man had said before that Xiao Yu was unwilling to speak, because something had happened at home. This should be the case. Young Kai wasn't someone who liked to meddle in other people's business. It was because he had been taken care of. Now that the grandfather and grandson were in trouble, Young Kai would not ignore them. People should always know how to repay kindness. Xiao Yu's pure kindness was enough to move him. These two cultivators were only at the Qi transformation stage, and their abilities were not considered high. If they really fought, Young Kai was confident that he could defeat them easily. However, it wasn't convenient to make a move here. What's more, they had a sect behind them. If his hands and feet were not clean, it was very likely that he would implicate the old man and Xiao Yu. He had to make a good plan. I beg the two of you. Please release my child's parents and let our family reunite. The old man was choked with sobs. He knelt on the bed and kowtowed again and again. This old man is so noisy that it makes people angry. The Red Cloud sect cultivator cursed. He was about to rush up and attack. Yang Kai took a step forward and stood in front of him. Boy, who are you? The Red Cloud sect cultivator glared at Yang Kai. He had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but the old man had been so noisy that he couldn't open his mouth. Yang Kai smiled and bowed again and again. I am a distant relative of this family. A distant relative? The man looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and didn't ask carefully. What are you doing here? Yang Kai quickly answered. My business outside has declined. I wanted to come here to seek shelter, but I didn't expect that my uncle and aunt had already been taken to Cloud's Island by the two of you. This is really surprising. I have admired the Red Cloud sect for a long time, and have always wanted to become your disciple, but I have never found a way. Today I am able to meet the two of you. It is really a blessing from the heavens. Can the two of you take me to Cloud's Island? Yang Kai's voice was humble. While speaking, he looked nervous and expectant. He also expressed that he had been looking forward to meeting them for a long time. The two Cloud's Island cultivators were stunned. There was actually someone who took the initiative to go to our island. Was this boy crazy or stupid? The two of them looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and didn't answer. Yang Kai became more and more uneasy. The two of you, I just arrived in Sea City today. My money is a bit tight, but the two of you can rest assured that if I can enter the Red Cloud sect, I will definitely repay my brother's filial piety. Is he trying to bribe us? The two Clouds Island cultivators looked at each other, and suddenly felt that their brains weren't enough. They had caught so many people, and had seen all kinds of people. Today they met this idiot's reaction. It was simply amazing. However, it turned out that he had just arrived. He should have said so earlier. He liked to bully people like you who had just arrived in Sea City. Yang Kai looked at them nervously. In his heart, he was muttering. Although he didn't know why Cloud's Island had caught these ordinary people, he could only use this method to help the old man and his grandson get out of trouble. Even the old man and the little girl were caught. There was no reason for them to let a strong man like him go. Sure enough, after the two cultivators stared at each other for a long time, they suddenly laughed. They affectionately patted Yang Kai's shoulder and said, Good. Since you have the heart to enter the Red Cloud sect, how can we have the heart to stop you? Good. Young man, you have a strange bone structure, and you look smart enough. You must be a martial arts genius. In the future, if you have a meteoric rise, don't forget our brother and brother's recommendation. I won't forget. Of course I won't forget. The three of them looked at each other and laughed. The two cultivators of the Red Cloud sect secretly cursed Yang Kai for being an idiot. Yang Kai thought that the two of them were idiots. The old man and his grandson were shivering on the bed. After a long time, Yang Kai stopped laughing and said, The two of you look, isn't it enough for me to enter the Red Cloud sect? If the old man and the young man were to be brought along, it would be troublesome. This question was what Yang Kai was most nervous about. If they were not willing to let go of the old man and his grandson, then Yang Kai could only kill them here. Before he had talked so much nonsense. He had only wanted to ask this question, nothing more. However, Yang Kai was obviously thinking too much. They had come here to catch people because the Red Cloud sect had a job that ordinary people could do. No matter if it was a man or a woman, old or young, as long as it was a person, it would be fine. Now that they had caught Yang Kai, the old man and the young man, they naturally did not want to bring them along. In case they died on the bumpy road, they would be contaminated with bad luck. Hearing this, they nodded and said, Well, what you said is right. We wanted to bring them to reunite, but we did not think that the old man of your family would not appreciate our kindness and waste our good intentions. I am old. Brothers, please forgive me. Yang Kai smiled. Since you have decided to enter the Red Cloud sect, there is no time to lose. Let's go now. The two cultivator of the Red Cloud sect had completed their task. They could not wait to leave this small and stuffy room. The two of you, please wait outside for a moment. I will say goodbye to my grandfather and my sister. Hurry up. The two of them did not doubt him, and went outside to wait. After they left, Yang Kai slowly walked to the bedside. He looked at the trembling grandfather and grandson. The old man was a shrewd person. When Yang Kai and the Red Cloud Sex cultivator were talking nonsense, he did not dare to make a sound. He was afraid that he would give himself away. Until now, he said with a trembling voice, "Little brother, why are you doing this? The Red Cloud sect is not a place where people can go." Yang Kai smiled. "Old man, you don't have to worry. I have my own plans. Don't forget. Am I also a cultivator?" The old man's turbid eyes flashed with a trace of light. Only then did he feel a little relieved. Yang Kai put his hand into his pocket. He took out all the money he had gotten from the dead people and put it in the old man's hand. He solemnly said, "Tomorrow morning, leave Sea City with Xiaoyu. Go as far as you can. Don't stay here anymore." After saying this, Yang Kai touched Xiaoyu's head and turned to leave. The old man waited until the sound of footsteps outside gradually faded away. Then he looked at the things that Yang Kai gave him with trembling hands. It was a dozen banknotes. The old man's tears flowed freely as he pulled Xiaoyu to kneel on the bed. "Xiaoyu, people must know how to repay kindness. Remember this big brother's face. If you have the chance to see him again, even if you are a slave or a servant, you must repay him. Do you understand?" The old man solemnly said. Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Her young face no longer showed fear, only calmness remained. Outside the room, Yang Kai followed the two Red Cloud Sex cultivator and went far away. Yang Kai wanted to find an opportunity to kill the two of them, but before he could do so, he found that the development of the situation was beyond his expectations. The Red Cloud Sex cultivator tonight was not only the two of them, but more than 20 people. Among them, there was even an Yuan Qi expert. Yang Kai did not make a move. With the Yuan Qi expert here, he would be courting death if he made a move. This Yuan Qi expert was not like Zhang Ding's wild fox Zen. Moreover, during the battle with Zhang Ding a few days ago, Yang Kai won because he had the upper hand. Now that things had developed to this point, Yang Kai did not panic. In the eyes of the Red Cloud Sex cultivator, he was just an ordinary person. This was his advantage. As long as he could find an opportunity, he could escape. And opportunities always required patience. The two Red Cloud Sex cultivator brought Yang Kai to a three-masted ship at the seaside. They no longer cared about him. Their previous amiable attitude was replaced by a sneer. Their sneer had a clear meaning of ridicule, as if they were saying that he had boarded a pirate ship. Yang Kai did not care about this. With the passage of time, more and more people were brought to the big ship. Some of them were crying bitterly, some were cursing, some were begging, but the Red Cloud Sex people on the ship just ignored them as if this was a common occurrence. These people were men and women. Most of them were beggars and vagrants. There were also some who were dressed like fishermen. There were no gorgeous people. In other words, the Red Cloud Sex targets were poor people. Because the poor people were bullied, they had no way to resist. By daybreak, the number of people who had been captured by the Red Cloud sect had reached more than 30 people. Those martial artists had also hurriedly rushed back. Under the command of the experts on the ship set sail before sunrise and set sail towards the sea. You're tuning in to the Limei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.